Xiaoshua's appearance is almost at the ceiling level, and he will attract attention wherever he goes. Therefore, in less than a morning, the news spread that a beautiful intern came to the R&D department. Some people even secretly took photos and sent them to the WeChat group. Seeing the photos of classmate Xiaoshua, many LSPs secretly swallowed their saliva. In the office area, a male staff member looked at the photo on his phone. "Emma, this is so beautiful, who can stand it?" Another handsome male employee sitting next to him also said with an obsessed look, "Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a very good temperament. If she can become my girlfriend, I will live 10 years less." After hearing his words, a beautiful female staff member said unconvincedly, "Let's see how beautiful she can be." But when she saw Xiaoshua's photo on her phone, she wanted to say something disparaging, but she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she found that the person on her phone looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she remembered that the intern on the phone was the one sent to work by her boyfriend who drove the Bentley Mulsanne. So, she smiled and said, "Stop dreaming, you are out of luck." "Lulu, why do you say that? Although she is a beauty, I am not bad either." "I am a handsome guy," the handsome male employee said unconvinced. "You are indeed not bad looking, but it depends on who you compare with." Lulu said disdainfully, "This intern's boyfriend is not only handsomer than you, but also extraordinarily elegant. By the way, he drives a $5.26 million luxury car, the Bentley Mulsanne. With your current salary, you can buy it in your lifetime." "Sorry. How do you know?" The handsome male staff member who was originally interested in pursuit felt his heart sink, but he also felt a bit lucky in his heart. "Of course I saw it with my own eyes," Lulu said proudly. "When I came to work today, I happened to see the boyfriend of the beautiful intern driving her to work." "What if it's not your boyfriend?" the handsome male staff member said unwillingly. "They've already kissed each other. If it's not a relationship between a man and a woman, how can it still be a father and daughter?" Lulu sneered. Handsome male staff. Soon, the news spread that the beautiful intern had a boyfriend, and he was a very rich second generation. He drove a luxury car worth $5 to $6 million. Immediately, another knowledgeable person reported that the beautiful intern's family conditions must be very good, because the watch she wore was worth hundreds of thousands. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of watches, the sum of the clothes he wears is also worth tens of thousands. Then, another news came out. As soon as the beautiful intern went to the R&D department, she was accepted as an apprentice by Su Huijun. Su Huijun is a senior pharmaceutical expert in the R&D department. Not to mention interns, even senior researchers who want to be her apprentices are too lazy to accept them. But now, an intern employee just joined the company and was immediately accepted by her. There's nothing fishy about it, even dogs wouldn't believe it. Therefore, Xiaoshua was labeled as having money and background only half a day after joining the company. More than 99% of those who were interested in pursuing the pursuit gave up. As for the remaining ones who are still unwilling to give up, they are all doing so with a bit of luck. Other side. Gao Yan has joined Xingchen Network as an intern employee. I said, "Boss Gao, what are you doing?" Fang Zhenzhen learned that Gao Yan had joined the company as an intern and went directly to his office to ask. "I'm not a senior in college now. I have to find an internship with an employer. Instead of going to another company for an internship, it's better to come to my own company," Gao Yan explained. "Then why don't you become my assistant?" Fang Zhenzhen teased. You think beautifully. Gao Yan said angrily, I'm an intern just for a formality. I don't even want to come to work as a boss. You want me to be your assistant. Can you afford the salary? Why should I pay the salary? Don't forget, I am working for you. Fang Zhenzhen said jokingly. Then you want me to do it for nothing? Why do you call it bygone? You are making money for yourself. At this point, Fang Zhenzhen couldn't help but feel happy. Get out. Gao Yan glared at Fang Zhenzhen, then called his secretary to his side and gave her his employee card. This is my time card. From now on, when you go to and from get off work, you can type it for me. Okay, boss, the female secretary said quickly. After the female secretary left, Fang Zhenzhen lowered her voice and said, Boss, I'm out of stock again. Without that thing, my work efficiency is really low. Take it and save the drink. Gao Yan directly took out 2 bottles of medicinal wine and handed them to Fang Zhenzhen. Thank you, boss. Fang Zhenzhen reached out and held 2 bottles of medicinal wine in her arms, fearing that Gao Yan would regret it. By the way, boss, do you need me to report to you? No need, I trust you completely. Gao Yan waved his hand. With the Red Emperor here, he knew everything about the situation of Xingchen Network, so there was no need for Fang Zhenzhen to report it. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Fang Zhenzhen was quite moved. Although this boss liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper, he gave her absolute trust. Okay, go back to work quickly, I'm leaving. Gao Yan got up and left the company, and then came to the game company. Downstairs. Game companies have hired a lot of people recently. It seemed a lot more lively. Qian Bauer is trying out a new mini-game produced by the company in the office. This game looks simple, but it's very playable. So, Gao Yan accompanied Qian Bauer to play games in the company until noon. Then they went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. After lunch, the two found a hotel nearby and continued playing games. However, they were no longer playing mini-games, but canyon games. In the next few days, Gao Yan lived a very carefree life. He didn't have to report to school or go to work. Xiao Zhua went to work at Weiwu Pharmaceutical, and Song Yufei was busy opening a restaurant. So, he occasionally went to hang out with Qian Bauer, occasionally went to the milk tea shop to tease Chen Yue, and then went through the arbitrary door to the Magic City to have a tryst with Yan Qingqing. Because he went to the game company too diligently, Qian Bauer couldn't help asking him if he had broken up with Xiao Zhua, otherwise how could he have so much time to run to her? Then on the 6th, Gao Yan received a call from Qin Yiren. Asked him to meet. The meeting place was a cafe. Gao Yan, did you arrange those people? As soon as they met, Qin Yiren stared at her with unfriendly eyes. In the past few days, those top-notch men have been pestering her, making her miserable. If she hadn't sprained her foot and was unable to move, she would have made an appointment with Gao Yan long ago. What does this have to do with me? It's just that you are too charming. Professor Qin. Gao Yan laughed, but his smile was full of gloating. You. Qin Yiren was angry, but thinking that she was not here to settle accounts with Gao Yan, but to admit defeat, she suppressed her anger. Gao Yan, please. Don't mess with me, okay? Suddenly, the smile on Gao Yan's face disappeared. Professor Qin, I don't like what you said. Didn't you make the first move? I was just fighting back. Can I apologize to you? Please withdraw those people. Qin Yiren was really scared and gave in. Seeing Qi Niren give in, Gao Yan felt that it was about time, so he said, "Okay, for Xiaoshua's sake, I'll let you go this time, but next time, it won't be so easy. My world flows at 10 times the speed." Gao Yan sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain, all his mind concentrated on his dantian. At this moment, Gang Yuan, which has been polished to perfection, is constantly flowing and evolving. As the Gang Yuan circulates, a Xuanwu outline gradually takes shape. With the martial arts accelerator card and the tenfold time flow cheat-in Minecraft, even though Gao Yan was not doing his job properly during this period, his cultivation speed did not slow down. On the contrary, because my mood is relaxed, my practice becomes smoother. No, as soon as he saw Qi Niren return to Lingxi Garden, he sensed that the opportunity had come to break through to the peak of refining the power, so he came to my world and started to break through. Gao Yan's handprints were flying, and invisible forces fell on Gang Yuan, accelerating the evolution of Gang Yuan. At the same time, he continued to chant the matching magic formula in his mouth, and the syllables fell into his body one by one, and they also gathered into a special force and injected it into Gang Yuan, tempering it to become more pure. I don't know how long it took. A lifelike Xuanwu appeared in Gao Yan's dantian. His realm also broke through to the peak of refining. However, his current appearance is still very small. It is no more than half a meter long and no more than 20 centimeters high. With a thought, the human magnetic field in Gao Yan's body was turned on, and the surrounding spiritual energy was pulled, constantly gathering towards his body, being absorbed into his body, and then falling into his dantian. Breathe. At this moment, Xuanwu Faxiang seemed to come to life. The spiritual energy that fell into his dantian was suddenly sucked into his body, but then he spit out a mouthful of pure energy. This essence was quickly absorbed by dantian, and then, his dantian expanded rapidly. Half an hour later, the aura around him has been absorbed by Gao Yan. After he stopped practicing, his eyes fell on dantian again. The Xuanwu method grew to 1 foot long and 1 meter high. The dantian also expanded several times under the nourishment of the essence breathed out by Xuanwu. The Dharma consumes too much spiritual energy, Gao Yan said secretly. The amount of spiritual energy he swallowed just now reached at least thousands of spiritual stones. The few spiritual stones he had on him could not support him in cultivating to the level of master perfection. The next moment, Gao Yan disappeared from my world, and the flow of time returned to normal 10 times. In the study room, as soon as Gao Yan thought, his body seemed to have escaped the gravity of the earth, floating 20 centimeters above the ground, suspended in midair. The next moment, Gao Yan's figure slowly descended until his legs touched the ground. Now, he is completely sure that the martial arts in my world are a higher level than those in the real world. He has only now practiced the Xuanwu Xinjing to the point of perfecting the Gang. In terms of combat power, there is a certain gap compared to the realm of divine power. But after condensing the Dharma image, you can fly to the sky and escape to the earth. But the realm of divine power cannot do it. The next period of time, Gao Yan's life has not changed much. He practices cultivation and travels between various girlfriends. And his Xuanwu Dharma has been cultivated to the size of 3 feet. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual energy in my world, his cultivation speed would be faster. As for the spirit stones on his body, Gao Yan did not use them. These spirit stones are good things for upgrading. Today is September 15th. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan's eyes fell into the void factory. The production of dali rice has ended, and a total of 60,000 kilograms of dali rice have been obtained. However, this month, the rice in Lingxi garden was changed to dali rice, so there are only 55,000 kilograms of dali rice in the warehouse. The production screen appears. There are still 3 items, namely nutritious flour, perpetual electronic watch, and nutritious pork. I won't introduce nutritious flour and perpetual electronic watches, but let's talk about nutritious pork. Nutritious pork is similar to nutritious flour. One tail of nutritious pork can meet the meat needs of a normal adult for 10 days. The output has reached 10,000 kilograms per day. It's still a bit tasteless. Gao Yan frowned, his eyes swept over the 3 products to be produced, and finally ordered the production of nutritious flour. Exit the void factory. Gao Yan brought up the system panel. Originally, the number of top draws was 113, but in the monthly evaluation last night, he received 20 more A-level ratings, which were exchanged for top draws, bringing the number of top draws to 133. There are 3 super draws. Now, Gao Yan is dissatisfied with Void Factory. Therefore, he wanted to get an item upgrade card to upgrade the Void Factory. He estimated that the top lottery would not be able to draw the upgrade card that would upgrade the Void Factory. So, he decided to do a few super draws. System Dad, you know my thoughts best, so you must draw the card that can upgrade the Void Factory. Gao Yan whispered. System Dad, use a super draw. Ding, the super draw begins. Ding, congratulations to the host Mustard Space for a 100-fold upgrade card. That's it? Gao Yan was a little disappointed. System Dad, don't you love me anymore? System. Gao Yan, another super draw. Ding, the super lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an exclusive upgrade card from Void Factory. Haha, I knew you still love me, System Dad. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. Then, a golden card appeared in his hand. Use. The golden card turned into golden light and disappeared, and the Void Factory bound to it expanded rapidly. After a while, a stream of information flowed into Gao Yan's mind. The area of the upgraded Void Factory has expanded tenfold. The production volume has increased by 3 times, and the number of items that can be produced has increased from 1 to 3. The optional products have also increased from 3 to 6. His mind fell into the Void Factory, and the daily output of the nutritious flour being produced has reached 60,000 caddies, and 1.8 million caddies can be produced in a month. At present, the products on the product catalog are nutritious flour, perpetual electronic watches, nutritious pork, chainless bicycles, nutritious vegetables, and nutritious beef. What are they? Gao Yan was still a little dissatisfied with the 3 extra products. Chainless bicycles, 2,000 per day, 60,000 per month. But this thing, can he take it out to sell? Nutritious vegetables are natural and pollution-free, with a daily output of 20,000 caddies, and 600,000 caddies per month. Nutritious beef is highly nutritious, similar to nutritious pork. 1 ounce can meet the needs of an adult for 10 days, and the daily output is 20,000 kilograms. Now he can also choose 2 products to produce. After thinking about it, Gao Yan chose nutritious vegetables and nutritious beef. Exit the Void Factory. Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. The things drawn by the lottery seemed to be non-selective. However, based on Gao Yan's understanding of the system, the products opened are not random but controlled by the system. Therefore, the so-called lottery is just a formality. What can be opened depends on the mood of the system. Therefore, the appearance of this void factory should be meaningful. Take a few products of the void factory for example, they are not suitable for today's era. The factory exclusive upgrade card is opened by the super lottery, and the value of the two does not match. Thinking of this, Gao Yan asked directly, "System, tell me, do you have any purpose in letting me open this thing called the System Void Factory?" "System, you will know when you reach level 70. Level 70? The current upgrade experience is 7.4 trillion, and it only needs to trade with the overseas magic sect once more to reach 10 trillion. For a moment, Gao Yan was looking forward to it. The system will say what should be said, but will not say what should not be said. Therefore, even though Gao Yan was full of curiosity, he did not ask any more questions. There are 3 more opportunities to open the blind box. So Gao Yan walked out of the study. Find Yao Guang, borrow her finger, and draw a purple card. Later, Gao Yan traveled to the magic city through any door. Make an appointment with Yan Qingqing first. Using her fingers to draw the second purple card, it seemed that Yan Qingqing's luck had not recovered yet. He decided not to ask Yan Qingqing to open a card for the next 6 months. After she recovered for half a year, she might be able to issue a black card alone. The third blind box he found was opened by Jing Xiaoyu. It's still Zika. The 3 purple cards are the Danjing Cultivation card, the Cyborg Summoning card, and the Identity Editing card. The price of the Danjing Cultivation card is 10 billion. 1 card is in stock and can be used 5 times. It is the same as the Anjing Cultivation card drawn last time and can be used on others. The Biochemical Man Summoning card can summon 1 biochemical man in 1 month, with random strength and random skills. The price is 5 billion, and 1 card is in stock. The last Identity Editing card sells for 1 billion. There is 1 in stock. You can use this card to edit a legal identity. It can be used once a month. If you want to use it forcefully, 100 million funds will be deducted. This identity editing card is great. With this thing, he can give his girlfriends an explanation. In the future, he can use his identity as Gao Yan to marry classmate Xiaoxue, and then use other identities to marry Song Yufei and others. A thought came to my mind. Get all 3 cards. The next moment, the identity editing card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. The method of use is very simple. You only need to fill in your name, household registration location, age, and whether you have parents, and other social relations will be automatically generated. After thinking about it, Gao Yan filled in Gao Fei's name on the identity editing card. His registered place of residence was Nandu. He was 21 years old and had no parents. Gao Yan didn't want a pair of parents to appear out of thin air. After completing filling out, the writing on the card turned into light and disappeared. After a while, with a pop sound, a leather wallet fell into Gao Yan's hand. There was an ID card and 2 bank cards in the wallet. In addition, there were several hundred yuan in cash. When he took out his ID card, he saw that his name was Gao Fei, and the profile picture on it was very similar to his current appearance. At the same time, Gao Yan also had 21 years of memories of a young man named Gao Fei in his mind. This Gao Fei's parents died when he was 5 years old. Then he grew up in an orphanage and stopped studying after graduating from high school. My current occupation is a third-rate online writer, with a monthly income of around 5,000. No house, no car, no girlfriend. Rent in an old community in the North District of Nandu City. Because of his career, his social relationships are very simple. I basically don't keep in touch with my former classmates, and even rarely meet with the landlord. After all, now I pay rent through WeChat. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened any door and locked the coordinates of the rental house where his second identity was. The next moment, Gao Yan opened the door and appeared in the rental house. The layout of the rental houses is 2-to-1. Because it is an old-fashioned community and is located on the 6th floor, the rent is not expensive, at 1,000 yuan per month. The room was quite clean. There are 2 rooms, one is a bedroom and the other is a study room. The study is Goofy's studio. There is a laptop and mobile phone on the desk. The computer is on, and the codeword page is displayed on the screen. A week ago, Gao Fei just finished an old book. Currently working on the outline of a new book. Gao Fei has been an online author for 3 years, writing almost 1 book a year. The average order for the first book was only 1,000 when it was finished. The average order for the second book was slightly higher, 1,200, and the average order for the just finished book was 1,500. Then Gao Yan picked up his phone and unlocked it. There are no more than 10 numbers with names in the address book. On the contrary, there are more people on WeChat and QQ, but they are either editors or other online authors. This is all too real. Gao Yan whispered. System, shouldn't I have replaced a person named Gao Fei? Gao Yan asked. System, no, this person does not exist before you edit this identity. That's good. Gao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. If this Gao Fei was real and made people disappear, he would also feel guilty. We walked around the rental house again. Gao Yan returned to the study room of Lingxi Garden through any door. Goofy Otaku's status is quite good. Because he rarely interacts with people, he is low-key and has a weak sense of presence. The next few days, Gao Yan's life returned to peace. Then the people from the overseas magic sect came. Little brother, we meet again. In a hotel suite. Qin Hongjin said in a charming voice, and deliberately licked her lips while speaking. Gao Yan looked at Qin Hongjin jokingly. After not seeing each other for more than half a month, the other party's cultivation level has been promoted from the peak of the master to the early stage of the heavenly realm. Her original appearance remained around 30 years old. After this breakthrough, she looked younger and younger, looking at most 25 or 6, and she also exuded an extreme sense of charm. If it were an ordinary man facing this sense of charm, he would probably become sexually attracted to her immediately. Confused. Little brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Qin Hongjin twisted her waist like a water snake and slowly approached Gao Yan. Aunt Qin, is it okay for you to seduce a 20-year-old kid like me? Ugh. Hearing this, Qin Hongjin's expression froze, and her movements froze, as if someone had grabbed her neck. She stared at Gao Yan angrily, and the temperature in the room dropped immediately. But Gao Yan didn't notice it at all, and smiled and said, Aunt Qin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Asshole. Qin Hongjin cursed in her heart, but a smile reappeared on her face, and her coquettishness disappeared, and she looked more dignified. Mr. Gao, I'm here to make a second deal with you this time. Are your spiritual stones ready? Of course, we can trade at any time. Gao Yan nodded. Okay, let's trade in the afternoon. Okay, let's pay and deliver. After Gao Yan left, the two bodyguards outside the door walked into the room. How is it? One of them asked. Qin Hongji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, this little thief agreed quite readily. It seems that he has more than 1,000 spiritual stones in his hand. Isn't that even better? The bodyguard who asked the question grinned and said, when we send this batch of spiritual stones back to Europe, we will catch this little thief and force him to tell us where the other spiritual stones are. Okay, let's do it. Qin Hongjin echoed, but I have a request, I will do the interrogation. No problem, but I have to remind you, don't play with him without forcing him to reveal the spiritual stones. The other party reminded, but he knew that the martial arts practiced by Qin Hongjin was simply a nightmare for men. Don't worry, I know my limits, Qin Hongjin said. Can't you help it so soon? In the car downstairs, Gao Yan saw the three people who were talking secretly, and a sneer appeared on his mouth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Gao Yan came to the hotel room with a suitcase. Just like last time, after opening the suitcase to reveal the spirit stone, Qin Hongjin gave Gao Yan an account password. Anyway, they were going to fall out soon, so there was no third transaction. Therefore, Gao Yan directly asked Hong Huang to transfer the money in the account. Suddenly, the experience soared by 3 trillion, breaking through 10 trillion, reaching 10.4 trillion. And the refund amount has been used up. Therefore, Gao Yan was quite disappointed that the 3 trillion was not refunded. Auntie Qin, the transaction is completed, I'll go first. I'll take you there. Qin Hongjin's eyes had a hint of sneer in them. After taking down this little bastard in a few days, I'll see how I torture you. Return to Lingxi Garden. Gao Yan called up the system interface. The upgrade experience has reached 10 trillion. You can upgrade to 10 levels in a row. At the same time, Gao Yan also had a little more expectation in his heart. He wanted to see what the system would do next. System, I want to upgrade 10 levels in a row. As the 10 trillion upgrade experience was deducted, the system prompt also sounded, ding, the upgrade has begun. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. It actually takes 24 hours. It seems that the system has undergone major changes this time. Gao Yan thought to himself. Putting away the system panel, Gao Yan opened his insight eye and watched the movements of Qin Hongjin and others. These guys were very cautious. After getting the spirit stone, they immediately rushed to the airport and took a special plane to Europe. When the spirit stone arrives in Europe, people from overseas magic sects will probably take action against him. I wonder what the overseas demon sect will look like when they see my true strength? Gao Yan couldn't help but think wickedly. Just then, the phone rings. But the ringtone was not set by him. But he soon realized that it was the ringtone of Gao Fei's cell phone. He took out his cell phone and saw that the caller was the landlady's aunt. So, he answered the phone and imitated Gao Fei's tone. Hello, Aunt Lu, this is Gao Fei, what can I do? According to Gao Fei's memory, he only paid the rent on the 10th of last month, and the rent was paid once a quarter. It was not the day to pay the rent at all. Why did the landlord aunt suddenly call him? In Gao Fei's memory, the landlady was a pretty nice person. She had rented the house for 2 years, but she never raised the price. Moreover, when Gao Fei first moved here, his landlord's aunt often asked him to go to her house for dinner. Because Gao Fei was not sociable, after going there a few times, he was embarrassed to go back. Even so, the landlady would give him some if she asked her to cook delicious food occasionally. The soft voice of the landlady rang out, "Xiao Fei, come to Auntie's house for dinner tonight. Auntie has something to talk to you about." Gao Yan said, "Okay, Aunt Lu, I will be there on time." Landlady, "Okay, that's it. Auntie is dead." In Gao Fei's memory, the landlady was relatively kind. She had a son and a daughter. The eldest son, Zhao Yiming, had graduated from college for several years and was currently working as a civil servant in a government department. Daughter Zhao Xiaoyu is still in college. However, she has a rebellious personality and has high standards, so she doesn't think highly of Gao Fei as a tenant. Gao Fei also met Aunt Lu when he went to her house for dinner, but he didn't give him a good look. 5:40 p.m. Carrying a fruit basket, Gao Yan knocked on the door of Aunt Lu's house. Aunt Lu, who was busy in the kitchen, shouted to Zhao Xiaoyu, who was watching TV on the sofa in the living room, "Xiaoyu, please open the door. Xiao Gao should be here." "No." Zhao Xiaoyu responded impatiently, dropped the remote control panel in his hand and walked towards the door angrily. The moment the door opened, Zhao Xiaoyu was about to turn around, but after she inadvertently saw Gao Yan's face, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. She had seen Gao Fei several times before, but what should I say? Gao Fei's appearance was indeed handsome, but he gave her a sense of timidity and cowardice, and he didn't even dare to look at her. But Gao Fei, standing outside the door, now gave her a sunny and handsome feeling, and his eyes were confident and generous, completely losing the timidity and cowardice before. "Are you goofy?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. "Replace it if it's fake." Gao Yan smiled and nodded. "Why have you changed so much?" Zhao Xiaoyu continued to ask. "Zhao Xiaoyu, how about we go in and talk?" Gao Yan said. "Sorry, come in quickly." Zhao Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red and he gave up his position. Gao Yan put the fruit basket on the table, just as the landlady came out of the kitchen. When she saw Gao Yan, she was slightly startled. "Xiao Gao, I haven't seen you for a while." The young man is getting more and more handsome. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, for the compliment. You are getting younger and younger." These words made Aunt Lu very happy. However, the dishes were still cooking in the kitchen, so she didn't chat much with Gao Yan. Instead, she ordered Zhao Xiaoyu to pour water for Gao Yan. If it were the same as usual, Zhao Xiaoyu must have been too lazy to respond, but this time she followed her mother's arrangement to pour a glass of water for Gao Yan and handed it to Gao Yan. "Here." "Thanks." Gao Yan took the water cup and said, "You're welcome." Zhao Xiaoyu stared at Gao Yan and said, "By the way, you haven't said yet why you have changed so much. Haven't you heard that a man grows up overnight?" The high-pitched speech is playful and authentic. "Zhao Xiaoyu, are you sure you're not driving?" "Of course not, I'm just stating a fact." "Yeah?" Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head and said, "I heard that people will undergo major changes after being stimulated. Could it be that you have been stimulated? Can't you hope that I get better?" Gao Yan rolled his eyes at her. "But you have changed so much. In the first few times we met, you didn't talk to me so much, and you didn't even dare to look at me. Could it be that someone took your body away from you?" I have to say that Zhao Xiaoyu still has a lot of imagination. Therefore, Gao Yan said deliberately, "It's not a matter of seizing the body. I was reborn from the future. Real? Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with curiosity in his eyes. Real. Gao Yan nodded seriously. Then tell me the numbers for the next lottery and I will believe that you are reborn. I really know this. Gao Yan casually reported a lottery number. You didn't lie to me, did you? Zhao Xiaoyu said doubtfully. I'm not lying to you, but I don't recommend you use this number to buy. Because you won't win if you buy it. Why? Zhao Xiaoyu asked, did you give me a fake number? Of course not. Gao Yan shook his head. In the future, there will be many decrypted videos. For lottery tickets, and the lottery videos are all recorded in advance, you know. Isn't it? If you don't believe it, just check it out yourself and you will know. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Zhao Xiaoyu actually picked up his phone and started searching, and the result he got was that the lottery video was indeed recorded in advance. Wow, so you are really reborn? Yes. Gao Yan nodded. I still don't believe it, unless you tell me a few more things that will happen in the future. Zhao Xiaoyu said. Your mother asked me to come to dinner tonight to cancel the rent. Your mother plans to sell the house and mortgage a new house for your brother to use for his wedding. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Zhao Xiaoyu fell into a daze. Then she rushed into the kitchen and asked, Mom, have you told Gao Fei about terminating the lease? Landlady, I'm embarrassed to say it over the phone, so I asked Xiao Gao to come over for dinner and mention this by the way. For a moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was confused. Returning to the living room, he stared at Gao Yan, then lowered his voice and said, Are you really a reborn person? Really? Gao Yan nodded. Do you know a man named Chen Hai? He is your future boyfriend. However, this guy is a scumbag. He will defraud you of money and sex in the future. You are greatly stimulated by this incident, and his temperament changed drastically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, because a senior named Chen Hai was indeed pursuing her recently, and she also had a certain affection for that senior. If there were no accidents, maybe she would really agree to Chen Hai's offer. Pursue. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyu's expression, Gao Yan almost laughed in his heart. The reason why he knew the above was because of the Red Emperor's investigation. Unexpectedly, the silly girl Zhao Xiaoyu actually believed the lie, but he was right, the man named Chen Hai was indeed a scumbag. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyu's ability to accept was very strong and she calmed down quickly. Moreover, she also believed a little bit about the fact that Gao Yan was a reborn person. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. Why are you doing this? Tell me that you are a reborn person, and you won't be afraid that I will reveal your identity and be arrested and sliced into pieces? Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed, You don't have a crush on me, do you? Zhao Xiaoyu is indeed a beauty, with a face value of 85 and a figure of 78. But she is not Gao Yan's cup of tea. There is no such thing as a secret love. Gao Yan shook his head. As for why I tell you, there are two reasons. First, your mother is pretty good to me, and I don't want to see you being deceived by a scumbag. Second, even if you reveal that I am a reborn person, do you think other people will believe you? They might even accuse you of being mentally ill. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. It was indeed like this. In the history of Daxia, Wang Meng's various deeds showed that he was a time traveler. However, this is limited to suspicion. How many people are truly convinced? That Wang Meng is a time traveler? The next moment, Zhao Xiaoyu said in a flattering tone, Brother Fei, in which year were you reborn? Gao Yan said, 20 years. Zhao Xiaoyu said coyly, can you reveal some ways to make a fortune? Gao Yan looked at Zhao Xiaoyu and said, your external conditions are pretty good. You can become an internet celebrity on Douyin. After you accumulate a certain number of fans, you can live stream and sell goods, not to mention making hundreds of millions. But as long as you are willing to put in the effort, it's no problem to earn hundreds or tens of millions. Zhao Xiaoyu's own conditions are good, coupled with Douyin's powerful beauty function. The result of the photo is a perfect 90-point beauty. And appearance conditions are definitely the biggest shortcut to success. I am also playing the TikTok you mentioned, and I have taken a few videos and uploaded them, but they only have a few thousand likes, and TikTok does not have a live broadcast function now. Nothing can be easily successful. First of all, you have to be diligent. Some people make a short video and throw it up. Fortunately, it becomes popular. But if there are no high-quality works in the future, sooner or later it will have to return to its original form. Therefore, if you regard making short videos as a career, you have to study what kind of videos are popular and what kind of videos attract the most fans. Only in this way can you succeed. As for the live broadcast function of Douyin, which is not available now, it will definitely be available in the future. All you have to do now is to accumulate enough fans, and when Douyin starts live broadcast, you can soar into the sky. Zhao Xiaoyu quite agreed with Gao Yan's words. Okay, I'll study it carefully. By the way, are there any other ways to get rich? There are others, such as the current shared bicycles. As long as you have money, you can invest money to start a company and wait for it to be acquired. You will definitely make money, but do you have that much entrepreneurial capital? Now shared bicycles have appeared, but the scale is still small. If you get involved at this time, you will definitely get a piece of fat. Next, Gao Yan came up with several profitable ideas, one after another. However, you have to invest a lot of money. On the contrary, it is the most economical to become an internet celebrity on Douyin. Just then, Aunt Lu's voice came from the kitchen, asking Zhao Xiaoyu to serve the dishes. Gao Yan also got up and went to help. Soon, several dishes were placed on the dining table in the living room. Aunt Lu's cooking skills are quite good. Although the appearance is not as good as the hotel chef, the taste is still very good. During the meal, Aunt Lu would bring Gao Yan vegetables from time to time, asking him to eat more. After all, in her impression, Gao Yan usually eats instant noodles, frozen food and the like. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Gao Yan was not polite, and he ate very well. After meal, Aunt Lu was a little embarrassed when she proposed to cancel the lease. It's okay, Aunt Lu, you can move out at any time, Gao Yan said happily. He's not really goofy, so it's not easy to rent a house. Seeing Gao Yan agreeing so happily, Aunt Lu felt even more embarrassed. Okay, Xiao Gao, I will refund your deposit and 1/4 rent to you. Auntie can't help it. Your brother Zhao needs to buy a house when he gets married, and he doesn't have any money. So much money. Gao Yan smiled and said, no need, Aunt Lu. I have been taking care of you for the past 2 years. I don't need to refund the deposit or rent. Just treat. It is a small token of my appreciation. No, we must retreat. Aunt Lu is a relatively principled person. In the end, the two of them bargained and agreed to refund 2 months' rent and deposit. As for moving out, there is no rush. We will wait until we find a house. After returning to the rental house, Gao Yan returned to the study room of Lingxi Garden through any door. He had already made a rule. When he was in the study, if he didn't come out, no one should disturb him. Change clothes. Gao Yan walked out of the study. Classmates Xiao Zhua, Song Yufei and Lin Moer were enjoying the cool air on the balcony and chatting. What are you talking about? Gao Yan came to the balcony. We were talking about Yufei's business startup. Xiao Zhua said, Yufei has completed the site selection in the past few days and has negotiated with a decoration company. The decoration can start tomorrow. That's pretty quick, honey. Are there any problems? Gao Yan asked. Everything went smoothly. Song Yufei shook her head. That's good. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me. Gao Yan said. That night, while Xiao Zhua was sleeping soundly, Gao Yan took out the Danjin cultivation card and used it on Xiao Zhua. Then when he woke up the next morning, Xiao Zhua said with an incredible expression, Husband, I had a dream again. And then I found that I broke through to the early stage of Danjin. This is really incredible. Great, I said you are the chosen daughter of heaven. You can break through 2 realms in a dream. Gao Yan said with a look of happiness for Xiao Zhua. Husband, don't coax me, it must be your fault, right? Xiao Zhua stared at Gao Yan. The first time such a thing happened, it could be said to be an accident, but the second time, she felt that it was not an accident, and it broke through 2 realms in a row. So, she suspected that it was her husband who did it. Our Xiao Zhua is smart, he can see this. Husband, I'm not a child, can you coax me like a child? Xiao Zhua said with some laughter and tears. If she didn't find it, she said she was the daughter of destiny. If she found it, she praised herself for being smart. However, she also enjoyed this feeling of care. No, you are a child. I want you to be my baby for life. Gao Yan hugged Xiao Zhua into his arms and said in a cheesy tone. Thank you, husband. Xiao Zhua put his cheek against Gao Yan's chest. After a while of being intimate, the two got up. After all, Xiao Zhua still had to go to work. Husband, will you hurt yourself if you help me improve my cultivation? Xiao Zhua suddenly asked. No. That's good, then can you help Yufei improve it too? Okay, since you have said it, I will help her improve tonight. Gao Yan said. The Danjin cultivation card can only be used 5 times. But there are more than 5 girlfriends, so Gao Yan temporarily decided to give it to Xiao Zhua, Song Yufei, Qin Yuwei, Yan Qingqing and Jing Xiaoyu. As for Qin Yusin, Shui Mei, Zhuge Qianqian and Qian Baoer, he will give them cards of the same nature when he opens the blind box in the future. Why was Yan Qingqing ranked in the first batch to use the quota? Because she can open a black card alone, and she also contributed to the 3 purple cards this time, so naturally, she has to be given a quota. Gao Fei still has to maintain his identity. So, after breakfast, Gao Yan came to the study and took out the biochemical summoning card. This card can summon a biochemical every month, with random strength and skills. Use. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a biochemical man in his 20s appeared in the study. At the same time, Gao Yan's mind also showed the identity information of this biochemical man. This biochemical man is named Huang Dong, a native of Nandu, with early strength, skills, and business proficiency. Huang Dong greets the master. The next moment, Huang Dong knelt on one knee and saluted Gao Yan. Get up. Gao Yan raised his hand. I'll give you a task, help me rent a house with 2 sets in one, and the annual rent cannot exceed 20,000. It must be said that the system is very considerate. Not only did it arrange an identity for Huang Dong, but also a mobile phone and bank card. So, Gao Yan added Huang Dong's WeChat and transferred 1 million to his bank card. It must be said that Huang Dong is very efficient. Before noon, he selected 3 rental houses and took photos to send to Gao Yan. In the end, Gao Yan chose one with an annual rent of 18,000 yuan. It was still an old community in the North District. Otherwise, if it was a new community, 18,000 yuan would not be enough to rent a 2-unit house. When Huang Dong was handling the rental procedures, Gao Yan called the landlady and told her that the new house had been found and he could move in this afternoon. Then Gao Yan went to the rental house and started packing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the help of the moving company, Gao Yan moved out. For this, Aunt Lu came to see him off and invited Gao Yan to visit her home when he was free. In this regard, Gao Yan naturally agreed politely. However, he knew that in the future, it would be difficult for him, Gao Fei, to have any communication with Aunt Lu. After moving into the new house and packing up, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Gao Yan was delighted and immersed his mind in the system to feel the changes in the system. First of all, the upgrade experience. It has been increased from 1 trillion to 5 trillion. System, the upgrade experience is too much, Gao Yan said with a dark face. If he hadn't found the blood cow of the overseas magic sect, it would be difficult to upgrade to level 70. Now it takes 5 trillion to upgrade a level. Where can he find so many suckers? You should know that the total GDP of Dashao last year was only more than 60 trillion. That is the wealth created by more than 1 billion people. System, host, don't rush to complain, first understand the newly opened functions. New functions? Gao Yan was stunned, and then immediately calmed down to understand the new functions of the system. Finally, his eyes fell on a world function. The so-called world function allows him to travel to a parallel time and space to make money and gain upgrade experience. However, at present, the system has only opened one parallel world. And the system also provides relevant information about this parallel world. To be precise, this parallel world is located in 1960, which is in a period of famine. Ma. Gao Yan suddenly exclaimed, the system had planned this long ago. Because all the products provided by the Void Factory are suitable for this parallel world. After going to the parallel world, the experience gained is calculated separately, because in that era, the price of goods was quite cheap, and a pound of pork was only 70 cents. If it is calculated according to 5 trillion to upgrade one level, then you will never upgrade one level in your life. Therefore, the current upgrade experience of the parallel world is 100,000. With Gao Yan having a world as a foundation, it is relatively easy to earn 100,000. At the same time, if Gao Yan travels back, the system will also randomly assign him an identity. In addition, the time of the parallel world is completely unrelated to the real world. What time he traveled back is what time he came back. Similarly, how long he stayed in the real world does not affect the time of the parallel world. When he travels back again, it is still the time he left. That's great. Gao Yan was secretly happy. Suddenly, he thought of a question, system, will The time I spend in the parallel world consume my lifespan? System, no. Gao Yan, doesn't that mean I can live forever in that world? System, host, don't dream. When the time in the parallel world is equal to that in the real world, the time flow rate on both sides will be the same. That is to say, I can only spend 56 years there at most. System, yes. Except for the increase in upgrade experience and the addition of a world function, there are no more extra changes in the system. In addition to obtaining 300 free attribute points in this upgrade, there are also 20 top draws, bringing the number of top draws to 153. Currently, Gao Yan's physique is 570, and he has increased his physique by 5 points after entering the refining gang realm. The mental power remains at 535 points. Currently, the exchange rate of free attribute points for mental power is 6:1. Therefore, Gao Yan added 300 attribute points to spirit, in exchange for 50 points of spirit, making spirit surpass physique in one fell swoop, reaching 585 points. Xiao Hong. Gao Yan put away the system panel and began to summon Hong Huang. Hong Huang, here, boss, what do you want? Help me collect information about the 1960s. Hong Huang, okay, boss. 5 minutes later, Hong Huang sent a prepared intelligence to Gao Yan. And Gao Yan also read it carefully. After reading this intelligence, he sighed a little. In the 60s, Daxiao was in a famine period, and there was an extreme shortage of food all over the country. And in that era, private business was almost not allowed. Once discovered, they would be arrested on the charge of speculation. No wonder the system only set 100,000 yuan to upgrade to the next level. Because it was not long after the founding of the country, there were still many spies lurking in the country. Therefore, it was also popular to report. If you looked a little abnormal, you would be easily reported. It was even more difficult to do business. Of course, the above are all for ordinary people, but is Gao Yan an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Gao Yan sent a WeChat to Huang Dong, asking him to help buy a set of clothes that were in line with the characteristics of the 60s and send them to him. More than an hour later, Gao Yan changed into a black Zhongshan suit in the study. Then the world function of the communication system was used to travel to a parallel world. Parallel world. The scorching heat in the north has just faded, and autumn is getting stronger. The dust under the early morning sun is mixed with the mottled smell of the old times. In the back house of a 3-in-1 courtyard, Gao Yan slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a memory appeared in his mind. The identity given to him by the system is called Gao Weigua. Very good, it fits the current naming style. Gao Weigua is 21 years old and graduated from high school. 3 years ago, he took over his father's job and entered the steel rolling mill, becoming a glorious worker. Yesterday, he just passed the grade test and became a first-level fitter, and his salary also increased to 33 yuan. Gao Weigua's father died in the workplace, so the factory compensated 500 yuan, and his father was a 5th-level fitter, so he saved a lot of money before he died. Gao Weigua is also very frugal. He has saved 500 yuan in 3 years of work, so his total net worth has reached more than 3,000 yuan. It's just that the house he lives in is a bit worse, only more than 20 square meters. The back house is usually occupied by servants, and all the windows face north, resulting in poor lighting. However, housing is tight these days, and house sales are not allowed. Let's talk about the courtyard house where he lives. There are nearly 100 people living in more than 20 households of various sizes. In the front, middle, and back courtyards. Most of the people in the hospital were employees and family members of the steel rolling mill. When Daxiao was first established, enemy agents often encountered sabotage, and the government was short of manpower. In order to facilitate the investigation of enemy agents, a steward was selected in each compound. However, now that the lurking enemy agents have been almost traced, these stewards have not been removed and have been given the responsibility of mediating conflicts between neighbors by the sub-district office. After all, you can't just cause trouble on the streets or at the police station over trivial matters. The steward of the front yard is named Sun Yugue, who works as an accountant at the Hongqing textile factory. The steward of the middle yard is named Chen Dajiang, a 7th-level lathe worker at the Hongqing steel rolling mill, with a salary of 84.5 yuan. The steward in the backyard is named Su Zihai, who also works at the Hongqing steel rolling mill. He is a level 6 welder with a salary of 72.5 yuan. Overall, this compound is quite harmonious. It's not like a TV series called The Courtyard Full of Love that Gao Yan has watched. It's a big courtyard, but it has gathered a bunch of ghosts and monsters. Today happens to be Sunday. In this era, there is no such thing as a double break. Generally, it is one day off per week. However, we are now in a period of famine and there is insufficient food. Even the steel rolling mill cannot operate normally and has to stop production every 3 to 5 days. Take this month for example, it's only the 10th, and I've already had 3 days off. Get up from the old wooden bed. Gao Yan took off his tunic suit and put on work clothes. In this day and age, you need receipts for everything you do. You need food stamps to buy food, cloth, tobacco, and alcohol, and even a box of matches. Therefore, despite the high wages of the backyard stewards and middle courtyard stewards, their lives are not as good as imagined. It is precisely because it is difficult to buy good things if you have money. A black market also emerged. But the items on the black market are much higher than the market price. But there is also an advantage. Black market items generally do not require receipts. Take the current pork as an example. If you go to the market to buy it, it costs 70 cents per pound, and you have to pay a meat stamp, and even if you have money and tickets, you may not be able to buy it. What should I do if I'm hungry for meat? Then you can only buy it on the black market at a high price. Meat on the black market costs 1.2 yuan to 1.4 yuan without a ticket, which is almost double the price. Although the existence of the black market is against the policy, the higher UPS still turn a blind eye. After all, only urban households can have a grain book. What should I do if I don't have a grain book? The only option is to buy food on the black market. If you completely banned the black market, would it be possible for people to steal, rob, or starve to death? And Gao Yan wants to make money. You still have to go to the black market to sell it. In Gao Weiguo's memory, he also visited the black market. Currently, Void Factory is producing 3 products: nutritious flour, with a daily output of 60,000 kilograms, and nutritious vegetables. The current price of vegetables is too low, and Gao Yan is not prepared to sell them. Then there is nutritious beef, with a daily production of 20,000 kilograms. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan entered my world and adjusted the flow speed of the world to 10 times. Meet the gods. Seeing Gao Yan's sudden appearance, Wang Taizhu, the head of Yuhe village, immediately bowed and saluted. With the emergence of Gao Yan, the life of Yuhe village has become better and better. Therefore, the old and young in Yuhe village are grateful to Gao Yan from the bottom of their hearts. The village chief doesn't have to be polite. Gao Yan raised his hand. I came here this time to ask for your help. Ask the gods for instructions. Half an hour later, Gao Yan's figure reappeared in the reverse room. Then take a towel, toothbrush, and cup to the public faucet to wash your face. And brush your teeth. He showed up late today. So, there was no one else at the faucet. The courtyard also seemed relatively deserted. It's not that everyone has gone out, but now that rations have been cut, families who are short of food are lying in bed when they don't go to work. It is said that this can reduce consumption and save food. Just after washing up, a dark-faced man opened the door and walked out. Gao Weigua, I heard that you passed the exam and became a level 1 worker. Shouldn't it be time to treat everyone to a meal? Ma Weiman, a black-faced man, said with jealousy. Does my upgrade have anything to do with you? Gao Yan responded in a cold tone. This Ma Weiman is an older bachelor, a big pot cook at the Hongqing steel rolling mill. He is 32 years old and not yet married. In fact, his conditions are not bad. He is a level 8 chef and his salary is 32.5 yuan. But this guy's eating, drinking, prostitution and gambling accounted for 3. His reputation has long been ruined. Therefore, the matchmaker passed by his door without even taking a look. Not only does this guy have a bad mouth, he also likes to take advantage of others. There was a little grudge between him and Gao Weigua. The reason is also very simple. These days, marriages are all introduced by matchmakers. Gao Weigua is good-looking, has a formal job, and his dead father left a lot of property. Therefore, he is a quality young man in the eyes of the matchmaker. He often visits his door to talk matchmaking for him. However, in the past, Gao Weigua was only thinking about upgrading his work level, and he also had a very high vision, so he never found the right one. A matchmaker comes to visit every once in a while, and even if he pays a high price, the matchmaker is not willing to help him. Therefore, Ma Weiman's heart was naturally unbalanced. He deliberately found an opportunity to have a fight with Gao Weigua. As a result, there was sudden damage, and no one could do anything. The feud between the two was thus forged. Therefore, when Ma Weiman heard that Gao Weigua had become a first-class fitter and his only advantage was surpassed, he deliberately squeezed him. After all, in this day and age, he didn't have enough food to eat, so he would starve after inviting guests. Even when visiting other people's homes, he had to bring rations, so Ma Weiman was clearly ill-intentioned. Gao Yan could give him a good face. Damn it. Looking at Gao Yan's back, Ma Weiman wanted to rush up and punch that guy in the head, but thinking that Gao Weigua was not a good person, he suppressed his anger. But he secretly decided in his heart that he would give this guy a good look. Back to the back room. Gao Yan glanced around, but felt very dissatisfied in his heart. This house is too simple. In addition to a broken bed and a broken table with a leg missing and supported by red bricks, there is no other furniture. Suddenly Gao Yan thought of something. He came to the bed and picked up a blue brick, which contained all his current wealth. The total amount of money was 3,249 yuan. In addition, there were various bills, including a watch ticket. This watch ticket was left by his dead father. After putting the money and bills into the mustard seed space, Gao Yan went out and headed for the department store. There were almost no cars on the wide road, and even bicycles were rare. Unlike the future streets of Beijing, there were absolutely a lot of cars. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at the department store plaza. Today's salespersons have an enviable job, so naturally they are all very proud. Gao Yan came to the watch counter and looked for a while. The salespersons at the counter were chatting and eating melon seeds, and they didn't care at all. Moreover, there was a slogan on the wall: "Do not beat or scold customers at will. Comrade, buy a watch." Gao Yan shouted to the salesperson. The middle-aged female salesperson who was eating melon seeds came over lazily and asked, "Do you have a ticket?" "Yes." Gao Yan took out the watch ticket. "Which one do you want to buy?" "This one. 120 yuan. Here." After taking out 120 yuan and handing it to the salesperson with the ticket, Gao Yan also got the watch. As for his original watch, it was too conspicuous and he couldn't wear it. After midnight that night, in the quiet courtyard, Gao Yan, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, put on his clothes, quietly went out, easily crossed the courtyard wall, and then ran towards the black market. Near the black market, Gao Yan took out a backpack from the mustard space, which contained 100 white steamed buns made of nutritious flour. Gao Yan asked the villagers of Yuhe village to help make these buns. There were tens of thousands of them, all stored in the mustard space, and each bun used 1 or 2 taels of nutritious flour. These days, people eat a mixture of fine grains and coarse grains. Those who can eat fine grains every meal are definitely upper-class families. There are special gatekeepers in the black market. There is no entrance fee for buying things. You have to pay a dime entrance fee to sell things. People come and go in the black market, seemingly many, but it seems extremely quiet. Although the black market is tacitly allowed to exist, occasionally there will be red armbands to sweep it. Gao Yan did not wrap himself tightly, because he could directly change his appearance. Now he looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s with ordinary looks. He found an open space to put down the backpack. Then the cotton cloth covering the backpack was lifted, and the aroma of hot white flour steamed buns began to spread around. The steamed buns made from nutritious flour are not only highly nutritious, but also filling. In addition, they also exude an extremely tempting wheat aroma. "Comrade, how much do you sell these steamed buns?" Soon, a middle-aged woman came to Gao Yan's stall and asked in a low voice. Gao Yan said, 3 cents apiece, no ticket required. "My white flour steamed buns are not made of ordinary flour, but nutritious flour. Eat one and you won't be hungry for a day." The middle-aged woman obviously didn't believe Gao Yan's words. However, 3 cents apiece does not require a ticket, and its price is about the same as ordinary white flour steamed buns, but the middle-aged woman still bargained for a while. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was not impressed, and the other party finally spent 90 cents to buy 3. In the period of food shortage, white flour steamed buns were already a luxury. Most people ate steamed buns made of corn flour, which were difficult to swallow and would get stuck in the throat, so they needed to be eaten with soup. Therefore, Gao Yan's white flour steamed buns really have no worries about selling. In less than 20 minutes, a basket of white flour steamed buns was sold out. Moreover, Gao Yan would tell every buyer that this is a white flour steamed bun made of nutritious flour, and eating one is enough for a day. Seeing that 100 steamed buns were sold out so quickly, so Gao Yan went to the black market and brought in another 100 steamed buns, to continue selling, and the business was still hot. They were sold out in less than 10 minutes. The main reason was that he met a big customer who bought 30 in one go. Seeing that there were still many people who didn't buy it, Gao Yan simply went to the black market again and brought in 100 steamed buns again. Although there was no big customer this time, the sales speed was still not satisfactory. It took only 18 minutes to sell out. And he also won 90 yuan in cash. However, his behavior of selling white flour, steamed buns in large quantities was also targeted by some people. Sixth brother, I suspect this kid has a lot of white flour in his hands. Should we take it? Sixth brother narrowed his eyes, send 2 smart people to follow him and see what his origin is. Okay, sixth brother, I'll arrange it now. When Gao Yan left the black market, he found 2 more tails behind him. Obviously, he sold 300 white flour buns at a time and attracted people's attention. If he was an ordinary person, he would definitely be scared. But he was not. So, he quickened his pace and flashed into an alley. When the 2 tails chased into the alley, they found that Gao Yan had disappeared long ago. Silently returned to the back house. Gao Yan's mind moved. The system interface appeared. However, there was a small interface next to the system interface. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, parallel world. Income, 90 yuan. According to the current speed of making money, 90 yuan per night, you can make 2,700 yuan a month. This speed is a bit slow. But it doesn't matter. He is just making the nutritious steamed buns famous now. When the fame spreads, he will sell them in large quantities, and the speed of making money will definitely increase. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up on time and had to go to work today. So, the cold yard became lively. After washing at the faucet, Gao Yan took out a nutritious steamed bun from the mustard seed space and ate it, then went to the Red Star steel rolling mill. Although Gao Yan looked down on that little salary, the identity of a worker was a cover, so he still had to keep this identity. Weigua, why are you here so early today? Young people are hot-tempered. If you can't sleep, just come to the factory. Early. Missing a woman? Wang Jiangang asked with a smile. Yes, master, I was an apprentice before, and I didn't dare to find a wife. Now I am a first-level worker, and I plan to find a wife. Gao Yan said with a smile. He will stay in this world for decades, and he can't always be a bachelor. Besides, he is used to being served by others, and now he has to wash and cook by himself, which he is not used to. The best way is to find a wife. Wang Jiangang joked, don't I know that you have high standards, but don't be too picky and become an old bachelor. In this way, I will ask your master's wife to help you keep an eye out, and arrange for you to meet if there is a suitable one. Thank you very much, master. Gao Yan said hurriedly. Wang Jiangang is 46 years old, a 6th-level fitter, and a good friend of Gao Weigua's deceased father. After Gao Weigua entered the steel rolling mill, he took him in as an apprentice and took good care of Gao Weigua. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of a question and asked, System, did Gao Weigua really exist before I came here? System, no, it's just a projection that exists as Gao Weigua, not a real person. Gao Yan, that's good. Soon, other workers arrived one after another. Gao Weigua's interpersonal relationships were still good, and many people congratulated him on his promotion to first-level worker. But no one asked him to treat him. Now that food is tight, he has to get food stamps to eat in restaurants. You kid usually practice secretly, right? After going to work, Wang Jiangang observed Gao Yan and found that Gao Yan had just been promoted to the first-level worker, but he processed the work pieces of the first-level worker very smoothly. He doesn't look like a newcomer at all, and he even does better than those senior third-level and fourth-level workers. I'm not a master yet. How can you teach me well? Gao Yan sent a slap in the face. Wang Jiangang was very useful to Gao Yan's flattery. He originally wanted to give Gao Yan some guidance, but he didn't expect that Gao Yan didn't need his guidance at all. After a few words of encouragement, he returned to his post. Although Gao Yan can finish the morning's work in half an hour, however, he still controlled his speed. Soon, the time came to noon. Everyone headed towards the cafeteria together. In the kitchen, Ma Weimin's eyes were constantly scanning the queue, and finally he saw Gao Yan standing at the leftmost window serving food, so he immediately replaced the apprentice worker serving food at the left window. It's Gao Yan's turn. Ma Weimin asked jokingly, "Boy, what do you want to eat?" 2 white flour buns and 1 potato. Ma Weimin selected 2 white flour buns and handed them to Gao Yan, but the spoon in his hand bounced several times, and in the end there were only 3 slices of potatoes and half a spoon of soup left. In this regard, Gao Yan did not show any dissatisfaction. After finishing the dishes, he turned around and left. Coward. Seeing that Gao Yan didn't even dare to fart, Ma Weimin felt proud, but for some reason, he was confused and asked the co-worker standing behind Gao Yan, "What can I eat?" 3 steamed buns and 1 cabbage vermicelli. Then Ma Weimin started shaking the spoon again, and only half a spoonful ended up in the worker's lunchbox. The worker immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. But Ma Weimin didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he scolded, "Get out of here after the beating, the people behind are still waiting." The workers at the back started urging. In desperation, the worker had no choice but to suffer a loss. But then, Ma Weimin frantically scooped the spoon, and no matter who it was, he only gave half a spoon. There are even a few senior workers among them. You must know that these senior workers are the treasures of the factory, and no senior worker has many apprentices. Therefore, several apprentices of senior workers knew that Ma Weimin dared to tip their master's spoon, so they rushed into the kitchen and beat Ma Weimin. In the end, people from the security department were provoked. However, after investigation, it was found that Ma Weimin was the first to deprive the workers of food, and there were also many senior workers. Therefore, after some discussion, we verbally educated the workers who beat others. As for Ma Weimin, he was directly fined half a month's salary and was notified of his behavior. Hearing the plan to deal with Ma Weimin on the radio, Gao Yan sneered. Secretly. Yes, he was the one who hypnotized Ma Weimin and made him shake the spoon. Fighting in the cafeteria is normal, but it is also annoying. Although Ma Weimin was a little stupid, he didn't dare to mess with the senior worker. This penalty of half a month's salary is enough to make this guy suffer for a long time. If he dares to provoke him next time, then continue to mess with him. Originally, 3 meals a day could be eaten in the factory cafeteria. But isn't there a food shortage now? So now the factory only provides lunch. After get off work in the afternoon, Gao Yan did not go home directly, but headed towards the nearby vegetable market. Now Gao Yan doesn't need to turn on the fire to cook. But who let him live in the courtyard? If you don't fire every day, people will be suspicious. By the way, there are restrictions on traveling to this world. You must stay Here for 10 days, before you can travel back. After buying 2 green vegetables, Gao Yan wandered towards the courtyard. When he stepped into the courtyard, he happened to see Sun Yugue, the front yard manager, cleaning his precious bicycle. Bicycles are nothing rare in the real world. But in this world, it is quite rare. Take a large steel rolling mill, for example, with tens of thousands of workers, but only a few bicycle tickets a year. These bicycle tickets are not even enough for the leaders. How could they fall into the hands of the workers? As for Sun Yugui's bicycle, he bought it second-hand and didn't ask for a ticket. Even so, he takes care of it like a baby, and takes care of it every day. Uncle Sun, I'm taking care of your bicycle again. It's Weigua. I heard that you have been promoted to first-level worker. Congratulations. Hey, I'm lucky too, I got through by chance. As he spoke, Gao Yan also returned to his sitting room. Soon, Gao Yan quickly stir-fried a plate of green vegetables. His cooking skills were average, but he had super seasonings. Therefore, the dish of green vegetables was fragrant and spread throughout the front yard. Who is this? The fried food is so fragrant? It seems that he came from Gao Wei's country. This kid is not simple. Just eating green vegetables, Gao Yan ate 3 nutritious steamed buns in a row. Ordinary people could only eat 1, otherwise they would feel full. However, his digestion ability was far superior to ordinary people, and he would not feel full even if he ate 7 or 8. Hey, it's so boring. After finishing the meal, Gao Yan became bored after cleaning the dishes. Just escape into my world and practice. After midnight, Gao Yan walked out of my world, changed a set of clothes, quietly left the compound and went straight to the black market. Same as last night. After paying an admission fee of 10 cents, he started setting up a stall. Yesterday's seat was taken by someone, so he changed his seat. The customers who bought steamed buns yesterday were deeply skeptical of Gao Yan's words, but tonight, they were convinced. Because after eating the steamed buns, they didn't feel hungry all day long. And they were in good spirits. So, less than 5 minutes. The 100 steamed buns in Gao Yan's back were snatched up by the regular customers last night. Anyone who didn't buy one asked if there was any left. Gao Yan said there was still more. Soon, Gao Yan returned to the black market with 4 backs of bamboo buns. Less than 10 minutes. 400 steamed buns were sold out again. Gao Yan also gained 120 yuan. Almost. Gao Yan doesn't plan to sell tonight. But just as he was about to leave the black market, he was stopped by 2 young men. Is something wrong? Gao Yan asked calmly. Brother, our 6th brother wants to see you. Okay, lead the way. Gao Yan said lightly. The 2 men were overjoyed and took him to see the so-called 6th brother. Soon, Gao Yan met the so-called 6th brother in a courtyard. He was in his early 30s, with a thin body and a centipede scar on his face, and he faintly exuded a fierce aura. At the same time, his eyes were a bit fierce. When Gao Yan stepped into the courtyard, he was scrutinizing him with his eyes. This man has seen blood and has lives on his hands. Gao Yan judged. What do you call brother? Suddenly, 6th brother showed a smile, but it was sinister. Gao Yan. It turns out to be brother Gao, please sit down. Gao Yan sat down and said, I never like beating around the bush. Why did you invite me here? Tell me. Be bold. A strong man stared at Gao Yan with evil eyes and yelled. Xiaowu, stand down. Brother Six was silent for a moment, then waved his hand, because he found that Gao Yan never showed any timidity from beginning to end. Brother Gao, Wu Lao Lu, have invited you here today, because I want to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation method? You should have a lot of white flour on your hands, right? Wu Lao Lu asked. Indeed, quite a few. Gao Yan nodded, they are all nutritious white flour. I believe you have also heard clearly. One tail of my steamed buns made from nutritious white flour can keep you from being hungry for a whole day. I am not ambiguous with you. At 2 yuan a pound, I can do it. I'll give you 10,000 caddies first, can you eat it? Hearing this, Wu Laolu lowered his head and thought deeply. 1 pound of white flour can make 10 steamed buns and sell them for 30 cents each. For that 1 pound of white flour, he will have a profit of 1 yuan. Brother Gao, please come on, when will we trade? Wu Laolu raised his head and said firmly. It depends on when you can prepare the money. 10,000 kilograms of nutritious flour is worth 20,000 yuan, which is not a small amount of money. In this way, in the early hours of tomorrow night, we will be trading near the black market. Okay, see you tomorrow night then. Gao Yan stood up and strode outside. Brother Six, do you want to send someone to follow? No. Wu Laolu waved his hand. It is definitely not an ordinary person who can get 10,000 kilograms of flour in this special period. Moreover, this flour is not ordinary flour. Return to the upside-down room. Gao Yan called up the system panel. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, parallel world. Income, 240 yuan. As long as you trade with Wu Laolu a few times, you can level up. If Wu Laolu had no other thoughts, he could still do nutritious beef business with him. Time, in a blink of an eye, came to noon of the next day. Gao Yan and several workers came to the number 2 canteen where Ma Weimin was sitting, talking and laughing with their lunchboxes. There are tens of thousands of workers in the steel rolling mill. There are 3 canteens. Glancing at the window where Ma Weimin was, Gao Yan lined up directly behind him. If that old bachelor Ma Weimin still dared to give him a blow, then don't blame him for getting beaten up by a group of people again. After a few minutes, it's Gao Yan's turn. Ma Weimin in the window looked a little weak. What are you eating? 2 wawatu and 1 cabbage vermicelli. The 2 wawatu Ma Weimin couldn't do anything, but when they were picking up the dishes, this guy actually overturned the spoon again and gave Gao Yan only half a spoon. Ma Weimin, you are really stubborn. Gao Yan sneered in his heart, picked up the lunchbox and turned around to leave. Ma Weimin, who originally didn't dare to give others the spoon, was confused and started to spoon again. When being reprimanded by his workmates, Ma Weimin's attitude was extremely arrogant, making those workmates hate him with it. What a coincidence. Today, the canteen director came to inspect. Seeing that Ma Weimin remained stubborn, he couldn't help but get furious. Ma Weimin, what's wrong with you? The whole factory was just informed yesterday. Do you want to do it again today? I have the final say on my territory. I just like to mess with things. Why? Ma Weimin retorted without fear. This made the canteen director very angry. Lawless, you kid is simply lawless. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan smiled. These days, although we can't fire workers casually, there is still no problem in dealing with you. Therefore, Ma Weimin once again mentioned it to the whole audience. Fined 3 months' salary. At the same time, the chef's level was reduced to level 9, and his salary was directly reduced to 27.5 yuan. After get off work this afternoon, Gao Yan walked towards the nearby vegetable market. I bought a cabbage and carried it towards the courtyard. After returning to the sitting room, Gao Yan quickly started cooking. Use 2/3 of a cabbage for stir-frying and the remaining 1/3 for soup. In addition, he also steamed a pot of steamed buns. Just as he put the food on the table, a middle-aged woman appeared at the door. "Weigua, you are eating. This dish is very delicious. I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills. It's Aunt Chen, come in quickly, you're just in time, let's have some together." While talking, Gao Yan went to get another pair of bowls and chopsticks and put them on the table. Aunt Chen wanted to refuse, but smelling the smell made her heart move. Gao Yan saw this. "Aunt Chen, do you dislike my family's simple life? How can this be done? Then I will shamelessly eat some." "Then please take a seat." Gao Yan said hello and scooped a bowl of cabbage soup into Aunt Chen's bowl. This Aunt Chen is a well-known matchmaker. She almost introduced a couple, but she encountered a Waterloo here in Gao Weigua. After several introductions, she failed. As a result, this became her heartache, so she vowed in her heart that she would introduce someone to Gao Weigua that she was satisfied with, and she would not change her golden name. Of course, this also has something to do with Gao Wei's conduct as a person. The two chatted while eating. When Aunt Chen tasted Gao Yan's cabbage, she was full of praise. Gao Yan replied that if she didn't mind eating poorly, she would come here to eat more often in the future. Although Aunt Chen knew that Gao Yan's words were polite, she felt quite relieved. These days, life is difficult for everyone. She introduces wives to others, and if she meets a generous one, she can give her an introduction fee of 2 or 3 yuan. If you meet someone in the family who is stingy, give him a piece. Some even don't even give money, just give them something. After dinner, Aunt Chen took out her handkerchief and wiped her mouth. "Weigua, this time I will find a good one for you. She is very handsome and she is also a regular worker in the textile factory. If you marry her, your family will be double career." "Aunt Chen, do you have any photos?" "Yes, I'm bringing it with me." Aunt Chen quickly took out a photo and handed it to Gao Yan. This girl looks to be about 20 years old, with 2 thick and black braids, but she is not very good looking, probably in her 70s. Take a look with your discerning eye. Sure enough, it was only 76 points. In fact, if the appearance value reaches 70, it can already be called beautiful. But Gao Yan has a high vision. If he doesn't look down on people over 80, how can he look down on people over 70? Seeing Gao Yan only glance at it twice before returning the photo to her, Aunt Chen knew that Gao Yan didn't like it. So, he said with some hesitation, "Weigua, the street office recently accepted a group of people who fled from famine, and among them there is a very handsome girl named Li Mengyao. Do you have any photos of Aunt Chen?" Gao Yan became interested. "There are no photos. If you are interested, I can take you to the street to have a wedding. However, the little girl is quite stubborn. If you want to marry her, you have to bring her sister with you." Speaking of this, Aunt Chen sighed deeply, but these days, no family is short of food. No matter how beautiful she is not willing to marry a loser and go home. If it were the original Gao Weigua, when he heard this situation, he would definitely refuse without even thinking. It is true that he has money, but now, it is difficult to buy food even if he has money. but Gao Yan is different. Don't talk about raising one more person, it's no problem even if you raise 10 more. So, he said, Aunt Chen, let's go to the street office tomorrow at noon to have a blind date. If you like her, you can bring her sister to marry her, no problem. Hearing this, Aunt Chen's face changed slightly, and she regretted that she had talked too much. Weigua, why don't we forget it? Aunt Chen will introduce it to you in the future. Aunt Chen can't trick you. Gao Yan also knew that Aunt Chen was doing it for his own good, so he said with a smile, Aunt Chen, you know that I have a good taste. Besides, I may not be able to take a liking to you. That's it. Aunt Chen thought for a moment and said, how about we go now? The street office is also worried about settling them. Okay, Aunt Chen, let's walk. So the old man and the young man got up and headed towards the street office. Unexpectedly, he met Ma Weiman as soon as he walked out of the courtyard. Seeing Aunt Chen walking with Gao Yan, his face suddenly darkened. Could it be that matchmaker Chen had come to propose marriage to Gao Weigua again? Gao Weigua, what are you doing here? Go on a blind date. Gao Yanchao smiled teasingly at him. Upon hearing this, Ma Weiman's face suddenly darkened. Not a moment later, the two came to the street office. After explaining the situation to Director Wang of the sub-district office, Director Wang suddenly became enthusiastic and even praised Gao Yan. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chen immediately understood that Director Wang was deliberately setting up Gao Yan in order to solve the resettlement problem for this group of refugees. So he quickly said, Director Wang, we in Weigua have very high standards. Although the little girl Li Mengyao is pretty, we in Weigua may not like her. Gao Yan was not the original Gao Weigua. How could he not understand Director Wang's thoughts? However, he did not refuse Aunt Chen's kindness. So he just smiled and said nothing. Soon, they came to a dilapidated compound. Those who fled were temporarily resettled nearby. Enter the courtyard. Director Wang first asked Gao Yan and the others to wait, and then she went to call Sister Li Mengyao out. Soon, two girls, one older and one younger, dressed in tatters, followed Director Wang out. Both sisters are very thin. Their skin is slightly yellow due to long-term deprivation of food, which is obviously due to malnutrition. But it can be seen that both sisters are beautiful women. Weigua, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, and this is her sister Li Mengyao. Mengyao, and this is Gao Weigua, a formal worker in the steel rolling mill. Hello. Gao Yan smiled and greeted the two sisters. But the two sisters were a little timid and only responded in a low voice. Sister Chen, let's go aside and let them chat. Director Wang winked at Aunt Chen. Okay, let them communicate first. Aunt Chen nodded. And Gao Yan also opened his eyes of insight. Li Mingyao's data also appeared in his eyes. First of all, Li Mingyao's appearance is just at 90 points. Of course, her real appearance is more than 90. After all, she fled all the way to the capital and was not only hungry but also frightened, so she naturally looked haggard. But what makes Gao Yan strange is that the opponent's figure is actually 95 points. She obviously has flat breasts. Could it be? Gao Yan thought of a possibility. Of course, what Gao Yan cares about most is special. He was not disappointed. Special is still 100. Closing his inside eye, he said in a serious tone, Comrade Li Mengyao, let me introduce myself first. My name is Gao Weigua. I am 21 years old. I am the Only one in the family. I am currently a first-level fitter at the Hongqing steel rolling plant. My salary is 33 yuan. I have also heard about the situation. If you are satisfied with me, bring your sister and marry her into my family. Hearing that Gao Yan didn't mind her taking her sister to marry him, Li Mengyao couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She also raised her head at this moment after she had been lowering her head. When she saw Gao Yan's appearance clearly, her cheeks turned red and she thought to herself, he's really good looking. Comrade Li Mengyao, you haven't answered my question yet? I do. Li Mengyao whispered. Okay, it's done. You go in and clean up first. I'll go talk to Director Wang, Gao Yan said with a smile. The next thing became a matter of course. Director Wang was very happy, while Aunt Chen sighed and said nothing more. I don't know if Director Wang directly transferred the household registration of the two sisters Li Mengyao to Gao Yan's household registration in order to get rid of the two burdens. At the same time, a letter of introduction was opened for Li Mengyao. As for Gao Yan's letter of introduction, he would have to go to the factory leaders to get it tomorrow. With the letter of introduction, the two can get a marriage certificate. Get it out of the street. Gao Yan said to Aunt Chen, Aunt Chen, thank you for what happened today. Hey, just don't blame Aunt Chen from now on. How can I blame you? Gao Yan said quickly, by the way, Aunt Chen, I have to trouble you one more thing. Take Mengyao and Mingya to the bathhouse to wash up, and I will buy them 2 sets of clothes. Inside the bathhouse, the Li sisters, who had put on new clothes inside and out, also had a new look. At the same time, Li Mengyao, who had removed her breast binding, also showed her proud figure. Weigua, you have good vision. You will definitely not be hungry when you have children in the future. Aunt Chen joked with a smile. That's right. Gao Yan also smiled proudly, and then took out $5 and stuffed it into Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, thanks to you this time, otherwise, how could I have married such a beautiful daughter-in-law? This is matchmaking money for you. Weigua, this is too much. Aunt Chen looked at the 5 yuan in her hand and wanted to refuse. Aunt Chen, how many times have you come back and forth to my house? You are so concerned about my affairs. You deserve 5 yuan. You can just keep it. With peace of mind. Besides, I don't plan to hold a wedding banquet. Wait for me. After getting the certificate with Mengyao, I will give you wedding candy. Gao Yan said quickly. Aunt Chen's family was not having a good time, and 5 yuan can bring a lot of help to her family. Good boy. Aunt Chen said movedly. After saying goodbye to Aunt Chen, Gao Yan took Sister Chen Mengyao towards the courtyard. At the same time, I was thinking about how to buy another house. I couldn't squeeze 3 people into one room. Suddenly, he remembered that there was also an inversion room in the middle courtyard. However, this house belongs to the steel rolling mill. If you want to live in it, you have to go to the steel rolling mill. It seems that I have to go to the black market tonight. Weigua, are there any relatives at home? Just as he took the 2 sisters into the courtyard, Sun Yugue, who was playing with flowers and plants in front of the door, glanced at the Li sisters with curious eyes. Uncle Sun, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, my fiancé. I will go to testify tomorrow. This is Li Mengyao, my fiancé's sister. Mengyao. This is Uncle Sun, the steward of our front yard. Call someone. Hello, Uncle Sun. Hello, Uncle Sun. Both women quickly called for someone. Weigua is so lucky. Sun Yugui praised, but secretly thought in his heart, he didn't expect Gao Weigua to find such a beautiful little wife. Soon, the news that Gao Weigua came back with a beautiful fiancée spread in the courtyard. Many young people rushed outside Gao Yan's house to see what was going on. So, Gao Yan stood up, opened the door, and said to the group of people, "Why are you all gathering here? Weigua, I heard that you brought back a beautiful daughter-in-law, let's take a look." The speaker was Chen Manjun, the eldest son of Chen Dajiang, the steward of the intermediate court. He was also working in the steel rolling mill, but he had not yet become a regular worker and was a temporary worker. It's hard to find a job now. Even if Chen Dajiang is a 7th-level lathe worker, he cannot let his son become a formal worker directly. Upon hearing Gao Yan's words, others also started to cheer. If you want to see a wife, ask your parents to marry you one, and get out of here, Gao Yan said angrily. Seeing that Gao Yan had no intention of showing it to them, everyone left in a hurry. Drive away the gang of young people in the courtyard. Gao Yan closed the door again. Then he pretended to take out 2 hot white steamed buns from the pot, took out a piece of braised beef, cut it into slices, and brought them to the table. Together. Eat it. Thanks. The 2 sisters thanked them. We are all a family, so thank you, and eat quickly. Gao Yan smiled. Then he got up and poured a bowl of cold boiled water for each of the 2 sisters. Are you full? After a while, the 2 sisters ate the steamed buns, but the braised beef did not move much. Full. The 2 sisters nodded. In this way, you sisters will rest in this room tonight, and I will live outside. I will rent a room for my little sister to live in tomorrow. Gao Yan talked about his thoughts. Brother-in-law, I can lay the floor. Li Mingya said weakly. No, it's cold now, and you'll catch a cold easily if you sleep on the ground. Gao Yan waved his hand. By the way, close the door when you go to bed at night, and I'll leave first. Watch Gao Yan leave. Li Mingya, who was originally timid, was no longer cautious. Sister, you are so lucky. I think your brother-in-law is such a good person. Li Mingya nodded. When you grow up, you must repay your brother-in-law. Well. Li Mingya nodded and said firmly, I will repay my brother-in-law well. Gao Yan went to a nearby guest house and opened a room. It's early morning. Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, flew down from the window on the 2nd floor of the guest house silently, and then turned into an afterimage and went straight to the black market. After approaching the black market, the muscles on his face squirmed, and then he changed into another look. The transaction with Wu Laolu went very smoothly. The other party didn't play any tricks, which made Gao Yan think more highly of him. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, Parallel World. Income, 20,240 yuan. After looking at the sub-interface, Gao Yan put it away and lay down to sleep. Early next morning, Gao Yan returned to the courtyard. Sister Li Mengyao had already woken up and already preparing breakfast. But apart from stick noodles, Gao Yan's house didn't have anything else. So, while eating, I took out the plate of braised beef from last night. While eating, Gao Yan said to Li Mengyao, after dinner, I will go to the factory to get a letter of introduction, and then I will come back to pick you up to get the certificate. After getting the certificate, we will go to buy some candy and send it back. As for the banquet, it cannot be held at this time. What do you think? I listen to you. Li Mengyao said obediently. Okay, let's do it. By the way, what is the situation at home? Li Mengyao fell into memories, and then told about the situation at home. Now, the whole country is short of food, and the same is true for the countryside where Li Mengyao lives. The family has long run out of food, and everyone can only go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, but wild vegetables are also limited. After eating wild vegetables, they can only eat tree bark and grass roots. Li Mingyao's family has a total of 8 people. Grandpa, grandma, father, mother, an older brother, and a younger brother. In order not to drag down the family, Li Mengyao took her sister and followed the people fleeing from the famine in the village all the way north one night. Li Mengyao was born beautiful. On the way to escape from famine, many people also had their eyes on her. But she was still quite smart. After experiencing 2 crises, she first wrapped her chest and then made her whole body dirty. Only then did she successfully arrive in Beijing. You sisters have suffered, but don't worry, I will never let you sisters suffer again after following me, Gao Yan said with a firm tone, and then his eyes fell on Li Mingya. Mingya, did you study in your hometown? Brother-in-law, I studied in the 3rd grade in my hometown. You are still young. After a while, I will see if I can arrange for you to go to school, to continue studying. Ah, can I still study? Li Mingya was flattered. You are so old, why don't you study? Gao Yan smiled. Thank you, brother-in-law, I will repay you when I grow up, Li Mingya said happily. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gao Yan left the courtyard and went to the factory. He did not go to the workshop, but went straight to the office of Deputy Director Song Jigua. When he arrived at the office building and found that there was no one around, he had an extra bag in his hand. Knock knock. Little comrade, what can I do for you? Song Jigua looked at Gao Yan and asked. Director Song, I am Gao Weigua from the fitter workshop. The street office introduced me to a wife. I am going to get the marriage certificate today, so I need your letter of introduction. Marriage is a good thing. Having a family can help you better serve the country, Song Jigua said with a smile, and then he quickly opened a letter of introduction for Gao Yan. Director Song, I have another favor to ask of you. Then Gao Yan mentioned that he wanted to rent the back house in the middle courtyard. Hearing this, Song Jigua showed an embarrassment. Director Song, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it. At this time, Gao Yan opened the bag, revealing a large piece of pork belly. When Song Jigua saw such a large piece of pork belly, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Before the famine, he could still cook in the canteen to satisfy his cravings. But now the special meals have been cancelled. After all, everyone is short of food. You leaders are still eating and drinking. Aren't you just waiting to be reported? So, Song Jigua hasn't eaten meat for a while. A few minutes later, Gao Yan walked out of Song Jigua's office with a smile on his face. The rent was also settled. For 2 yuan a month, the house belonged to him. Afterwards, Gao Yan went to the logistics department to pay 2 yuan in rent. Got a note, and then went to the workshop to ask for a day off from the workshop director. He hurriedly returned to the courtyard. Brother Weigua, you are back. Seeing Gao Yan coming back, Li Mengyao stood up quickly and said, let's go get evidence. Soon, a group of 3 people arrived at the marriage registration office. The whole process went quite smoothly. Looking at this marriage certificate that looked like a certificate, Gao Yan felt a little sad. He was not married in his own world, but after traveling to a parallel world for a few days, he got married. Come on, let's go to the department store to buy wedding candies. After arriving at the department store, the two sisters couldn't help but look around, especially because there were many things inside that they had never seen before. Gao Yan first went to buy 4 kilograms of wedding candies, and then planned to buy 2 sets of clothes for each of the two sisters. But she was rejected by Li Mengyao. She said that she knew how to make clothes and could make them by herself, which would also save a lot of money. You know how to save money as soon as you marry into the family. Yes. Virtuous. Gao Yan kissed the bridge of Li Mingyao's nose. This kind of intimate behavior made her blush. Since Li Mingyao didn't want to buy clothes, Gao Yan followed him and pulled 2 pieces of cloth. By the way, we are getting married in a hurry, so let me give you a gift. No need, brother Weigua, I'm very satisfied now. Listen to me this time. Gao Yan directly grabbed Li Mingyao's hand and came to the counter, then chose a hairpin for each of the two sisters. Unexpectedly, she also received a gift. Li Mingyao was very happy and said thank you to Gao Yan several times. Purchased some more daily necessities. The 3 of them returned to the courtyard in large and small bags. The courtyard in the morning was relatively deserted, but almost all of them are left behind at home. So, Gao Yan took his 2 sisters to the door one by one to hand out wedding candies. Everyone who received the wedding candy expressed their blessings to them. After giving out the wedding candies, Gao Yan took the 2 sisters to the backseat room in the middle courtyard to clean up. Weigua, what are you doing? Their behavior attracted inquiries from the wife who was in charge of the intermediate court. Gao Yan said, Aunt Chen, aren't I married? I can't live in one room, so I rented this empty room from the factory for 2 yuan a month. When she heard that Gao Yan paid for the rent, Aunt Chen secretly curled her lips and felt that Gao Yan was taken advantage of, because not only was the area of the house small, but the lighting was also poor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be vacant until now. Moreover, she also found out that Gao Yan's daughter-in-law was fleeing from famine and brought an oil bottle with her. Although she is beautiful, she cannot be used as food. I thought to myself that I am afraid this kid will suffer a lot in the future. Seeing that the room was almost cleaned, Gao Yan went to the front yard and came over holding an old quilt. Li Mengyao directly took the quilt from his hand. Brother Weigua, let me do it. Okay. Gao Yan did not refuse and handed the quilt to Li Mengyao. I will go and give some wedding candies to Aunt Chen and Director Wang first, and then I will buy some food and come back. Let's have a good lunch. Soon, Gao Yan came to Aunt Chen's house. But Aunt Chen was not there, only her 2 daughters-in-law were there, so Gao Yan left the wedding candy and left. Then I went to the street office to distribute wedding candies and went straight to the vegetable market. Pork is naturally unavailable. Originally, he planned to get some game from Minecraft, but he didn't expect to meet someone buying chicken in the market. So, he bought an old hen without saying a word and spent 1.2 yuan. Subsequently, Gao Yan bought a few more kilograms of potatoes, 2 cabbages, and 2 green vegetables, and carried them back to the yard. Back home, Li Mengyao has already steamed the steamed buns. Seeing the old hen in Gao Yan's hand, Li Mengyao swallowed her saliva dissatisfiedly. Mengyao, can you cook? Gao Yan asked. I will. Li Mengyao nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll leave the cooking to you. Gao Yan was not polite. Although Li Mengyao was a beautiful woman, he had no intention of supporting her as a princess, unlike the dog-licking male protagonists in some era novels who would marry a beautiful wife and immediately treat her as a princess. It also aroused the envy of the surrounding neighbors. Only those who are rooted in this era know that if a woman cannot cook or do housework, she will be criticized. You are still envious. In the eyes of your neighbors, they will only say that your wife is not virtuous at all. In this day and age, reputation is very important. Therefore, Gao Yan can give sisters Li Mengyao and Li Mengyao a good life, but he will not spoil them. The two sisters are still very agile with their hands and feet. Soon, the old hen was taken care of. While handling the old hen, the aunts and daughters-in-law in the hospital also came to watch, and they all praised Li Mengyao's nimble hands and feet. This made Li Mengyao very happy and felt that she was also a useful person. Looking at Li Mengyao's busy figure, Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Mengyao, this is my secret seasoning, you put some in it when cooking. Gao Yan walked to the stove, pointed at a small bottle and said, Okay, Brother Weigua, I understand. Li Mengyao's cooking skills are already good, and with the addition of super seasonings, the smell of potato roasted chicken nuggets instantly spread throughout the courtyard. It made those aunts and daughters-in-law swallow their saliva one after another. This meal. All three of them were very satisfied with their meal. After dinner, Gao Yan found the fishing rod at home and said to the two sisters, let's go fishing. So, the team of one man and two women set off. Gao Yan is over 1.8 meters tall, Li Mengyao is only over 1.6 meters tall, and Li Mengyao, who is only 12 years old, is even shorter, only over 1.4 meters tall. Half an hour later, the three of them came to the river slowly. Gao Yan took a small hoe to dig earthworms, but in fact he got dozens of earthworms from my world. The earthworms in my world are nourished by spiritual energy, which will definitely attract fish to bite the hook. It was just as Gao Yan expected. Less than 5 minutes after fishing, Gao Yan pulled up a carp weighing more than 3 kilograms. Brother-in-law is really amazing. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but praise happily. Now there is not only a shortage of food, but also a shortage of meat. Therefore, there are many people who really come to the river to fish. As more people fished, the fish became smarter. Therefore, some people may not catch a single fish even if they sit by the river for a whole day. Gao Yan caught a fish just a few minutes after he arrived. For a moment, the fishermen around him all showed envious eyes. In the next half an hour, Gao Yan caught 5 more fish in succession, 3 carps and 2 crucian carps. Those who didn't catch any fish simply ran to Gao Yan to watch him fishing. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan caught 7 or 8 more fish, and the bucket he brought could no longer hold them. So Gao Yan also stopped while he was ahead and left with the two sisters. However, before leaving, he distributed the remaining earthworms to those who watched him fishing. After he left, those who used Gao Yan's earthworms actually got something, and suddenly realized that the young man's earthworms might be extraordinary. So many fish. Gao Yan and his 2 companions couldn't finish them all. So, Gao Yan simply kept 4 and gave the rest to the needy families in the courtyard. Of course, they didn't want it for nothing. Gao Yan gave them fish, and they gave him something in return. That night, the whole courtyard was filled with the aroma of fish. After dinner, Li Mengyao came to Gao Yan with a basin. Brother Weigua, I'll wash your feet. Tsk tisk. This wife was married, right? In another world, he had several girlfriends, but none of them washed his feet. Sihiyuan, in the back house of the front yard. Gao Yan sat on the wooden bed and let Li Mengyao pick up his feet, wipe them dry, and then gently put them on the slippers. After washing his feet, Li Mengyao washed her feet with the water he had used to wash his feet. Compared with yesterday, Li Mengyao looked much better. Throw out the inside eye again. Her appearance has been promoted from 90 to 91, her figure has not changed. But her favorability has reached 80 points. Gao Yan got up, took out a cloth bag from under the bed, and said to Li Mengyao, wife, this is 20 kilograms of corn flour, and here are 50 yuan. You can go to the post office to send it back to my father-in-law tomorrow. This corn flour was purchased by him in the black market after completing the transaction with Wu Laolu last night, and he changed his appearance and went to buy it, including the 5 kilograms of pork given to Song Jigua today. As for why he only sent the cheapest corn flour, because he was just an ordinary worker, sending 20 kilograms of corn flour could be said to be thrifty, but if he really sent white flour, it was estimated that someone would come to investigate the source of his white flour. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Li Mengyao showed gratitude and sobbed, Brother Weigua, thank you. When she took her sister to escape famine, her family had already used wild vegetables and tree bark to fill their stomachs. Until now, she didn't know how her family was doing. But she was sure that these 20 kilograms of corn flour would bring great help to her family. Family, don't talk about two sides. Gao Yan stepped forward and hugged Li Mengyao's waist. By the way, this is your household money. Go buy whatever your family needs. While speaking, Gao Yan took out another 20 yuan and stuffed it into Li Mengyao. Brother Weigua, is this too much? Li Mengyao was very surprised to see Gao Yan give her 20 yuan household money at once. Take it if I give it to you, and don't be reluctant to spend it. Gao Yan said in a deep voice, by the way, these are receipts, you should keep them. 2. After all, many things require not only money, but also receipts. Yes. Seeing Gao Yan's firm attitude, Li Mengyao didn't say anything else, but secretly decided in her heart that she must give Weigua a big fat boy to repay her. Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Gao Yan smiled. After a while, both of them took off their coats and lay down in the bed together. Gao Yan also directly hugged Li Mengyao into his arms. He found that Li Mengyao was nervous and her body became stiff, but soon, her body softened again, and she took the initiative to stick close to Gao Yan, and even reached out to hug him. But after a while, she found that Gao Yan did not make any extra movements. And she was a little confused. Then she bit her lip and said shyly in Gao Yan's ear, Brother Weigua, I'm ready. Silly girl, you have been running all the way, and your body is weak. How can I bear to torment you enough? So, you take care of your body for a while, and when you are well, we will have a wedding night. Hearing this, Li Mengyao was moved again, and said again, it's okay, brother Weigua, I can do it. Okay, don't think about it, go to sleep. Gao Yan patted Li Mengyao's small buttocks, which were very elastic. But Li Mengyao trembled all over and buried her head in Gao Yan's arms. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up and found that Li Mengyao was gone from the bed, but he got up first and prepared breakfast. After getting dressed and getting up, Gao Yan took out 3 eggs from the mustard space and asked Li Mengyao to cook them. Brother Weigua, just cook one, Mengyao, and I don't need to eat. Li Mengyao said hesitantly. Listen to me, cook it all, you and my little sister are lacking nutrition. Now, Gao Yan said in a positive tone. Thank you, Brother Weigua. Okay, we are husband and wife, don't thank me. While eating breakfast, Gao Yan looked at the small and dim back house, and the more he looked, the more dissatisfied he was. Suddenly, he had an idea. If he can't buy a house, can't he change the house? Yang Haijun's parents died early, but they left him a large house of more than 60 square meters. Relying on the pension left by his parents, Yang Haijun lived a lavish life. For a while, but after the pension was spent, his life became difficult. Relying on the monthly relief of 5 yuan is not enough to spend. So, this guy did a lot of stealing outside, but fortunately, he also knew that rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, so he didn't harm the neighbors in the compound. If he remembered correctly, Yang Haijun had just turned 17, and it would take at least half a year for him to take over his father's job. And the other party was alone, so as long as he compensated him with some money, he might not be unwilling to change houses. Then, he would find someone to renovate the house after changing it. It couldn't be much better than this back house. So, after Gao Yan finished his meal, he went to the middle courtyard. Knock knock. Gao Yan raised his hand and knocked on the door twice. Who is it? An impatient voice came from inside. Junzi, open the door, I'm your brother Weigua. Suddenly there was a movement in the room, and then the door opened, revealing a dark and thin face with a smile. Brother Weigua, come in quickly. Gao Yan never liked to beat around the bush, and said directly, Junzi, I just got married, and the house is too small, so I want to change with you. Upon hearing this, Yang Haijun's face changed, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Don't be so fierce, listen to me first. How could Gao Yan not know what Yang Haijun was thinking? He raised his hand and said, I won't take advantage of you. Mine is a back house, which is definitely not as good as yours. The market price of your house is about 400 yuan. If you are willing to exchange with me, I will subsidize you 400 yuan. Privately. What do you think? Hearing that Gao Yan was willing to subsidize 400 yuan, Yang Haijun was immediately delighted. Brother Weigua, you didn't lie to me? Gao Yan continued, we are all neighbors. Why would I lie to you? In addition, you will have to go to the factory to take over your father's job in half a year. At that time I will introduce my master to you. My master Wang Jiangang is a level 6 fitter. Hearing this, Yang Haijun was 100% willing in his heart. After entering the factory, having a master to guide you and not having a master to guide you are completely different things. What's more, the master is a level 6 worker. With such a master, are you still afraid of being bullied? Brother Weigua, you take such good care of your brother, so he should be sensible. Let's exchange houses, and you only need to give me 200 yuan. Don't. Gao Yan hurriedly stopped him, just 400 yuan. With this 400 yuan, you kids should not go out to fool around. Take advantage of this time to find more books on benchwork to study and prepare for entering the factory. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Yang Haijun was a little moved. Brother Weigua. Thank you, I will listen to you. Okay, you continue to sleep, I will go to the 3 managers to talk about this, and then sign an agreement under their witness, and then go to the Street office, to exchange the house deed. After leaving Yang Haijun's house, Gao Yan first went to Chen Dajiang's house in the middle court, holding a bag with half a pound of pork in it. Chen Dajiang is a 7th-level lathe operator. Although his salary is high, he only gets half a caddy of meat coupons a month. His wife, Aunt Chen, is a housewife. His son, Chen Manjun, is just a temporary worker and only gets 2 tails of meat coupons a month. 7 tails of pork is just enough for the 3 of them to smell the greasy smell, which is not enough to satisfy their cravings. Therefore, when they saw Gao Yan coming to the door with half a caddy of pork, the 3 of them were envious. Gao Yan didn't hesitate and said that he would exchange houses with Yang Haijun and hoped that he would help to be a witness. But Chen Dajiang is an upright person. Although he is greedy for meat, he doesn't want to do something that will be stabbed in the back. Just as he was about to refuse, Gao Yan whispered, "Uncle Chen, I won't exchange with Junzi for nothing. I will subsidize him 400 yuan privately." Upon hearing this, Chen Dajiang immediately had no scruples. Gao Yan was willing to subsidize 400 yuan, which was Yang Haijun taking advantage. So he agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Gao Yan brought half a caddy of pork to the backyard manager, Su Zihei. The other party was not as upright as Chen Dajiang. He didn't wait for Gao Yan to say that he would subsidize 400 yuan, but agreed directly for half a caddy of pork. However, Gao Yan still told him about the subsidy of 400 yuan. Finally, Gao Yan went to find Sun Yugui again. The relationship between the two parties was not bad. When he heard that Gao Yan and Yang Haijun exchanged houses, Sun Yugui said in a deep voice, "Weigua, you can't take such a bargain, it will ruin your reputation." "Don't worry, Uncle Sun, don't you know what kind of person I am? I didn't exchange with him for nothing. I subsidized him 400 yuan privately." Upon hearing this, Sun Yugui smiled, "Okay, you are generous, I agree to this. You take the pork back." "Hey, there is no reason to take back what you have sent out, Uncle Sun, I'm leaving first." After returning home, Gao Yan reminded Li Mengyao not to forget to mail the food, and then he went to the factory with a bag of wedding candy. After Gao Yan arrived at the fitter workshop, he walked to Wang Jiangang with a smile and put a handful of candy into his hand. "Master, I got married yesterday, this is wedding candy." Wang Jiangang was stunned, thinking that this boy was too fast. He said he wanted to find a wife the day before yesterday, and got married yesterday. Gao Yan lowered his voice and said, "Our street was assigned a group of people who fled famine, and there happened to be a young and beautiful girl. I fell in love with her, and then I got the certificate." "You are confused, kid, with your conditions, you can find a girl in the city. You find a refugee, how to get food?" Wang Jiangang said with a gloomy face. "Master, don't worry. I have a way to get food." "You're not talking about getting food on the black market, are you?" "Of course not." Gao Yan immediately denied, "I have a classmate who works as a buyer in a textile factory. He can get food outside the plan." "Really?" "Of course it's true." "That's good. If you don't have enough food, come to me, and I'll think of a way for you." "Thank you, master." In fact, Gao Yan knew that Master Wang Jianong's life was not easy. Although he was a level 6 worker, he had 3 daughters and a son, and his wife didn't work. So, he had to support 6 people by himself. Afterwards, Gao Yan distributed wedding candy to the workers in the workshop. Again, and they all received their blessings. Time passed quickly, and it was time for lunch again. Gao Yan walked slowly towards the second canteen with his lunchbox. He wanted to see if the old bachelor Ma Weimin would stir the spoon for him. What disappointed Gao Yan was, at several windows for serving food, he didn't see Ma Weimin. After thinking about it, Ma Weimin probably realized something. He didn't dare to serve food to others anymore, lest his mind would be confused again. After all, he had been fined 3 months' salary and demoted. If he made a mistake again, he might not even be able to keep his job as a chef. One day passed like this. Gao Yan deliberately went to the vegetable market, and when he came out, he had an extra half caddy of pork in his hand. When he got home, Li Mengyao had already prepared the meal. "Mengyao, cook this half caddy of pork too." Gao Yan handed the pork to Li Mengyao. "How about saving it for tomorrow?" "No, eat it today." Seeing Gao Yan's insistence, Li Mengyao had to obey him. Fortunately, the 3 stewards were eating meat tonight. Although the meat from Gao Yan's house was a little fragrant, it didn't seem abrupt. After dinner, Gao Yan went to find the 3 stewards, and then called Yang Haijun. In front of the 3 managers, the 2 signed a voluntary house exchange agreement. The 400 yuan was not written on it, and the 3 managers also signed it. After signing the agreement, Gao Yan was not vague. In front of the 3 managers, he took out 400 yuan and gave it to Yang Haijun, and agreed to go to the street office to exchange the house deed tomorrow morning. That night, Gao Yan hugged Li Mingyao's soft body and fell asleep beautifully. The next morning, he first went to the factory to ask for a 2-hour leave. Then he returned to the courtyard and called Yang Haijun to exchange the house deed. At first, the street office thought that Gao Yan forced Yang Haijun and called Yang Haijun aside for a private talk. Knowing that both parties were voluntary, plus the signatures of the 3 managers, the street reissued the house deed for the 2. Then after returning to the courtyard, both parties began to move. Gao Yan's family didn't have much stuff, and Yang Haijun's family didn't have much either. However, Yang Haijun was still a half-grown child, so his home was inevitably a little dirty and messy. Gao Yan didn't care and went to the factory after moving. As for the hygiene of the house, Li Mengyao and her sister would take care of it. After arriving at the factory, Gao Yan hurried to do the morning task. Even though he slowed down his hand speed, he finished the work just after 11 o'clock. "Weigua, it seems that you have completely mastered the work of a first-level worker, so I will teach you the work of a second-level worker." "Thank you, master." "Don't thank me, you are talented and work hard." Gao Yan is not the original Gao Weigua. Under Wang Jianang's words and deeds, his learning progress is very fast. Wang Jiangang was stunned and thought to himself, this kid is hiding his clumsiness. In fact, let alone a second-level worker, even if it is an 8th-level worker, Gao Yan can fully master it as long as he looks at it twice. If there were no restrictions on the level test, he guaranteed to pass 1 level a day and become the youngest 8th-level fitter in the country. Because of the shortage of resources, the factory is also strict with the level test. For example, his master Wang Jiangang actually has the level of a 7th level worker, but the factory just suppresses him from taking the exam. Because a 6th-level worker can only be considered an intermediate worker, and a 7th-level worker is a senior worker. Once you step into the senior worker, the salary will be greatly improved. "Master, you want to decorate your house. Do you know anyone who does decoration? Gao Yan asked Wang Jiangang during the break. I really know someone. After get off work in the afternoon, you come with me. And I will take you there. Thank you very much, master. After get off work in the afternoon, Gao Yan followed Wang Jiangang to a small courtyard. Several families also lived in this small courtyard. The person Wang Jiangang introduced to him was Niu Dajuan, a carpenter. Gao Yan planned to convert the house into a bedroom, hall, kitchen, and bathroom. After listening to his request, Niu Dajuan also thought about it and told him that it would be difficult to build a bathroom in the house and the cost would be quite high. Gao Yan disagreed with this. We were determined to build a bathroom, mainly because the compound was full of public toilets. It was okay in winter, but once summer came, the smell was too much. After a discussion, the materials and everything else were included, a total of 300 yuan, plus the room where Li Mingyao lived, a total of 400 yuan, and the construction period was 20 days. I'll add 100 yuan, can you finish it in 10 days? Gao Yan said. Okay, then I'll find a few more people. So, after paying a deposit of 300 yuan, the matter was settled. Back home, Li Mingyao had already prepared dinner. Li Mingyao, the sister-in-law, was also good. When she saw Gao Yan coming back, she brought hot water for Gao Yan to wash his face and hands. During dinner, Gao Yan asked, have you mailed the food and money back to our parents? Li Mingyao smiled and said, I have already sent it. That's good. Gao Yan nodded, I plan to find someone to renovate our 2 houses. Someone will come to measure tomorrow morning. Please receive them. Okay, Brother Weigua. These days, there is a lack of entertainment projects. Most families' entertainment projects are probably to make little people. No wonder there are few single children. At night, on the bed, Gao Yan hugged Li Mingyao and said, do you feel bored these 2 days? No. Li Mingyao said, I have been chatting and making fun with the ants and young wives in the yard these 2 days. It's good that you are not bored. So, while the weather is not too cold, you can take Mingyao around and take a good look at our capital. No, when you rest, we will go together. Muma, my good wife, your husband loves you so much. Gao Yan kissed Li Mingyao on the face. Li Mingyao blushed as Gao Yan said these cheesy words, but she still whispered, Brother Weigua, I love you too. A night of silence. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Yan wandered to the factory. After completing the task, Gao Yan walked to Wang Jianong's workstation and said, Master, I will bring my wife to your house tonight to recognize my family. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Wang Jianong's face. Gao Yan brought his newlywed daughter-in-law to visit him, which was a sign of her closeness to him. Okay, it just so happened that your wife went back to her parents' house and brought back a big goose. Let's eat goose stewed in an iron pot tonight. Then I'll be blessed, it's great. Time flies, and it's time to get off work. Gao Yan quickly returned to the courtyard, and then prepared a bottle of wine. 2 kilograms of bacon, 1 kilogram of braised beef, 1 kilogram of candy, 5 kilograms of white noodles and a large front door in a bag, and called sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao to go to Wang Jianong's home. Go. Although there was no shortage of money and there was mustard seed space, Gao Yan still bought a lot of things from mustard seed space. Mingyao, will anyone come to inspect the house today? Gao Yan asked. I've been here, but Master Niu asked me to tell you that it will take a day to prepare the decoration materials, and the decoration will start the day. After tomorrow, Li Mengyao replied. The three of them talked and took more than 20 minutes to arrive at Wang Jianong's home. Master, I'm here. Gao Yan Wang Jiangang shouted. Get in the house quickly. Wang Jiangang greeted, then looked at Li Mengyao, and said with a smile, What? A handsome girl, no wonder you got married so soon, maybe you are afraid of being snatched away. That's right, if you have a quick hand, you will have it, but if you have a slow hand, you won't. Gao Yan followed Wang Jianong's words, and then said to the two girls. Mengyao, this is my master, call someone quickly. Master. Master. The two women quickly shouted respectfully. At this time, Mistress Li Hohot also walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, What a handsome girl, this brat is so lucky. Master, the goose you stewed is so delicious. Gao Yan praised. It smells good. Eat more later. By the way, where are my junior sisters and junior brothers? Gao Yan asked. Again. They are all playing outside. They will come back after dinner. As the saying goes, if you talk about Chow Chow, Chow Chow will come. Mom and Dad, we are back, is the food ready? The speaker was Wang Jianong's youngest son, Wang Xiaobao, who was only 6 years old this year. Wang Jianong's 3 daughters are named Wang Chunhua, Wang Xiaohua, and Wang Qiuhua, and their ages are 14, 12 and 8 years old, respectively. The standard one is born every 2 years. This is not the first time Gao Yan has come to Wang Jianong's house, so the 4 little guys are quite familiar with him. Especially 14-year-old Wang Chunhua blushed a little when she saw Gao Yan. Brother Gao, you're here. Hello, Brother Gao. Brother Gao, have you brought any snacks? It was Wang Xiaobao who asked him if he had brought a gift. Every time he came to the house, he would bring some snacks, which made the little guy develop a habit. Bring it, there are fruit candies. Gao Yan pointed to the bag on the table. Wow, there's candy. Wang Xiaobao shouted happily and went straight to the bag on the table. When Wang Xiaobao took out the contents of the bag, Wang Jianong's face changed slightly, and he said to Gao Gao in a deep voice, You brat, who asked you to bring so many things? Master, you forgot, I got in touch with my classmate who was a buyer, and I got a lot of these things. Didn't I bring my wife to your place today, so I brought something to honor you. When you leave, take your things back with you. Being a master means you have this in spades. Master, what you said is wrong. These things also have the intentions of your apprentice's wife. If you let me take them back, wouldn't you be dissatisfied with my wife? Yes, Master, this is something that Brother Wei Gua and I have in mind. Please don't refuse. Li Mengyao also said quickly. Old Wang, Wei Gua, and Mengyao are right. Since it is their wish, just accept it. Master Li Hohot looked at the things on the table and said helpfully. Okay, I won't do this next time. Wang Jiangang finally accepted. After having dinner at Wang Jianong's house and staying to chat for a while, Gao Yan left with sisters Li Mengyao. Brother Wei Gua, my wife gave me and my sister a red envelope. On the way back, Li Mengyao said. Just keep what the master wife gave you. Gao Yan knew that Wang Jiangang didn't want to take advantage of him. But it's a bit too much. I have 5 yuan in my red envelope, and my sister's red envelope has 2 yuan. It's okay, just keep it. Okay, Mingya, give the money to sister, and she will save it for you. Suddenly, Li Mengyao said to Li Mingya. Sister, here you go. Li Mingyao handed the money to Li Mingyao without saying anything. Mingyao is not young anymore, let her keep the money herself. Gao Yan said with a smile. Okay, but you can't spend it randomly. Thank you, brother-in-law, thank you, sister. Li Mingyao couldn't help but be very happy when the 2 yuan was recovered. It's early morning. Gao Yan, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Mingyao, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. His fingers brushed her dark sweet hole, causing her to fall into a deeper sleep. Then he put on his clothes and quietly flew out of the compound, heading straight for the black market. When approaching the black market, Gao Yan turned on his mental perception to explore the black market. Today's black market looks the same as usual. But the courtyard where Wu Laolu was located has been replaced by a group of strangers, and their waists are bulging, with weapons hidden. In addition, there are also many people with weapons lurking in the black market. It is obvious that Wu Laolu was arrested. It should be that the effect of the nutritious flour is too amazing and has been noticed by the people above. However, there is more than one black market in the capital. The other black markets are just farther away from the courtyard. So, Gao Yan turned around and left. In less than 5 minutes, he appeared outside another black market. After using mental perception to find that everything was normal in this black market, he entered the black market with a big bag containing 200 steamed buns. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Since you are out, you can't go back without making a penny. After untying the cloth bag, the fragrance of the nutritious steamed buns spread, attracting buyers one by one. At the same time, Gao Yan also introduced to the buyer that this is a nutritious steamed bun. Eating one, you don't need to eat for a day. Because there were no old customers here, it took an hour to sell 200 nutritious steamed buns. The income increased by 60 yuan. Gao Yan was not going to sell any more, and he quickly returned to the courtyard after leaving the black market. He lay down on the bed again and hugged Li Mingyao in his arms. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, parallel world. Income, 20,300 yuan. Looking at the data on the panel, Gao Yan sighed softly. He didn't expect the official to notice him so quickly. It's probably difficult to make 100,000 yuan in a short time. But it doesn't matter, it's just a little harder. Sleep. Putting away the system panel, Gao Yan fell into a deep sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Cheng ordered the team to withdraw, but as soon as he returned to the branch, he received a message that the person who sold nutritious steamed buns appeared in the black market over at Choingmen. This made him feel extremely annoyed. He secretly decided in his heart that he would monitor all the black markets. Tomorrow night. Time flies, and it is the next morning. The silent courtyard suddenly comes alive. Various sounds come together to form a poem of life. After eating the breakfast made by Li Mingyao, Gao Yan also left the house and went to the steel mill. Of course, in order to supplement the nutrition of the 2 sisters, each of them had a boiled egg for breakfast. Today, Master Wang Jiangang taught Gao Yan some methods of making secondary workpieces. He found that Gao Yan could master it quickly, and praised him again. At lunch, Gao Yan heard a news that the factory would show movies in the evening. Gao Yan was naturally not interested in movies of this era, but thinking that Li Mingyao and her sister should like it, he decided to take them to watch movies in the evening. Sure enough, when he returned home in the evening and told the 2 sisters About the movie showing in the evening, the two sisters were very interested. Brother-in-law, can we go to watch it? Li Mingyao said with a look of desire. Of course, I'll take you there after dinner. By the way, Mingyao, cut this piece of braised pork head. Gao Yan took out a piece of braised pork head from his pocket and handed it to Li Mingyao. The smell of pork was too strong. So Gao Yan took the time to enter my world and asked the villagers of Yuha village to help make a batch of braised meat and store it in the mustard space. This way, my wife and sister-in-law can supplement their nutrition without letting everyone know. Because they were thinking about watching a movie, the two sisters ate faster. After dinner, Gao Yan took them to the steel mill. There was an extreme lack of entertainment these days. Gao Yan and his friends came early, but there were more people who came earlier than them. Therefore, except for the seats reserved for the leaders, all other seats were occupied. Fortunately, Gao Yan was well prepared and brought his own stool. Weigua, this is your wife, so pretty. Ha, your wife is pretty too. Weigua, I heard you got married, you have good taste. Gao Yan has a good relationship with people in the factory, so many people came to greet him. The movie played today is Tunnel Warfare. Gao Yan took out 2 handfuls of melon seeds from the mustard seed space and stuffed them into Li Mingyao and her sister, asking them to eat melon seeds while watching. However, before they were halfway through eating, they were attracted by the plot, staring at the screen, and even their expressions were full of tension. Gao Yan came with the 2 sisters, and was not interested in this old-fashioned plot, so he immersed his mind in my world to watch the situation. Inside. More than an hour later, the movie ended and everyone began to leave. Because they were worried that Li Mingyao and her sister would be separated by the crowd, they held one hand each. The young Li Mingyao didn't feel anything, but Li Mingyao blushed a little. Back home, Li Mingyao first asked Li Mingyao to wash up and go back to her room to sleep. And then she brought a basin to Gao Yan's feet to help him wash his feet. After the two washed their feet, they took off their clothes and went to bed. This time, Li Mingyao took the initiative to get into Gao Yan's arms, put her face on his chest, and hugged his waist tightly with both hands. Brother Weigua, I am so happy now, it feels like a dream. What is this little happiness now? I will make you happier in the future. Gao Yan kissed Li Mingyao on the lips. Originally, it was just a touch of the water, but Li Mingyao was not satisfied and took the initiative to come up again. Suddenly, the two kissed again. Deep in love, Li Mingyao whispered, Brother Weigua, take me. No hurry. Gao Yan hugged Li Mingyao lovingly, wait until we finish decorating the house before we enter the bridal chamber. Well, I listen to you. Go to sleep. It was early in the morning. Just like last night, after Li Mingyao's black and sweet blood brushed over her and made her fall into a deep sleep, Gao Yan put on his clothes and quietly left the courtyard. There are 5 black markets in Beijing today. Gao Yan first went to the black market where he was ambushed last night. With his spiritual perception turned on, there were still people ambushing him, but only 1/3 of the number of people last night. So, he went directly to Chaoyang Gate. Also turned on his spiritual perception. Nima. Gao Yan was speechless, because he found that there were people ambushing this black market. It is estimated that his selling steamed buns here last night was known. If it is not wrong, there are probably people ambushing the other 3 black markets. The inside eye is turned on. He quickly moved forward in all directions, and soon, the situation of the Other 3 black markets caught his eye. As he expected, there were ambushes in the other 3 black markets. Hey, is it so difficult to do business these days? Gao Yan was speechless. Suddenly, he had an idea. Since he couldn't sell it on the black market, he might as well deliver it to the door. As far as he knew, there was a group of old and young people from the Qing dynasty in the capital. This group of people was not short of money, but because of their background, it was almost difficult for them to find a job. No job, no bills. Therefore, if they wanted to live well, they had to go to the black market. In addition, the big businessmen were not having a good time either. They were still not short of money, but they lacked good living supplies. Thinking of this, Gao Yan used his inside eyes to cover the current capital. Soon, those businessmen and the old and young people from the Qing dynasty were all found by him. Then he ran to the nearest courtyard. This is a courtyard with 2 entrances. Unlike the courtyard where he lived, many of the decorations had been removed and turned into a large courtyard. This courtyard house is well preserved. The rockeries and flower beds are well preserved. The furniture placed in the home is also made of precious wood. Moreover, there is a basement under the courtyard, which contains a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, and various antiques. Don't look at how rich this family is. But there are not many daily necessities at home. There are only 2 kilograms of white noodles and more than 10 kilograms of stick noodles in the kitchen cabinet. However, there were 10 pounds of white flour and a 2-pound piece of bacon hidden in the master's bedroom. Gao Yan entered the courtyard easily and deliberately made noise. A middle-aged couple in the bedroom were awakened. But the other party was extremely timid, because there was a thief in the house. Even if he woke up, he would pretend not to wake up. He just hoped that the thief would take the things and leave on his own initiative, so as not to hurt the couple. After waiting for 5 minutes, the couple showed no intention of getting up. Gao Yan was speechless. He simply turned on the light in the living room and shouted into the bedroom. I know you've woken up, come out and talk. Gao Yan's voice was heard. Guan Ziliang's expression changed greatly, but he finally put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. What kind of hero are you? Guan Ziliang asked, pretending to be calm. I'm neither a robber nor a thief, I'm here to do business with you. Gao Yan said with a smile. Doing business? Guan Zi sneered in his conscience, I believed your evil deeds. But he said, what business do you plan to do with me first, sir? Have you ever heard of nutritional flour? Gao Yan asked. Guan Ziliang's face changed slightly. Is it possible that you want to do nutritional flour business with me? Good. Gao Yan nodded. 1 tael of my nutritious flour can satisfy an adult's nutrition for a day without feeling hungry. Just you two, buying 20 kilograms will be enough for you to eat for several months, and you won't feel hungry at all. Conspicuous. While talking, Gao Yan took out a 20-pound bag of flour and placed it on the table. See this scene. Guan Ziliang's eyes suddenly shrank, because he didn't find out where Gao Yan took out the flour at all. This bag weighs 20 kilograms. It costs 3 yuan per kilogram. Just give me 60 yuan. No votes are required. It was obviously a forced purchase and sale, and Gao Yan deliberately exposed his hand. Guan Ziliang did not dare to refuse, and said he would go to the bedroom to get the money immediately. After getting 60 yuan, Gao Yan added, I also have nutritious beef here. If you eat 1 or 2, it can meet your nutritional needs for meat for 10 days. During this period, you will not be greedy for meat. It costs 5 yuan a pound. I have 8 pounds. Here. Eat it. If you don't finish it, you can make it into dried beef. If you're craving for meat, you can eat it without arousing suspicion. Do you want to buy it? Purchase. Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's get rid of this evil god first. So Guan Ziliang handed Gao Yan another 40 yuan, but Gao Yan still took out 8 pounds of beef and put it on the table. Happy to work with. Gao Yan smiled and said, Mr. Guan, you can disclose our transaction to the same people as you. If you have needs, just put a stone on the rockery in your yard. That night, I will come to your house to trade with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan disappeared on the chair in the living room. But Guan Ziliang's legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. Back home, Gao Yan took a look at the sub-interface and saw that his income increased by 100 yuan. As long as he opens up the market of this group of old and young people from the Qing dynasty, he should be able to save up to 100,000 yuan in no time. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Chong, who led the team to lurk in the black market, once again announced that he would close the team. He worked hard all night in vain tonight and gained nothing. Early next morning, the frightened Guan Ziliang woke up with a tempting smell of steamed buns. It's really nutritious flour. That person didn't lie to me. So, he hurriedly got dressed and went to the kitchen, where he found his wife steaming steamed buns. Master, this steamed bun smells so good. Yes, it smells great. I'm going to wash up first. By the time he finished washing up, his wife Xiaoji had already brought steamed buns to the table, along with a plate of stir-fried vegetables. I picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. Immediately, a strong aroma of noodles exploded in my mouth. This steamed bun is so delicious. I have never had such a delicious steamed bun, Xiaoji said vaguely. Soon, the couple devoured a steamed bun. When they subconsciously reached for the steamed bun on the plate, they suddenly felt so full. What a magical and nutritious steamed bun, you can really feel full after eating one. Guanzi thought secretly in his conscience. Before you know it, the day has passed. At night, Guan Ziliang and his wife were lying on the bed together. They had only eaten steamed buns in the morning, but until now, they didn't feel the slightest bit hungry, and they didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable either. Early the next morning, Guan Ziliang ordered his daughter-in-law to heat up the 2 nutritious steamed buns left over from yesterday, and also fried 2 tails of nutritious beef. The 2 ate together, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. After the meal, Guan Ziliang hurried out the door, but before leaving, he asked his wife to make the remaining beef into dry beef. That afternoon, when Guan Ziliang returned home, he hesitated slightly and placed a stone on the top of the rockery at home. Today he went to the home of 2 old friends and revealed to them about nutritious steamed buns and nutritious beef. These 2 old friends are of the same nature as him. Because of the ingredients, they both live cautiously. Therefore, when Guan Ziliang revealed to them about nutritious flour and nutritious beef, they were all very interested and planned to buy some to try. That night, while Guan Ziliang was waiting, Gao Yan appeared. Mr. Guan, how much nutritious flour and nutritious beef do you plan to get? This time, 40 pounds of nutritious flour, 16 pounds of nutritious beef. Okay. Gao Yan directly took out 40 kilograms of nutritious flour and 16 kilograms of nutritious beef from the mustard space and placed them on the table. Even though I had seen Gao Yan's method of retrieving objects from the air the night before, Guan Ziliang still feels inexplicably shocked. And deep down in my heart, I regard Gao Yan as a strange person who cannot be offended. Mr. Guan, for the sake of our friendly transaction, I will give you 2 nutritious vegetables, which are delicious and nutritious. After receiving the 200 yuan, Gao Yan took out 2 cucumbers and 2 juicy Chinese cabbages and placed them on the table. On the table. Then thank you, Your Excellency. Guan Ziliang thanked him. Other side. Wang Chang led the team to squat in the black market for several nights, without any results, and he felt quite irritated. Wang Ju, I guess that person should have received the news that we are going to arrest him, otherwise he wouldn't show up for several days, the captain under his command said hesitantly. Wang Chang nodded thoughtfully. I don't rule out this possibility, but I have a death order from above. I have no choice but to continue to guard. However, don't let me catch that kid, otherwise, I will make him look good. Wang Chang became extremely angry when he thought that he had squatted for several nights without even harvesting a single hair. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yan traveled to this world for 10 days. In the past few days, I don't know if the reason why he sends a few vegetables to Guan Ziliang every time is because he is grateful, or if he is more warm-hearted. The transaction volume between the 2 parties is getting bigger and bigger. Just last night, Guan Ziliang bought 100 kilograms of nutritious flour and 100 kilograms of nutritious beef from him. The total income has reached 21,900 yuan. That night, in the reverse room in the middle courtyard. Now that the wing is being renovated, he and Li Mingyao can only move in with Li Mingyao. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan communicates the functions of the world. Then it was back to the study in the real world. He took out the mobile phone on the table and took a look. It was still the afternoon when he traveled to the parallel world. It's amazing. Gao Yan sighed. Then he changed his clothes and walked out of the study and came downstairs. Sister Xing, cook more dishes tonight. It's not convenient to eat and drink in the parallel world, so Gao Yan is already hungry for Chu Xing's cooking. Then, Gao Yan called the biochemical man, Huang Dong, and asked him to purchase some things and send them to Lingxi Garden. That night, Gao Yan spent the night in Song Yufei's room. After sleeping with Li Mingyao in his arms for several days without moving, Gao Yan felt a fire in his heart. Therefore, even if Song Yufei's physical fitness reached 90 points, she still couldn't bear it. In the end, she simply raised a white flag. Honey, I can't do it anymore. Why don't you go find Xiaoxua? Okay, I'll let you go tonight and I'll take you to take a bath. After taking a bath, Song Yufei shrank into Gao Yan's arms and fell asleep. Gao Yan took out the Danjing cultivation card and used it on Song Yufei. The next morning, I woke up. Song Yufei found that she had reached the elixir level just by having a dream. I couldn't help being surprised and happy. But after thinking for a moment, she understood that it was Gao Yan who helped her achieve the elixir power. Although it felt a bit weird, there were so many magical things about Gao Yan. Husband, I have reached Danjin. Did you help me? Gao Yan nodded towards her. Have you helped Xiaoxua improve? I helped her the night before last. That's good. After breakfast, Xiaoxua went to work at Weiwu Pharmaceutical, and Song Yufei also went to check the decoration of the hotel. At this time, Hong Huang's voice came from the phone. Boss, the people from the demon sect are already taking action and are planning to attack you. Oh, how many people are coming? Gao Yan asked with a smile. 7 people, 3 should be in the heaven realm, and the other 4 should be in the Grandmaster realm. Okay, I know. Gao Yan didn't take this matter to heart. 3 heaven realms and 4 Grandmasters can be dealt with in minutes. I don't know how much money Situ Yulong, the old man, is willing to spend to redeem people? Gao Yan said secretly. Yes, he planned to kidnap the 7 people from the overseas demon sect, and then let Situ Yulong pay the redemption money. According to Hong Huang's monitoring, this group of people from the overseas demon sect will not arrive in Nandu until after 10 o'clock in the evening. In this case, then he is not in a hurry. First, I called Jing Xiaoyu and asked her if she was at Platinum Palace. No. 1. I learned that Jing Xiaoyu was about to go out to shoot a short play. Gao Yan told her not to rush out. Hubby. When Gao Yan walked out of the car, Jing Xiaoyu rushed over and jumped directly on him, with a pair of slender legs wrapped around his waist. It happened that Song Yufei failed to satisfy him last night, so he went straight to Jing Xiaoyu's lips. 2 hours later, the rain and clouds stopped. Jing Xiaoyu lay tiredly in Gao Yan's arms. Hubby, I'm afraid I can't go to shoot the short play today. It doesn't matter, it's delayed. Close your eyes, I'll give you a gift. After Jing Xiaoyu closed her eyes, Gao Yan took out the Danjin cultivation card and used it on her. Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu had many more memories of practicing in her mind, and at the same time, there was a force that quickly transformed her body. After a while, Jing Xiaoyu opened her eyes in surprise and said to Gao Yan, "Husband, I seem to have become a martial arts master." Time flew by and it was 10:30 at night. A flight from Beijing to Nandu landed at Nandu Airport. A group of 7 people walked out of the airport and got into 2 commercial vehicles parked on the roadside. Inside the car, a Grand Master asked the Deputy Hall Master of Shura Hall, "Deputy Hall Master, you and the Hall Master are here. Do we think too highly of the physical practitioner named Gao Yan?" He had doubts in his mind before, but the hall leader Long Xiu was here, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Now that he was in a car with the Deputy Hall Master Qin Lin, he finally couldn't help but speak. "We have never paid attention to that kind of physical training," Qin Lin said lightly. "I came with Hall Master Long because there is a Master of the Heaven and Human Realm in Gao Yan's villa. Do you understand?" "That's it." The Grandmaster showed a look of surprise. "When we arrive at the destination, our Hall Master will work together to suppress the Heavenly Man, and the 4 of you will take down Gao Yan as quickly as possible, do you know?" "Yes." The 4 Grandmasters in the car responded in unison. Finally, in the study room in Lingxi Garden, Gao Yan stretched his waist. The 7 people from the overseas demon sect were quite cooperative, and they actually came to his door automatically, without him having to go out in the middle of the night. 20 minutes later, 2 vehicles from overseas Momen appeared outside Lingxi Garden. The car door opens. Long Xiu, the leader of Shura Hall, walked out first. He glanced at Qin Lin, who was getting out of another car, and said, "Have you explained everything?" Qin Lin nodded. "Then take action." The next moment, a group of 7 people ignored Newton's gravity, soared into the air one by one, easily passed the wall of Lingxi Garden, and landed in the courtyard. But at the moment when they were down to earth, the 7 people all groaned and fell to the ground. The figure flickered. Gao Yan appeared in the yard, followed by Yao Guang's figure. The human body's magnetic field was shattered, and the four masters couldn't bear it and fainted. On the contrary, the chief and deputy hall masters of Shura Hall and the hall master of Yinfeng Hall did not faint, but they were lying on the ground, weakly, without even the strength to stand up. At this moment, they were filled with horror and fear. 3 heavenly beings and 4 masters were all inexplicably attacked as soon as they broke into the villa. "Are you from the demon sect?" Yao Guang looked at Long Xiu and the others, curiously. Although she had never met anyone from the demon sect, the sect's classics recorded many deeds related to the demon sect. She could feel that the auras of Long Xiu and Qin Lin were exactly the same as the auras recorded in the classics about practicing Shura heavenly book, and there was a chilling air in the coldness. "Is this a trap set by your Jingdao sect?" Long Xiu asked feebly. "No." Yao Guang shook his head, "This has nothing to do with us." While speaking, she also glanced at Gao Yan. The Long Xiu in front of her was at the same level as her. They were both in the late stage of heavenly being. The other 2 were in the middle stage of heavenly being and the early stage of heavenly being. To be honest, she still didn't understand how Gao Yan had severely damaged them. Impossible. Long Xiu understood the meaning of Yao Guang's glance and exclaimed, "You are just an individual cultivator, how could you hit us so hard in an instant? Your magic sect's intelligence is not good." Gao Yan joked and said with a smile, "You only found out that I am an individual cultivator and that I have a master who sees God and is indestructible, but you don't know how many heavenly beings from the Dongtian Paradise sect broke into Nandu and were severely injured by me, and neither did you think about it carefully. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, would I dare to do spiritual stone business with you openly? Are you more than just a physical practitioner?" "I am a physical practitioner, but I have cultivated my physical education to a supreme level that you cannot understand," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Chu Xiao, Sister Xing, please send these 7 people to the warehouse and imprison them. By the way, there are others outside. 2 drivers, those 2 are worthless, just kill them." "Yes, boss." Return to the study. Gao Yan dialed Situ Yulong's phone number. "Is this Master Situ?" Situ Yulong's old voice sounded. "I am, who are you?" "Gao Yan, Master Situ, I am Gao Yan. By the way, 3 of your men and 4 of your masters broke into my home and wanted to do evil, but I caught them." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Situ Yulong, who originally had a calm tone, became a little out of sorts. "Since Master Situ can't do it, I'll have someone take a video and send it to you." Gao Yan hung up the phone and called Chu Xiu again, asking him to take a video and send it to him. After receiving the video, Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor to send it directly to Situ Yulong. 1 minute later, Situ Yulong called back. "Master Situ, do you believe it now?" Situ Yulong, "Gao Yan, if you let my subordinates go, I won't care about you anymore." Gao Yan, "Master Situ, I think you are yawning like a toad, and your tone is not small. Do you think I am easy to bully because I talk to you in a friendly manner? Then, I will change my mind." Situ Yulong, "You old guy, listen to me. I will give you 3 days to redeem people with 100 billion US dollars. If you exceed this time, I will kill all your men. Then come to Europe and beat you to death, old guy." On the other end of the phone, Situ Yulong almost burst into anger when he heard Gao Yan's words. He had been living in a dignified manner for so many years, but he had never been called an old man before. He suddenly became furious. Little thief, I also tell you that if you dare to touch my subordinates, I will definitely crush you to ashes. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Gao Yan hung up the phone. Sita Yulong was so angry that he threw the phone in his hand. TSK, you are worthy of being the leader of the overseas demon sect. You are rich and powerful, and you can throw a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan. A sudden mocking voice suddenly sounded. Sita Yulong turned his head and saw a young man pushing the door in. Hearing the familiar voice, Sita Yulong showed a look of seeing a ghost. If he heard it correctly, the voice seemed to be Gao Yan. But Gao Yan was obviously in the southern capital of Daxia. How could he sneak into his farm? Old man, are you surprised why I appeared here? Seeing Sita Yulong's expression, Gao Yan said with a face full of joking. You are playing tricks, I will kill you. Shining finger. Sita Yulong raised his hand, and a black airflow rushed straight to Gao Yan's heart. Swish. Gao Yan disappeared on the spot. Following the sound of snapping, Sita Yulong was slapped and sent flying. Asshole. Sita Yulong could not accept the fact that he was slapped and sent flying. He jumped up and used a set of palm techniques to attack Gao Yan. Bang! Gao Yan kicked Sita Yulong in the abdomen. With a bang, the thick wall was pierced and Sita Yulong flew out through the hole. At this time, Song Jingtang, who heard the noise, flew over. Seeing Sita Yulong lying on the ground, he was shocked and came to Sita Yulong to help him up. Master, what happened? At this time, Gao Yan walked out of the hole in the wall leisurely. Old man, I only needed $100 billion to redeem your men just now, and now I have to add you and your loyal lackey Song Jingtang. Let's do this. I will barely accept $300 billion from you. Looking for death. Song Jingtang was furious and wanted to rush towards Gao Yan, but was stopped by Sita Yulong, because at this moment he had calmed down and realized the gap between himself and Gao Yan. He stared at Gao Yan and said, okay, I can give you $300 billion. But can you tell me who you are? I remember I didn't hit your head. Gao Yan laughed and said, I am Gao Yan, have you forgotten? I know you are Gao Yan, I am talking about your identity? Sita Yulong said, holding back his anger. Hey, what identity do I have? I'm just an ordinary citizen of Daxia. Gao Yan said with a smile, by the way, I'm not on the same path as the Qi cultivators in China. Do you have anything else to ask? No. If you don't have any, just transfer the money quickly. You have to bother me in the middle of the night. Can't you sleep well with your wife in your arms? In the middle of the night? Oh, I forgot, you are so old, you don't have that ability anymore. Faced with Gao Yan's ridicule, Sita Yulong ignored it, but his face darkened a little, and then turned to Song Jingtang and said, from my personal account, give it to Mr. Gao, $300 billion. That's great. Gao Yan said in surprise, I didn't expect you to save so much private money. By the way, do you still want to buy spirit stones? If you have enough money, I will sell you another 1,000. Mr. Gao, let's talk about this later. Gao Yan, who was rejected, curled his lips secretly. Okay, although there is a little conflict between us, we still have to do the business. If you are short of spirit stones in the future, come to me to buy them. With spirit stones, you can create masters, and then fight back to Daxia and kill those righteous people. Lingxi Garden, study room. Gao Yan brought up the system panel. Looking at the column of upgrade experience, he sighed lightly. The $300 billion he extorted from Situ Yulong only made his upgrade experience reach 2,258.7 billion. There is still a big gap between it and 5 trillion. It seems that if you want to upgrade, you still have to go to a parallel world. Xiaohong, how much money does the old guy still have in his personal account? Gao Yan asked. Red Emperor said, Boss, Situ Yulong has more than 30 personal accounts in total, which totals almost 200 billion US dollars. There are actually 200 billion US dollars left. Gao Yan was still a little surprised that the old guy was able to accumulate 500 billion US dollars without a system. This Situ Yulong's method of collecting wealth was quite powerful. However, he had extorted more than half of the other party's net worth this time, and he didn't know if the other party would continue to buy spiritual stones from him. Hey, this money is getting harder and harder to earn. Gao Yan sighed, quickly changed his clothes, and the world communication function directly traveled to the parallel world. If you want to come back from the parallel world, you must stay for 10 days. But there is no such restriction when traveling from the real world. He spent a few days in the real world. But the parallel world is still the point where he left. He put Li Mingyao's delicate body into his arms again and closed his eyes to sleep. There are several reasons why he does not accept Li Mingyao now. First, she is too weak and needs to be nursed back to health. Second, he plans to give Li Mingyao primary constitution genetic medicine. But there is no bathroom at home, so it is inconvenient to take a bath. When the house is renovated and there is a bathroom, it will be convenient for her to take a bath after taking the genetic medicine. Finally, there is another reason. He wants to use this period of time to cultivate the relationship between the two parties. After all, the marriage between the two parties was too hasty. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Yan took out 2 apples and handed them to Sister Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao, eat secretly, don't let outsiders see. Brother-in-law, I will keep it a secret. Li Mingyao said quickly, but she secretly thought in her heart that her brother-in-law was really capable and could actually get apples. I'm going to work. When he returned to the real world, he asked Huang Dong to get a lot of things and transport them to Lingxi Garden in a large truck, and then he put them into the mustard seed space. Apples are just one of many fruits. These days, people don't even have enough to eat, and fruits are a luxury product for ordinary people. Be careful on the road. Following Li Mingyao's instructions, Gao Yan headed toward the Hongxing Steel rolling mill in high spirits, facing the rising sun and the breeze. It has been 10 days since I came to this world. He is also used to the rhythm of this world. After entering the factory, there are also more people saying hello. Gao Yan kept walking and responded while walking towards the fitter workshop. Good morning, master. Gao Yan greeted Wang Jiangang. You have completely mastered the level 2 fitter. Today I will teach you the workpieces of the level 3 fitter. Thank you, master. Gao Yan pretended to be happy, but in fact he was quite calm inside because he did not rely on wages and made more money in one night than an 8th level fitter. How can you value such a salary? Although he looks down upon him, his attitude must be correct. After all, the master Wang Jiangang still values his apprentice very much. When resting, workmate Li Jianyang whispered to Gao Yan, Wei Gua, let me tell you something. Our radio station has newly assigned a beautiful woman to be the announcer. Oh, really? Is this your reaction? Li Jianyang was a little dissatisfied with Gao Yan's calm reaction. Gao Yan asked in reply, "How can I react? After all, I am a married person. Even if I am not married, do you expect the broadcaster to fall in love with a rough guy who works in the workshop? If you don't like it, you won't like it, but it's eye-catching. How about we go take a look during lunch?" Li Jianyang suggested. "Don't go." Gao Yan shook his head decisively. Out of curiosity, he opened his insightful eyes and looked at the broadcast station, and found that there was indeed a young and beautiful broadcaster. The original broadcaster was a sister in her 40s. However, this new broadcaster is beautiful, but there is a gap between him and his wife Li Mengyao. His appearance is only 87 points, and his figure is even shriveled. Not his thing at all. Noon. When I came to the cafeteria, Gao Yan unexpectedly saw Ma Weimin standing at the window, cooking rice again. So, he decisively photographed Ma Weimin's window. There is too little entertainment in this era. If Ma Weimin dares to give him a thumbs up today, then he will treat everyone to another show for free. "Ma Weimin, why haven't I seen you cooking these days? When you talk about which pot to use, you don't mention which pot to boil." Sure enough, Ma Weimin's face darkened. "What to eat?" "4 steamed buns and 1 serving of potatoes." "Ticket." "For you." To Gao Yan's disappointment, Ma Weimin didn't give him a spoon this time, but gave him a slow spoonful of potatoes. This is not like Ma Weimin's style. Gao Yan was a little surprised. But he didn't bother to think about why. As long as Ma Weimin didn't give him any trouble, he didn't bother to deal with him. That night, Gao Yan appeared again in Guan Ziliang's courtyard. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yan earned 300 yuan. Then he took out an apple and a banana and asked, "Lao Guan, do you want an apple and a banana?" Looking at the apples and bananas on the table, Guan Ziliang swallowed secretly. When he was young, there was endless fruit at home. Now, he has not eaten fruit for a long time. How to calculate the price? "You are my old customer. I will give you 2 yuan for an apple and 3 yuan for a banana. Do you want it or not? How about 10 pounds of the same weight?" Guan Ziliang said decisively. "Can." He took out 10 pounds of apples and 10 pounds of bananas and handed them to Guan Ziliang. After receiving 50 yuan, Gao Yan walked away. But he didn't go back directly to the courtyard this time. Instead, he went straight to a bungalow in the eastern suburbs. Although these Manchu relics, old and young, were rich, they were cautious, and their shipments were not large each time. Therefore, to increase shipments, we still have to look to those merchants. Who? Zhao Yuzhong suddenly woke up from his dream and found a black figure standing beside the bed. He was shocked and subconsciously shouted out, which naturally woke up his wife who was sleeping with him. Crack! Gao Yan directly turned on the lights in the room, pulled up a chair to sit down, and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, don't be nervous, I'm here to do business with you." "Get out, we don't have much business to do with you," Mrs. Zhao yelled angrily. "So Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao don't want to give you face?" Gao Yan had a pistol in his hand. Upon seeing the pistol, the couple suddenly changed. Zhao Yuzhong hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong, my wife was just frightened to the point of speaking indiscriminately. How about we go to the study next? Door to talk?" "Okay." Gao Yan nodded. "By the way, Mr. Zhao wanted to prevent our transaction from leaking, so I used some means to put your bodyguards and servants into a deep Sleep. Do you mind? No, of course not. Zhao Yuzhong said far-fetchedly that he originally planned to alert the bodyguard downstairs, but unexpectedly this person directly cut off his escape route. By the way, Mrs. Zhao, I hope you won't do unnecessary things, otherwise it will be bad if it hurts you. Gao Yan said something to Zhao Yuzhong's wife again, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Master? Mrs. Zhao looked at Zhao Yuzhong with a worried look. You sleep peacefully, I'll go talk to the other party, and don't do anything unnecessary. Zhao Yuzhong said something in a deep voice, quickly got dressed and headed to the study next door. Just entered the study room. Zhao Yuzhong saw that the man was a guest and sat in his seat. But he did not show dissatisfaction, but smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Gao Yan." It turns out to be Mr. Gao. I wonder what deal Mr. Gao wants to make with me when he comes to visit? These businessmen are different from the old and young people of the Manchu Qing dynasty. Although they are marginalized, they still retain many connections, and daily necessities are not scarce. Therefore, Gao Yan planned to continue his old business, selling medicinal wine. This. Zhao Yuzhong only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Gao Yan had a blue and white porcelain wine bottle in his hand. Gao Yan introduced, "My medicinal wine is called kidney tonifying wine. Just 1 cup can help middle-aged men like you, Mr. Zhao, regain their glory. It also has the effect of nourishing the kidneys and has absolutely no side effects. It is simply good news for you middle-aged men." Hearing Gao Yan's description, Zhao Yuzhong was indeed quite moved. He is not handling it well now and is under great pressure. Although he only has one wife now, he was more playful when he was young and has long since lost his ability in that area. But after calming down, he was deeply suspicious of Gao Yan's description. Is there really such a powerful medicinal wine in the world? Gao Yan felt Zhao Yuzhong's suspicion. So he took out a wine glass and placed it on the table, then opened the medicinal wine and poured a glass. "Mr. Zhao, try it?" But Zhao Yuzhong showed hesitation. "Don't worry, I really want to harm you. It doesn't take so much trouble. 1 shot can solve the problem." The disappearing pistol reappeared in Gao Yan's hand. Looking at the gun in Gao Yan's hand, Zhao Yuzhong felt a great sense of frustration in his heart, so he picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. "That's right." Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction and put away his pistol. Amid Zhao Yuzhong's anxiety, time gradually passed. Then, he felt heat rising in his waist, and the sick little brother who followed him also reacted. Suddenly, he looked happy and looked at Gao Yan subconsciously. "Go, Mr. Zhao, I'll wait for you in the study," Gao Yan said with a half-smile. "Then please wait a moment, Mr. Gao." Zhao Yuzhong got up and went to the bedroom next door. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuzhong returned to the study room feeling refreshed and not tired at all. Then he stared at the medicinal wine on the table with burning eyes. "Mr. Gao, your medicinal wine is simply a miracle medicine. It has helped me regain my dignity as a man. Please give me a price." 1,000 bottles, starting from 10 bottles. Gao Yan said. "Good." Gao Yan originally thought that Zhao Yuzhong would bargain, but he didn't expect that the other party actually agreed. Subsequently, Gao Yan directly took out 10 bottles of medicinal wine and placed them on the table. Zhao Yuzhong asked Gao Yan to wait. After a while, he returned to the study. and brought back 10,000 yuan in cash. Mr. Gao, please order. No need, I believe Mr. Zhao. Gao Yan waved his hand and the 10,000 yuan in cash disappeared. By the way, Mr. Zhao, if you need medicinal wine in the future, light a candle in your study at 12 o'clock in the morning, and I will naturally come to trade with you. Okay, Mr. Gao, I remember. Zhao Yuzhong nodded solemnly. Farewell. Gao Yan clasped his fist towards Zhao Yuzhong and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Hoo-ho. Seeing Gao Yan disappear, Zhao Yuzhong let out a heavy sigh. It was really stressful to get along with Gao Yan. After all, his ability to retrieve objects from the air was amazing enough. Tisk, it's better to make money faster by doing deals with merchants. Gao Yan secretly thought that those old and young were still too cautious. Time passed by in a flash. In the past few days, he and Guan Ziliang made 2 more transactions, but the amounts were not large. The total amount was only 850 yuan, bringing the total income to 33,100. However, he has great expectations for Zhao Yuzhong. Because this old boy has invited several businessmen with a similar wealth to his home for dinner in the past few days. He also showed off his kidney tonic wine. Friends who tasted the kidney tonifying wine came to visit one after another. And Zhao Yuzhong also gave each of them a bottle of kidney tonifying wine. I believe it won't take more than a few days. This old boy will trade with him a second time, and it will definitely not only trade 10 bottles. Except Wang Chang led the team to stay in 5 black markets for almost half a month. Apart from arresting Wu Laolu and his gang, and finding out that the man who provided them with nutritious flour was called Gao Yan, nothing else was achieved. These days, they also conducted many interrogations on Wu Laolu and his gang. But no useful information was obtained. District Bureau. Wang Chang was called to the office by Director Zheng. Old Wang, let's stop the black market thing here. Don't stay on guard. Tonight, the people above are going to take over, aren't they? Wang Chang asked tentatively. I don't know the specific situation. In short, we don't need to intervene in this matter anymore. You can go back and write a report and give it to me. After so many days, the Bureau has accumulated a lot of things. Yes. Wang Chang stood up and saluted, and then left Director Zheng's office. The moment he walked out of the office, he also let out a heavy breath. Early that night, Gao Yan used his insightful eyes to glance at Guan Ziliang and Zhao Yuzhong. No trading signals were sent. With a thought in his mind, he checked the situation of the 5 black markets. Again. Those who were squatting have withdrawn. Hee. Gao Yan smiled. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He decided to come back to the world tonight. He went to the black market where nutritious steamed buns were sold for the first time. He is not here these days, but there are many old customers who are thinking about his nutritious steamed buns. Therefore, in 1 hour, he sold 1,000 nutritious steamed buns and earned 300 yuan. Of course, the reason why 1,000 pieces were sold was because many customers were worried that he would disappear for a while, so they deliberately bought them back and saved them. If he keeps coming tomorrow night, it certainly won't sell that much. After selling the steamed buns, Gao Yan purchased some useful things on the black market. The next day, District Bureau. A police officer came to Wang Chang's office. Wang Ju, I got news that the man selling nutritious steamed buns has appeared on the black market again. Wang Chang's face darkened. Okay, I know about this, and I will report it to Director Zheng. Soon. Wang Cheng came to Director Zheng's office and told him about the steamed bun merchant appearing in the black market again. Hear this. Director Zheng also had a headache. They had been struggling for half a month, but had gained nothing and wasted a lot of manpower and material resources. No, as soon as they gathered up the team, the other party appeared again. Moreover, he had a hunch that if they continued to squat, the other party would probably hide again. However, Director Zheng still reported the matter to his superiors. Fortunately, the superiors did not ask them to continue to send people to guard the area. That night, there is an additional person with a special mission in each of the 5 black markets. It's a pity that no matter how well they disguise themselves, they can't hide it from Gao Yan's eyes. So, tonight, he didn't show up again. Night 2. Night 3. Night 4. On the 5th night, Gao Yan still didn't show up. Now, nothing can be done from above. I had to withdraw the people. Then, on the 6th and 1st nights, the nutritious steamed bun seller appeared again. This time the people above woke up. Everyone must be watching their every move. Otherwise, there are no such coincidences in the world. As soon as they send someone to the black market, the other party disappears. As soon as they withdrew, the other party showed up immediately. This is simply a provocation to them. Therefore, the superiors adjusted their plan and decided not to send people to set up camp in the black market, but to send people to hide around the black market. But after 2 nights of guarding, the other party still wasn't fooled. This evening, Gao Yan received Zhao Yuzhong's trading signal. While Zhao Yuzhong was waiting, he quietly appeared in the other party's study. Mr. Gao, you are here. Although Zhao Yuzhong was shocked by Gao Yan's appearance, he still remained calm. Mr. Zhao, how much do you want this time? Gao Yan is not nonsense. Do you have 50 bottles? Zhao Yuzhong asked cautiously. Have. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 50 bottles of kidney tonifying wine appeared on the floor of the study. Then Zhao Yuzhong was unambiguous and took out a large bag of money and handed it to Gao Yan. Put money into mustard space. Gao Yan's figure flickered and disappeared again. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, parallel world. Income, 84,800 yuan. Looking at the data in the income column, Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. It's almost over, there's only a little more than 10,000 left to upgrade. Moreover, the wing room has been renovated and they can move in after 2 days of ventilation. Hongxing Steel Rolling Mill, Fitter Workshop. Watching Gao Yan finish polishing the last workpiece, Wang Jiangang said with a face full of relief, "You are a monster. If you take the exam now, you can easily be rated as a 3rd-level fitter." Even though Gao Yan was only making 3rd-level workpieces, the workpieces he polished were as good as those of a 6th-level fitter like him. It's all master, you taught me well. Gao Yan said with a smile. Okay, don't flatter me. I've never only taught you as a disciple. Your senior brothers are far behind you. Wang Jiangang said with a smile, in 2 days, I will teach you the knowledge of the 4th-level worker, and I will try to reach the 5th-level worker in the next exam. Then master, just worry about it. Gao Yan did not refuse Wang Jianong's kindness. Although he did not rely on his salary to live, he could advance a few levels, and no matter how well he ate, no one could gossip. Before I knew it, it was time to get off work again. When Gao Yan returned to the courtyard, he heard something being discussed in The courtyard. Because of the lack of food, we can only buy food at 70% of the ration every month, but now, the price has actually dropped to 6.4%. What is quantification? It is the amount of food that can be purchased every month. This quota is formulated based on different types of work. For example, a fitter is a heavy-duty job and has a monthly quota of 45 kilograms. Due to the lack of food in the country, he can only buy 70% of the 45 kilograms every month. As for sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingya, they are both unemployed. Therefore, Li Mingyao's ration is 20 kilograms, and Li Mingya's is even less. Only 16 kilograms. Based on the 70% calculation, Li Mingyao only has 14 kilograms of rations per month, and Li Mingya has even less, only 10.2 kilograms. This little food is simply not enough to eat. That's why, no matter how beautiful Li Mingyao is, no one dares to marry her. Because of Li Mingyao's tardiness. Of course, this is not the case, and it is not Gao Yan's turn to pick up the slack. Brother Weigua, you are back. Brother-in-law, you are back. As soon as Gao Yan returned home, the two sisters greeted him warmly. Mingyao, is the meal ready? It's done. Gao Yan closed the door and took out an oil paper bag from his bag and handed it to Li Mingyao. Take it and cut it. There is a pound of braised beef in this oil paper bag. In order to supplement nutrition for the two sisters, Gao Yan would bring back a pound of braised beef or pork every day after get off work. Soon, the family of three sat at the table. Brother-in-law, give me chopsticks. Thanks. Gao Yan smiled at Li Mingya and took the chopsticks. Eat. After the meal, Li Mingyao cleaned up the dishes, while Li Mingya deftly found tea leaves and brewed them for Gao Yan. Mingya, thank you for your hard work. He took the tea made by Li Mingya. It's not hard work, it's the brother-in-law who works hard. Li Mingya said quickly. These days, although life is harder and there are fewer entertainment projects, men's family status is high. Apart from going to work, Gao Yan hardly had to do anything when he got home. He was completely like a great man. You don't even have to wash your face and feet yourself. Mingyao, the factory is on holiday tomorrow, I'll take you around. Gao Yan took a sip of tea and said. Really, brother-in-law? Can I still lie to you? Very good. Li Mingya jumped up happily. By the way, you've already taken care of your schooling. You'll go straight to 4th grade next semester. I'll find a way to find you some textbooks from 1st to 3rd grade to review, so you don't have to go to school to keep up. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Mingya was even happier when she heard that she would be able to go to school next year. Nowadays, the last semester is not in September, but the new semester is after the beginning of the new year. Originally, Gao Yan planned to let Li Mingya go to the 4th grade directly. But he knew that the 4th grade was already in the second half, and she might not be able to keep up if she became a transfer student now. It's better to let her review at home for a few months and then go to 4th grade next semester. Night. In the warm bed, Li Mingya asked worriedly, Brother Weigua, I heard people in the yard saying that the ration is low again. Does our family have enough food? Don't worry, our family is not short of food. I have a way to get it, but you just need to know it yourself and don't tell anyone. I'm not that stupid. Yes, my wife is very smart, give her a kiss. While talking, Gao Yan kissed Li Mingyao's delicate face. After raising it for more than half a month, sisters Li Mingyao's faces have become fleshy, and their skin color has become fairer. Today, Li Mingyao's appearance has increased to 93 points, and even her figure has increased a bit, reaching 96 points. Early morning. Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and first habitually used his insightful eyes to check whether Guan Ziliang and Zhao Yuzhong had issued trading signals. Neither company issued trading signals. Then, Gao Yan habitually glanced around the 5 black markets and their surroundings. There is no ambush in the black market. But there are people lurking around the black market. Withdrawing his insightful eyes, Gao Yan closed his eyes and went to sleep. Early next morning. Gao Yan sensed that Li Mingyao was about to get up and make breakfast. But he reached out and hugged her. There is no need to make breakfast today. Let's go out to eat and sleep a little longer. Li Mingyao was used to listening to Gao Yan's words, so she did not refute and retracted into his safe and warm embrace. 8 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan took sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao out of the courtyard. It's almost October in Beijing and it's already a bit cold. When he came to a nearby breakfast restaurant, Gao Yan ordered 3 bowls of wontons and a plate of fried liver. After breakfast, Gao Yan took the 2 sisters to Beihai Park again and rented a boat. Before I knew it, it was almost noon. Mingyao, do you want roast duck or hot pot? Gao Yan asked. But I heard roast duck is very expensive. Li Mingyao said worriedly. It's okay, your brother-in-law still has this little money. Then let's eat roast duck. I heard roast duck is delicious. Okay, let's go to Quanjude. After arriving at Quanjude, Gao Yan ordered a roast duck. The duck is very fat, but neither Li Mingyao nor the sisters dislike it. Gao Yan, on the other hand, has a sense of time and space. You know, he also came here to eat roast duck in the real world, but his colleagues thought the roast duck tasted average and not as delicious as the legend said. Now, Gao Yan ate roast duck again in parallel time and space, but Gao Yan thought it was pretty good. It's probably because he ate less meat during this period. After eating roast duck, I packed the duck rack. Gao Yan took the 2 sisters to visit Tiananmen Square and the Temple of Heaven. If you want to play, have fun. Therefore, Gao Yan took the 2 sisters to Dong Laishan to cook mutton in the evening. On the way back, the faces of the 2 sisters were full of satisfaction. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan used his insight eye on the 2 sisters. Li Mingyao's favorability has reached 95, reaching the point where she can be picked at any time. As for Li Mingyao, her sister-in-law's friendliness is even higher, reaching 98 points. For a moment, he couldn't help but secretly thought that women in this era are really easy to satisfy. While passing by an alley, suddenly 2 masked men appeared, one of them holding a dagger in his hand. Let me go in. The man holding the dagger glanced at the alley and said viciously. But as soon as the words fell, the 2 masked men felt their eyes blurred, followed by severe pain in their necks, and fainted. Aren't you scared? Gao Yan turned to look at the 2 sisters. Brother Weigua, we are fine. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. The 2 sisters had fled all the way and had a lot of experience. They were a little nervous at first, but after seeing Gao Yan knocking out the 2 people so quickly, they both regained their composure. As long as you're not scared, let's send these 2 people to the police station, Gao Yan said. Tiananmen Street Police Station. Stop, what are you doing? Seeing Gao Yan coming with 1 person in one hand, followed by 2 girls, one big and one small, the police on duty hurriedly asked. Public security comrade, this is what happened. Gao Yan narrated the whole incident in concise words. After listening, the policeman was a little bit unbelieving. Did you really subdue them all? You know, even if he is professionally trained, he would not be sure to deal with knife-wielding criminals with bare hands, let alone two criminals. I have practiced some martial arts, and I am a fitter in a steel rolling mill, so I am strong. Gao Yan explained. So that's it. The policeman showed a look of surprise. Half an hour later, Gao Yan walked out of the police station with the two sisters. The next morning, Gao Yan went to work after dinner, and Li Mengyao took her sister to move the things in the back room into the renovated wing room, but Niao Dajuan and his people helped to move large furniture such as the bed. After the back house was emptied, Niao Dajuan and the workers quickly renovated it. The back house is small and does not need any changes, so it is easy to renovate and can be completed in 2 days at most. After moving, the aunts and young wives in the courtyard also came to see the novelty. The originally empty wing room was changed into 4 parts: bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Especially when they saw the bathroom with toilet, the aunts and young wives present were envious. You know, the public toilet outside is used by several courtyards around. Once you get up late, you have to queue up to go to the toilet. Especially in summer, the smell of the toilet is simply indescribable. For a while, everyone praised Li Mengyao for her good fortune, but they felt a little more jealous and envious in their hearts. They also wanted to take a bath at home, and they also wanted to go to the toilet at home. The thoughtful young wife even went to ask Niao Dajuan how much it would cost to renovate the house like Gao Weiguo did. If it was not expensive, she would see if she could let her husband renovate the house as well. It would be best if a bathroom could be separated out. But after hearing Niao Dajuan's offer, the young wife immediately gave up the idea. Then, the news that Gao Yan spent 400 or 500 to renovate the house spread in the courtyard. Hey, Weiguo was quite frugal before he got married, but he became extravagant after getting married. Adchen seemed to say with some regret. Yes, if he continues to build like this, even if his father leaves him more money, it will not be enough to spend. Yes, 1 person earns money and 3 people spend it. That kid's hard days are still to come. That afternoon, Ma Weiman returned to the courtyard first and happened to hear people in the courtyard talking about Gao Weiguo's new house. Hearing that Gao Weiguo actually installed a bathroom and toilet in his own house, Ma Weiman felt uncomfortable. At this time, Li Mengyao just walked out of the house. Seeing Li Mengyao's appearance and figure, Ma Weiman's eyes almost went straight. She was too beautiful. What was Gao Weiguo's reason? But he didn't look at it for long. He quickly put away his eyes and returned home. He found half a bottle of erguo from the bedside table and drank it. During this period, Gao Weiguo, the stinky boy, first passed the grade test and was promoted to a first-class worker, then picked up a big leak and married such a beautiful wife. Now he has also renovated his house. His life is too comfortable. On the other hand, he was first reported and punished by the factory twice, and his salary for March was directly deducted. He was also demoted and his salary was reduced. What a comparison. Ma Weiman felt that the spicy erguo became more bitter and dull the more he drank. Bang! He slapped the table and muttered in a low voice, I must teach Gao Weiguo a lesson. But he was not a smart man. The only means he could think of was to stir the spoon for Gao Yan. But he dared not to flip the spoon after being notified and punished twice. Hee hee. Suddenly, Ma Weimin thought of a way, which was to hit Gao Weigua with a club. In a head-on confrontation, he might not be Gao Weigua's opponent, but he would be more confident if he could hit him with a club from hiding. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave. After drinking half a bottle of erguotu in one gulp, Ma Weimin decided that it was better to do it now. It happened that Gao Weigua didn't come back, so he found a stick in the room. Then he secretly went out and climbed over the wall to leave the yard. He ambushed on the only way back to the courtyard. As long as Gao Weigua passed by the alley, he would have a chance to do something dirty. Maybe it was God's eyes. Ma Weimin had just hidden when he found Gao Weigua walking towards this side. From not far away. Suddenly, Ma Weimin clenched the wooden stick in his hand, waiting for the boy to pass by, and hit him hard on the back of the head. But a minute had passed. Ma Weimin, who was hiding in the alley, didn't see Gao Weigua passing by. What happened? Ma Weimin quietly shrunk his head and looked in the direction of the road he came from. It was empty, no one was there. What happened? Why did he disappear? Ma Weimin was puzzled. Did I drink too much and was dazzled just now? Bang! Ma Weimin felt his eyes go black, and he fell limply in the alley. Looking at Ma Weimin lying on the ground, Gao Yan curled his lips. Little trash, you still want to play sneak attack with your master, you are still not good at it. Immediately, he quickly stripped off Ma Weimin's clothes, leaving only a pair of underwear. He threw the clothes directly into my world and burned them. He even found a creek to wash his hands. Ma Weimin was a bitch who didn't pay attention to hygiene at all, and his clothes were all slippery. Touching his clothes made Gao Yan feel sick. Weigua, I heard that you spent 400 to 500 on renovating your house? As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Gao Yan was stopped by Sun Yugue, the front yard manager. Hey, you are getting married once in your life, so you should spend some money, Gao Yan said with a smile. Weigua, I'm not talking about you as an uncle. What time is it now? Although your father left some money for you, you can't spend it randomly. Uncle Sun, I understand. Now that my house has been renovated, there is no place to spend money. I chatted with Uncle Sun for a few more words. Gao Yan headed towards the middle courtyard. Brother Weigua, you are back, the food is ready, it's time to eat. Li Mengyao said happily. Brother-in-law, wash your face. Li Mengyao sent a hot towel. Thank you, Mengyao. Gao Yan took the towel and wiped his face, then handed it back to Li Mengyao. Then he took out 2 oil paper bags from his arms, walked to the kitchen, and handed them to Li Mengyao. We just moved into a new home today, let's celebrate. Li Mengyao opened the oil paper bag and found that the 2 oil paper bags contained a roast chicken and a pound of braised beef. After a sumptuous dinner, Gao Yan said something to the 2 sisters and went out for a walk. I happened to see Uncle Sun, the steward of the front courtyard, and Uncle Chen, the steward of the middle courtyard, playing chess under the tree outside the courtyard. Then I walked over and looked at it for a while. Less than 5 minutes. Director Wang from the sub-district office came with 2 officers. Director Wang, do you have any policies to announce this time? Chen Dajiang and Sun Yugue, who were the stewards of the courtyard, quickly stood up and greeted them. I'm here today. That's when a hero came out of our compound. Director Wang replied with a smile on his face, then looked at Gao Yan and said, Weigua, you have made our street office and your compound look bad this time. Hearing this, Gao Yan was a little confused. Suddenly, the two robbers from yesterday flashed in his mind. Could it be that there were other cases involving those two boys? Upon hearing this, Chen Dajiang and Sun Yugui both looked at Gao Yan in surprise. You two gentlemen, don't look at me, I'm confused too, Gao Yan said quickly. Then he asked Director Wang, Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Director Wang said with a smile, did you catch two robbers and send them to Xianmen police station last night? Gao Yan nodded, that's what happened. Director Wang clapped his hands and said, that's right. After interrogation at the police station, it was discovered that those two people were still wanted criminals on the run. So, Weigua, you have made a great contribution. This time, I am here to represent the street. The office will praise you, and our sub-district office will also give you certain rewards. By the way, the police station also informed the steel rolling mill that when you go to the factory tomorrow, the factory will also give you a reward. This is a good thing. Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Chen Dajiang and Sun Yugui both looked happy and said excitedly. Immediately afterwards, everyone started to praise Gao Yan. These days, we pay attention to collective consciousness. As the saying goes, if one person makes a contribution, the whole hospital will be glorious. Gao Yan is from their courtyard, so when Gao Yan is rewarded for his good deeds, everyone will feel proud, and it will also be of great benefit to the courtyard's year-end selection. Moreover, the emergence of a hero in the compound also indirectly improves the reputation of the compound, making it easier for young people to find wives in the future. After all, those who live in the same compound as heroes, even if they are not heroes, are certainly not bad people. At this time, Director Wang interrupted the compliments of the two stewards and ordered, Chen Dajiang and Sun Yugui will immediately summon the people in your hospital to hold a hospital-wide meeting. Okay, I'll go notify you right away, Sun Yugui said quickly. But at this moment, a woman's scream came from not far away, rogue, someone is playing hooligan. Listen to where the sound is. Gao Yan knew what was going on. When he came back from get off work, the little trash Ma Weiman tried to beat him, but he knocked him unconscious and stripped him until he was left with only a pair of underwear and threw it in the alley. With the intensity of Gao Yan's attack, it was almost time for Ma Weiman to wake up at this time. Being a hooligan is a serious crime these days. Therefore, Director Wang's face darkened, and he rushed towards the incident with two street officers. Uncle Chen, let's follow together. Uncle Sun, hurry up and call someone in the courtyard. Gao Yan reminded him and pretended to be anxious and ran towards the incident. Girl, we are from the street office, where are the gangsters? Director Wang stopped the woman who was running towards them in panic and said. When she heard that it was from the street office, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and pointed to the alley 7 or 8 meters away. It's in that alley. Now. Ma Weiman, who was only wearing a pair of underpants, had a face full of panic. He found that someone was already coming this way, and he was so frightened that he ran deeper into the alley. Even though Director Wang was a woman, she was very resolute in what she did. Knowing that the gangster was in the alley, he ran over quickly with two street officers. I happened to see a man wearing shorts trying to escape by climbing the wall. Shaoli, go around here right away. Xiao Zhou, follow me to arrest someone. Director Wang made arrangements instantly, pulled out a pistol from his waist, and shouted to Ma Weiman, who was climbing, get down, or I'll shoot. Yes, the director of the sub-district office has a gun. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, there were still a large number of guns in the country, so it was not unusual for the director of the sub-district office to hold a gun. Ma Weimin, who had just climbed up the wall, stiffened when he heard Director Wang's threatening words, and quickly retracted from the wall. Director, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I am Ma Weimin, and I am not playing a hooligan. Why don't you wear clothes or pants if you're not acting like a gangster? Director Wang asked, coldly. I was wronged. Ma Weimin said, Director, didn't I make a mistake some time ago? I went home and drank some wine, and then I went out to relax. As a result, I was beaten, stripped of my clothes and pants, and I was left with a pair of underwear. Just when I woke up in the alley, the lesbian happened to be passing by. I promise, I didn't do anything to her. If you don't believe me, you asked her to confront her. When things came to a close, Ma Weimin was still a little quick-witted and actually disguised himself as a victim. Immoral. Director Wang snorted coldly, put away the gun, and then said to Gao Yan, Weigua, go to Ma Weimin's house and get him a set of clothes. Okay, Director. Gao Yan turned around and left. Looking at Gao Yan's back, Ma Weimin couldn't help but have some doubts in his eyes, because he suspected that Gao Yan sneaked up on him and took off his clothes. It's a pity that he has no evidence, and even if he does, he can't help Gao Yan. After all, he is hiding here and wants to sneak attack Gao Yan. Brother Weigua, I heard that there is someone playing gangster outside. Have you caught him? Gao Yan returned to the courtyard and met sisters Li Mingyao. It's Ma Weimin. The unlucky guy was knocked unconscious by someone, took off his clothes and threw it in the alley outside. When he woke up, he was discovered by a passing lesbian. Don't go either. That guy Ma Weimin is so annoying. After explaining, Gao Yan went to Ma Weimin's house to get clothes. I'll go. As soon as he opened the door and entered Ma Weimin's room, Gao Yan couldn't help but cursed secretly, because the whole room exuded a sour smell. Fortunately, it is already autumn, otherwise, with the blessing of the weather, the smell would be even more smoky. No wonder Ma Weimin couldn't find a wife. How could a blind girl be willing to follow him when his house stinks so bad? What left Gao Yan speechless was Ma Weimin actually had no clean clothes at home. He had to choose a coat and a pair of trousers from the pile of dirty clothes. When Gao Yan rushed out of the alley again, there were already 3 floors. Inside and outside, not only from their compound, but also from other compounds. These days, there are few entertainment items, so everyone likes to watch the excitement and gossip. As for Ma Weimin, he was hiding in the shadows of the alley with an embarrassed expression. Rang rang, I'm here to bring clothes to Ma Weimin. After squeezing into the crowd, Gao Yan threw his clothes and pants directly to Ma Weimin. Ma Weimin put it on quickly, and Director Wang ordered his officers to take Ma Weimin back to the street office and lock him up in advance. Director Wang, this matter is actually a misunderstanding. How about taking advantage of the hospital's general meeting to resolve this matter in the hospital? Chen Dehai suggested in a low voice. Sun Yugue on the side and Su Zihai, the backyard steward who came after hearing the news, also agreed. It was not that the 3 stewards wanted to protect Ma Weimin, but that they were determined to kill him. It happened that Gao Yan had made a great contribution and made everyone in the compound glorious. But at this critical moment, Ma Weimin, a piece of shit, actually brought trouble to the compound. If Ma Weimin gets the title of gangster, wouldn't their compound become the gangster's neighbor? Director Wang thought for a while and agreed to the request of the three stewards. She still has a certain understanding of Ma Weimin. This guy's eating, drinking, prostitution and gambling accounted for 3 items, but he still doesn't have the guts to be a gangster against lesbians. Soon, the whole hospital meeting begins. A square table was placed in the center of the crowd. Director Wang sat behind the table, and the 3 stewards sat in front of her. As for Ma Weimin, as a person who made mistakes, he can only stand in the middle of the crowd honestly. Director Wang questioned Ma Weimin in front of everyone, and then asked the lesbian, confirming that Ma Weimin did not have any inappropriate behavior towards the lesbian. Although Ma Weimin was also a victim, his behavior discredited the compound. In the end, Ma Weimin was asked to apologize to the lesbian. In addition, he was sentenced to cleaning public toilets for 1 month and responsible for the sanitation of the compound. Moon. After Ma Weimin's incident was over, a smile appeared on Director Wang's face again, and then he announced that Gao Yan had caught 2 wanted criminals. Afterwards, Director Wang verbally praised Gao Yan and presented him with a certificate. In addition, on behalf of the sub-district office, she also rewarded Gao Yan with 10 yuan, 2 kilograms of meat stamps and 10 kilograms of food stamps. Although the reward does not seem to be much, everyone present is envious. I wish I was the one who met the gangster. As for Ma Weimin, he was almost crazy with jealousy. Finally, Gao Yan also delivered a brief speech. This concludes the hospital-wide meeting. After the whole hospital meeting, Director Wang left with the people. But people in the courtyard surrounded him one after another, congratulating him and asking him to tell him what happened. Unable to resist the hospitality, Gao Yan recounted what happened in detail. In fact, the confrontation between him and the 2 robbers ended in less than a minute, and he really had nothing to say. However, Gao Yan had read a lot of novels, so he simply used the technique of writing novels, first exaggerating the atmosphere, then describing the ferocity of the 2 robbers, and then focusing on the fight process. It made everyone feel nervous and excited. Okay, now that we've finished talking, let's all leave. Gao Yan clapped his hands and said. Everyone was too embarrassed to surround Gao Yan anymore, so they could only let him leave. Not far away, Ma Weimin saw this scene, but he didn't know what it felt like. At the same time, he also felt that there was something evil in his heart. Every time he targeted Gao Weigua, he would suffer a big loss. The first 2 times he cheated on Gao Weigua, he was fined 3 months' salary, and the chef's grade and salary were reduced. This time he wanted to sap Gao Weigua. Not only was he unsuccessful, he was almost treated as a gangster. On the other hand, Gao Weigua not only became a hero for catching bad elements, he also received a reward from the street office, and the factory will reward him tomorrow. Forget it, stay away from Gao Weigua in the future. Although his brain is not good, it does not mean that he is stupid. He has suffered several losses in succession because of Gao Weigua. He has a hunch that if he continues to have trouble with Gao Weigua, he will probably suffer big losses. Junzi, if you don't go home, why are you following me? Looking at Yang Haijun, who was following behind him, Gao Yan asked strangely. Brother Weigua, do you know martial arts? Yang Haijun asked hesitantly. It's really good. Gao Yan did not deny it. Then can I help you practice martial arts? Yang Haijun said with a blushing face. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Oh. Hearing Gao Yan's rejection, Yang Haijun looked disappointed and was about to leave, but Gao Yan stopped him. Junzi, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I am poor in culture and rich in martial arts. Practicing martial arts will consume a lot of physical strength and nutrition. Now I don't even have enough to eat. If I practice martial arts forcefully, it will cause a loss to my body. Then if I can have enough to eat in the future, Brother Weigua, will you be willing to teach me? Yang Haijun's eyes lit up and he said with great expectation. Okay, when the disaster year is over and the rationing is restored, if you still have the heart, I can teach you. Gao Yan agreed directly. Brother Weigua, thank you. Yang Haijun bowed to Gao Yan and ran away. That night, while sleeping, Gao Yan felt Li Mingyao's enthusiasm again, but Gao Yan asked her to wait for 2 more days, because Li Mingyao was sleeping in the same room with them. It would be nice to just wait until Li Mingyao moves back to the reverse room. The next morning, in the fitter workshop, Gao Yan was concentrating on polishing the workpiece. At this time, the workshop director quickly entered the workshop and shouted, Gao Weigua, come with me. Okay, director. Gao Yan estimated that it was a matter of reward. But as his master, Wang Jiangang thought his apprentice had committed something, and quickly followed him. Director, what mistake did Weigua make? In his opinion, his apprentice is just a first-class fitter, and the workshop director cannot find him if something happens. Master Wang, don't worry, it's the factory director who wants to see your apprentice, which is a good thing. The workshop director said with a genuine smile. Good thing? Wang Jiangang was a little confused. Just as Gao Yan was about to explain, the workshop director urged him to follow him and not to keep the factory director waiting too long. The director of the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill, whose surname is Liu, is said to have returned from the army. He mainly manages the production of the mill and is an upright and serious man. Director, I brought you the man. The door to Director Liu's office was open, and the workshop director reached out and knocked lightly on the door twice. Director Liu, who was processing the documents, raised his head with a smile on his face. Director Su, please go back first, I will talk to Comrade Gao Weigua. Hey, good. Director Su didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. Facing Director Liu's appraising eyes, Gao Yan smiled and said, Hello. Director. You are a very energetic young man. No wonder you can capture a wanted criminal with a murder weapon with your bare hands. Director Liu said with praise. Thank you, Director, for the compliment. I'm lucky too. Gao Yan said. This is not a fluke. I have inquired. The 2 captured are not ordinary wanted criminals. Not only did they have lives on their hands, but they also stabbed several people. They are very cruel criminals. You can easily subdue them. Have you ever studied martial arts? Gao Yan vaguely felt that something was wrong. Director Liu called him to the office alone, fearing that it would not just be as simple as rewarding him. So, he said thoughtfully, report to the factory director. Don't be so serious, let's sit down and talk. Good. Gao Yan was not nervous, so he sat down on the wooden sofa. You continue. Gao Yan said, Director, I have indeed practiced martial arts, but I rarely fight with others, and I don't know how good I am. So you are quite confident in yourself. Director Liu smiled. In this case, I will ask the chief of the security department to bring 2 people to compete with you. What do you think? Director Lu looked at Gao Yan and asked. I listened to the factory director. So Director Lu picked up the landline and dialed the number of the security department. Soon, a tall middle-aged man arrived with two tall security guards. The security section is not a security guard. These days, the security department has law enforcement powers and is also allowed to carry firearms. The first responsibility of the security department is to protect the property. Safety in the factory, the second is to patrol, and the third is to escort the convoy. Director, I have brought you here. What are your orders? Su Dali, the chief of the security department, said carelessly. Call people in. Director Lu nodded. Su Dali looked at the two security guards, then they straightened their bodies and walked into the factory director's office, and then greeted Director Lu in a loud voice. One of these two security guards is named Zhou Jiangwo, and the other is Wu Jianjun, and they are both retired soldiers. Xiao Gao, how are you? Are you sure? Director Lu asked with a smile. Okay, let them come together, Gao said to himself. Quite confident. Factory Director Lu was a little surprised, and then said to Su Dali, Chief Su, this is Gao Weigua, from the fitter workshop, he has great skills. As soon as he heard this, Su Dali woke up, glared at Zhou Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun and said, You two perform well and show off the style of our security department. Yes, Section Chief, the two said in unison. Xiao Gao, do you need to change places? Need not. Gao Yan waved his hand, it only takes a few seconds, no need to change it. Upon hearing this, not only Zhou Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun were unhappy, but even Su Dali felt uncomfortable. This comrade Gao Weigua is very good at talking. Gao Yan smiled and raised his fingers at the two security guards. Faced with such provocative actions, the two of them couldn't hold it back any longer. With a light drink, they rushed towards Gao Yan from the left and from the right. Gao Yan stood still and didn't move. Su Dali's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Is this guy too arrogant or arrogant? Just then, Gao Yan took action. With two bangs, Zhou Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun, who had just approached Gao Yan, were struck in the neck by Gao Yan and fell to the ground. Director Lu and Su Dali were stunned. They didn't expect that Gao Yan's skills were so crisp and clean. Factory Director Lu was a little better, but Su Dali, who knew the details of Zhou Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun, was greatly shocked. Because Zhou Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun were not ordinary veterans, but scouts, he was the only one who could suppress them in the entire security department. It was still one-on-one. If the two of them went together, he would definitely not be his opponent. But now, these two people joined forces, but they can't defeat Gao Yan. Good. Director Lu clapped his hands and looked at Gao Yan with admiration. Comrade Xiao Gao, your skills are better than I thought. Do you have any ideas about changing positions? Hearing this, Gao Yan didn't understand that Director Lu was testing his skills because he wanted to transfer him to the security department. Su Dali felt happy when he heard this. He smiled and said, Comrade Xiao Gao, our security department needs talents like you. If you are willing to come, I can give you the position of deputy captain. Under the gazes of factory director Lu and Su Dali, Gao Yan deliberately showed a thoughtful look. Director, Chief Su, thank you for your attention. Can I consider it? Of course, it's no problem, just give me a reply within 3 days. Director Lu was not angry, and said in a gentle tone. Thanks. Gao Yan thanked him. In fact, he didn't care whether he was a fitter or a security guard. His main purpose in coming to this world was to make money and upgrade. The salary of a security guard will be higher than that of a fitter, but how much higher can it be? Chief Su, please take the people back first. I have something else to talk to. Comrade Xiao Gao. Su Dali nodded and left the factory director's office with the dejected two. The next thing to talk about is naturally the reward. Gao Yan originally thought that the factory would reward him with some money. At most, or food stamps and meat stamps. Unexpectedly, he was rewarded with a bicycle ticket, 50 yuan, and 5 pounds of meat. To be honest, it is not difficult to get a bicycle ticket with Gao Yan's ability, but the difficulty is that with his current status, he cannot explain the origin of the bicycle ticket at all. But the factory helped him solve this problem. Back to the fitter shop. Wang Jiangang walked over directly and asked with concern, Weigua, are you okay? It's something, but it's a good thing. Gao Yan said with a smile, and then told the story again. After listening, Wang Jiangang was also quite pleased. You are a good boy. Such things can happen to you. However, you are a married person now. Think twice about everything and don't be too impulsive. I know what I can do, master. Gao Yan knew that Wang Jiangang was doing it for his own good, so he did not refute. By the way, master, the street office and the factory have rewarded me with meat tickets. It just so happened that the decoration of my home was also finished. You can come to me tomorrow night with your junior wife and junior sisters. Let's celebrate at home. You are kind enough to be master's heartfelt disciple. You have just married a daughter-in-law, so you are under a lot of pressure. Wang Jiangang thought for a while and still refused. Master, don't worry, your apprentice won't be exhausted in one meal. Gao Yan persuaded again. No need. Wang Jiangang still didn't agree. After all, there were 6 people in his family. If he went to his apprentice's house for a meal, he would probably starve. Since master doesn't want to go, then you can keep these 2 pounds of meat tickets. Gao Yan took out 2 kilograms of meat coupons and stuffed them into Wang Jiangang. Although people these days value dedication, as long as they are human beings, they have selfish motives. Therefore, many masters teach their disciples and will hold back. But Wang Jiangang didn't. That was to leave all his abilities to Gao Yan, without any intention of holding anything back. Besides, he doesn't lack for some meat votes. Seeing that Wang Jiangang was about to refuse again, Gao Yan said directly. Master, you can't refuse again this time, otherwise you will have a problem with me. Okay, then master will accept it. Wang Jiangang said with a wry smile and, at the same time, sighed. He did not accept this apprentice in vain. Thank you. That's right. A smile appeared on Gao Yan's face, and then he lowered his voice and said, Master, it's like this. The factory director knows that I know Kung Fu and wants to transfer me to the security department and make me a deputy captain. There are 3 brigades in the security section. The deputy captain may not sound like much, but he is actually a cadre. Although cadres also serve the people. But Daxia is a country with thousands of years of history, and being an official and honoring one's ancestors has long been rooted in everyone's hearts. Therefore, although it is glorious to be a worker, most people choose to become cadres if they can. Hear Gao Yan's words. Wang Jiangang looked slightly stunned, frowned and pondered for a while, and said, Weigua, you are a high school student and have strong learning ability. If you transfer to a cadre position, you will be much better than being a worker. Although Gao Yan's current level has reached the level of a third level worker, under his guidance, he will soon reach the level of a fourth level or even fifth level worker. However, the grade examination is difficult. To put it simply, the superiors are deliberately suppressing the exam. After all, the country is in a difficult situation now. If everyone's work level is upgraded, more wages will have to be paid. As for why there are many 6th level, 7th level and 8th level workers in the factory now, most of them were settled at the time of the founding of the People's Republic of China. They have caught up with the trend. It will be difficult to upgrade in the future. Taking him as an example, his actual level has already reached level 7. But the factory refused to give him a grade exam. Therefore, in his opinion, no matter how high Gao Yan's level is, if he continues to be a fitter, he will probably only be a level 4 or 5 worker in his life. He wants to become a senior worker like level 6 or 7. Unless there is a major meritorious performance. But it's different for transferred cadres. If your apprentice is educated and smart, he will definitely have a bright future. Although he couldn't bear to lose such a spiritual apprentice, he couldn't ruin his apprentice's future, so he agreed with Gao Yan's transfer. Hearing that Wang Jiangang also suggested that he change his job, Gao Yan was a little surprised, but he quickly understood his master's thoughts and nodded. Okay, master, I listen to you. Locksmiths do physical work. On the contrary, the security guard felt much more relaxed. In a blink of an eye, it's noon. The radio in the factory also rang. Weigua, congratulations. The nearby workers were envious when they heard that Gao Yan actually got a bicycle ticket, and they quickly congratulated him. He was even asked to treat him to dinner. Gao Yan said with a smile, it's impossible to treat guests to dinner in this way. When I go to work in the afternoon, I will treat everyone to drink soda. Originally, everyone had no hope of letting Gao Yan treat him to dinner, so they were very happy to hear that he wanted to treat him to a soda drink. As for Ma Weimin, who actually got a bicycle ticket after hearing Gao's words, he felt bad. He directly called an apprentice worker and gave him a spoon. You come to get the food. Afternoon. Gao Yan completed his work ahead of schedule. Then I asked for a leave from the workshop director. Gao Yan went straight to the department store and bought a bicycle for 182. Then he rode to the police station to get his license plate. Yes, you read that right. These days, bicycles also need to be licensed, and you have to pay a management fee of 2 yuan every year. After finishing the registration, Gao Yan went to the grocery store and bought hundreds of bottles of Arctic soda. He tied it on the car and took it to the fitter workshop and distributed it to the workers in the workshop. After get off work, Gao Yan rode his bicycle to the vegetable market. Originally he was quite handsome, but he didn't turn heads, but now that he's riding his bicycle, the girls and wives on the road are paying attention to him. It has to be said that bicycles are the pretentious artifact of this era. Originally, Gao Yan came to the vegetable market just to go through the motions and get meat from Minecraft. I didn't expect him to be lucky. I actually found old hens selling in the vegetable market. So, he took it decisively. I bought some more vegetables, hung them on my bicycle, and headed towards the courtyard. As for the fact that he received a bicycle ticket reward, it has long been spread in the hospital. Everyone is talking about Gao Weigua's good luck. Some people even asked whether Li Mengyao was a prosperous husband. After she married into the Gao family, the Gao family had good things happen to them. Aunt Chen returned home thoughtfully and said to Chen Dajiang, "Dad, why don't you go to the street office tomorrow and ask if there are any girls who have escaped from famine? Our Manchu army has also arrived. It's time to get married." Upon hearing this, Chen Dajiang's face darkened. With the conditions of our family, if we want to marry a girl, we have to go to the city. How can we marry a fleeing girl? What's wrong with those who fled? Isn't Li Mengyao quite good too? Aunt Chen said, unconvinced. Okay, let's stop this matter. It's impossible to marry Fu Gong. I'll find a matchmaker tomorrow to find a good one for Manjun. Chen Dajiang made the final decision. After hearing Chen Dajiang's unquestionable words, Aunt Chen didn't argue any more. That night, after having a sumptuous dinner at home, Gao Yan went to Niu Dajuan to pay the final payment for the decoration. The inverted room has been renovated. My sister-in-law can move back tomorrow. Gao Yan was still somewhat looking forward to this. The next day, when Gao Yan came to the factory, he went to find Director Liu. Indicates that he was transferred to the security department. For this reason, Factory Director Liu was very happy. He encouraged him for a few minutes, then called Su Dali and took him to the Human Resources department to go through the formalities in person. Then I went to the logistics department to pick up clothes and shoes. After changing into the clothes of the security section, Gao Yan also became a member of the security section. On the way to the security department, Su Dali introduced, Xiao Gao, we have 3 brigades in the security department. You have made meritorious service and are very skilled. Just a few days ago, something happened to the vice captain of the 3rd Corps. You will take over his position. Okay, Section Chief Su. Gao Yan nodded. Soon, the two came to the security department. Su Dali asked people to summon all the security guards and announced Gao Yan's appointment as the deputy captain of the 3rd Brigade. Hearing Gao Yan come to serve as the new vice captain. There are 2 people in the 3rd group who don't look very good. Some time ago, the deputy captain, Lao Jing, had an accident and broke his leg. He can no longer serve as the vice captain. The 2 of them are the most qualified to take the lead. In order to become the vice captain, I had to run less. At the same time, in order to gain the support of the team members, they also tightened their belts and invited people to dinner. As a result, someone was parachuted in to serve as the vice captain. How can they be convinced if they are asked to fetch water from a bamboo basket, but in vain? After the meeting, Su Dali stopped Zhao Dong, the captain of the 3rd Brigade. Zhao Dong, Comrade Gao Weigua is new here and is not familiar with our security department. You have to take care of us. Don't worry, Section Chief, I promise to complete the task. Zhao Dong said immediately. Okay, then I will hand over Comrade Gao Weigua to you. After Su Dali left, Gao Yan smiled at Zhao Dong. Captain Zhao, I'm new here. And there are still many things I don't understand. I hope you can give me some advice. Zhao Dong is about in his early 40s, slightly chubby, and appears to be kind-hearted. Hey, from now on we will all be brothers who work together to get food from the same pot. You're welcome. Just call me Brother Zhao. Okay, I'll call you Brother Zhao from now on. Let's go, I'll take you to get the equipment first. While talking, the 2 came to the equipment room. Then he introduced Gao Yan to the man guarding the equipment room, Lao Hu. This is Gao Weigua, who has taken over Lao Jing's position. Weigua, this is Lao Hu. From now on, when you run out of bullets, go to him for help. Hello, Uncle Hu. Gao Yan quickly greeted the other party. Nice young man. Lao Hu nodded, took out the key from the drawer, and opened the weapons arsenal. After entering, Gao Yan found that there were many firearms inside, and there were even 2 mortars. The rifle is Type 56, and the pistol is Black Star. In addition, there is M1911, but this kind of gun does not have many bullets, so Gao Yan chose the Black Star pistol. After Gao Yan made his choice, Lao Hu registered him and made him a gun permit. After receiving the gun, Zhao Dong brought Gao Yan to the office. From now on, you sit in the same room with me, and I'll first introduce you to the missions of our third team. Zhao Dong took the trouble to tell the story. The third team has 2 tasks. First, it is responsible for patrolling some factory areas. Second, it is responsible for escorting vehicles. However, the driver is also armed. Therefore, they do not need security guards to transport ordinary materials. Therefore, escort missions are not common and can be encountered 2 or 3 times a month. Only when confidential materials and valuable materials are being escorted. They will be escorted in the car. These days, although the people are simple, they are also courageous. There are many people who block roads and snatch cars. In some villages, young and old even came out together. Fortunately, it's okay near the capital. Once traveling long distances, drivers must carry guns. Subsequently, Zhao Dong called together the members of the third team, a total of 18 people. Because Gao Yan had just arrived and was not familiar with the situation yet. Therefore, Zhao Dong arranged for 2 more people to familiarize him with the patrol area. One of the 2 team members is named Hu Xingli, and the other is Jia Xiaodong. Hu Xingli is close to 40 and is a veteran security guard. Jia Xiaodong only joined the security department last year to take over from his father. In a blink of an eye, one morning passed. Gao Yan also figured out the patrol area and his responsibilities. Brother Gao, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. If we go early, there will be more fuel and water. Jia Xiaodong reminded. Okay, let's go. Gao Yan took the lunch box and headed towards the cafeteria with Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong. It's 10 minutes before I get off work at noon. There was a layer of oily water floating in the vegetable basins placed by the window. However, the security department is relatively close to the number 1 canteen, so we came to the number 1 canteen. Therefore, we did not see Ma Weimin. Otherwise, if that kid Ma Weimin knew that Gao Yan had been transferred to the security department and became the deputy captain, he would probably be jealous and break up. No one in the kitchen dared to embarrass the security department. Therefore, the portions served are generous. Because the workers had not yet got off work at this time, the canteen was very empty. The 3 of them found a random table and sat down. Just then, a group of female workers walked into the cafeteria chatting and laughing, and Jia Xiaodong suddenly stared straight in the eyes. Dongzi, if you don't eat well, what are you looking at? Hu Xingli joked. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't look. Jia Xiaodong quickly looked away, blushing and lowering his head to eat. I miss my wife. Gao Yan also smiled and joked that one of the female workers was the new broadcaster. Her appearance did not reach 90, but it reached 87. In this era, she was considered a rare beauty. Swiss Xiaoya has always been sensitive to gazes. As soon as she stepped into the cafeteria, she knew someone was looking at her. She subconsciously looked in that direction and found 3 security guards eating. Suddenly, she noticed Gao Yan, quickly withdrew her eyes, and nervously fiddled with the hair on her forehead. She thought to herself, that security guard is so handsome. I wonder if he is married? Had a meal. Jia Xiaodong took the initiative to wash Gao Yan's lunchbox. But Gao Yan refused. Isn't washing lunchboxes something you can do with your hands? It would be fine if Jia Xiaodong was a beauty, but he was a man, so he'd better wash it himself. Walk out of the cafeteria. Gao Yan sighed secretly, because in the cafeteria, the new broadcaster kept peeking at him. He was so handsome that he was popular in every world. In the afternoon, Gao Yan went to the fitter workshop for a walk. It's not to show off, but to tell Master Wang Jiangang that he has taken up his post in the security department. At the same time, the news that Gao Yan was transferred to the security department and became deputy captain also spread among familiar coworkers. Chen Dajiang naturally heard the news. His expression couldn't help but be slightly startled, and he muttered, "Can a runaway girl really make a husband?" Originally, he wanted to name his son a girl from the city. Seeing how prosperous Gao Yan had become, he was also thinking about whether to name his son a girl who had escaped from poverty. Maybe he can get his son to become a full-time employee early. After all, his son is still a temporary worker. Night. Gao Yan rode his bicycle back to the courtyard. But I found that there were many aunts and young wives gathered in front of my house. While eating, Gao Yan noticed that Li Mengyao kept smiling. So happy, did you find money? Gao Yan asked. No, it's the aunts and sisters-in-law in the courtyard who praise my sister. Wang Fu. Li Mengyao rushed to answer before Li Mengyao could answer. Well, it's true, Wang Fu. Gao Yan glanced at Li Mengyao's chest and said with deep sympathy. After the meal, there is no need to talk loudly about putting away the dishes and cleaning up. So, he left the house and wandered outside the courtyard to watch Chen Dajiang and Sun Yugui play chess. Watching the 2 uncles fight for 2 games. Gao Yan also headed home with his hands behind his back. Time flies really slowly these days. Unlike the future, the pace of life is so fast that a day passes in a blur. Back home, I didn't see my sister-in-law, but I saw my daughter-in-law mending clothes. It's dark at night, don't sew, it will hurt your eyes. Gao Yan came to Li Mengyao, put his arm around her waist and said. It's okay, it's almost done. Li Mengyao said. Soon, Li Mengyao mended the clothes. Then he walked forward and locked the door, then silently poured hot water on the stove and prepared to wash his face and feet. Mengyao, come here. Gao Yan suddenly shouted. Brother Weigua, what's going on? I specially prepared a nutritional oral liquid for you, drink it quickly. Gao Yan took out a primary constitution gene liquid and handed it to Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Li Mengyao was very moved. Brother Weigua was so kind to her. However, she thought for a while and said, no need, Brother Weigua. I eat well every day now. I am not lacking in nutrition. You work in the factory. I'm quite tired, so you better drink. Obedient. Gao Yan's face darkened, open your mouth. Seeing Gao Yan's serious expression, Li Mengyao had no choice but to open her mouth obediently. Gao Yan opened the cork and poured a bottle of genetic medicine into her mouth. After she swallowed it, Gao Yan said, the effect of this nutrient solution is very overbearing. After taking it, it will remove impurities from the body. You don't panic, I'll add hot water to the tub first, and then I'll wash it off after all the impurities are drained out. Due to limited conditions, although a shower was installed, it was the crudest type. An iron bucket was installed above the bathroom, and hot water needed to be boiled and poured into it. Just when Gao Yan went to heat the water in the iron bucket, Li Mengyao found that his exposed skin began to ooze a black greasy substance. Despite Gao Yan's reminder, she didn't panic. Just smelling the faint smell, she couldn't help but frown. When Gao Yan filled the iron bucket with hot water, Li Mengyao's pretty face was already covered with a thin layer of black mud, and she also looked a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. He took out a bottle of shampoo and a bottle of body wash from the mustard space and handed them to Li Mengyao. This bottle is for washing your hair. This bottle is for taking a bath, go to the bathroom quickly. Li Mengyao grabbed the shampoo and shower gel and rushed to the bathroom quickly, because she was afraid that the smell of her body would hit Brother Wei Guo. It took half an hour. Li Mengyao just cleaned herself up. However, the hair was wet. Here, let me help you dry your hair. Gao Yan took out another hairdryer and asked Li Mengyao to sit on the stool. In order to prevent neighbors from hearing the sound, Gao Yan also deliberately covered the entire house with spiritual power. Brother Wei Guo, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously as Gao Yan helped her dry her hair. This is a hairdryer, specially used for drying hair. Gao Yan explained, go and lie down on the bed quickly, I'll take a shower too. Li Mengyao had anticipated something coming, and was excited and nervous at the same time. After more than 10 days of marriage, she could finally give birth to a child for Brother Wei Guo. It's a pity that her dream will come true, because Gao Yan will not be able to get any woman pregnant in the next 4 years or so, because Gao Yan has used the billions of descendants strangulation card, which is valid for 5 years. Gao Yan took a bath very quickly and walked out of the bathroom in just a few minutes. When he came to the bed, he found that Li Mengyao had closed her eyes, but judging from her fluttering eyelashes, it was obvious that she was not asleep. Gao Yan smiled and threw an inside eye at Li Mengyao. After taking the primary constitution genetic liquid, Li Mengyao's appearance has been improved to 97 points, her figure has not changed, still 96 points. But her physique has been improved to 73 points, which is comparable to the physique of a Ming Dynasty warrior. Gao Yan couldn't move her before because her physique was too weak. When we first met, her physique couldn't even reach 60, which was at a sub-healthy level. After more than 10 days of raising her, her physique returned to over 60. Today, a dose of genetic medicine directly raised her physique to over 70. By the way, it's time to give my sister-in-law a dose of genetic medicine. Mengyao? Gao Yan shouted in a low voice. Li Mengyao remained silent, but her eyelashes trembled twice. Yao Yao? Gao Yan shouted again, but she still remained silent. So, Gao Yan sighed, hey, since I'm asleep, let's have a bridal chamber. Another day. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao became anxious and quickly opened her eyes. Brother Wei Guo, I'm not asleep. Ha ha. Seeing Li Mengyao's expression, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. And Li Mengyao also woke up. Brother Wei Guo must have known that she was pretending to be asleep and was deliberately teasing her. Brother Wei Guo, you are bullying me. Yes, I just want to bully you, this is just the beginning. Gao Yan smiled proudly, then lowered his head and captured Li Mingyao's lips. The next thing will naturally fall into place. However, Li Mingyao was driving a new car, so Gao Yan did not dare to step on the accelerator too hard, and he did not dare to drive for too long. He drove back to the garage after only half an hour. Afterwards, Gao Yan took Li Mingyao to take a bath. Then he hugged her and fell asleep. In the early morning, Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He used his inside eyes to scan Guan Ziliang and Zhao Yuzhong's homes. There were no candles in Zhao Yuzhong's study, and stones were placed on Guan Ziliang's rockery. As for the 5 black markets, there were still people lurking outside to catch him. If you ask Gao Yan how to identify their identities, first, they have guns on them, second, they also have ID cards on them, and third, they always pay attention to the surrounding situation. The above points can easily determine their identities. His fingers gently brushed Li Mingyao's black sweet hole to make her fall into a deep sleep, and then Gao Yan put on his clothes and quietly left the courtyard. "Mr. Gao, you are here, please have tea," Guan Ziliang said enthusiastically, and even made a cup of tea for Gao Yan. At first, when Gao Yan came to the door, he was terrified and scared. But with the transactions during this period, his family's life became more and more comfortable, and he no longer felt scared. He also found that Gao Yan was easy to talk to. "Old Guan, how much do you want today?" Gao Yan took a sip of tea and asked. 200 kilograms of nutritious flour and 200 kilograms of nutritious beef, Guan Ziliang said with a smile. "Okay." Gao Yan was too lazy to ask Guan Ziliang why he could eat so much. Even if Guan Ziliang was exposed, he would be fine. 200 kilograms of nutritious flour for 600 yuan. 200 kilograms of nutritious beef for 1,000 yuan. A total of 1,600 yuan. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yan disappeared. "It's really elusive." Looking at the teacup that was still steaming, Guan Ziliang sighed, and then called his wife out, and together, they moved the 200 kilograms of flour and 200 kilograms of beef to the basement and hid them. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, Parallel World. Income, 86,400 yuan. Looking at the numbers in the income column, Gao Yan secretly said that it was almost time. If he traded with Zhao Yuzhong once more, he would be able to level up. Early next morning, Li Mingyao, a first-time wife, not only did not feel any discomfort due to the genetic medicine, but her face was rosy, and she felt a little more charming. "Sister, I think you look much more beautiful." While eating, the sharp-eyed Li Mingyao noticed the changes in Li Mingyao. "Yeah?" Li Mingyao said a little unnaturally. "Sister, how do you become beautiful? Can you teach me?" Li Mingyao said with longing. Now she has reached the age where she loves beauty. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Li Mingyao's face. "Jia, what are you talking about? Hurry up and eat." After the meal, Gao Yan took out a bottle of primary constitution genetic liquid and gave it to Li Mingyao, asking her to use it on her sister-in-law. Then he rode his bicycle towards the Red Star steel rolling mill. After assigning tasks to the people under you, he went back to the office to make a cup of tea, picked up the newspaper and started reading. "Xiao Gao, come with me for a meeting." After a while, Zhao Dong arrived and called Gao Yan to Su Dali's office for a meeting. The content of this meeting focused on production safety, so that patrol officers could take snacks to prevent safety accidents. "The meeting is over." Su Dali left Gao Yan alone. "Xiao Gao, Are you still used to it? I'm quite used to it. Gao Yan nodded. Relatively speaking, the job of a security guard is much easier than that of a fitter. What's more, he is also the deputy captain. He only needs to assign the work of his subordinates, and he can sit in the office drinking tea and reading the newspaper. The 3rd Brigade is divided into 2 groups, with Zhao Dong in charge of one group and Gao Yan in charge of another group. In the absence of escort tasks, the work arrangement is quite simple. A few days passed in a flash. The factory is on holiday today. Gao Yan then took his wife and sister-in-law to go fishing with fishing rods and buckets. After having a bicycle, it is much more convenient to go fishing. Same as last time. Gao Yan got earthworms from my world. Just wear the earthworm and throw it into the water. Someone walked over next to me. He gratefully said to Gao Yan, young man, thanks to the earthworms you gave me last time, I caught 3 fish with the earthworms you gave me. Hey, you're welcome, it's just a few earthworms. Gao Yan said nonchalantly. Later, several more people came to thank him, all of whom had received earthworms from him. Took the bait. Suddenly, someone shouted. Gao Yan reached out to pick up the fishing rod and pulled it with skill, and a grass carp weighing 3 kilograms was thrown directly onto the shore. Next, Gao Yan seemed to be hooked and fished like crazy. Seeing that the bucket could no longer be filled, Gao Yan was ready to call it a day. At the same time, there are still more than 10 earthworms left. Divide these earthworms among you, Gao Yan said to those who were watching. Returning to the courtyard with a bucket of fish, Gao Yan found many people gathered in front of the house of Chen Dajiang, the steward of the courtyard. Aunt Niu, is there something going on at Uncle Chen's house? Gao Yan asked casually. Hey, matchmaker Chen brought a girl who escaped from famine to go on a blind date with Chen Manjun. Aunt Niu said in a low voice. No way. Gao Yan was a little surprised and said that with the conditions of Chen Dajiang's family, he could marry a girl with better conditions in the city. But now he wants to marry a girl who escaped from poverty. Aunt Niu glanced at Li Mengyao and said in a low voice, your daughter-in-law is not a prosperous wife. The old Chen family is envious of her, so they also want to find a prosperous girl for their son. Yes, that's true. My wife is indeed a prosperous woman. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. Look, I took my wife to go fishing twice, and each time I got a lot of harvest. Come on, Auntie Niu, I'll give you a fish too. Stew and soup. Then thank you Weigua. Aunt Niu said with a bright smile. Later, Gao Yan asked Li Mengyao to send a fish to each of the needy households in the yard. Even so, they all have 5 left. Soon, Aunt Chen came to the door. Weigua, do you agree with me to discuss something with you? What's the matter, Aunt Chen? Just tell me, if you can help me, I will never refuse. Gao Yan said immediately. Aunt Chen said a little coyly, I want you to help our Manjun find out if he is a suitable blind date. Please let me see. Gao Yan's face was full of confusion. It's not Aunt Chen Manjun should make the decision whether the girl is suitable for her or not. Everyone says you have good taste, otherwise how could you marry such a good girl like Mengyao? Aunt Chen said. That's not good. If I take a wrong look, you and Uncle Chen will have to blame me in the future. Weigua, don't worry, we won't blame you, just do us a favor. Oh well. Gao Yan couldn't refuse, so he followed Aunt Chen to Chen's house. The matchmaker hired by the Chen family was Aunt Chen. Weigua is here. How are you and your wife doing? When Aunt Chen saw Gao Yan, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Thank you, Aunt Chen, for your concern. Meng Yao and I are living well. That's good. By the way, this is He Xiaomei, who I introduced to the Manchu army. She also came here to escape the famine. Gao Yan's eyes fell on He Xiaomei and opened his inside eye. The appearance is definitely not as good as Li Meng Yao, but it has reached 80 points, and the figure is also good, with 85 points, and the specialness is still at 100 points. He is worthy of that boy Chen Manjun. Weigua, drink tea. Weigua, eat melon seeds. Chen Dajiang and Aunt Chen both greeted him warmly. Gao Yan stayed at Chen's house for a while and then made excuses to leave. Aunt Chen followed him out on the pretext of seeing him off. Weigua, what do you think? Aunt Chen asked nervously. Yes, she is a good girl, worthy of your family. That's really great, I think it's good too. After accepting Aunt Chen's thanks, Gao Yan returned home. Later, Aunt Chen told Chen Dajiang that she thought He Xiaomei was good, so the matter between the two of them was settled. Because He Xiaomei came to escape from famine. Getting married is also very simple. So, just 2 days later, Chen Manjun married He Xiaomei back home. He Xiaomei is a rural girl. After arriving at the Chen family, she was very diligent and very filial to Chen Dajiang and Aunt Chen. Some things just happened to happen. On the 3rd day after Chen Manjun got married, the superiors came to inspect the steel rolling mill. During the inspection, they found that Chen Manjun, a temporary worker, had outstanding skills. It's actually no worse than a second-level lathe. So, I spoke a few words of praise. The factory leaders were very happy. Therefore, Chen Manjun was directly promoted to a first-level lathe worker. Not to mention being promoted to a full-time job. After this incident was reported back to the courtyard, the aunts and daughters-in-law all started talking about it. That boy from Manjun is so lucky. It seems like he has only been working as a temporary worker for a year. No, now the factory is full of carrots and pitfalls. It's too difficult to turn things around. I heard that the Manchus had a blind date, and the old Chen family, specially, invited Weigua to see it. Weigua said that He Xiaomei was good, so the old Chen family decided on this marriage. Oh, so the Prime Minister of the state of Wei has his own tricks. An aunt said excitedly, no wonder Weigua didn't get married for several years. He got married as soon as he saw Li Meng Yao. He must know that Li Meng Yao is a prosperous husband. I think so too. Sister-in-law of the Su family, your son has reached the age of marriage. When the girl comes to your door, ask Weigua for help. When the Su family's sister-in-law heard this, she couldn't help but look thoughtful. That night, not long after Gao Yan returned home, Aunt Chen came to the door in person. Weigua, my Manchu army has been reorganized. Aunt Chen, congratulations to you and Manjun. Gao Yan said with a smile. Weigua, thanks to you this time, please accept this red envelope. By the way, my old man Chen invited 2 uncles to dinner and asked you to come too. No, Aunt Chen, why did you give me the red envelope? Gao Yan asked in confusion. If you hadn't seen Xiaomei Wangfu, my Manjun family would not have been able to become a full-time official so quickly. You deserve this. As she spoke, Aunt Chen gave Gao Yan a red envelope and reminded him to remember to go to their house. Have a meal. What's this called? Gao Yan was a little dumbfounded, but out of curiosity, he opened the red envelope and saw that there were 8 yuan in it. It seemed that the old Chen family was sincerely grateful to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given so much. After Gao Yan went to Chen's house that night, the 4 members of the family were particularly enthusiastic. In particular, Chen Manjun was even more affectionate by calling him brother Wei Gua. Originally, he was still a little dissatisfied with marrying He Shoumei. He also sneered at women who spoke highly of each other. But after he became a regular employee, his mentality suddenly changed, and he had no doubts about Gao Yan's ability to meet women. After all, there were so many temporary workers in the steel rolling mill, so the leader happened to see his performance. What was even more coincidental was that before the leader arrived, a second-level lathe worker happened to go to the toilet, and he helped him. Otherwise, he would have no chance to show off his outstanding skills. Final. Gao Yan single-handedly knocked Chen Dajiang and Chen Manjun to their knees. Wait until he gets home. Li Mengyao has prepared sobering soup in advance. Although Gao Yan was not drunk, he did not want to waste Li Mengyao's efforts. He drank the sobering soup in the bowl in one gulp and finished washing up under her service. For a moment, Gao Yan felt emotional again. The wives of this era are so good. Bata. Daughter-in-law, let's go to bed. Gao Yan kissed Li Mengyao on the face, picked her up and strode towards the bedroom. After a while, a suppressed moan came from the room, which lasted for more than an hour before it ended. Early next morning, Gao Yan had breakfast and was about to go to work. But he saw Aunt Sue coming to greet her in the backyard. Aunt Sue, is something wrong? Wei Gua, my boy is going on a blind date at noon today, can you take the time to come back? Aunt Sue said a little embarrassed. What am I doing back? Gao Yan asked, puzzledly. Don't you know how to choose someone? Don't worry, as an aunt, you won't let your photo go to waste. If you win the photo, I will also give you a big red envelope. Aunt Sue said quickly. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless. Aunt Sue, you misunderstood, I don't know how to recognize people at all. Hearing this, Aunt Sue gritted her teeth, took out a red envelope and stuffed it into Gao Yan's hand. Wei Gua, please help me, Aunt Sue will remember you forever. Okay then, I'll take the time to come back at noon. Gao Yan said helplessly. Seeing Gao Yan agree, a smile suddenly appeared on Aunt Sue's face. That's it. You don't have to eat in the canteen at noon, our family has also prepared meat and vegetables today. Okay, I'll go to work first. Then be careful when riding. After arriving at the steel rolling mill, Gao Yan arranged his work with ease and went to the office to make himself a cup of tea. Suddenly he remembered that Aunt Sue had given him a red envelope. He opened it and saw that there were 2 yuan in it. Aunt Sue's family couldn't compare with old Chen's family, so the 2 yuan fee for the consultation was already considered generous. Time flies, and it's almost noon. Anyway, there was nothing going on in the security department, so Gao Yan rode back to the courtyard 10 minutes early. Brother Wei Gua, my parents asked me to wait for you here. My brother's blind date has arrived. Go help and take a look. Unexpectedly, the second son of the Su family was waiting for him at the entrance of the courtyard. Gao Yan stopped the bicycle. He said hello to his wife first, then strode towards the Su family in the backyard. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Su were quite enthusiastic. But this time the matchmaker was not Aunt Chen, but an aunt named Xu. The blind date this time is called Wang Ernie. She is 20 years old, has a high school education, and is also employed as a salesperson in a department store. The other person looks good, but his face is a bit acerbic. Insightful eyes open. Wang Ernie's data appeared in front of him. This Wang Ernie has a face value of 72, which can be regarded as Xiaojiabiyu, and a figure of 75, which is not bad. But the special one only has 80 points. In other words, she has had sex with 4 men. In this day and age, having sex with 4 men before getting married is definitely not considered a good woman. Moreover, Gao Yan could sense it. Wang Ernie still has one in her belly. No wonder she came to have a blind date with the eldest son of the Su family. It turned out that she was looking for a successor. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, I suddenly remembered that there was something else at home, so I took the first step. Gao Yan suddenly spoke. He got up and walked outside. Weigua, why are you leaving? We have prepared meals at home. Eat before you leave. Aunt Su shouted, and chased after her. Gao Yan also slowed down his pace. He didn't stop until he reached the middle courtyard and whispered, Aunt Su, I advise you to think carefully. I won't say anything unnecessary. Although he knew that Wang Ernie was pregnant, Gao Yan still had trouble getting dressed. Weigua, what do you mean? Aunt Su frowned. That's what you think. Gao Yan stopped talking and walked away. Aunt Su stood there and thought for dozens of seconds, still a little entangled in her heart, because he felt that Wang Ernie's conditions were really good. First of all, she had a legitimate job, she was still a high school student, and she was relatively pretty. On the other hand, her son, who graduated from junior high school, is still a temporary worker and doesn't know whether he can become a regular worker. From the previous exchange, Wang Ernie is quite satisfied with his son. My son seems to have fallen in love with her too. Back home. She winked at Lao Su. Lao Su followed him out. After the two of them walked aside, Lao Su lowered his voice and asked, What's Weigua's opinion? He told us to be careful. Upon hearing this, Lao Su's face changed slightly. Head of the family, I actually think that girl Ernie is pretty good. Aunt Su said hesitantly that if Ernie could like her son, she felt that her son was the one who got the better of her, because in all aspects, Wang Ernie was excellent. It's really good. Lao Su did not deny this, but have you ever thought about a question? Is Wang Ernie a little too proactive? Our son looks average, has no formal job, and is still a boring gourd. Why is his condition so good when we meet him? Wang Ernie just fell in love with him? Speaking of this, Lao Su felt more and more that something was wrong. Well, let's not express our position today. Let's ask someone to find out about Wang Ernie's background before making a decision. Okay, that's all it can do. Other side. Gao Yan returned to his home. Husband, why didn't you have dinner at Aunt Su's house? I still think the food cooked by my wife is delicious. Gao Yan said with a smile. After the wedding, Li Mengyao called her husband at Gao Yan's request. I was a little shy at first, but gradually I got used to it. After dinner, Gao Yan rode to the steel rolling mill to continue working and fishing. And the old Su family moved faster. They temporarily stabilized Wang Ernie, and then began to ask people to find out the details of Wang Ernie. It's okay to ask. But it frightened Lao Su because Wang Ernie's reputation was not good. She liked hanging out with street kids in high school. After graduating from high school, he still hangs out with a bunch of street gangsters, and even often stays out at night. Later, her family saw that this was not an option, so they asked someone to find her a job as a salesperson. But she spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. Almost got fired. It was only because his parents asked someone to give gifts to the boss that he kept his job. Afterwards, Wang Ernie's parents gave her a severe lesson. But within a few days, Wang Ernie returned to her old ways. This made her mother so angry that she was admitted to the hospital. Finally, his father thought of a way, which was to marry her off as soon as possible. After having children, maybe she would give up. But Wang Ernie's reputation has long been ruined. No one with even the slightest qualifications is willing to marry her. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of the old Su family's son. That night, not long after Gao Yan returned home, Mr. and Mrs. Su came to the door, carrying things. "Uncle Su, Aunt Su, what are you doing?" Gao Yan asked. "Weigua, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, if Wang Ernie were to enter our Lao Su's home, our Lao Su family would not be able to hold their heads high and live a good life in the future." Lao Su grabbed Gao Yan's hand and said with a grateful face, "Everyone pays attention to reputation these days. If his son marries a broken man into the family, and when the news spreads, the old Su family will really be unable to behave in the courtyard." Therefore, their gratitude to Gao Yan comes from the bottom of their hearts. "Uncle Su is serious. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Yes, all uncles understand. By the way, when you and Shaoli got married, my uncle didn't give you any gifts. Today I made up for it for you. Lao Su is also a wonderful person." He understood Gao Yan's thoughts instantly and immediately changed his mind. Rode. Chatted for a while. Lao Su and his wife left. At this time, Li Mengyao opened the bag sent by Mr. and Mrs. Su and found that there were 5 kilograms of white flour and a piece of bacon weighing more than 2 kilograms. As the famine continues, food becomes increasingly scarce, and the price of white flour on the black market becomes higher and higher. A pound of white flour costs at least 2 yuan. Therefore, these 5 kilograms of white flour alone are worth at least 10 yuan, and the 2 kilograms of bacon are also worth several yuan. "Honey, is this too much?" Li Mengyao asked cautiously. "It's okay, just keep it." Gao Yan waved his hand. His words successfully prevented a family tragedy, so he accepted it as a matter of course. As the saying goes, there is no airtight wall in the world. There are no secrets in the courtyard. Lao Su's family specially invited Gao Yan to see the girl during their blind date. But it didn't complement each other. But the strange thing is that Lao Su and his wife brought something to thank Gao Yan. This greatly aroused everyone's curiosity. So the aunt and daughter-in-law all went out to pester Aunt Su to find out the reason. Being entangled with no choice but to do anything, Aunt Su told the truth. All the aunts and daughters-in-law were dumbfounded. At the same time, he became more and more convinced that Gao Yan had a way with women. Those who were planning to arrange a blind date for their sons secretly decided to ask Gao Yan to take a look when the blind date came. Otherwise, they would be worried. Moreover, the story about Gao Yan's meeting with the woman was not only spread in the courtyard, but also spread quickly to the surrounding courtyards. For a time, he actually became a celebrity in the nearby courtyards. Therefore, 2 days later, an old couple from a nearby courtyard came to the door with gifts and invited Gao Yan to help take a look at their son during their blind date. Gao Yan originally wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, he still agreed. If he often helped people look after women, it would be an additional legitimate source of income. He would Not have to eat braised meat all the time when he eats meat in the future. After all, eating braised pork every day will make you tired. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would definitely beat him to death. Of course, in order to help people read each other more accurately, he also secretly collected some books on physiognomy to supplement his professional knowledge. Not to mention, the physiognomy that has been passed down for thousands of years still has merit. After reading through several books on physiognomy, Gao Yan quietly showed everyone in the compound their physiognomy, and combined with their own conditions, he found that the figures calculated through physiognomy were almost the same. Then, during a blind date at a nearby courtyard house, he went there. This girl had an average appearance, but she was also on the passing line. From the other person's appearance, Gao Yan used physiognomy to calculate that the other person was a grateful and filial girl. Then he checked the other party's data. Finally, Gao Yan left behind saying that this girl is a good match. This day, Gao Yan was drinking tea and reading the newspaper in the office of the security department. Zhao Dong walked in hurriedly. Weigua, you have been in our security department for a while, and now there is a batch of confidential materials that need to be escorted to Beihai. I mean, you brought 2 people with you to escort them. What do you think? When do you leave? Gao Yan asked directly. Although he had no ambition, it was not the same thing to go to work and fish every day. Therefore, this escort mission was also an opportunity to prove his ability. What's more, this is his first mission and he can't refuse it, otherwise there will be gossip below. Zhao Dong said, we will set off at 6 o'clock tonight. If you plan to take on this escort mission, you can go home now and just come to the factory before 6 o'clock. Okay, I've accepted this task. Can I choose the escort myself? After a slight hesitation, Zhao Dong said, okay. Then let's go to Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong. Gao Yan said that because escort tasks are subsidized, generally speaking, more dangerous escort tasks can be subsidized by 2 yuan per day. In addition, there are some hidden benefits, such as buying some things that are in short supply in the capital from the local area and bringing them back for resale. Then it's settled. Zhao Dong agreed. Later, Gao Yan called Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong into the office and told them to escort confidential materials with him. Hu Xingli's face changed slightly, but he did not refuse. On the other hand, Jia Xiaodong was more excited and even a little eager to try. The escort mission will start at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. You 2 can go back first and come here before 6 o'clock. As for your patrol mission, I will arrange for others to do it. After sending away Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong, Gao Yan handed over the patrol mission of the 2 to the other 2 people in the team. Then he got up and left the office and rode back to the courtyard. Gao Yan returned home and did not see Li Mengyao and her sister. A mental scan. Li Mengyao was visiting a young wife's house, while Li Mengyao was playing skipping rubber bands with a girl of the same age in the alley. So Gao Yan walked to the door of the young wife's house and shouted, "Wife, go home quickly, I have something to tell you." "Husband, you are back so early." Hearing Gao Yan's voice, Li Mengyao hurried out. "Let's talk at home." Li Mengyao said hello to the young wife and went home with Gao Yan. "I received an escort mission from the factory. If everything goes well, I can be back in 2 days. If not, it will probably take 3 or 4 days." When Li Mengyao heard that Gao Yan was going to be away for so long, she couldn't help but show her reluctance, husband, is your mission dangerous? What kind of danger can there be? At most, it's a bit hard. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. This was not an exaggeration. Even if he encountered robbery on the way, he could easily solve it with his ability. Suddenly, Gao Yan stretched out his hand and hugged Li Mingyao's waist. Wife. We won't be together for several days. Let's be intimate in advance. This is not good, in broad daylight. It's okay, let's be quiet. In fact, Gao Yan only needs to release his mental power to cover the room, and no one can hear it even if firecrackers are set off in the room. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. The result was that Li Mingyao fell asleep limply. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gao Yan started to cook dinner. After a while, Li Mingyao, who was playing outside, came back. Brother-in-law, why are you cooking? Let me help you. By the way, where is my sister? Gao Yan's old face turned red. Your sister is tired and is resting. Let's call her after the meal is ready. So, Gao Yan and his sister-in-law made a sumptuous dinner. Then he went to the bedroom and called Li Mingyao. Husband, I can't do it anymore. Li Mingyao made a dreamy voice. Wife, get up and eat. Gao Yan shook Li Mingyao again, and the other party opened her eyes dazedly this time. 5:50 in the afternoon. Gao Yan arrived at the steel mill in advance. Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong both arrived in advance. So Gao Yan took them to the transport team. There were 3 cars this time. Gao Yan took the front car to lead the way, Jia Xiaodong took the middle car, and Hu Xingli took the back car to hold the line. When the time came, the 3 cars set off from the steel mill. Because of overloading, the speed of the truck is not very fast, maintaining at 40 km per hour. The driver in the same car with Gao Yan was an experienced driver, 42 years old this year, named Yu Xinmin. The other party has rich driving experience and is good at chatting. Through the exchanges along the way, Gao Yan gained a lot of knowledge. Unknowingly, more than 3 hours have passed, and it is more than 100 kilometers away from the capital. If everything goes well, we will arrive at our destination at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's a situation. When the time came to early 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu Xinmin stepped on the brakes urgently, but there were many stones lying on the road dozens of meters ahead. Yu Xinmin was seen taking out a Black Star pistol from the holster on his waist, showing a wary look. The drivers of the 2 cars behind were also experienced people. When they saw Yu Xinmin parked the car, they also took out their pistols and were on guard. Brother Yang, did you encounter a road bandit? Jia Xiaodong held the Type 56 rifle with an excited expression. I don't know yet, so be careful. When Brother Yang saw Jia Xiaodong's expression, he knew that this was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Now, they were in the light and the bandits were in the dark. It would be fine if the bandits didn't have guns. If you have a gun, you're in big trouble. As for the car behind, Hu Xingli, who was not escorting a car for the first time, looked gloomy, but there was a bit of worry in his eyes. The previous deputy captain, Lao Zheng, had an accident during the escort and was shot in the leg. Because the rescue time was delayed, the leg could not be saved. I'll go down and take a look. In the first car, Gao Yan said to Xian Min. Captain Gao, don't be impulsive. Yu Xinmin quickly said loudly, the road bandits didn't take action immediately. It's most likely that they are short of manpower or don't have guns. Let's stay in the car and wait for a while. They may become impatient. and evacuate on their own. Don't worry, I'm sure of it. Gao Yan had already discovered the 3 robbers hiding on the roadside. Through his mental perception, the opponent had no gun, only a machete, an engineer's shovel, and a wooden stick. While talking, Gao Yan pushed open the car door and jumped out. The robber hiding on the roadside couldn't help showing excitement when he saw this. Gao Yan didn't seem to notice them. He quickly came to the rocks and planned to move them away. Just then, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the roadside. Bang bang bang. At this time, Gao Yan made a move. With 3 consecutive kicks, the robbers were directly kicked out by him and fell on the roadside. See this scene. Shi Wen couldn't help but open his mouth, and then secretly said, "What a skill. Captain, are you okay?" At this time, Jia Xiaodong and Hu Xingli also rushed up with guns in hand. "It's okay, it's not enough for me to warm up. Find some ropes and tie these guys up." "Why?" Jia Xiaodong went to find the rope, while Hu Xingli pointed the gun at the 3 robbers to prevent them from escaping, but he didn't know that after Gao Yan's kick, it would be difficult for them to regain their ability to move. Within half an hour, Shi Wen and the others did not get out of the car. It's not that they are timid, but they were worried that if another robber appeared to seize the car after getting out of the car, and besides, the robbers had already been subdued, it would be useless for them to get out. After removing the stones on the road, Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong also worked together to tie up the 3 robbers. After some discussion, put one in a car so that it can be easily guarded. Once you arrive at your destination, you can hand it over to the local police for processing. Worried about an accident along the way, Gao Yan simply hit the 3 robbers again and knocked them unconscious. They would not be able to wake up before reaching their destination. "Captain Gao, you are very skilled. Have you practiced?" When Gao Yan carried an unconscious robber back to the car, Shi Wen praised him. "After practicing for a while, you will still have no problem dealing with 7 or 8 people." Gao Yan said humbly that with his strength, not to mention 7 or 8, no matter how many ordinary people join him together, it won't be enough. "By the way, what kind of boxing do you practice? I've heard of Tai Chi, Bagua, and the like." The car restarted and Shi Wen continued to ask questions. "I have practiced Tai Chi and Bagua. In addition, I have also practiced Xingyi, Baji and Wing Chun." Anyway, the car was boring, so Gao Yan didn't mind chatting with Shi Wen. In the 2 cars behind, the 2 drivers were also asking Jia Xiaodong and Hu Xingli about Gao Yan's skills. Jia Xiaodong had become Gao Yan's little fan, so he exaggerated the story of how Gao Yan easily subdued the 2 robbers. 1 o'clock in the morning. The convoy entered Beha territory. There were no accidents for the next 4 hours, and we successfully arrived at our destination at early 5 in the morning. The destination is a factory, and it's still in the mountains. The factory doesn't have a name, it's just replaced by a number. It's obviously a confidential unit. Under the command of the soldier, the 3 drove the car to the designated unloading location. Later, Gao Yan told the soldiers who contacted him about the robbers, and they took in the 3 robbers. Stealing confidential information is a serious crime. Even if these 3 robbers didn't eat peanuts, they would probably be sentenced to life imprisonment. Immediately afterwards, someone specially arranged for Gao Yan and his party to the guest house. After a quick wash, everyone went straight to bed. Everyone slept until noon before getting up. Because it is a confidential unit, their scope of activities is limited to the guest house. Had lunch at the guest house. Waited for another 2 hours. Someone from the confidentiality unit came and said that there was no problem with this batch of materials and they could return. It took more than 2 hours to drive the car out of the mountains, and then came to a small county town. Captain Gao, do you need to go to the county town to purchase some? Yu Xinmin asked. Okay, then go and see if there is anything suitable. Relatively speaking, things in the county town are much cheaper than those in the capital. Although Gao Yan doesn't need it. But he is the leader of this escort mission. If he doesn't go, others will be embarrassed to go. 2 hours later. Everyone tacitly returned to the car with a lot of things and drove back to the capital. Because it was an empty car, the return trip was much faster. Therefore, at more than 10 o'clock in the evening, they returned to the factory. Seeing that it was still early, Gao Yan decided to go back to the courtyard. Because of this escort mission, he can rest for a day and doesn't have to come to work tomorrow. Meng Yao, it's me. Gao Yan knocked on the door. Honey, was the escort smooth this time? Seeing Gao Yan return, Li Mengyao threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. Everything went well. Then I'll go get you some hot water to wash your face and feet. After washing his face and feet with Li Mengyao's help, he hugged her and went into bed. Because he didn't have to go to work tomorrow. Of course he had to exercise. So the next day, the two of them slept until Li Mengyao knocked on the door. And then they got dressed and got up. When he saw Gao Yan, Li Mengyao asked curiously, brother-in-law, when did you come back? I came back last night. You must be hungry. Brother-in-law won't go to work today. I'll take you out to eat. Really? By the way, bring the bucket. After we eat outside, we'll go fishing. Great, there's fish to eat again today. Li Mengyao said happily. Although the food has always been good since she came to Gao Yan's house, it doesn't prevent Li Mengyao from liking to eat meat. After all, in the countryside, it's good to eat meat every 3 to 5 months. Not to mention that in times of famine, there was no food to eat, so where would you get meat to eat? There are earthworms dug from my world. The harvest is inevitable. The remaining earthworms are also distributed to other fishermen, and the 3 of them return to the courtyard with a full harvest. As usual, most of the fish were given to people in the courtyard, and they only kept 6, enough for them to eat for 2 days. Thinking that my sister-in-law will have to go to school at the beginning of next year. So Gao Yan found his old textbooks to make up for her. The elementary school textbooks these days are still quite easy. Unlike the elementary school textbooks in the future, the brain hole is so big that even some college students may not be able to solve the correct answer. Spend a day leisurely. Gao Yan came to the security department of the steel rolling mill again. Assigned work to the people under his command and prepared to go back to the office to drink tea and read newspapers. But he was called to the office of the section chief Su Dali. Section chief, do you have something to talk to me about? You did a good job this time and captured 3 road bandits without any harm. Su Dali said with appreciation. Hey, isn't that my job? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Su Dali continued, the 3 bandits have been handed over to the local police. After interrogation, it was found that it was not the first time for the 3 bandits to rob. They were habitual offenders. They also confessed several other gangs and have been arrested. However, this time it involves a confidential unit and it is not suitable to be made public, so the factory will give you a reward, but it will not be announced on the radio like last time. I hope you don't have any emotions. Don't worry, Chief, I still have this awareness. Gao Yan hurriedly said, by the way, Jiao Xiaodong and Hu Xingli will also be rewarded, right? Su Dali said, yes, but they didn't play a big role. The subsidy for this escort mission will be doubled, and an additional 5 kilograms of food coupons will be awarded. Gao Yan nodded secretly. This reward was already good for the two. Then, Su Dali personally gave him the reward this time, a sewing ticket, a bonus of 50 yuan, 5 kilograms of meat coupons, and 20 kilograms of food coupons. Okay, nothing else, go back to work. Okay, Chief. Throwing the reward into the mustard space, Gao Yan returned to his office. Xiao Gao, congratulations, I heard you have made another contribution. As soon as he returned to the office, he received Xiao Dong's congratulations. Just lucky, Gao Yan said modestly. After lunch, Gao Yan found his master Wang Jiangang. Master, I went to Beha with a car the day before yesterday and brought back some specialties. I will send them to you in the evening. You are thoughtful, keep them for yourself. It's okay, they are all worthless things, you can give them to your junior brothers and sisters as snacks. Knowing Gao Yan's moral character, Wang Jiangang thought about it and agreed. So, after dinner that night, Gao Yan went to his master's house with the things. The things were indeed not expensive, a few kilograms of red dates and a few kilograms of chestnuts. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. That night, Gao Yan received a trading signal from Zhao Yuzhong. So, he came to the other party's study. Mr. Zhao, how many bottles do you want this time? Gao Yan asked directly. 100 bottles. Such a big appetite? Gao Yan was slightly surprised. Zhao Yuzhong smiled. He only kept 10 bottles of the 100 bottles, and the other 90 bottles were purchased by him for others. The transaction went smoothly. Back home, Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 0. World, parallel world. Income, 186,400 yuan. Do you want to upgrade to the next level? Gao Yan said secretly. After thinking about it, he still said, system, upgrade for me. Ding, deduct 100,000 yuan, start upgrading, and the upgrade time is 6 hours. Gao Yan was used to this. He turned off the interface, hugged Li Mingyao's soft body in his arms and fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as Gao Yan woke up, he summoned the sub-interface. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 1. World, parallel world. Benefit, 86,400 yuan. The next upgrade requires 100,000 yuan. Reward, 1 top draw, 30 free attribute points. Gao Yan frowned, there was only 1 top draw. But thinking that it was easier to upgrade in this world, it was normal to have 1 less top draw. Fortunately, the free attribute points were not deducted from him. After thinking about it, Gao Yan added 30 free attribute points to his physique, bringing his physique to 575 points. He has been here for more than 20 days since the last time he came. Gao Yan also plans to go back to the real world, because he also misses his girlfriends. With a thought, he communicated with the world function and appeared again in the study room. In Lingxi Garden. The time here is still the time he left. After changing clothes, Gao Yan picked up the mobile phone on the table. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Although he met Xiaozhua last night, he had not seen her for more than 20 days. So, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Xiaozhua. Then he drove to Weiwu Pharmaceutical. At 6:05, Xiaozhua walked out of the building of Weiwu Pharmaceutical. Actually, she also drove here, her Ferrari. But she knew her boyfriend was coming to pick her up, so she didn't drive to the parking lot. Why did you think of picking me up today? Xiaozhua opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, deftly fastening his seat belt. Of course I miss you, Gao Yan said with a smile. That's weird, we met this morning. Gao Yan immediately changed his mind. Okay, I think you have worked hard these years, and I want to take you to watch a movie to relax. Husband, you are so kind to others. When classmate Xiaozhua heard this, he felt very happy. Even though there was an extra rain, his husband was still as good to him as always. It's 10 o'clock that night. Gao Yankai and Xiaozhua returned to Lingxi Garden together. Song Yufei didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was a latecomer. So it was natural for Gao Yan to be nicer to Xiaozhua. The next day, Gao Yan drove Xiaozhua to Weiwu Pharmaceutical. In a blink of an eye, Gao Yan stayed here for another week, and it was also the National Day holiday. Come to the study room and change clothes. Gao Yan returned to the 1960s again. Honey, it's time to get up and eat. Li Mengyao, who had made breakfast, walked into the bedroom and shouted. Get up now. After breakfast, Gao Yan came to the steel rolling mill. In the afternoon, Zhao Dong summoned all the people in the 3rd Brigade and asked everyone to find someone to take the message home, because there was a temporary mission tonight. At the end of the meeting, Gao Yan asked Zhao Dong, Old Zhao, what are your tasks tonight? Now he has long been familiar with Zhao Dong. The higher-ups are planning to crack down on the black market. The street office and police station are short of manpower. We need to borrow people from our factory to help, Zhao Dong said casually. Although the higher-ups tacitly agree to the existence of the black market, they will occasionally send people to raid it to prevent the black market from getting bigger. During lunch, Gao Yan happened to bump into Chen Dajiang in the cafeteria. Uncle Chen, our security department has a temporary mission. Please give my wife a message. I won't go back for dinner tonight, Gao Yan said to Chen Dajiang. Okay, no problem. Chen Dajiang looked very pleased with Gao Yan, so naturally he would not refuse such a trivial matter. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved and he lowered his voice and said, Uncle Chen, remind the people in the courtyard to go to bed early tonight and don't run around if you have nothing to do. At first, Chen Dajiang didn't understand the meaning of Gao Yan's words. But thinking that Gao Yan had a temporary mission tonight, he suddenly realized that the security department in the factory was cooperating with the street office and police station to raid the black market. He subconsciously looked at Gao Yan. Gao Yan smiled at him. Suddenly, Chen Dajiang's heart trembled, because he planned to go to the black market tonight to exchange for something. If Weigua hadn't reminded him, he might have been arrested too. I couldn't help but feel a little more grateful to Gao Yan. These days, everyone is short of food. Take the people in their courtyard as an example. Most of them have been to the black market. Only those who are honest and cowardly don't dare to go. Besides, if the food at home is enough, who is willing to take risks? It was precisely because of this that Gao Yan passed the word to those in the courtyard through Qin Yujiang to prevent them from being arrested. In the evening, the cafeteria opened a small stove for the security department. What was rare was that there was also a meat dish, although it was just some minced meat. But it still made everyone very happy. For a moment, Gao Yan thought to himself that people's happiness is so simple these days. If you take an ordinary family from modern times, their food and clothing will be better than that of the director of a steel rolling mill. Today's ordinary families, not to mention eating meat every day, but eating meat once a day is still okay, but now the factory director can eat meat every 3 to 5 days, which is good. Especially in these famine years, when the supply of meat is difficult, it is good for the factory director to eat meat 2 or 3 times a month. Had dinner. Gao Yan returned to the office to recharge his batteries. This is not the first time that the security section has participated in such a sweep operation, so there is nothing to be nervous about. Time passed and it was early morning. The security guard's phone rang urgently. After receiving the order, the chief of the security department gave the order, and the 3 brigades took a large truck and set off in the direction of the 3 black markets. Gao Yan's 3rd Brigade went to the Shikahai Black Market. Close to the black market, the large truck stopped and Zhao Dong ordered everyone to wait in the truck. He went down to contact the people from the sub-district office and the police station. Soon, Zhao Dong returned and said to everyone, "We will act in half an hour. I will assign a task. I will personally lead a group of people into the black market to arrest people. Gao Weiguo will be responsible for leading people to block all exits and be careful of those who slip through the net. It's the captain, I promise to complete the mission." Gao Yan responded immediately. Later, Zhao Dong took out some red armbands and asked everyone to wear them on their arms. Soon, the appointed time arrived and the raid officially began. Zhao Dong led people to cooperate with people from the sub-district office and police station and rushed towards the black market. Gao Yan divided his men into 4 groups, stationed at 4 intersections, respectively. He was stationed alone at an intersection. To be honest, he was not enthusiastic about this raid and had no intention of making any meritorious deeds. However, he also turned on his mental perception with great interest to watch this sweep operation. As the 3 parties rushed into the black market, suddenly, the black market fell into a state of chaos. Whether they were sellers or buyers, they all ran around in panic. The raiders also mainly arrest people selling goods. As for the people buying goods, they are ordinary people. Even if they are caught, the most they can do is educate them and then fine them. Soon, some people escaped from the black market and ran towards various intersections. Then I met the security guards stationed there. Some of them were caught, and some boldly ignored the warning and fled. Although the security guards carried guns, they did not fire. After all, their family members or themselves had been to the black market, so there was no need to do things like this. Absolutely. As for the intersection where Gao Yan was stationed, there was also a group of people running towards this direction. "Don't run, everyone stay where I am and squat down with your head in your hands," Gao Yan shouted sharply. In fact, Gao Yan was just pretending, and planned to arrest the 2 of them for cross-examination, symbolically. But there are some who don't open their eyes. "He is alone, everyone rush," shouted a strong man with his face covered. Suddenly, everyone became emboldened and rushed directly in the direction of Gao Yan, intending to use their strength to knock him to the ground. Especially the strong man who shouted, the moment he approached Gao Yan, he punched him in the face. Court death. Gao Yan was speechless. He raised his leg and kicked out, knocking the opponent's tall body away and hitting his two accomplices behind him. Seeing this, the others rushed to the road without caring about the three strong men. With these three people working together, Gao Yan was not prepared to arrest anyone else. Result. With a pop, a woman with a scarf covering her face fell directly at his feet. At the same time, several eggs she held in her hand also broke to pieces. I said, "This is not a holiday, you don't need to give me a big gift." Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel happy, stretched out his hand to help the other person up, and joked. Just then, the three strong men actually wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Gao Yan's figure flashed, the knife in his hand fell, and the three of them fainted immediately. Looking back, the woman was still standing there, seemingly sobbing. "Why don't you leave? Do you want me to pay you eggs?" It was okay not to mention this matter. When she mentioned this, the woman burst into tears and said that her mother had just recovered from a serious illness and needed nutritional supplements. She finally saved up money and went to the black market to find some eggs to supplement her mother's nutrition. Unexpectedly, they were all smashed. "Okay, stop crying, take these eggs back and give your mother some nutrition." Gao Yan took out a few eggs and handed them to the woman. Suddenly, the woman stopped crying and said gratefully, "Brother, you are a good person, I thank you." "Okay, leave quickly or I'll arrest you," Gao Yan urged impatiently. "Brother, what is your name and where do you live? What, are you planning to come to take revenge on me?" "No, I want to return it to you when I have the eggs." "Okay, leave quickly, otherwise the other red armbands will come, and I won't be able to let you go even if you want to leave." "Brother, you are a good person, thank you." The woman bowed deeply to Gao Yan, then took the egg and left quickly. Gao Yan could see the real face of the woman under the scarf, whether he used his inside eyes or his spiritual perception, but he didn't do that. However, from the sound, the woman was not old and had a good figure. The raid was over. Gao Yan carried the three strong men back to report. Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong arrested 4 people together, and the other 3 teams were almost the same, with gains. After handing over the arrested people to the street office and the police station, the task of the security department was completed, and they took a truck back to the factory and then went home. Because they worked overtime last night, they didn't have to go to work in the morning. Therefore, after breakfast, Gao Yan heard the compound discussing the black market raid last night, and heard that a poor guy in the compound next door was arrested. People in several nearby compounds were also arrested one after another. At the same time, everyone was a little relieved. Fortunately, the managers of the 3 compounds asked them to sleep at home honestly last night. Otherwise, someone in their compound would probably be arrested. Although Gao Yan reminded them of this matter. But the clever Chen Dajiang did not mention Gao Yan. It was not that he wanted to take the credit for this. It was because Gao Yan was a law enforcer last night. If he leaked the news in advance and spread it to the factory, he would be in trouble. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Director Wang from the street office came to the courtyard and praised everyone, saying that in this area nearby, only people from their compound did not need to be arrested, and announced that as long as there were no problems in the compound in the next few months, their compound would definitely be included in the civilized compound evaluation at the end of the year. Being rated as a civilized compound is not only an honor, but also a reward. Although the reward is not much, everyone can get some. After lunch, Gao Yan came to the steel mill leisurely, arranged his work, and returned to the office to make tea and read the newspaper. More than an hour. He and Zhao Dong were called to the section chief's office together. Su Dali praised their 3rd Brigade, and at the same time said that this joint operation was relatively successful, and a lot of things were seized, and the steel mill would also be allocated a batch. Naturally, the security department is indispensable. When you get off work in the afternoon, you can go to the logistics department to collect your reward. In the evening, Gao Yan returned home with the rewards from the factory. Li Mengyao had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him to come back to eat. Daughter-in-law, steam these 2 sausages and heat them up. Gao Yan took out an oil paper bag and handed it to Li Mengyao. He was tired of the braised pork, so Gao Yan returned to the real world and ordered Huangdong to buy some other things, and this sausage was one of them. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Throw an inside eye at both sisters. Li Mingyao's favorability is 100. Li Mingyao's friendship level is 100. The 2 sisters' favorability and friendship levels have reached 100 points. Which means that it is impossible for them to betray him. In this case, he can also properly produce powerful rice and nutritious beef. After all, reporting is very popular these days. It is not unusual for family members to report each other. Therefore, Gao Yan did not dare to reveal something easily before gaining the absolute loyalty of the 2 sisters. After the meal, Li Mengyao said something, but it was her parents who wrote a reply, saying that the coarse grains and money sent back by Gao Yan saved their family's lives, and asked her to thank Gao Yan for them. In this way, after the factory pays wages in 2 days, I will mail 20 kilograms of whole grains and 20 yuan back to your parents. Gao Yan said. The reason for sending coarse grains is that you can't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, you, an ordinary worker, support a family of 3, and still have extra fine grains to send. Husband, you can send some food, but you don't need the money. After all, you sent so much money last time. Li Mengyao said hesitantly. It's okay, your husband is now the deputy captain of the security department. And his salary has been increased to more than 50. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Thank you, husband, you are so kind. Li Mengyao said gratefully. It's not enough to say thank you. You have to repay me well in the evening. Gao Yan whispered in her ear. That night, Li Mengyao seemed particularly proactive. Don't withdraw your troops until they are exhausted. This resulted in me still sleeping when it was time to get up the next morning. So Gao Yan got up early and took out dali rice to make porridge. However, considering that the smell of dali rice was too strong, he included all the smell in my world. After making the porridge, Gao Yan took out another half a pound of nutritious beef and fried a plate of vegetables, which also brought the meaty aroma into my world. Wow, there is rice porridge today. Sister-in-law Li Mingya couldn't help but be extremely surprised when she discovered that breakfast was rice porridge. The sisters are both from the south, and their daily staple food is rice. The staple food in Beijing is pasta. If you like, eat 2 more bowls. By the way, your sister slept late last night, so let her continue to sleep. After you finish eating, just put the porridge and vegetables in the pot and heat them up. Okay, brother-in-law. Gao Yan ate his breakfast quickly and rode towards the steel rolling mill. However, when passing by a certain section of the road, he obviously found two eyes staring at him. He turned around and saw a girl with short hair and an oval face staring at him. Although the woman he let go the night before had her face covered with a scarf, he could tell at a glance that this short-haired girl was the one he let go. Suddenly, the short-haired girl ran up quickly and shouted, "Wait a minute." Gao Yan stopped the bicycle and looked at the other party with a smile. "Lesbian, what's wrong with you?" "Thank you for that night," Zhao Jingchu said gratefully. "Aren't you afraid that I will arrest you?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. This short-haired girl must be around 18 or 19 years old. She has an oval face and delicate facial features, but she looks a little malnourished. With a thought, the insightful eye opens. The other party's data is presented. The appearance is 93, the figure is 88, the specialness is 100, the age is 19. But the physique is very weak, not even reaching 60, only 58 points. It is obviously in a sub-healthy state, and is slightly stronger than Li Mengyao, who fled the country. "I know you won't, because you are a good person." Zhao Jingchu's cheeks turned red and she whispered, "I don't like to be called a good person, so don't call me a good person in the future." Gao Yan said seriously. "Oh, I understand, what do you call me, brother?" Zhao Jingchu said again. "My name is Gao Weigua, Deputy Captain of the Security Section of the Red Star Rolling Mill." "What about you?" "My name is Zhao Jingchu, I am 19 years old and unemployed." The other party said a little embarrassed. "How is your mother's health?" Gao Yan asked again. Zhao Jingchu smiled, "It's much better now." "By the way, brother Gao, where do you live? I'll bring them to you when I save enough eggs." "I won't tell you where I live. Tell me your home address and I will come to your house as a guest in a while." "This?" Zhao Jingchu hesitated. "Why, you're not happy, then forget it." Gao Yan pretends to leave. "It's not brother Gao, my family lives in." "Okay, I remember it. By the way, have you had breakfast?" "Eat," Zhao Jingchu said hesitantly. "You're lying, I happened to bring an extra steamed bun for you to eat." Gao Yan took something from his pocket, stuffed Zhao Jingchu with a nutritious steamed bun, and rode away without waiting for the other party to refuse. Looking at Gao Yan's retreating back and the steamed buns still emanating from his hand, Zhao Jingchu's eyes were a little wet. Because of her family background, she was excluded everywhere, and even people came to her house every now and then to cause trouble. This made the already difficult life of the mother and daughter even more difficult. Therefore, after breaking the eggs she had saved up the night before, she was on the verge of collapse and burst into tears. Unexpectedly, the handsome red armband who was supposed to arrest her not only did not arrest her, but also gave her a few eggs. It made her feel that there is also warmth in this world. She thought that the two of them might not have a chance to meet in the future. But she never expected that she would see her again after only one day, and gave her a white flour bun, and she also had a strange feeling towards Gao Yan in her heart. If Gao Yan used the insight eye again at this time, he would find that Zhao Jingchu's friendliness had increased to 87 points. The work of the security department is dull and boring. Drinking tea and reading newspapers, a day passed just like that. That night, Gao Yan received Guan Ziliang's trading signal. So, he appeared at Guan Ziliang's home in the early morning. "Mr. Gao, do you have anything else in your hand?" Guan Ziliang asked. Since the transaction with Gao Yan, these old and young people basically have No worries about food. After filling their stomachs, they naturally want to enjoy better. Yes, I have a lot of fruits here. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 7 or 8 kinds of fruits appeared on the table, such as watermelon, apples, bananas, grapes, oranges, etc. Seeing these fruits, Guan Ziliang's eyes lit up. In the end, Guan Ziliang harvested a batch of fruits, and Gao Yan got 1,000 yuan. Although compared with the transaction with Zhao Yuzhong, this amount of money is nothing. But Gao Yan didn't despise it. No matter how small the mosquito is, it's still meat. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. After dinner, Gao Yan prepared to go to Zhao Jingchu's house. But after approaching the other party's house, Gao Yan sensed the other party's situation through mental perception. The mother and daughter lived in a dilapidated small courtyard, and the situation inside the house was not much better. In short, the word poor was revealed inside and out. At this moment, the mother and daughter were both making matchboxes. If nothing unexpected happened, this was their only source of income. Jobs are scarce these days, and it is often good for a family to have one job. If there are 2 workers in a family, it is definitely something worth showing off. But in this era, there was no family planning, so almost every family had 3 or 5 children. Therefore, the overhead is also high. What should I do if I don't have enough money? The neighborhood office will arrange some odd jobs to increase income for families in need. Sticking matchboxes is a common odd job. If you are quick and agile, you can earn 5 or 6 yuan a month. Take back the inside eye. Gao Yan was about to come. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a slovenly air came from the other side. He was holding a liquor bottle in his hand. He came to Zhao Jingchu's courtyard and banged on the door. Who? Mother Zhao asked. Big sister, I'm Ergu, open the door and let me in. The slovenly middle-aged man shouted loudly. Upon hearing the other party's voice, the Zhao family's mother and daughter both changed their expressions. Wang Ergu, my family is full of women. It's not convenient for you to come in. You should leave as soon as possible. Mother Zhao said in a deep voice. But Wang Ergu didn't take this trick. Sister, open the door quickly, I brought you meat. While talking, Wang Ergu took out a paper bag from his arms, opened it, and placed it at the crack of the door for Zhao's mother and daughter to watch. Wang Ergu, our family doesn't care about your meat. If you come to harass my mother again, believe it or not, I will report you to the street office. At this time, Zhao Jingchu threatened in a disgusted tone. Tell me, report me. I, Wang Ergu, am a 3rd-generation poor peasant, and your Zhao family is from a landlord's family. Wang Ergu said with disapproval on his face. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both mother and daughter changed. Especially Zhao's mother, who turned even paler, and the image of her husband being arrested and paraded through the streets flashed through her mind. Hearing that the mother and daughter had lost their voice, Wang Ergu took a sip of wine into his mouth, quite proudly. Sister, I know your family is having a hard time. I am now a regular worker in the cotton spinning factory. Follow me. I will definitely let you mother and daughter live a good life. Don't even think about trying to trick my mother. Zhao Jingchu said angrily. It was Wang Ergu who went to report his father in the first place, which led to their home being confiscated and his father even being arrested and paraded through the streets. Not long after, his father passed away. But it can be said that this Wang Ergu is the enemy of her family. How could her mother marry him? Xiao Nizi, I advise you, mother and daughter, not to be disrespectful. An angry look appeared on Wang Ergu's face, and then he started to curse. He was scolding vigorously when suddenly, a stone flew from nowhere and hit Wang Ergu's front teeth, causing the other party to let out a scream. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with two brown front teeth. Strong pain hit, and the drunk Wang Ergu also regained consciousness. He looked around and couldn't see who it was, so he couldn't help but cursed. Suddenly, another stone flew and knocked out his lower two front teeth. For a moment, Wang Ergu panicked. Knowing that he had met a ruthless person, he turned around and ran away. However, he decided that after escaping from here, he would report the Zhao family's mother and daughter for colluding with enemy agents. His knocked out teeth were the evidence. What a pity. What he met was Gao Yan. He knows very well that the king of hell is easy to deal with and difficult to deal with. I don't intend to let him go, not to mention, it's not a good thing for this guy to come to bully an orphan and a widowed mother. So, Gao Yan put the bicycle into the mustard space. Followed quietly. It wasn't until Wang Ergu was some distance away from the Zhao family that Gao Yan flicked out a burst of energy, which directly penetrated into the opponent's head. Wang Ergu was seen trembling all over, his eyes turned white, and he was foaming at the mouth. He fell to the ground in a moment, and the wine bottle in his hand also dropped as the alcohol evaporated. It smells strongly of alcohol. The human brain is an extremely special area. Not to mention this era, even in the future, research will not be thorough. Therefore, if Wang Ergu is found, he will be sent to the hospital. They will only think that he drank too much, resulting in alcohol poisoning, thus damaging his brain and becoming an idiot. Gao Yan returned to the original place, took out his bicycle and rode to the outside of Zhao's dilapidated courtyard. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The mother and daughter, who hadn't heard any sound for a while, thought Wang Ergu had left, but were shocked when they heard the knock on the door again. Comrade Zhao Jingchu, I am Gao Weigua, are you at home? Zhao Jingchu was overjoyed when she heard Gao Yan's name and hurriedly ran towards the courtyard door. After opening the door, she happened to see Gao Yan pushing a bicycle with several bags hanging on the bicycle spigot. Brother Gao, why are you here? Zhao Jingchu asked in a low voice. Didn't I say that I would come to visit your home last time? You don't think I just said it casually, do you? Of course not, come in quickly. So, Gao Yan pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, while Zhao Jingchu stuck her head out the door and looked around. After not finding Wang Ergu, she quickly closed the far door. Hello, Aunt, I am Gao Weigua, your daughter's friend. Gao Yan parked his bicycle in the yard, took off the bag from the faucet, and said to Zhao's mother, who was pasting matchboxes on the eaves corridor. There was no electricity in their small courtyard, and electric kerosene lamps were too wasteful, so while the sky was still visible, mother and daughter were gluing matchboxes on the corridor outside. Mother Zhao looked at Gao Yan with some suspicion. Why hadn't she heard that her daughter had such a friend? At this time, Zhao Jingchu came over and explained, Mom, you have forgotten. I went to the black market that night and met a kind man with a red armband. He not only let me go, but also gave me a few eggs. It's brother Gao. Oh. Zhao's mother suddenly realized, and then her eyes became a little more wary. Comrade Gao, is he from the street office? No. Gao Yan shook his head. I am from the security department of the Red Star Steel Rolling Mill. I was seconded to raid the black market that night by the Wei, Auntie, this is my first visit and I brought you some gifts. I hope you don't mind. While talking, Gao Yan handed over the bag. Comrade Gao, you have also seen the situation of our family. There is nothing to entertain you. You should take this gift back. Zhao said in a cold tone. Mom, Brother Gao is different from those people. Hearing her mother's words, Zhao Jingchu was a little anxious, and then said to Gao Yan, Brother Gao, don't mind. The main reason is that my father died of illness after being criticized and paraded in the streets, so my mother. I understand. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, and then stuffed a few bags into Zhao Jingchu. Okay, Comrade Xiao Zhao, keep these things. It's getting late, so I'll leave. First, Brother Gao, I'll give it to you. Zhao Jingchu put the bag aside and followed Gao Yan. After walking away, Zhao Jingchu said with a guilty look on her face, Brother Gao, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother. Please don't blame her, okay? Okay, I accept your apology, go back, I'll come see you next time. I understand, but Gao Yan is not a big-hearted person. Since your mother, Xiao Zhao, looks down on me, don't blame me for kidnapping your daughter to take revenge on you. Feeling Gao Yan's meaningful eyes, Zhao Jingchu felt a little nervous for some reason. However, she said, Brother Gao, thank you for your understanding. Okay, come back, I'm leaving. Waving to Zhao Jingchu, Gao Yan quickly disappeared from Zhao Jingchu's sight. On his bicycle. And back home. Zhao Jingchu curiously opened the bag sent by Gao Yan, and was immediately shocked, because the 3 bags contained about 10 kilograms of white noodles, 5 kilograms of bacon and 20 kilograms of stick noodles. Mother Zhao noticed her daughter's expression, put down the matchbox in her hand and walked over. When she saw the things in the 3 bags, her face sank slightly. Jingchu, we can't take these things, send them back quickly. Zhao Jingchu looked embarrassed, but Mom, I don't know where he lives. Besides, Brother Gao is not the kind of person you think, and you just recovered from a serious illness and need to supplement nutrition. We can keep these things and return them to him when we have the chance to be his daughter. In the future. No. Mother Zhao said decisively. Mom. Zhao Jingchu continued to persuade, I know that Dad's death has caused you a great blow, but not everyone in this world is a bad person, there are also good people. Brother Gao is a good person. Huh. Mother Zhao sneered, don't think I can't see his little thoughts. If he didn't think you were beautiful, he would let you go. His so-called goodness is just an ulterior motive. Hearing this, Zhao Jingchu really felt that her mother was too extreme, so she explained, that night, Brother Gao didn't see what I looked like at all. Because I covered my face with a scarf, only the area above my eyes was exposed, and the second time we met, it was me who took the initiative to call him, otherwise he wouldn't know it was me, so you really misunderstood Brother Gao. Is that so? Mother Zhao's face was a little embarrassed, it seems that I misunderstood him. Then these things can be left? Then leave them. That's great, then I'll go make dinner now, and we'll eat meat tonight. Zhao Jingchu said happily. Then go ahead, I'll paste more matchboxes. On the other side, Wang Ergu was soon discovered. Then he was sent to the hospital. As expected by Gao Yan, the hospital treated him as alcohol poisoning. After Gao Yan returned to the courtyard, he found his wife sewing shawls. It must be said that for girls of this era, mending clothes, sewing shawls, cooking and so on are basic skills. Unlike in the future, most men spend a high price on a bride price to marry a wife and have to worship her like an old Buddha. If modern men travel to this era, they will probably cry with happiness. As for Gao Yan, he has always adhered to a concept that his women can be spoiled, but not spoiled. Fortunately, his girlfriends are very sensible. They did not take advantage of their spoiling and torment him in various ways. Instead, they were particularly considerate. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the other party was, he would not spoil them. Of course, this is also related to his own strength. If he was just an ordinary man, such as Jing Xiaoyu, who was with him because of money, and Qin Yusin, who was with him because of resources, they might not be as considerate as they are now. Let's get back to the point. Gao Yan still felt that the entertainment activities of this era were a little poor. For example, his wife's only entertainment activity was to go to visit and chat. So he planned to find someone to get a radio ticket and buy a radio. The next day, after arriving at the factory, Gao Yan found Zhao Dong and asked him if he had a radio ticket. The other party didn't have one. Gao Yan found the section chief Su Dali again to ask. Section chief, do you have a radio ticket? I'll exchange it with you for a meat ticket. No need to exchange, I just happen to have an extra radio ticket. Su Dali took out a few tickets from his pocket and handed one to Gao Yan. Thank you, section chief, this is a Tenjin meat ticket, you take it. These meat tickets were rewards from the factory or the street office, but you had to get up early and go to the vegetable market to buy meat, so Gao Yan had never used them. Take it back. Su Dali was a little moved when he heard about the Tenjin meat ticket. Section chief, these meat tickets are rewards from the factory and the street office. There is absolutely no problem. Moreover, I am good at fishing and can get a lot every time, so there is no shortage of meat. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Su Dali smiled. After exchanging for the radio ticket, Gao Yan rode his bicycle to buy the radio at noon and sent it back to the courtyard. After teaching sisterly Meng Yao, he went back to the factory to work. After get off work in the afternoon, Gao Yan just pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. Sun Yugui smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, Weigua, there is another big thing in the family. The big things he mentioned refer to the 4 big things, also known as 3 turns and 1 ring, which are bicycles, watches, sewing machines, and radios. By the way, where did you get your radio ticket? But Sun Yugui lowered his voice when he said this. Why, Uncle Sun, do you want to buy a radio too? Gao Yan asked with a smile. I do have that idea, but unfortunately, I can't get the ticket. Sun Yugui smiled bitterly. Uncle Sun, I can't help you. I was just lucky. I got a radio ticket from our section chief. Gao Yan waved his hand. Well, then you keep an eye out for me. If anyone in your factory wants to exchange a radio ticket, let me know. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Gao Yan agreed and pushed his bicycle home. But when he got home, he found it quite lively. My sister-in-law Li Mingyao was listening to a storytelling with a group of little kids from the neighbor's house around the radio. The storytelling was about the 3 heroes and 5 gallants. The little guys were listening with great interest. Suddenly, Li Mingyao spotted Gao Yan and quickly stood up and shouted. Brother-in-law, you are back. Brother Weigua. Uncle Weigua. The children listening to the radio also shouted. That's it for today. 1 piece of candy for each person. Let's go home and eat. Gao Yan took out a handful of candies and gave one to all the little kids present. After receiving the candies, they all thanked Gao Yan and left. Gao Yan stuffed all the remaining candies into his sister-in-law, who came over with a wash basin for Gao Yan to wash his face. After washing your face, Gao Yan came to the kitchen. He took out another candy, peeled it and put it in Li Mingyao's mouth. Daughter-in-law, is it sweet? Li Mingyao nodded, sweet. At this time, Gao Yan took out 3 more braised chicken legs and asked Li Mingyao to steam them. After dinner, Gao Yan went out for a walk again with his hands behind his back. Sisters Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao finished their housework quickly and then gathered around the radio to listen to it. Early that night, Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned Zhao Yuzhong and Guan Ziliang's family with his discerning eyes. The Zhao Yuzhong family did not release a trading signal, but the Guan Ziliang family did. But there were more than 20 people hiding around Guan Ziliang's home. Obviously, Guan Ziliang's deal with him was exposed. But when he scanned the bodies of this group of people with his insightful eyes, he realized that they did not seem to be official people. Moreover, this group of people only had 5 guns on them, and the rest were daggers, short swords, and the like. That is to say, this group of people either colluded with Guan Ziliang and wanted to take advantage of others, or they were eyeing Guan Ziliang and wanted to catch him as the shipper through Guan Ziliang. But he thinks the first possibility is unlikely, because Guan Ziliang has seen his elusiveness and ability to get things out of thin air, and Guan Ziliang is not very courageous, so it is unlikely that he will collude with this group of people. Therefore, the most likely possibility is that Guan Ziliang exposed the matter of supplies, thus attracting these people. Gao Yan was still a little bit hesitant to take action against the official people. But for this group of people, Gao Yan had no such concerns. He quietly left the courtyard and came to Guan Ziliang's house. He released his mental power to penetrate into the minds of these people. With a series of slight groans, these people all fainted on the ground. Gao Yan waved his hand and took them all into my world. Then, he woke up the leader and used top hypnosis to extract information from the other party. Is it a hidden spy? When he learned the other party's identity, Gao Yan was a little surprised. The leader was Wu Qingyuan, who worked at the Cultural Palace, but his real identity was a spy who had been lurking for many years. And he was a good friend of a certain old man. Once he came to visit, he learned about the existence of nutritious flour. So, he had the idea of nutritious flour. Later, he locked Guan Ziliang by tracking that friend. But after observing for a while, he was sure that the nutritious flour was not from Guan Ziliang. Then today, the men who monitored Guan Ziliang reported that Guan Ziliang deliberately placed a stone on the rockery in the yard. He immediately suspected that this was a trading signal. So, he brought people to Guan Ziliang's surroundings and ambushed him, preparing to catch him while Guan Ziliang and Gao Yan were trading, and force him to tell the secret of nutritious flour. Then, Gao Yan knocked Wu Qingyuan unconscious again, woke up the others, and hypnotized them one after another. Among the more than 20 people, only 2 people were enemy spies like Wu Qingyuan, and the others did not know the true identity of Wu Qingyuan and the other 2. They were just a bunch of hooligans on the internet. These hooligans were not good people either. They did a lot of bad things with Wu Qingyuan and the other 2. So, Gao Yan did not let them go, and killed them all along with Wu Qingyuan and the other 3 enemy spies, and then buried them in my world. At the same time, Gao Yan also collected more than 500 yuan from these people. What surprised him even more was that the 500 yuan was also considered a profit. Suddenly, Gao Yan had an idea. The three enemy agents Wu Qingyuan had their own bases, and there were a lot of treasures hidden in those bases. So, Gao Yan left my world first to complete the transaction with Guan Ziliang. After earning 1,000 yuan, he went straight to Wu Qingyuan's base. Wu Qingyuan's base was a quadrangle with 2 entrances. No one lived in it. Using his mental power, Gao Yan easily found the basement where Wu Qingyuan hid things. Open the basement. Enter it. Gao Yan found a radio station and 2 submachine guns. In terms of money, there were not many Dashia coins, only more than 800 yuan. But there were $2,000 and 20 small yellow croakers. When Gao Yan put away the money, then he found that his income had increased directly breaking through 100,000, reaching 113,700 yuan. $2,000 was calculated at 110. 20 small yellow croakers are worth 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan asked, "System, if I steal other people's money, can it be counted as income?" He is not a pedantic person. If this way works, he plans to target some corrupt officials or rich people who are unkind and take their money directly. System, no, host, the money you got this time can be counted as income. Because the other party has ill will towards you. You destroy them and take their money, which is considered as spoils of war. If you steal other people's money for no reason, it will not be counted as income. Okay then. Gao Yan was not very disappointed with this. He also put the 2 submachine guns into the mustard space and left the basement. And quickly went to the basement where the other 2 enemy agents were located. The other 2 enemy agents were not as rich as Wu Qingyuan. All the money added together increased the income by 11,000 yuan. Back home, Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. The income has reached 124,700 yuan. System upgrade. Ding, the system starts to upgrade, and the upgrade time is 6 hours. After putting away the system, Gao Yan hugged Li Mengyao again and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, the first thing Gao Yan did when he opened his eyes was to call up the system sub-interface. The upgrade reward has arrived, a top lottery, and 30 free attribute points. The attribute points were still added to the physique, making the physique reach 580 points. After eating the porridge made by Dolly Rice, Gao Yan rode his bike to the Red Star Steel rolling mill. Halfway through the ride, he met Zhao Jingchu again. The other party was standing on the side of the street, looking at the people riding bikes from time to time. Obviously, she was waiting for Gao Yan here on purpose. Brother Gao. Zhao Jingchu saw Gao Yan coming and couldn't help but shout shyly. Xiao Zhao, are you waiting for me? Gao Yan asked. Yeah. Zhao Jingchu nodded. I don't know where you live, so I came here to wait for you. Then why did you look for me? Zhao Jingchu said, I came to thank you. Nothing, just some food. Not only that. While Zhao Jingchu was talking, he deliberately looked around, and when he found that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, Brother Gao, you did the Wang Ergu thing. What Wang Ergu? I don't even know him. Gao Yan denied. Brother Gao, I know it's you, but don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Moreover, you are here to help us. Okay, you're a smart girl. Gao Yan interrupted her, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to work. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of something. He took out a handful of candies from his pocket and gave it to Zhao Jingchu. Take it and eat it, I'll leave first. Watch Gao Yan leave. Zhao Jingchu smiled and glanced at the candy in her hand. Her face turned slightly red. Really, I give people food every time we meet. Could it be that Brother Gao thinks I'm a glutton? Putting the candy in her hand into her pocket, after thinking about it, she took out another candy, peeled off the wrapper, put it in her mouth, and said softly, "It's so sweet." Gao Yan, who was riding the bicycle, also had a smile on his face. Girls are so easy to chase these days. When he left, he checked with his insightful eye and found that Zhao Jingchu's favorability level had actually exceeded 90 points and reached 92 points. If you swipe it a few more times, you might be able to reach the point where the full value is 100 until you die. As usual, after arranging patrol work, Gao Yan came to the office. After a while, Zhao Dong arrived. Weigua, there is a mission, are you willing to go? What mission? Gao Yan asked. Zhao Dong Dao, we have a branch factory in the suburbs, but the people in their security department are quite depressed, so we want to send people to train their security guards for half a month. The wages will still be paid here, and also, there is a subsidy of 10 yuan, and if you train well, the branch factory will also give you some rewards. Do you want to go? Is the branch factory dozens of kilometers away from us? Gao Yan asked. Yes, more than 50 kilometers away, so you have to live there during training. Zhao Dong nodded. Then I won't go, after all, I just got married. Gao Yan said. Suddenly, Zhao Dong's face turned bitter. Brother, if you don't go, I have to go. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth to her third child, and I really can't leave, so you can help me. This? Gao Yan hesitated. Brother, just think that I owe you a favor. If you need help from me in the future, just ask. As long as you can help me, I will never refuse. Okay, I'll take this mission. Zhao Dong had a legitimate reason, but Gao Yan couldn't agree. Besides, although it was more than 50 kilometers away, he could definitely go back to the courtyard every few days. With his physical strength, he could ride a bicycle for dozens of kilometers. Not a big deal at all. The next morning, Gao Yan rode his bike to the branch factory in the suburbs. After showing the letter of introduction, he was taken directly to the factory director's office. Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill is a department-level unit. The branch factory is a department-level unit. Therefore, the branch director's level is the same as that of the head of the main factory's security department, both at the senior level. The director of the branch factory, whose surname is Huang Dishing. He is in his early 40s, wearing a pair of glasses, and is polite, much like a scholar. Huang Dishing is quite enthusiastic about Gao Yan's arrival. He also told the whole story why he invited people from the main factory to come down. Huang Dishing had just taken over as the branch director. But he was very dissatisfied with certain phenomena in the factory. First of all, most employees in the branch are disorganized and inactive in their work. They often leave early and are late, which greatly affects the production of the factory. Secondly, the original security department did nothing. It's mainly a branch factory. There are only 8 people in the entire security department. And there are some thorns in the factory. It's not that the security department didn't take care of it before, but the result was that they were beaten privately by those thorny heads. After several times in a row, the security guards became helpless. Gradually, it also lost its prestige in front of the workers. After Huang Disheng took office, he immediately changed all the people in the security department. However, the new security section chief was injured and hospitalized on the second day after taking office. He has not been able to return to work to this day. The newly appointed security guards became stragglers, even more afraid to go against those thorns. Comrade Weigua, in my opinion, if you want to re-establish the prestige of the security section, you have to start with those thorns. I wonder if you have the confidence. Huang Disheng looked at Gao Yan with expectant eyes. No problem, Director Huang, I like to clean up the thorns the most. Gao Yan said with a smile. That's great. It'll be up to you in the next period of time. By the way, the purchasing department just brought back some game. The chefs in our cafeteria are pretty good at it. I'll help you in the cafeteria tonight. Huang Disheng said happily. Okay, I won't be polite. Gao Yan didn't refuse. That's it, I'll send you to take up the post of interim chief of the security section. Accompanied by Huang Disheng, Gao Yan came to the security department of the branch factory. The security department here is certainly incomparable to the main factory. Just a simple office. At this moment, there is only one person in the office. Director, you are here, what are your instructions? Chen Jigua stood up quickly and said with a smile. Deputy Section Chief Chen, let me introduce to you. This is Comrade Gao Weigua. I invited him from the main factory. In the next period of time, he will be in charge of the work of the security section. Section Chief Gao, this is Deputy Section Chief Chen Jigua. Hello, Comrade Chen Jigua. Gao Yan extended his hand to Chen Jigua. Chen Jigua also smiled and extended his hand. Chief Gao, welcome to take up the post in our security department. Since Section Chief Song was injured and hospitalized, our security department has no backbone. Now that you are here, everyone can feel at ease. Chief Chen, you're welcome. Gao Yan smiled and thought to himself, this Chen Jigua is a typical smiling tiger, and he probably has something to do with the fact that the security department is in disarray. Huang Disheng is the factory director after all, so he is still very busy at work. After introducing Gao Yan to Chen Jigua, he left in a hurry. Next, Gao Yan did not think about working right away, but started chatting with Chen Jigua. Gao Yan didn't hypnotize him because it would be easy to reveal his secret. Therefore, he used mental interference on the other party, and then used words to induce him, and obtained a lot of information from Chen Jigua. First, there are almost a dozen people working in the factory, led by a sand foundry team leader named Zhou Dongtian. But this week Dongtian is not simple, because his uncle is the director of a nearby grain station. The grain for the branch factory must be purchased from that grain station. It is for this reason that the factory knew that the injuries of the beaten security guards and the previous section chief were related to Zhou Dongtian. But they did not deal with him. Of course, this is also related to Zhou Dongtian's flexible mind. Every time the security guard was beaten, he had alibi and someone else testified on his behalf. Therefore, in the absence of evidence, even if it is suspected that he did it, the factory can't do anything to him. What's more, the other party's uncle has no son and treats Zhou Dongtian as his own son. If Zhou Dongtian was captured without evidence, his uncle would probably have to make things difficult for the branch factory regarding grain. After clarifying the situation, Gao Yan understood why Zhao Dong was unwilling to take this job. He probably had already heard that this job was more difficult to do. The two chatted for almost half an hour. Gao Yan withdrew his mental power, and Chen Jigua suddenly realized, why can't I control what I say, after talking so much to this guy named Gao? Brother Chen, I'm new here and I should stay here for a while. Please take me to the logistics department and ask them to arrange a dormitory for me. This is no problem. Chen Jigua took Gao Yan to the logistics department with a positive attitude. When he heard that Gao Yan was the new security section chief, his eyes suddenly became more sympathetic. Later, a female clerk from the logistics department personally led Gao Yan to an empty dormitory. But when leaving, he hesitated and said, "Chief Gao, our branch factory is located in a remote place. You'd better stay in the factory at night and don't walk around." "Okay, thank you for reminding me, I know." Gao Yan smiled at the other party. Feeling his smile, the female clerk blushed slightly, stuffed the key to Gao Yan and left in a hurry, but secretly thought in her heart, "Oh, this new security chief is so good-looking." After settling in, it was almost noontime. Gao Yan took the lunch box to the cafeteria, lined up to get food. Although the food in the branch cafeteria was not as oily as that in the main factory, Gao Yan felt that the chef's skills in this branch were quite good. After eating, Gao Yan wandered around the factory. Work in the afternoon. Gao Yan said to Chen Jigua, "Deputy Section Chief Chen, please go out for a moment. I need to talk to each security guard individually." Fuck. Chen Jigua cursed in his heart, but said politely, "Okay, Section Chief Gao. Do you need me to call someone for you? Then I'll trouble you." Suddenly, Chen Jigua's face froze, and he walked out of the office angrily. The 6 security guards in the security department are all young people. Before they became security guards, they were also workers in the factory. Therefore, they are relatively familiar with the situation in the factory. Through Chen Jigua, Gao Yan has roughly understood the situation. He talked to these security guards just to fill in the gaps. Mental interference plus speech guidance. These security guards told Gao Yan everything like pouring beans. On the other side, in the foundry workshop, Zhou Dong Tian, who is nearly 1.9 meters tall, is hiding with a few workers to smoke. "Brother Dong, I heard that the security department has transferred someone from the main factory. I'm afraid it's for you," a skinny worker whispered. The sturdy man sitting next to Zhou Dong Tian said disapprovingly, "What's there to be afraid of? This is our territory. It doesn't matter if they come from the main factory. Even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. That's right. If you dare to offend our brother Dong, you will still be in trouble." Someone immediately echoed. Zhou Dong Tian put out his cigarette butt and smiled, "Okay, stop flattering me." Then, his eyes fell on the skinny young man. "Monkey, you are good at getting information. Find someone to find out and see what the new section chief is like." As he spoke, he took out 2 yuan and stuffed it into Monkey. Monkey immediately cheered up, "Brother Dong, don't worry, leave this to me. I promised to find out clearly how old the boy was when he was weaned and how old he was when he didn't wear open-crotch pants." Zhou Dong Tian glared at Monkey angrily. "I asked you to find out his background. What's the point of finding out how old he was when he was weaned?" Branch, Security Office. Through the 6 security guards, Gao Yan has almost figured out all the situations in the factory. Zhou Dongtian has no other backers in the factory, and the only one he can rely on is his uncle, who is the director of the grain station. As for those little troublemakers who are willing to follow Zhou Dongtian, one is that the other uncle is the director of the grain station, and the other is that Zhou Dongtian likes to use small favors to win people's hearts. Therefore, to deal with Zhou Dongtian, he must also deal with his uncle at the grain station. Otherwise, even if he dealt with Zhou Dongtian in the factory, the other uncle was stuck in the factory in terms of grain. At that time, I am afraid that even the factory director Huang Disheng would throw him out to take the blame. Then he could only roll back to the main factory in disgrace. Zhou Dongtian's uncle is Wu Yunkuan, a very capable person, and he has a good reputation. That night, factory director Huang Disheng brought a group of factory leaders to the cafeteria to welcome Gao Yan. I have to say that the chefs of the branch factory are quite good. Several kinds of game are cooked quite deliciously. However, during the meal, Gao Yan also saw something. Huang Disheng is the factory director who is airborne and mainly manages production. 2 workshop directors are on his side. In addition, there are 2 deputy factory directors. They seem to be united against Huang Disheng, an outsider, but they have their own thoughts. The reason why Huang Disheng is so concerned about the security department, that is because he intends to use the security department to restrain other departments and completely control the branch factory. But his thoughts are too obvious. The 2 deputy factory directors saw through it. So, the security department is in this situation, and the 2 deputy factory directors are also the reason for it. Otherwise, if the 3 factory directors work together, even if Zhou Dongtian has the support of the grain station director, it will be easy to deal with him. After all, the grain station director is just an outsider. Can he reach out to the factory? Everyone had a happy meal at this welcoming banquet. After eating and drinking, everyone dispersed. Gao Yan also returned to the dormitory. Early morning. Gao Yan quietly left the dormitory and disappeared into the factory area as a stream of smoke. After a while, he appeared in a separate courtyard. And this courtyard was the home of Zhou Dongtian's uncle Wu Yunkuan. Wu Yunkuan had 2 daughters and no sons. That's why he valued Zhou Dongtian so much, and even helped him get the quota to enter the factory. Using mental power to stimulate the black sweet holes of Wu Yunkuan's wife and daughter, they fell into a deep sleep. Then he grabbed Wu Yunkuan and entered my world. At the moment the other party woke up, Gao Yan hypnotized him. Then, the 2 of them asked and answered each other. After the questioning, Gao Yan's fingers brushed Wu Yunkuan's black sweet blood, causing him to fall asleep again. With a thought, Gao Yan left my world, put Wu Yunkuan on the bed, and he disappeared like a ghost. Then, he fabricated several more letters of denunciation. They were successively put into the reporting boxes of different units. Wu Yunkuan seemed to be honest and had a good reputation, but he was a big, corrupt official. Not only did he accept bribes, he also secretly resold the grain in the grain station. Reselling grain when the country was already short of grain was simply insane. And what happened was, Zhou Dongtian also participated in the reselling of grain. After all, this was a beheading business. Except for his nephew, Wu Yunkuan could not trust anyone else. Originally, Gao Yan only wanted to deal with Wu Yunkuan first, and then deal with Zhou Dongtian. Now that Zhou Dongtian was also involved, then he didn't have to do it in the factory. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Yan came to the security department. Then he announced one thing, which was to conduct physical training for everyone. At the beginning, several people showed reluctance, but Gao Yan said bluntly that if they were unwilling to accept training, he could transfer them to the foundry workshop to work as foundry workers. Upon hearing this, those people suddenly changed their expressions and dared not to object. Because foundry workers do heavy physical work and are very hard, while security guards only need to patrol the factory area and guard the gate every day. In comparison, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. Section Chief Gao, everyone is not well fed now. Will there be trouble if they overtrain? At this time, Qin Jigua persuaded. Don't worry, I will apply to the factory director to give you more food subsidies, Gao Yan said, and when he spoke, he glanced at Qin Jigua lightly. Feeling Gao Yan's eyes, Qin Jigua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Listen to my command, turn right, and run in unison. At the command, the 6 security guards started running. Deputy Section Chief Chen, I can't stay in the branch for long. Do you understand what I mean? Gao Yan stared at Qin Jigua with burning eyes. This? I know you are Deputy Director Han's man, but he is the deputy after all. Director Huang always holds the righteousness. Based on this point, Deputy Director Han can't compare. You should think about it carefully. Patting Qin Jigua on the shoulder, Gao Yan turned and went to the director's office. Chief Gao, you are here, please sit down. Seeing Gao Yan coming, Huang Disheng was very enthusiastic and asked his secretary to make him a cup of tea. Director, I am conducting special training for the security guards, but the training consumes a lot of energy. I hope you can provide some food subsidies to the security department, Gao Yan said directly. This? Huang Disheng couldn't help showing a look of embarrassment. Comrade Weigua, you must also know that now that food is tight, this subsidy matter is difficult to handle. Director Huang. Gao Yan's face turned cold. We Mingren don't tell secrets. It is not easy to establish the prestige of the security department. There is a director of the grain station outside, and there are 2 deputy directors inside. I will help. You integrate the security department and do it. It's something that offends people. If you can't even meet this small request, then I have no choice but to apply to go back to the main factory. At this time, the secretary just brought in the brewed tea. After Gao Yan took the tea cup and thanked him, he blew on the floating tea leaves, then took a sip and waited for Huang Disheng to make his choice. At this moment, Huang Disheng's face looked a little ugly. He originally thought that Gao Yan was just a young man who was passionate and easy to handle, but he never expected that Gao Yan had just come to the factory for one day and found out everything, including the plans of all parties involved. Okay, each security guard can be subsidized with 5 kilograms of coarse grains. 10 pounds, I'm responsible for convincing Qin Jigua to fall over to you, Gao Yan said again. Really? Huang Disheng was a little excited. Qin Jigua was a member of Deputy Factory Director Han. If he fell in love with him, it would definitely bring a big blow to Deputy Factory Director Han. Okay, 10 kilograms is 10 kilograms, but give me 5 kilograms first, and when Qin Jigua falls to me, I will add another 5 kilograms. It's a deal. Gao Yan was a little disdainful of Huang Disheng's family spirit. No wonder he couldn't handle the 2 deputy factory directors, but he was not generous enough. But he didn't care either. Anyway, he is just a passerby at the branch factory. Returning to the security department, after the security guards had finished training, Gao Yan announced the increase in subsidies for 5 kilograms of whole grains. Suddenly, the 5 security guards and even Chen Jiguo looked happy. These days, food can save lives. Of course, if you perform well, this subsidy can continue to increase. Hearing that more could be added, the security guards present looked excited. Okay, now I'll teach you some fighting moves. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. If the security department wants to establish its authority, it must be tough. Otherwise, each one will be as weak as a chicken. How can it intimidate others? Gao Yan didn't teach much, just a set of dodging footwork, an attacking move, and a grappling move. As long as you practice it well, you can deal with 2 or 3 people without any problem. I have to say, the efficiency is still good these days. The report letter was submitted last night, and 2 police officers from the police station came this afternoon to arrest Zhou Dongtian. As soon as Zhou Dongtian was arrested, the group of troublemakers in the foundry workshop suddenly became leaderless, and even a little panicked. At the same time, the news of Zhou Dongtian's arrest soon reached the ears of the factory leaders. Huang Dixing was a little surprised and doubtful, and secretly guessed in his heart, would Zhou Dongtian's arrest have anything to do with Gao Weigua? Deputy Director Han and Deputy Director Mi were also quite shocked, but for confidentiality, the news of Wu Yunkuan's arrest had not spread. However, that night, the news reached the ears of the 3 factory directors. Huang Dixing was surprised and daunted, combined with Gao Yan's performance. In his office this morning, he immediately suspected that Gao Yan had a great background. Otherwise, once he found out Zhou Dongtian's background, he would have arrested the 2 of them. As for the 2 deputy factory directors, they thought it was Huang Dixing's trick. After discussing it, they personally went to Huang Dixing's home to visit. Another person was doubtful and even a little terrified, that was Chen Jiguo. The next morning, the employees of the branch factory came to the factory in 2s and 3s. But soon, they found something strange, because the people from the factory security department actually gathered at the gate. On the same day, the security department caught more than 20 employees who were late for work, including 20 regular workers and 5 temporary workers. At noon, Huang Dixing held a general meeting. At the meeting, Huang Dixing gave a speech on the phenomenon of lateness and early departure, and at the same time asked the late employees caught today to come on stage to review. In addition, 5 yuan of salary was deducted from each person. This act of killing chickens to scare monkeys made all the employees in the factory dare not ignore Huang Dixing's words. Therefore, in the afternoon of that day, before the end of get-off-work time, no worker left early. In the next few days, all the staff of the security department were dispatched to catch latecomers and early leave, successfully curbing this unhealthy phenomenon. At the same time, the figure of the security department continued to appear in the workshop, which also had an effective deterrent effect on those lazy workers. In just a few days, the quantity and quality of products in the branch factory were greatly improved. As for Zhou Dongtian's younger brothers, after Zhou Dongtian was gone, they became honest one by one, and none of them had any thorns, which made Gao Yan a little disappointed. By catching latecomers and early leavers, as well as patrolling the workshop, the security department successfully established its own prestige. For this reason, Gao Yan also planned to return to the main factory. After all, the matter had been resolved, and there was no need to stay in the branch factory. knowing that Gao Yan was leaving. Huang Disheng couldn't help but ask him to stay, and even hoped that he would be transferred to the branch factory. Gao Yan naturally refused. The branch factory was too far from his home, and he didn't want to be separated from his newly married wife. Seeing that Gao Yan was unwilling to stay, Huang Disheng took out a bicycle ticket and a watch ticket to thank Gao Yan. It is worth mentioning that the day after Gao Yan dealt with Zhou Dongtian, Qin Zhigua joined Huang Disheng under Gao Yan's recommendation. And after he left, Qin Zhigua will also take over the position of chief of the security department. Wife, I'm back, do you miss me? As soon as Gao Yan came to the door, he shouted into the house. Husband. After not seeing Gao Yan for a few days, Li Mengyao also missed Gao Yan very much. When she heard his voice, she quickly put down the things in her hands and rushed out. He held Li Mengyao in his arms, sniffed her fragrance, and said with a smile, Wife, I miss you so much. Li Mengyao's cheeks were slightly red. Husband, I miss you too. After a while of being cuddled, Li Mengyao broke away from his arms. Husband. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. No need. Gao Yan said, Come on, follow me to the department store, I'll give you 2 gifts. By the way, where is Mingya? She went out to play with the girls in the yard. Okay, let's go. Gao Yan rode Li Mengyao to the department store, first bought her a women's bicycle, and then bought her a women's watch. This made Li Mengyao happy and painful. She was happy because Gao Yan was too good to her, but she was painful because she spent more than 200 yuan at once. When Qin Mengyao rode a women's bicycle back to the yard, it caused another sensation in the yard. Those young wives who stayed at home and didn't work were so jealous. Bicycles and watches, they would laugh even if their husbands bought them one of them. Hey, I didn't expect Gao Weigua to love his wife so much. If I had known it at the beginning, it would be great. What are you thinking? Another young wife said, Weigua's vision is famously high. He has been looking for a few years, but couldn't find someone he likes until Li Mengyao appeared. I was just talking casually. Hey, Weigua is really a spendthrift. His wife doesn't work, why buy a bicycle? Aunt Chen sighed. Hey, Weigua is now the deputy captain of the security department, with a monthly salary of more than 50 yuan, and his father left him a lot of inheritance. He won't be poor if he buys a bicycle. Aunt Su continued. In the evening, Sun Yugui stopped Gao Yan again. Weigua, you are too high profile, so you bought a radio, and now you have bought a bicycle and a watch for your wife. Be careful, someone is jealous. Fine. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, my money is clean, and my votes are rewarded by the leadership. I am not afraid even if someone reports me. Then it'll be fine. Sun Yugui was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Unexpectedly, Sun Yugui actually got it right. Gao Yan's family of 3 had just finished dinner in the evening. 2 film police officers came to the door. Hello, Comrade Gao Weigua, someone reported that there is something wrong with the origin of your bicycle tickets and watch tickets. Let's check it out. I saw the police coming to my door. People in the courtyard came to see the excitement. Hello, comrade, my bicycle ticket and watch ticket were given to me by the director of the suburban branch of our steel rolling mill, because of my outstanding work performance. This is proof. It has an official seal and a private seal. By the way, I can still do it. I'll give you the phone number of the factory director's office so you can call to prove it. The police officer saw it and verified it, and concluded that neither the official seal nor the private seal were fake. At the same time, he also asked Gao Yan for the phone number of the factory director's office. Comrade Gao Weigua, there should be no problem. Please keep this certificate. We will also call you for verification. Okay, comrades, walk slowly. While speaking, Gao Yan glanced at a figure behind the crowd and sneered. Secretly in his heart, Ma Weimin didn't expect that you bitch would come out to cause trouble again after being silent for a while. It depends on whether I take care of it or not, and you'll be finished. After the two police officers left, the three uncles in charge also drove away. The crowd of onlookers. The person who reported my brother-in-law is so hateful. If I know who it is, I will definitely scold him to death. Li Mingya said with a flushed face and an angry tone. Okay, after I find out who he is, I will send Mingya to scold him. Gao Yan smiled and rubbed Li Mingya's head, jokingly saying. At night, when sleeping, Li Mingya lay in Gao Yan's arms. Husband, why don't we take the bicycle and watch to return it? Silly wife, you can't return these things after you buy them. Gao Yan said. You don't have to worry, the money and tickets we bought the things with are all honest. Even if someone is jealous, they can't do anything to us. After comforting his wife, Li Mingyao took the initiative to greet him, and Gao Yan naturally would not be polite. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the factory and first reported to Su Dali before returning to his office. Weigua, you did a great job this time. The branch factory even called our section chief to praise you. Zhao Dong said with envy. Really? Gao Yan smiled. Has your sister-in-law given birth? Zhao Dong smiled and said, soon, it will happen in the next 2 days. Then congratulations. Unconsciously, it was noon. Gao Yan did not go to the nearest canteen, but went to the second canteen, where Ma Weimin was. It happened that Ma Weimin was getting food at the window, so he gave him a bad luck charm. What do you eat? Ma Weimin asked the worker who was getting food casually. 2 steamed buns and a portion of potatoes. Ticket. After receiving the ticket, Ma Weimin turned around and threw the ticket into the box, but when he turned around, his feet suddenly slipped, and he subconsciously grabbed the table where the vegetable bowl was placed. Unexpectedly, he grabbed the vegetable bowl, and then a large bowl of potatoes overturned and hit his head, scalding Ma Weimin and making him scream. Seeing this, the apprentice who was serving food nearby quickly put down the spoon in his hand and came to help him. But he didn't expect to step on the spilled potatoes and slipped, and then his knee hit Ma Weimin's face with a bang, causing him to scream again. Then, Ma Weimin seemed to be possessed by the god of bad luck, and all kinds of bad luck. Others were so scared that they didn't dare to approach him easily. It is estimated that without a month or 2 of recuperation, his injuries will not heal. As for Ma Weimin lying on the bed, he regretted it to the extreme. He knew that Gao Weigua should not be provoked, and he would definitely be unlucky if he provoked him. But yesterday, he saw Gao Weigua bought a bicycle and a watch for his wife. And he was jealous and ran to report him. Then nothing happened after a night, and he thought it was over. Unexpectedly, the retribution was postponed to noon. If I provoke Gao Weigua again in the future, I will be a dog. Ma Weimin shouted silently in his heart. Go home at night. Sun Yugui stopped Gao Yan. Weigua, Ma Weimin is seriously injured. The 3 of us are going to select a few people to visit him in the hospital. Do you want to go? I won't go. I'll pay $1. Uncle Sun, please help me buy something for him. Gao Yan took out $1 and stuffed it into Sun Yugui's pocket. Weigua is really loyal. Sun Yugui took the money and sighed in his heart. He knew Gao Weigua was a smart man. He specifically called him yesterday, so he probably knew that it was Ma Weiman who reported it. Even so, he gave $1 regardless of the past. There is nothing to say about his character. If Gao Yan knew what Sun Yugui was thinking at the moment, he would probably laugh. I am generous. What kind of international joke is this? After dinner, Gao Yan rode out again to Zhao Jingchu's house. Brother Gao, come in. Seeing Gao Yan coming, Zhao Jingchu couldn't help but show a touch of joy on his face. Perhaps it was the flour and bacon he provided. Zhao Jingchu looked much better after a few days. I won't go in, take these things. Gao Yan took off the 2 bags on the handlebars of the bicycle and stuffed them into the other party. Brother Gao, my family already owes you a lot, how can I have the nerve to ask for your things again? Zhao Jingchu said with emotion. It's okay, you call me Brother Gao, it's my duty to take care of you, take it. This? Why, do you treat me as an outsider? Gao Yan's face sank. Hearing this, Zhao Jingchu panicked and hurriedly explained, Brother Gao. Don't misunderstand, I don't treat you as an outsider. Since you are not a bad person, then take it quickly. Gao Yan's face reappeared with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Jingchu knew that Gao Yan did this on purpose, just to make her accept the things. Thank you, Brother Gao. You're welcome. By the way, was the candy delicious last time? Yeah, it was delicious. Then I'll give you another handful. While speaking, Gao Yan took out a handful of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhao Jingchu's pocket, then waved to her, I'm leaving. Be careful when you ride your bike on the road. After watching Gao Yan's back completely disappear, Zhao Jingchu closed the gate again and returned to the house with the 10 kilograms of flour and 5 kilograms of bacon sent by Gao Yan. Mother Zhao, who was cooking, looked at the bag in her daughter's hand and asked with a complicated expression, it was sent by Gao Weigua. Yes, Mom. How much do you know about him? Mother Zhao asked. I only know that he is the deputy captain of the security department of the Red Star Steel Rolling Plant. Mother Zhao was silent, thinking about how to find out Gao Weigua's background so that her daughter would not be deceived. In the early morning of that night, Gao Yan checked Guan Ziliang and Zhao Yuzhong's house on time to see if they had released trading signals. Guan Ziliang didn't, but Zhao Yuzhong lit a candle in his study. But 4 people were lurking outside the villa where Zhao Yuzhong lived. After using the insight eye to investigate, the identity information of the 4 people was also revealed. These 4 people are all official people, and they are masters. But they are not warriors. All of their physical fitness is over 80 points, but they master fighting and fighting skills. Gao Yan has been in this world for some time. But strangely, he found that there are no warriors in this world. There are also people who practice Chinese martial arts, but the Chinese martial arts in this world are just a kind of fighting skills, and there is no such thing as Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Therefore, Gao Yan guessed that there is no extraordinary existence in this parallel world. Now that he had seen these 4 people, he was sure of his guess, because these 4 people were all masters of the imperial palace. Their physiques had reached the level of dark power, but they had not cultivated dark power, or even bright power. They could defeat bright power warriors, but they were no match for dark power warriors. The kidney-tonifying medicinal wine he sold to Zhao Yuzhong was too magical. It was only a matter of time before he would be exposed. Therefore, it was not surprising that masters of the imperial palace came to wait for him. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved. Perhaps he could contact the country in this world. Because he had replaced the production items in the Void Factory with nutritious flour, chainless bicycles, and perpetual electronic watches. This kind of thing was too ostentatious. Even if someone bought it, they probably wouldn't dare to use it. So, he could cooperate with the authorities. Thinking of this, Gao Yan put on his clothes and quietly left the courtyard. Outside Zhao Yuzhong's small foreign-style building, the 4 Aoki experts occupy 4 different positions and can have a panoramic view of the entire foreign-style building. And at this moment, in the study room in the foreign-style building, Zhao Yuzhong seemed calm on the surface, but deep in his eyes there was a strong sense of worry and fear. To be honest, he didn't want to betray Gao Yan. Although the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine was extremely expensive, he also made a lot of profits through the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine, and made many connections through this medicinal wine. But because he was too complacent, he was noticed by the superiors, and that's what happened today. Why? He sighed deeply. It would be better if he kept a low profile. Mr. Zhao, why can you sigh? A figure passed by, and there was another person in the room out of thin air. Zhao Yuzhong was a little surprised when he saw Gao Yan appearing in his room. Although he didn't know the layout above, he was sure that there was an ambush outside. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Mr. Gao, leave quickly. There is an ambush. Gao Yan was slightly startled, but he didn't expect that Zhao Yuzhong would remind him. Originally, he wanted to deal with Zhao Yuzhong, who betrayed him, but for the sake of the other party reminding him, he won't deal with him. Don't worry, there's nothing the people outside can do to me. Gao Yan smiled. Tell me, what's going on? Why are you being targeted? Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhong showed a look of shame. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, I was too complacent, which attracted the attention from above. As you know, we businessmen are not having a good time now. If I don't obey, our whole family will suffer bad luck. Gao Yan can also understand this. The businessman's current position is indeed very embarrassing. Still, it's good now. In a few years, during special times, life for businessmen will be even more difficult. Suddenly, Zhao Yuzhong took out a bag from under the desk and put it on the table. Mr. Gao, I'm sorry for you first. There is 100,000 yuan in it, which is my compensation to you. I'm afraid our transactions will not continue in the future. Mr. Zhao is so polite, then I won't be polite. Gao Yan put away 100,000 yuan with a wave of his hand. This was legitimate income, and he would not refuse since he knew how to calculate the income. Of course, Mr. Zhao can give me 100,000 yuan, and I won't let you suffer. The next moment, Gao Yan waved his hand. There is an extra chainless bicycle in the study room. The chainless bicycles produced by Void Factory are far superior to today's bicycles in terms of appearance alone. Technically, they are not comparable to today's bicycles. What a beautiful bike. Zhao Yuzhong's eyes were attracted by chainless bicycles. Gao Yan said, you can give this bicycle to the superiors for export to earn foreign currency. By the way, there is also this electronic watch. You can also hand it in. This electronic watch is called a perpetual motion electronic watch. During use, it will not. The battery needs to be replaced. From now on, I will only trade with you for these two things. I only trade with you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhong couldn't help but be ecstatic, and quickly stood up and saluted Mr. Gao. Thank you, Mr. Gao, thank you. He will act as an intermediary between Gao Yan and his superiors. Then, he is safe and does not have to worry about being liquidated. Okay, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan disappeared again. After Gao Yan left, Zhao Yuzhong admired the chainless bicycle and the perpetual motion electronic watch with his eyes again, then got up and left the study and went downstairs, opened the courtyard door, and looked around curiously, but found nothing, then asked, "Comrade, are you there?" The sound of slight footsteps came, and a man with a serious expression and a Chinese tunic suit walked out of the darkness and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Yuzhong, what do you want to do?" "He has been here and left," Zhao Yuzhong said calmly, "and I left two things behind." "This is impossible," the serious man exclaimed in a low voice. "They are not ordinary people, but masters, not only proficient in fighting, but also proficient in detection and lurking skills." The four of them teamed up to monitor the Xiaoyangla. Although it was dark, they could confidently say that no one could sneak into the Xiaoyangla without their knowledge. "Comrade, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. Just follow me to the study and see what he left behind," Zhao Yuzhong said again, but there was a bit of joy deep in his heart. "Aren't you cows? People came in openly under your watch, and even after they left, you didn't notice them at all." "Wait a moment." The serious man sent a signal, and 3 more people appeared immediately. "Number 7, you come in with me. Number 9, number 10, you continue to stay outside and monitor," the serious man said coldly, and then he and number 7 followed Zhao Yuzhong to the study on the 2nd floor. When they saw the chainless bicycle placed in the study room, although there was a flash of surprise in their eyes, they quickly regained their composure and asked, "Is this what he left behind?" Zhao Yuzhong said, "He left 2 things behind. This is a chainless bicycle, which is far beyond our level in terms of appearance and technology. In addition, there is also a perpetual motion electronic watch, which does not need to replace the battery during use." While talking, Zhao Yuzhong handed the perpetual electronic watch to the serious man. Similarly, the shape of the perpetual motion electronic watch is also very exquisite, and it looks like a high-end product at first glance. "Number 7, did you find anything?" the serious man asked. Number 7 shook his head. "No, you have the strongest ability among the 4 of us. Even you didn't find it, let alone us. Zhao Yuzhong, report the process of your meeting in detail." The serious man stared at Zhao Yuzhong. Zhao Yuzhong no longer had the previous anxiety and worry. He slowly opened his mouth and recounted the process of meeting and talking with Gao Yan, but he skipped the fact that he compensated Gao Yan 100,000 yuan. "Okay, we will take these 2 things away. If he appears again, report to us in time." Half an hour later, the serious man and number 7 brought the 2 things to a compound guarded by armed police and saluted a square-faced middle-aged man with a straight body. "No need to be polite." The square-faced middle-aged man waved his hand, and then looked at the chainless bicycle and perpetual electronic watch with interest. Then, several experts were invited to come and identify these 2 things. On the other side, after receiving 100,000 yuan in compensation, the system met the requirements for upgrading again. However, Gao Yan does not plan to upgrade for the time being. If things go well, after cooperating with the authorities, he will soon be able to get a large sum of money. By then, it will be great to be promoted several levels. The next day, Gao Yan came to the steel mill as usual to drink tea and read newspapers. At around 9 o'clock, Zhao's mother appeared at the gate of the steel mill. "What are you doing?" The security guard guarding the gate scolded softly. "Comrade, can I ask you about someone?" Zhao's mother asked politely. "Who?" "Gao Weigua." The security guard heard that this was the deputy captain of the 3rd Brigade. His tone became a little kinder. "What is your relationship with him?" "It doesn't matter." "Since it doesn't matter, why are you asking around? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise I will arrest you as an enemy spy," the security guard said. Unhappily, Zhao's mother's face changed and she turned away. At lunchtime, the security guard at the gate happened to meet Gao Yan, so he walked up to Gao Yan and said, "Captain Gao, when I was guarding the gate today, a middle-aged woman asked me about you." "Oh, what does that woman look like?" The security guard briefly described the other person's appearance, and Gao Yan knew that it was Zhao Jingchu's mother. "Did you say anything?" "Captain Gao, don't worry, I didn't say anything, and I drove her away." "Okay, I know, you did a good job, take this pack of cigarettes." While speaking, Gao Yan stuffed a pack of Dakianmen into the other person's hand. When the other person saw that it was Dakianmen, his face became particularly happy, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Captain Gao." After lunch, Gao Yan returned to the office unhurriedly. "I plan to lie down on my desk and squint for a while." A security guard arrived. "Captain Gao, the section chief wants you to go to his office." "Okay, I get it." Security section, section chief's office. "Here you go, sit down." "Thank you, section chief." "Weigua, how are your marksmanship?" Su Dali asked. "I haven't tried it, so I don't know," Gao Yan said. "Then you come with me to the shooting range and try it." After arriving at the shooting range, Su Dali gave Gao Yan a demonstration. Su Dali's marksmanship was good. He fired 3 shots. 50 meters away, 2 shots had 10 rings, and 1 shot had 9 rings. Afterwards, he patiently explained to Gao Yan the tips and precautions for shooting. Then let Gao Yan try it out. Bang bang bang. Gao Yan fired 3 shots in a row without hitting the target. But he only managed 1 7-ring and 2 3-ring. Of course, this was also a situation he deliberately controlled. For him, it was too easy to shoot 10 rings at 50 meters. Yes, your hand holding the gun is very stable, but you use brute force, which can easily hurt your wrist. Su Dali was a little surprised by Gao Yan's strength, and then explained to him the technique of releasing force. "Try again." So Gao Yan fired 3 more shots. Su Dali was so shocked that he exclaimed and praised, "You are a born sharpshooter." Because of these 3 shots, 2 shots have 8 rings, and 1 shot has 9 rings. Next, Su Dali kept giving pointers to Gao Yan, and Gao Yan's marksmanship also improved at an extremely fast speed. In less than 20 minutes, he fired 3 shots in a row, hitting 10 rings. For a moment, Su Dali didn't know what to say. Subsequently, Su Dali also instructed Gao Yan to use the rifle. Similarly, Gao Yan has a strong learning ability. Su Dali even used a moving target, and Gao Yan would hit wherever he wanted. Within 50 meters. "Are your wrists sore? Do your shoulders hurt?" Su Dali asked after finishing the gun practice. It doesn't hurt. Gao Yan shook his head. I am a martial arts practitioner, so the recoil is nothing to me. Good boy, you are really not modest at all. Su Dali praised. The factory gave our security department a task. We were asked to help hunt down wild boars in a village 50 miles away. Is there any reward? Who will get the pork? Gao Yan asked. Su Dali was not dissatisfied with Gao Yan's Philistine behavior. After all, in this era, no one's family was short of meat. Not to mention Gao Yan, the section chief, was also very greedy for meat. Last time Gao Yan exchanged 10 kilograms of meat tickets with him, he only kept 2 kilograms, and the remaining 8 kilograms were given to the families of his fallen comrades. Su Dali said, there is a reward. If you hunt a wild boar, you can get 5 yuan. And 10 pounds of meat. Okay, I will participate in this mission. When will I go? Gao Yan immediately agreed. This was an opportunity to get pork in an upright manner. We set off tomorrow morning. You can choose 2 people to follow. Then thank you, section chief, for taking care of me. It's up to you to do your best. If your marksmanship isn't good, I can't take you there. Return to your office. Gao Yan called Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong. Tomorrow the factory will arrange for us to go to the village to clean up the wild boars that are causing harm to the farmers' brothers and farmers. We will personally hunt a wild boar and be rewarded with 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of pork. Do you 2 go? If not, I will take someone else with me. When they heard that not only would they get money, but also pork as a reward, their eyes almost turned green. No, Captain, let's go. Yes, Captain, I have been suffering from constipation for a long time and need to replenish my fluids. Okay, since you are going, I will arrange for others to help you patrol, and then you go to the shooting range to practice your marksmanship, so as not to come back empty-handed. Thank you, Captain. After thanking Gao Yan, the 2 happily went to practice shooting. Early that night, Gao Yan took a look and saw that everything was normal at Zhao Yuzhong's side. And Guan Ziliang didn't send a trading signal, so he went to sleep. The next morning, after eating breakfast cooked by his wife, Gao Yan rode towards the steel rolling mill. Early 8 in the morning. A jeep and 2 large trucks headed straight for Huangjia village, 50 miles away. There is no place for sitting in a jeep. After all, he is just the vice captain. However, he was the co-pilot of the truck, and the other security guards could only work as truck compartments. The villagers are very enthusiastic about the arrival of the security department of the steel rolling mill. Breakfast was also specially prepared for them. However, everyone also knew that the countryside was difficult, so they all came after breakfast. However, before entering the mountains, the village chief also gave everyone some dry food. Not counting the 3 drivers, there were a total of 15 people from the security department who came to hunt wild boars this time. The team was led personally by Section Chief Su Dali. Section Chief, I apply to take Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong to hunt wild boars alone, Gao Yan said to Su Dali. Okay, then be careful and don't get hurt. Su Dali knew Gao Yan's marksmanship and skills, so he wasn't too worried. Follow me. Gao Yan waved to Hu Xingli and led them in another direction. Only 200 meters away, Gao Yan raised his hand and fired a shot. With the sound of the gun, a gray-haired hare sprang out of the grass more than 10 meters away. However, after running 2 meters, he fell to the ground and kicked to death. Captain, what a great shot. Jia Xiaodong quickly ran forward to pick up the hare and gave Gao Yan a thumbs up. Next, Gao Yan fired 8 shots intermittently for 20 minutes, and none of them missed. Therefore, both Jia Xiaodong and Hu Xingli hung prey such as pheasants and rabbits on their bodies, and their faces were full of joy because they could eat meat at noon. Suddenly, Gao Yan looked happy. He took off the Type 56 rifle from his back. Captain, did you find something? Yes, you two wait where you are, and I'll deal with the wild boar first. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan flew out with a rifle in his arms. Soon, Gao Yan came to a hillside 300 meters away. At the bottom of the hillside was a depression. At this moment, 2 large, 3 small and a family of wild boars were foraging in the depression. Raise the muzzle. 5 bursts. All 5 bullets were fired into the heads of 5 wild boars. However, wild boars like to wallow in mud puddles, and their skin will become extremely hard over time. Therefore, all 3 little wild boars were killed with 1 shot. But the 2 adult wild boars were not killed, and they roared and charged towards Gao Yan, who was standing on the hillside. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully and pulled the trigger again. Bang bang. With the sound of 2 gunshots, the front leg joints of the 2 adult wild boars were shot off, and they fell embarrassed in the charge. Gao Yan, coldly, shot them in the head a few more times, and the 2 adult wild boars were also killed. Come here you two. Gao Yan shouted to Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong. When the 2 of them came to the hillside and saw the 5 wild boars lying on the ground, they were both stunned for a while. Good guy, the captain is really awesome, he hunted 5 wild boars at once. 2 large wild boars weighed at least 800 kilograms together, and 3 of them weighed almost 300 kilograms. Xiaodong, Hu Xingli, and I will stay here. You go ask someone to move the wild boar. Gao Yan ordered. Okay captain, I'll go right away. Jia Xiaodong said quickly. An hour later, Jia Xiaodong arrived with a group of villagers. Seeing 5 wild boars, the villagers also looked happy. After hunting so many wild boars at once, no matter what, one should be given to the village. After handing all the prey to the villagers to transport out of the mountain, Gao Yan led the 2 of them and continued forward. On the other hand, Jia Xiaodong was a little unhappy. The prey has been transported out. If they can't kill the prey before noon, wouldn't they have to eat dry food? However, after Gao Yan fired several shots in succession, Jia Xiaodong smiled again. Because Gao Yan shot 2 more pheasants and 3 hares with a few shots. In the coming time, Gao Yan caught a lot of game again, but he didn't encounter any more wild boars. It's almost time. Gao Yan asked Hu Xingli to collect firewood, while he took Jia Xiaodong to the creek not far away to clean out 2 pheasants and 2 fatter hares. During this period, people rarely eat meat, so they still eat a lot. Therefore, there is no problem for 3 people to eat 2 pheasants and 2 hares. Half an hour later, in front of the fire, Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong were swallowing their saliva while looking at the roasted hares. As for the 2 pheasants, they were made into beggars' chickens. Buried under the fire, by the time the rabbit is finished, the beggars' chicken will be almost done. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to eat meat to my fullest. After the 3 of them finished eating 2 hares and pheasants, Jia Xiaodong happily touched his bulging belly and said, Rest for half an hour, let's continue setting off and try to hunt more game. Gao Yan said. Neither Hu Xingli nor Jia Xiaodong had any objections to this, because now they are convinced and admire Gao Yan. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a roe deer fell down. Jia Xiaodong acted as a hunting dog, running up quickly to pick up the prey. At first, Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong planned to hunt a few prey with their own hands. But they who were following Gao Yan didn't find their prey, and those prey died under the gun of their captain. Therefore, Hu Xingli carried the dead prey honestly, while Jia Xiaodong was responsible for picking up the prey. Moreover, Gao Yan promised to give them 1/3 of his harvest today. Don't think that 1/3 is very small. Just 5 wild boars can get a reward of 25 yuan and 50 kilograms of pork. Even one of 3 people can get more than 4 yuan and 8 kilograms of pork. Therefore, instead of hunting prey by yourself, it is better to assist the captain honestly. As for prey, such as pheasants and hares, the prices are 50 to 50 compared to those in the factory. Changed the magazine. Gao Yan opened his insight eye to search for nearby prey. Then he discovered a cave more than 800 meters northwest, and there was a black bear in the cave. This thing is not a protected animal yet. It can also be hunted. So, he said to the 2 of them, "You guys rest here, I'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong immediately understood that their captain had discovered something big again. Gao Yan shuttled through the mountain forest at extremely fast speeds and soon approached the cave. Then he picked up his pistol and fired a shot into the cave. Immediately afterwards, his figure rose into the air. It landed directly on a tree branch more than 10 meters high. The sound of gunfire angered the black bear, who came out of the cave and used its sense of smell to find enemies who came to provoke it. But before it could find Gao Yan, a bullet shot into its head. A bullet did not kill the black bear, but angered it, and when he looked up, he saw Gao Yan on the tree. So, the black bear got down on all fours and charged crazily towards the tree where Gao Yan was. Bang bang bang. Gao Yan fired 3 shots in a row, and each bullet hit the wound caused by the first bullet. Bang! The big tree where Gao Yan was standing shook violently. But Gao Yan's legs seemed to be stuck to the tree, becoming one, and his figure swayed with the shaking of the tree trunk, without any intention of falling down. The black bear hit the tree trunk twice more. He exhausted all the energy he could muster and fell to the ground with a bang. See this scene. Gao Yan showed a somewhat disdainful smile. This beast actually wanted to fake his death to plot against him. Yes, the black bear is not completely dead yet. Wait for him to get close and give him another death blow. Therefore, Gao Yan decisively rewarded it with a few bullets. The black bear died unwillingly. Jumping down from the tree, Gao Yan picked up the black bear's body and went to meet Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong. However, when approaching, Gao Yan picked up the black bear. "I'll go, black bear." Although Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong have never hunted the blind bear, they also know that the blind bear is a beast more powerful than the lion and tiger. His captain actually hunted and killed a black bear alone and carried it back. This black bear weighs at least 400 pounds, right? It's so fierce. Okay, that's it for today, let's go back. As the saying goes, nothing can be excessive. Gao Yan has already hunted 5 wild boars and a blind bear today. In addition, there were many pheasants, rabbits, roe deer, and the like. The harvest is quite huge. If he continues to hunt with his ability, he can easily kill a few more wild boars. But in this case, the rewards he will receive will be too many. It will make people jealous and envious. When Gao Yan returned to Huangjia village with the black bear on his back, it caused a sensation and spread quickly in the village. Bang! Gao Yan placed the black bear's body in the courtyard of the village. Committee. The village chief and secretary hurriedly greeted him, first greeted him with greetings, and then personally made him a cup of tea. More than 10 minutes passed. There was actually a middle-aged woman who led a boy and a half to the village. Committee. Village chief, which comrade killed the black bear? The middle-aged woman asked. It's comrade Gao Weigua Gao. The village chief pointed at Gao Yan and said, vaguely guessing what the middle-aged woman wanted to do. Zhuzi, kneel down with mom and kowtow to comrade Gao. There were tears in the eyes of the middle-aged woman. Village chief, what are they doing? Gao Yan looked confused, then stretched out his hand to support the two of them, preventing them from kneeling. Comrade Gao, you deserve this, just let them beat you. The village chief understood. Gao Yan quickly refused, that's not okay. We are in Xinsha Kingdom now, and we don't like kneeling and kowtow. Besides, I don't understand why they kowtow to me. Chunhua, Zhuzi, please stand up. Comrade Gao is right. You have to thank him in other ways. Don't kneel down and kowtow, the village chief said. But village chief, my family is very poor, and there is no other way to thank my benefactor other than to kneel down and kowtow. The middle-aged woman looked embarrassed. Village chief, what is going on? Gao Yan asked. Hey, that's what happened. The village chief sighed and said, Chuanhua's man, Zhuzhu's father, Zhang Gui, was originally a barefoot doctor in our village. Once he went into the mountains to collect medicine, and finally met a black blind man and was killed by the black blind man. When Changgui died, the family was having a difficult time and things got even worse. Chunhua was originally pregnant with a baby, but when she heard about Changgui's murder, she was overly stimulated and couldn't save her, almost killing 2 of her children. If it hadn't been sent to the health center in town in time, Chunhua's life might not have been saved. Therefore, this black blind man had killed 2 lives of their family. After listening to the village chief's explanation, Gao Yan also understood why the middle-aged woman took her son to kneel and kowtow to him. Sister-in-law, my abilities are limited and I can't help much. Take these 2 pheasants and hares back and eat them. Benefactor, you helped us avenge ourselves. I can't even thank you. How can I accept your things? Chunhua quickly shook her head and refused. Take it, my harvest today is not small, not bad at all. Look how thin the child has become. Take it back and give him some nutrition. Chunhua, who originally wanted to refuse, looked at her skinny son and felt soft in her heart. Thank you, my benefactor, please let me kowtow to you a few times. This time, Gao Yan did not stop him, because the other party could only kowtow to him, which would make him feel much better. After sending Chunhua mother and son away, Gao Yan communicated with the village chief. Later, the village chief summoned the people in the village to deal with the 5 wild boars and blind bears he had hunted. 5 p.m. Sudali and others also came back. Their harvest was not small. They hunted 4 wild boars, 2 big ones and 2 small ones. In addition, there were more than 10 pheasants and more than 20 hares. But in total, they are not as many as Gao Yan killed alone. when he learned that Gao Yan had hunted 5 wild boars and a black blind man alone. Su Dali couldn't help but patted Gao Yan on the shoulder. Good boy. You have given face to our security section chief. The section chief gave me the award, I'm just lucky. Gao Yan said modestly, by the way, section chief, I have asked the village to help us deal with the 5 wild boars and the black blind man, and I made the decision without permission and left the internal organs to the village. Then, he talked about Chunhua mother and son, and said that he gave the other party 2 pheasants and hares without the permission of the leader. But it can be deducted from his share. But Su Dali generously said that there was no need to buckle. After all, he was doing a good deed. Besides, he hunted a lot of things, so what if he gave a few to villagers with family difficulties? Later, Su Dali made the decision and gave the villagers an adult wild boar and some pheasants and hares. As for the rest, then they all moved to the truck and prepared to go back to the city. In Gao Yan, they took their prey back to the steel rolling mill, and the mill was already off work. But none of the factory leaders left. During times of famine, it was not easy for factory leaders to eat some meat. Now that the hunting team formed by the security department has had a bumper harvest, how can they not take the opportunity to eat some meat? In the past, the security department also went into the mountains for hunting. When you are lucky, you can hunt 1 or 2 wild boars, and when you are not lucky, you can also hunt some pheasants, hares, and the like. But today's harvest was exceptionally rich. Even though 1 wild boar was given to the villagers, 8 wild boars, as well as dozens of pheasants and dozens of rabbits were brought back to the factory. A bear was even hunted. Although bear meat is not delicious, it is not bad these days if it is a little oily. Who would think that the meat is not delicious? Chief Su, you have made great contributions to our factory. The leaders in the factory praised him one after another. Su Dali smiled and said, Director Liu, Deputy Director Song, leaders, in fact, the great contributor to this hunt was Comrade Gao Weigua, the deputy captain of the 3rd team of our security section. He hunted 5 wild boars by himself. Xiong Shazi, in addition, also hunted several pheasants and hares. Haha, Comrade Gao Weigua, I know that I have arrested 2 wanted criminals armed with weapons before, but I didn't expect his marksmanship to be so good. Director Liu praised quickly. I also have an impression of this comrade. Yes, he is a good comrade. Deputy Director Song also said with a smile. Gao Yan had walked through his door before and gave him a few kilograms of pork belly, which left a deep impression on him. Seeing that the 2 factory directors were praising Gao Yan, other leaders naturally did not hesitate to praise him. Later, Su Dali called Gao Yan over and asked him to show his face in front of the leader. See this scene. Everyone in the security department looked envious, especially the 2 veteran security guards who originally wanted to compete for the vice captain. They were mad with jealousy. After a while, all the treated wild boars were moved to the warehouse, and people were sent to the canteen to handle the unprocessed wild boars. But at this moment, Director Liu's secretary came in a hurry. Director, we've called from above and asked you to answer the phone. Not good. Upon hearing this, Director Liu immediately understood that the news had spread that their steel rolling mill had killed a lot of game, and the higher level department must have called to ask for meat. Immediately afterwards, Deputy Director Song's secretary also ran over, also asking Director Song to answer the phone. Director Liu and Deputy Director Song looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that half of the prey this time could not be saved. As expected, the leaders of the steel rolling mill received calls from higher level departments. And there is only one purpose for calling: to ask for meat. In the end, only one of the 3 large wild boars was saved in the steel rolling mill. 3 of the 5 small wild boars were saved, and none of the 4 bear paws were kept, but the bear meat was kept. As for the pheasants, hares, and the like, half of them were taken away by the superior departments. The leaders who were originally beaming became bitter. They originally wanted to use the wild boar meat to feed the workers in the factory, but now they are afraid that they can't. After all, there are almost tens of thousands of workers in the factory. One large wild boar will only weigh more than 300 kilograms after processing. And 3 small wild boars will have about 200 kilograms of clean meat after processing. Among them, 90 kilograms of pork were given to the hunting team. I have to take out some pork to reward the hunting team tonight, so the remaining pork is not enough for 400 kilograms. Such a small amount of pork is not enough for one person to share. Fortunately, there are still several hundred kilograms of bear meat. Although the meat is a bit unpalatable, it is better than no meat at all. Section Chief, I have a proposal, Gao Yan suddenly said. Explain. Gao Yan said, the shortage of meat is severe now. Why don't we set up a temporary hunting team in the security department? Even if we can't harvest as much as we did today, even if we can only hunt a few pheasants and rabbits every day, we can still add more to the factory. Some ingredients for the reception, don't you think? Due to the famine, the canteens in the factory were closed. If there were enough ingredients and the canteen could be reopened, wouldn't it be much easier for the factory to do business? Su Dali's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. I'll go talk to factory manager Liu. Su Dali was impatient and immediately ran to report the matter to factory director Liu. After hearing this, Director Liu couldn't help but show his heartbeat. However, he couldn't make the decision on this matter alone. The leaders in the factory were all there anyway, so he called everyone together for an impromptu meeting. Finally, some discussion. This temporary hunting team can be formed. But the number of people cannot be too many. In the end, it was decided unanimously that the number of the hunting team would be 5, with 1 captain and 5 members. Su Dali recommended Gao Yan to be the captain of the hunting team on the spot. He also praised Gao Yan's marksmanship and said that Gao Yan was extremely talented in hunting. Today he hunted more prey alone than more than 10 people could hunt together. As for the treatment, because the hunting team is only temporary, they are not paid wages, but are given subsidies. The captain is given 2 kilograms of food stamps every day, and the team members are given 1 kilogram of food stamps. If you hunt prey, you will also be rewarded. For example, if you hunt large prey such as wild boars, you will be rewarded 5 yuan and 5 pounds of meat for each animal. But for small animals such as pheasants and hares, you will get 1/3. So, the factory leaders called Gao Yan over. Ask him if he is willing to accept the position of temporary hunting team leader. Gao Yan naturally agreed. Anyway, he was drinking tea and reading newspapers every day at the steel mill, so he might as well take the team out to have fun. Anyway, the hunting captain was not a formal position, and the factory leaders were all there, so Gao Yan was appointed on the spot. As for the 4 team members, he, the captain, would go to the security department to select them personally. After thanking the factory leaders, Gao Yan first called Hu Xingli and Jia Shadong over and asked them if they were willing to join the hunting team. Knowing Gao Yan's ability, how could the two not agree? They agreed immediately. Then, Gao Yan selected 2 other security guards who were tall and strong and had good strength. The reason why he didn't pick good marksmanship. That was because he only wanted to find some people to help carry the prey. Not let them hunt the prey. The security guards got their wages and extra food subsidies. If they didn't agree, they would be fools, so the other 2 security guards immediately agreed to join the hunting team. The 2 team members were named Ma Gang and Su Chong. Half an hour after eating and drinking, Gao Yan returned to the courtyard with the pork, pheasants, rabbits and some raw deer meat rewarded by the factory. Weigua, where did you get these things? Sun Yugue, the manager of the front yard, was surprised to see so many things in Gao Yan's hand. Today, the factory organized our security department to go hunting. I was lucky and got a lot of rewards. Gao Yan smiled and said, by the way, uncle. Son, my family can't finish all the meat. You go and inform others and tell them that I will take out some pork, bear meat, pheasants and rabbits, too. Exchange with everyone. Hearing Gao Yan say this, Sun Yugue's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I'll go and inform everyone. This time, Gao Yan got more than 30 kilograms of pork and more than 6 kilograms of bear meat. There were more than 10 pheasants and almost 20 rabbits. As for raw deer meat, he was not going to exchange it. Seeing Gao Yan bring back so many things, Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao were also surprised. When she learned that these things were rewards from the factory, Li Mingyao could not help but admire Gao Yan. In these days, people were not able to eat enough food, but her brother-in-law could actually bring back so much meat. It was really amazing. As for the exchange of people in the courtyard, whether it was food or vegetables, Gao Yan would not refuse anyone, but to show fairness, each family could only exchange half a caddy of pork. As for the few caddies of bear meat, Gao Yan simply did not exchange and gave it away directly. For a while, that night, the courtyard where Gao Yan lived was full of the smell of meat. Gao Yan's family made 3 meat dishes, 1 raw deer meat, 1 roasted wild boar meat, and 1 chicken stewed with mushrooms. Li Mingyao's eating manners were okay, but her sister-in-law's eating manners were not good, with oil all over her mouth. Gao Yan was not dissatisfied. Instead, he picked up some food for her with some care. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Mingyao raised her head and smiled at him, and continued to eat with her head down. For a moment, Gao Yan had an impulse to take a picture of this scene and show it to Li Mingyao when she grows up. Thinking of this, Gao Yan decided that next time he traveled through time, he would bring a mobile phone and take pictures of all the interesting things. After dinner, Gao Yan went out for a stroll again. All the neighbors who met him greeted him warmly, because they all took advantage of Gao Yan in this meat exchange. After all, this is not a courtyard full of birds, and the neighbors in the courtyard know how to be grateful. In the early morning of that night, Gao Yan opened his eyes and scanned the homes of Guan Ziliang and Zhao Yuzhong. Then he found that Zhao Yuzhong's family had released a trading signal again. But strangely, there was no one else around his house. It seems that he was right to show off his skills last night. Successfully let the people above know that even if you send a master from the palace, it won't work. I can still come and go freely, and you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Of course, it is also possible that the people above are paralyzing him. He doesn't care about this. In a world without extraordinary people, if he can be caught, he will lose. Even if there are extraordinary powers in the real world, he can still walk sideways. Mr. Gao, you are here. Seeing Gao Yan appear, Zhao Yuzhong hurriedly stood up respectfully. Old Zhao, what's the situation? Gao Yan asked. Hearing Gao Yan call him Old Zhao, Zhao Yuzhong was quite pleased. Mr. Gao, the higher-ups agreed to trade with you, but how do you calculate the price? Gao Yan thought for a while. Chainless bicycle, 200 yuan per unit, perpetual. Motion electronic watch 20 yuan per unit. So low? Zhao Yuzhong was a little surprised. I am also a daxiao person. Our country is in trouble now. I will help as much as I can. Gao Yan said sincerely. He did not lie about this. Although this is a parallel world, he is also a daxiao person with yellow skin and black eyes. Therefore, he still has a sense of belonging. In the end, the country purchased 1,000 chainless bicycles and 5,000 perpetual motion electronic watches from him. Chainless bicycles totaled 200,000, and perpetual motion electronic watches 100,000. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 1,000 chainless bicycles appeared in the yard of the small Western-style building. At the same time, 5,000 perpetual electronic watches also appeared in Zhao Yuzhong's study. Mr. Gao, this is 300,000. Okay, I'm leaving. With a flick of his body, Gao Yan disappeared. Zhao Yuzhong first went to the yard to look at the chainless bicycles, then checked the perpetual electronic watches in the study, and immediately dialed a number. 5 minutes later, several large trucks appeared, and then a group of soldiers with live ammunition jumped out and surrounded the entire small Western-style building. Zhao Yuzhong came out to negotiate. The chainless bicycles and perpetual electronic watches were quickly moved onto the trucks and transported away. On the other side, Gao Yan has returned to the quilt on his bed. The current total income is more than 420,000, which can be upgraded 4 levels in a row. Gao Yan was still not in a hurry. As long as the export of this batch of chainless bicycles and perpetual electronic watches brought in a relatively lucrative profit, the higher-ups would definitely buy from him. As for whether they would produce imitations, Gao Yan was not worried at all. Which of the products of the Void Factory was not advanced? Not to mention, this era, even in the real world, if they were given nutritious flour, could they imitate it? The next morning, after Gao Yan arrived at the steel rolling mill, he immediately went to find Su Dali, hoping that he could help allocate a large truck for their hunting team. Su Dali looked embarrassed. Xiao Gao, the trucks in the factory are quite tight. If you can hunt a large one like a wild boar, it would be fine. If you return empty-handed, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain. Su Dali said in embarrassment. Gao Yan was quite confident. Section Chief, don't worry. Today is the first day of our hunting team's hunting. We will definitely hunt more than one wild boar for the factory. So confident? Su Dali didn't believe it. Gao Yan said, Section Chief, I have sharp 5 senses and can smell the prey. Otherwise, I couldn't have hunted so many prey yesterday just by my good marksmanship. So, I am confident that I can hunt wild boars. I said that you can get such a big harvest in your first hunting. It turns out that you have special skills. Su Dali suddenly realized. What about the truck? Okay, I will go to the factory director and ask him to allocate a truck for you, but I have to say it in advance. If I can't kill the wild boar, I will hold you responsible. Section Chief, you can rest assured. Do you want a driver? No need, I can drive. You kid actually knows how to drive? Su Dolly didn't believe it. These days, driving was a very popular profession. And there was even a saying that even the county magistrate wouldn't change it. I'm really good at it. If you don't believe me, I'll drive it for you later. And try it. All right. Su Dolly was very efficient and returned from the factory director soon. A truck is also arriving. Then, under the witness of Su Dolly, Gao Yan drove a large truck around the factory. Afterwards, Gao Yan took 4 members of the hunting team and set off for yesterday's Huangjia village. Yesterday, Gao Yan saw this mountain forest with his insightful eyes. There are hundreds of wild boars alone. He does not need to hunt wild boars every day. He only needs to hunt one every 3 to 5 days and send it to the factory. I believe the factory will not have any objections. Huang Jiakan was very happy for the arrival of the hunting team. Gao Yan also proposed to the village chief that they choose a few strong villagers to follow them. After their hunting team kills wild boars, they can be transported back to the village for processing. As for the pigs entering the water, everything belongs to the village. To this, the village chief naturally agreed. Today is the first day of the hunting team's establishment, so it needs to get off to a good start. Under the scanning of the inside eye, he had already locked 2 adult wild boars and 4 half-grown wild boars. So, after entering the mountain, he led the team straight to the area where the wild boar was. Stop. Gao Yan raised his hand. I have discovered the wild boars. I will go over and deal with them. I will ask you to come back again. Yes, Captain. Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong both answered immediately. Ma Gang and Su Chang also responded, but after Gao Yan left, Ma Gang couldn't help but ask, Jia Xiaodong, Captain, don't you need our help? The captain is so capable, he doesn't need us at all. Jia Xiaodong said with a smile. Other side. Gao Yan was already more than 10 meters closer to the group of wild boars. But the family did not notice his arrival. There was too little meat for 4 young wild boars. Gao Yan was ready to let them go. Then, 4 gunshots were fired in no particular order. 2 adult wild boars were hit in the front legs, respectively. The huge body lost its support, and the 2 adult wild boars immediately fell to the ground, while the 4 young wild boars fled in a hurry after hearing the gunshots. Gao Yan ignored them. Directly shoot the 2 adult wild boars to completely eliminate them. Come here. Gao Yan shouted to other people more than 200 meters away. Good guy. When everyone came over and saw 2 adult wild boars lying on the ground, they were all heartened. Together, these 2 wild boars weigh at least 800 pounds. Gao Yan asked the accompanying villagers to take the wild boar back to the village and deal with it. He and his 4 hunting team members continued to hunt pheasants, hares, and the like. It's approaching noon. Although Gao Yan did not hunt wild boar again, he hunted a lot of pheasants and hares. Gao Yan gave an order, and Ma Gang and Su Chang went to collect firewood, while Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong went to a waterhole to deal with pheasants and hares. As for Gao Yan, he is responsible for barbecue. Since there were 5 people today, and a lot of pheasants and rabbits were hunted, Gao Yan simply roasted 5 hares and made 5 beggars' chickens at once. With the presence of super seasoning, Gao Yan's roasted rabbit exuded an extremely attractive aroma. Even though Hu Xingli and Jia Xiaodong had eaten Yesterday, they still couldn't help but swallow their saliva after smelling the aroma. After having a lunch, all four of them showed extremely satisfied expressions. At the same time, the four of them felt grateful to Gao Yan in their hearts. If Gao Yan hadn't chosen them to join the hunting team, how could they have eaten as much meat as they wanted while touring around the mountains and rivers? Rest for more than an hour. Gao Yan announced that the hunting had begun again. Gao Yan originally hunted 2 adult wild boars, which was enough to make a difference, and he no longer planned to hunt wild boars. After all, the water flows smoothly. But I didn't expect it. But a wild boar took the initiative and bumped into his muzzle. Since you all joined in, there's no reason why we shouldn't deal with you. Right? So, after hunting a wild boar again and killing more than a dozen pheasants and hares, Gao Yan called it a day. The 2 wild boars brought back by the villagers have been taken away. So Gao Yan gave them the 3rd one, and at the same time, he also gave 4 pheasants and 6 hares to the village. Even so, there are still 12 pheasants and 28 hares left in the hunting team. Because the reproductive capacity of hares is much stronger than that of pheasants. The 3 processed adult wild boars weighed nearly 1,000 pounds in total, which was definitely a big harvest. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan drove the large truck back to the steel rolling mill. When they came back yesterday, all the workers in the factory had gone off work, so it didn't cause much of a sensation. But today, the news that Gao Yan brought 3 wild boars spread, causing quite a stir. After all, everyone had already eaten a meal of meat at noon today, although the amount was not much, only 1 or 2 per person. But everyone is still very satisfied. Now Gao Yan has brought back 3 wild boars, and it seems that they will eat meat again tomorrow. You kid, you didn't disappoint me. Seeing the prey that Gao Yan had brought back, Su Dolly couldn't help but laugh happily. To be honest, he was still a little worried before Gao Yan came back. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan not only did not boast, but also accomplished the task exceedingly. Subsequently, Director Liu and Deputy Director Song also arrived one after another. Director, there must be thousands of kilograms of pork. Deputy Director Song said with a smile on his face. It seems that setting up a temporary hunting team is a mistake. Look, there are a lot of pheasants and hares in the car. The small canteen can be opened, which will make it easier to discuss business. That's what the factory director said. Deputy Director Song agreed that opening a small canteen would also be beneficial to leaders like them. No one would say anything if they went to satisfy their cravings occasionally. The hunting team is so impressive, and the reward is not ambiguous. Today, 3 adult wild boars were harvested. According to the rules, the hunting team will be rewarded with 15 pounds of pork, and the pheasant and hare hunting team can take 1/3. Although today's reward is much less than yesterday. But everyone had no objection. After all, it was an accident that the security department went out to hunt yesterday, but the hunting team is a long-term job. It would be too ostentatious if each wild boar was rewarded with 10 kilograms of meat like yesterday. In addition, there is also a reward of 15 yuan. After getting the meat and money, Gao Yan summoned Hu Xingli and 4 others to share the meat. Gao Yan proposed to share the meat and money equally with everyone. But the 4 people present disagreed, because they felt that joining the hunting team had already taken a great advantage, and these prey were hunted by Gao Yan, so they had no nerve to share the same score with Gao Yan. In the end, the 4 of them shared 2/3 of the 10 kilograms of pork. with Gao Yan enjoying only 5 kilograms. As for the 15 yuan bonus, they did not want a penny. They were given 4 pheasants in the pheasant factory, and 10 hares in the hare factory. 4 people can choose a pheasant or hare at will. In the situation like yesterday, the higher authorities knew that the steel rolling mill had obtained the meat. Today, when almost everyone in the factory knows about it, it is natural that it cannot be hidden from the eyes and ears of the higher-level departments. Fortunately, the higher authorities also knew not to go too far and only took away a wild boar and some pheasants and hares. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since the hunting team was established. During this week, except for the 4th day when it rained heavily and the hunting team did not go hunting, there were quite a few harvests in the other 6 days. At least one day, I only got 1 wild boar. The biggest day was when we hunted 4 adult wild boars and 2 semi-large wild boars. The canteen of the steel rolling mill has also been reopened. Many greedy leaders from units came after hearing the news, and they also got a lot of orders for the steel rolling mill, which made the leaders of the factory very happy. In addition, in order to catch up with orders, the factory also started working overtime. These days, overtime work is provided with overtime subsidies, and you can't just work overtime if you want to, you have to apply. Most workers like to work overtime. Not only can you get more wages by working overtime, but you can also have dinner in the factory. Relatively speaking, the food in the factory is not only heavier in oil and water, but also much cheaper than outside. You can make money by eating one more meal. Plus the hunting team led by Gao Yan continued to harvest. This week, the steel mill has eaten meat 3 times. When workers from other factories heard the news, they all began to have opinions. We are all workers. Why can the steel mill eat meat, but they can't eat meat? And Gao Yan, the leader of the hunting team, has also become a celebrity in the steel mill. Many young girls sighed secretly when they heard that Gao Yan got married, but not long after getting married, more harvest. Gao Yan also got more meat. In addition to exchanging with neighbors in the yard, he also donated 20 kilograms of meat directly to the street office. At the same time, he also asked Li Mengyao to send some bacon and smoked pheasants and rabbits to his father-in-law. That night, after dinner, Gao Yan rode out. After a while, he arrived outside the small courtyard of Zhao Jingchu's house. After knocking on the door, before he could say anything, there was a sound of anxious footsteps, and then Zhao Jingchu's voice rang out, "Is it brother Gao?" "It's me." The door opened, and Zhao Jingchu's figure appeared in Gao Yan's sight. Gao Yan looked at Zhao Jingchu and found that her complexion had improved a lot. With the inside eyes opened, her physical fitness had recovered to 59 points, and she would soon reach the level of a normal person. Our factory has set up a hunting team. I am the hunting team leader. I have won a lot of rewards. I will give you some game to try. Gao Yan handed Zhao Jingchu a bag. There were 5 caddies of wild boar bacon, as well as 2 smoked pheasants. And hares. So much? Zhao Jingchu opened the bag and took a look, surprised. I've been tired of eating it for a while, so you can help me to prevent it from going bad, Gao Yan said with a smile. Brother Gao is lying. How can I get tired of eating meat? Zhao Jingchu said in a coquettish tone. Okay, I'll leave first and come back to see you later. Without waiting for Zhao Jingchu to stop him, Gao Yan rode away on his bike. Looking at his back, Zhao Jingchu's eyes were a little dazed. Is it that Gao Weigua again? Looking at her daughter coming back with a bag, Zhao's mother asked in a deep voice. Yes, brother Gao became the captain of their factory hunting team and won a lot of rewards, so he sent us a lot. Let me see. Zhao's mother looked into the bag and sighed when she saw that it was filled with meat. This Gao Weigua has been sending food and meat during this period. It seems that their family has taken a big advantage, but she knows that her precious daughter's heart is almost being deceived. I don't know whether it is a profit or a loss. But she doesn't know that her daughter's heart has long been deceived by someone. In the early hours of that night, Gao Yan received a trading signal from Zhao Yuzhong. So he dressed and came to the study in the small Western-style building. Mr. Gao, you are here. Zhao Yuzhong prepared tea and snacks in advance. How are the chainless bicycles and perpetual electronic watches selling? Gao Yan asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhong said excitedly, it's selling very well. The chainless bicycles were all sold at a price of $500 and 5,000. Perpetual electronic watches were all sold at a price of $50 each. And we also received a lot of follow-up orders. That's pretty good. Nowadays, Daxia is too backward, and its industry is much behind the international level. Therefore, the demand for foreign currency is also quite large. Although the profit this time is not much, it is just the beginning. Mr. Gao, the higher-ups asked me to ask you, how many chainless bicycles and perpetual electronic watches can you provide? Zhao Yuzhong looked at him and asked. Gao Yan said, don't worry about the supply. As long as you have money, I have the goods. The Void Factory can produce 2,000 chainless bicycles per day, and as for perpetual motion electronic watches, the output is more than 10,000 per day. That's great. Zhao Yuzhong clapped his hands and said, Mr. Gao, this time we want 10,000 chainless bicycles and 10,000 perpetual motion electronic watches. That's no problem. 10,000 face-covering bicycles are worth 2 million, and 10,000 perpetual motion electronic watches are worth 200,000. Zhao Yuzhong had prepared the money long ago. Several sacks. Gao Yan waved his hand and put the money into the mustard seed space. Then he took out the perpetual motion electronic watch and put it in the study, and then took Zhao Yuzhong to the yard, waved his hand again, and 10,000 chainless bicycles appeared. However, his yard could not accommodate 10,000 chainless bicycles, so these bicycles were stacked several layers, even exceeding the height of the wall. Okay, the deal is done, I'll go first. Mr. Gao, take care. But before Zhao Yuzhong could finish his words, Gao Yan had already disappeared from his side. He is indeed a strange man. Zhao Yuzhong exclaimed, and then hurried back to the house to make a phone call. A few minutes later, a truck team arrived. Looking at the stacked chainless bicycles in the yard, the visitors were also shocked. Block the surroundings, and be on guard. The leader waved his hand, and the soldiers jumped down one by one and began to move the bicycles in the yard to the car. Host, Gao Yan. Level 2. World, Parallel World. Income, 2,624,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw X2. System, how many levels can these incomes be upgraded to? Gao Yan asked. The host can spend 800,000 to upgrade to level 10. Well, upgrade to level 10 first. Ding, the system starts upgrading, the estimated time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. With a thought, the panel disappeared. Gao Yan hugged his wife's fragrant body and fell asleep again. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up and smelled the fragrance of porridge. The system has been upgraded. Reward 8 top draws, 240 free attribute points. In addition, the upgrade number has also increased from 100,000 to 500,000 per level. If he had not cooperated with the country, he would think this number was quite high. Now that he has cooperated with the country, 500,000 is nothing. With one transaction, he can upgrade several levels. As for the 240 free attribute points, Gao Yan put them all into physique, which made his physique directly break through 600 points and reach 628 points. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. It seems that there has been no draw in this world. Why not try what can be drawn in this world? System, start a top draw. Ding, the top draw begins. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a life gift card. The next moment, Gao Yan had a golden card in his hand, and at the same time, relevant information was injected into his mind. This so-called life gift package card comes with its own space. 3 things related to life will be opened every day. Use. With a thought, Gao Yan found that after 3 balls of light flashed in the space of the life gift package card, 10 kilograms of mutton, 10 kilograms of pork and 10 kilograms of white flour were added. Not bad. Obviously, the lottery is closely related to the world in which it is located. If a life gift package card is opened in the real world, it is definitely nothing. But in this era of food shortage, this life gift package card is extremely precious. After breakfast, Gao Yan rode a bicycle to the factory. After a morning meeting, he personally drove a large truck with the hunting team to Huangjia village. Although he hunted a lot of wild boars this week, there are still many wild boars in the mountains behind Huangjia village. In addition, Huangjia village is closest to the city, so he has no plan to change places. And the cooperation with Huangjia village is also very comfortable. If you change places, you have to deal with them again. But today when I drove to the village committee, I found a jeep and 2 trucks parked there. The trucks also had the words "Number 2 Textile Factory" written on them. It seemed someone was here to steal the business. Comrade Weigua, you are here. The village chief greeted them warmly. Village chief, have the people from the textile factory also entered the mountain? Gao Yan asked after looking at the 3 cars. Yes, they came at 7 o'clock in the morning and have already been in the mountains for a while. Captain, this is too much. This is obviously the place we chose. Jia. Xiaodong said angrily. Okay. Gao Yan waved his hand, this hunting is not about grabbing territory. If we come, others can come too. Besides, hunting depends on skill. The captain is right. Jia Xiaodong immediately changed his mind and acted as Gao Yan's hunting dog for a week. He admired Gao Yan's hunting skills very much. Even from a distance of hundreds of meters, my own captain can lock the prey. Can it be replaced by someone else? Get ready, let's go into the mountains too. Afterwards, Gao Yan led 4 team members and 5 villagers towards the mountains and forests. There is insight. All prey in the forest are nowhere to be found. However, today, Gao Yan ignored those pheasants and hares, and instead led everyone straight to a nest of wild boars. We walked through the forest for nearly an hour. They came to a valley. You guys wait outside, I'll tell you to come in and then come back in. Both the hunting team members and the following villagers are already familiar with Gao Yan's style and have no objections to it, so naturally there will be no objections. Bang bang bang. Less than a minute after Gao Yan entered the valley, gunfire came from the valley. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 gunshots were heard. Then, Gao Yan's voice sounded, "Come in." After the hunting team and villagers entered the valley, I saw 5 dead wild boars lying on the valley floor. In fact, there are 8 adult wild boars and 15 young wild boars in the wild boar herd. But if you kill them all, it will be quite troublesome to transport them. It took an hour and a half. Everyone worked together to bring 5 adult wild boars back to Huangjia village. Under the arrangement of the village chief, everyone began to boil water to treat the wild boar. Because Gao Yan always left the offal to the village, and almost always gave away pheasants, hares, etc., therefore, the life of Huangjia village was much better during this period. Village chief, of the 5 pigs today, 1 will be left in your village, Gao Yan said. Ah, that's great, thank you Comrade Wei Gua, the village chief said excitedly. The 5 wild boars that Gao Yan hunted today were all relatively large in size and could produce at least 400 kilograms of meat. There were only about 200 households in Huangjia village. If a wild boar was used to share 1 wild boar, each family should be able to get 2 kilograms of meat. Village chief, are the fish in the river outside the village easy to catch? Gao Yan suddenly asked. The village chief shook his head. These days, there is a shortage of food and meat, so many people are looking for fish in the river. Nowadays, the fish in the river are so difficult to catch. Then let me try. Who has a fishing net? Gao Yan asked again. I know, I'll borrow it for you. After a while, the village chief returned with a fishing net. Afterwards, Gao Yan left a member of the hunting team here to help deal with the wild boar, while he took Hu Xingli, Jia Xiaodong and Ma Gang towards the river. Using mental interference to obscure the sight of the 3 of them, Gao Yan unknowingly sent a ball of river water from my world into the river in front of him. However, Gao Yan used his mental power to wrap up the river water, and then opened a few gaps, allowing the river water containing a trace of spiritual energy to spread around. Animals have always been extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. Therefore, as these rivers containing spiritual energy spread, nearby fish of all sizes gathered towards the spiritual river water. Only 5 minutes passed. The area where the Lingyi River is located gathers a large number of fish. At this time, the fishing net in Gao Yan's hand was suddenly thrown down. Although the fish in the water were alarmed, they were reluctant to leave in order to swallow up the Ling River water. With Gao Yan closing the net, the fish attracted by the Lingyi River finally realized the danger and began to struggle crazily in the fishing net. I'll go, Captain, this net looks like it's a big harvest. At least 100 pounds. Gao Yan smiled, but immediately, his expression changed slightly, because he found that this fishing net was too old and could not bear more than 100 kilograms of fish. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person. He simply uses his mental power to wrap up the entire fishing net. In this way, not to mention 100 kilograms, even 10,000 kilograms of fish cannot tear this fishing net apart. After pulling these fish ashore, the 3 members of the hunting team started picking fish from the fishing nets without any high-level instructions. Next, Gao Yan followed suit. Casting the net in different places, more than 500 kilograms of river fish were caught. After bringing the fish back to the village committee, Gao Yan distributed 100 kilograms of fish to the village, and also took out 10 kilograms of fish to thank the villagers who borrowed the fishing nets. As for the 4 wild boars belonging to the steel rolling mill, they have been dealt with. So, Gao Yan ordered everyone to load the pork and fish cleanly and return to the steel rolling mill. After Gao Yan and his party returned to the factory, the factory leader showed up again. I am really satisfied with the leaders of the hunting team. Today I not only brought back 4 large wild boars, but also brought back more than 400 kilograms of fish. Although the hunting team returned early today, but the leaders felt that they had worked hard and asked them not to stay in the factory today and just go back to rest. At the same time, everyone was also rewarded with some food stamps and money. Of course, Gao Yan, as the captain, would naturally be rewarded the most. So, near noon, Gao Yan returned to the courtyard with pork and fish. Daughter-in-law, our family is having pickled fish at noon today. Gao Yan shook the 2 grass carps weighing more than 5 kilograms in his hand and said. During this period, Gao Yan would bring meat back every day and exchange many things with the yard, including sauerkraut. Among them, the pickled cabbage made by Lao Lin's daughter-in-law has the best taste. It is said that Lao Lin's daughter-in-law is from Sichuan and is very good at making tea. Even they couldn't finish 10 pounds of pickled fish. So, after doing it, let my sister-in-law run away and give a bowl to all the families in need in the yard. Had lunch. Gao Yan said to Li Mingyao and Li Mingyao, I won't go to work this afternoon. I will take you 2 sisters to watch a movie. So, a family of 3 set off on 2 bicycles. Because Li Mingyao was a novice, Li Mingyao rode Gao Yan's bicycle. The whole time, his sister-in-law held his waist tightly. Gao Yan also treated Li Mingyao as a little girl and didn't take her seriously. To be honest, the movies made in the past 2 years have been average in terms of special effects and plot. Therefore, Gao Yan was not interested, but the 2 sisters were particularly attentive. After watching the movie, Gao Yan took the sisters for a walk again. Each bought them 2 sets of winter clothes. Although Li Mingyao felt distressed, she was suppressed by Gao Yan. In the evening, they did not go back to eat, but went to Donglashan to eat hot pot mutton. There is one more thing worth mentioning. That was the security department of the 2nd textile factory who went hunting in Huangjiakan. They returned to Huangjiakan from the mountains near evening. But the harvest was very little. Only 5 pheasants and 8 hares were shot. You know, almost all the pheasants and rabbits on the outskirts of the mountain forest have been hunted by Gao Yan. As for the wild boars, Gao Yan has hunted them aggressively this week. They also felt the danger and all fled deep into the mountains and forests. Moreover, they are particularly sensitive to gunfire. Therefore, although the security department of the No. 2 textile factory discovered 3 wild boars today, the usually ferocious wild boars ran away as soon as they heard the sound of gunfire. You won't rush into it stupidly at all. Therefore, not even a single wild boar was hunted. Village chief, has the hunting team from the steel rolling mill arrived today? Li Jun asked the village chief. They came, but they left before noon, the village chief said hesitantly. Li Jun was overjoyed. The hunting team from the steel rolling mill left so early and probably wouldn't gain anything. For a moment, he felt much more comfortable. However, he still asked one more question, then what did they gain? The village chief said with a smile, they hunted 5 adult wild boars, and they also caught more than 500 kilograms of fish in the river. Upon hearing this, Li Jun suddenly felt a twitch in his heart. Why did he need to ask this more? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. About 20 people came in a hurry, and they hunted a few pheasants and hares. Only 5 people came, but they hunted 5 large wild boars and hundreds of kilograms of fish. Thinking of the leaders in the factory who were looking forward to it, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. Therefore, on the second day, Gao Yan was called to the office by Su Dali as soon as he arrived at the steel rolling mill. "Weigua, you have made our steel rolling mill proud again this time." Gao Yan was puzzled. Su Dali did not keep him in suspense. "You met the people from the second textile factory yesterday, right?" "Yes." Gao Yan nodded, "But they went earlier and we came back earlier, so we didn't meet." "Then do you know how many prey they hunted in the mountains yesterday? Didn't they get much?" "More than 20 people went, and only hunted 4 pheasants and 8 hares." Su Dali said gloatingly, "I heard that yesterday." Li Jun, the head of their security department, returned to the factory and was scolded by the factory leaders. The harvest was indeed a little small. Gao Yan also smiled. He went with 2 large trucks and a jeep, but he only brought back so few prey. Any leader would have to curse. Originally, other factories also planned to form hunting teams, but after seeing the miserable situation of the second textile factory, they all gave up the idea. After all, the security department of the second textile factory has almost become a joke. It is shameful to waste so much manpower and material resources to bring back so little. Of course, it is precisely because of the comparison that the leaders of the steel rolling mill also value the hunting team more. First, the food subsidy is doubled. Although food is scarce now, there are only 5 people in the hunting team. Even if the subsidy is doubled, how much food can be spent? Secondly, it is the salary adjustment. Gao Yan, the team leader, was directly promoted by 2 levels, and his salary increased from 52 to 65 yuan. The salary of the 4 hunting team members was increased by 1 level. Knowing that the salary was raised, Jia Xiaodong and the other 4 were all happy. At the same time, they discussed and prepared to treat Gao Yan to a meal to express their gratitude. Because they were able to increase their salary, they all benefited from Gao Yan. The other security guards also came to curry favor with Gao Yan. If the hunting team increased its number of members that day, Gao Yan might remember them and let them join the hunting team. Because the treatment of the hunting team was really good, Gao Yan agreed to the invitation of the 4 people. After all, the 4 people also wanted to repay their gratitude. The time was set that night. Finally, the factory officially allocated the large truck to the hunting team. As long as the hunting team did not disband, they could always use the large truck. Everyone was happy on the way to Huangshan village. After arriving at the village had already prepared. Gao Yan didn't hesitate and took everyone into the mountains. He planned to come to Huangjia village twice more before changing places. After all, he had almost hunted all the adult wild boars in this mountain forest. You can't fish in a dry pond. Wait until those half-grown wild boars and small wild boars are adults before hunting. This time, Gao Yan also used the inside eye to lock the adult wild boars and then went straight. So, at 11 o'clock in the morning, everyone returned with 4 adult wild boars. On the way back, Gao Yan also shot a few pheasants and rabbits. Back to the village chief took people to deal with the wild boars. He took people to cast nets to catch fish. Unfortunately, the fish in this section of the river in the village are limited. Even if he used the spiritual river water to attract fish, he could Only catch nearly 400 kilograms in the end. But in the end, Gao Yan still gave the village 100 kilograms of fish, and the pheasants and rabbits also belonged to the village. As for the 4 processed wild boars, they were all taken back to the factory. Because it was past lunchtime when they returned to the factory. They also specially prepared a special meal for the 5 of them. After lunch, Gao Yan strolled into Su Dali's office. "What's the matter with you?" Su Dali asked with a smile. "The wild boars in Huangjia village have been hunted almost completely. I plan to move to another place in 2 days. Does the section chief have any good places to recommend to me?" Gao Yan asked. Su Dali thought for a while. "There is a large forest near Chenjiago that is suitable for hunting. However, there are tigers and wolves in that forest, which is very dangerous. Although our factory lacks meat, we should not take risks. Thank you for your concern, section chief. I'll think about it." "Okay, I'd rather hunt less prey than take risks in Chenjiago," Su Dali reminded again. Gao Yan nodded and left Su Dali's office. Since the hunting team had no more tasks now, Gao Yan skipped work and went back to the courtyard. He found that Li Mengyao was making shoes for him. He had been running in the mountains during this period, so his shoes were worn out. Gao Yan didn't say that he didn't need to make them if he went to buy them. Making shoes for him was also the intention of his wife, and he would not refuse. Besides, she didn't go to work, and if she was too idle, she would get sick. "My wife, you have worked hard. Come and have a candy." Gao Yan stuffed a peeled candy into Li Mengyao's mouth. "Thank you, husband." Li Mengyao smiled charmingly at him, and Gao Yan felt warm in his heart when he saw her expression. After his nourishment, Li Mengyao is now more and more attractive, especially her temperament of a good wife and a good mother, which makes people easily indulge in it. You know, the young people in the courtyard now dare not look at Li Mengyao too much. If it were someone else, I guess those aunts and young wives would have to call her a vixen behind her back. But she is Gao Yan's wife. Everyone has received a lot of favors from him, so no one dares to say strange things about Li Mengyao even in private. "Husband, stop making trouble, I'm making shoes." Feeling Gao Yan approaching from behind, Li Mengyao also felt itchy. "Wife, I want to tell you something." "Yes. My colleague invited me to dinner tonight, so I won't come back to eat." "I know, then don't drink too much." "I'll listen to you. Is there a reward?" Li Mengyao secretly looked outside the door and found that no one was paying attention, so she turned around and kissed Gao Yan on the corner of her mouth. But before she left, Gao Yan took the opportunity to catch up. After a deep kiss, Li Mengyao's cheeks were flushed, and her body was limp in Gao Yan's arms. "Hee hee." Gao Yan smiled and didn't do anything bad. After a while, he said, "I'll go back to the factory first." The place where Jia Xiaodong and his 4 friends were treated to dinner was a restaurant near the steel rolling mill. There is no saying that customers are God these days. They all paid the money and tickets first, and then the dishes were served. The 4 of them spent a lot of money to treat this dinner, and actually prepared 4 meat dishes. "Captain, thank you for your care, we toast you a glass." The 4 of them raised their glasses together. "Okay, this is not in the factory, you don't have to call me captain, call me Brother Gao or Weigua," Gao Yan said with a smile, and then raised his glass and clinked it with them. Everyone was quite satisfied with this meal. The 5 of them drank 2 kilograms of white wine together. They were not drunk, but slightly tipsy. As for Gao Yan, this little bit of wine was nothing to him. In a blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. The day before yesterday, Gao Yan hunted 5 adult wild boars, and yesterday he hunted 6. Today, he was going to change places and take the hunting team to Chengjiagou. Chengjiagou is more than 80 kilometers away from Beijing. The hunting team set off at 8 o'clock. It was almost 10 o'clock when they arrived at Chengjiagou. The main reason was that the 20-kilometer road approaching Chengjiagou was extremely bumpy and difficult to drive. Fortunately, Gao Yan had good driving skills. If it were another driver, it would take at least half an hour to reach the destination. According to the usual practice, Gao Yan and his team first found the village committee of Chengjiagou. After some negotiations, the village chief of Chengjiagou sent 5 villagers and hunters from 2 villages into the mountains. The 5 villagers didn't say anything. But the 2 hunters were both skilled in kung fu, with a stable and powerful lower body, steady and even breathing, and particularly sharp eyes. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used the inside eye. The 2 hunters' physiques were over 75 points, but not 80. And they were both martial artists, practicing the more powerful Bajikwan. After talking, the older hunter was called Chen Lin, and the younger one was called Chen Chao, and they were uncle and nephew. You all practiced Bajikwan, right? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Chen Lin and Chen Chao looked at Gao Yan in surprise. Captain Gao is also a martial artist? Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Then can we have a fight? Chen Chao said excitedly. His kung fu was better than his uncle's, and he had no rivals in the whole Chengjiagou. Chaozi. Chen Lin glared at Chen Chao, and then said to Gao Yan, Captain Gao, my nephew likes to fight with others, I hope you don't bother with him. It's okay, old Chen. Gao Yan smiled gently, well, when we come back from hunting, let's have a fight. That's great. Chen Chao said quickly. After entering the forest, Gao Yan opened his inside eyes, and the whole forest appeared in front of him in a breath. As Su Dali said, this forest is indeed quite dangerous. There are not only tigers, but also wolves. In addition, Gao Yan also found traces of leopards. There are 5 tigers, 1 male and 1 female, and 3 tiger cubs. The size of the wolf pack is not small, with more than 100. Of course, the danger is dangerous, but there are also many prey. There are more than 300 adult wild boars alone. Even if 5 are hunted every day, hunting can continue for 60 days. In addition, there are also many pheasants, hares, and roe deer. However, this forest is much larger than the one in Huangjia village. The terrain is also more complicated. If ordinary people come in, even if there are more prey, it is difficult to get a big harvest. Perhaps it is because few people come here to hunt. The prey here are not very alert. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Yan fired 3 shots in a row, and the 3 pheasants hiding in the bushes were shot in the head before they could spread their wings. Jia Shadong quickly rushed out and picked up the 3 pheasants. Good shooting skills. Chen Lin couldn't help but praise. 3 pheasants were shot in the head at a distance of more than 100 meters. This accuracy was too strong. Gao Yan smiled. In the following, Chen Lin and Chen Chao were deeply impressed by the shooting skills displayed by Gao Yan. Because they were still chatting the next moment, Gao Yan casually raised his gun and hit the pheasants or hares tens or hundreds of meters away. No matter how many prey there were, they did not escape his gun. In just half an hour, Gao Yan had hunted 15 pheasants and more than 20 hares. In the mountain forest, Gao Yan looked slightly stern and said, "We found wild boars, I will deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan quickly ran away in a certain direction. Jia Shaodong said at this time, "Everyone is waiting here. Let's wait for our captain to deal with the wild boar before we go over." "Comrade Jia, is it dangerous for Comrade Gao to deal with wild boars alone?" At this time, Chen Lin spoke with worry. "Uncle Chen, just be careful. Don't talk about wild boars. Even a blind bear is not enough in front of our captain," Jia Shaodong said confidently. Just then, there was gunfire not far away. "Chaozi, let's go over and take a look." Chen Lin was still worried and called his nephew Chen Chao to rush in the direction of Gao Yan. But by the time their uncle and nephew arrived, the battle was over. 3 adult wild boars were lying motionless on the ground. As an experienced hunter, Chen Lin knew how difficult it was to deal with wild boars, let alone 3 adult wild boars, which would be even more difficult to deal with. So Chen Lin ran to the 3 wild boars and checked their wounds, and found that a pair of front hooves of the 3 adult wild boars had been broken by bullets. But the fatal wounds were all on the head. But there is only 1 bullet hole in the head. With the wild boar's defensive power, 1 shot may not be able to kill them. After careful observation, Chen Lin discovered that the muzzle on the wild boar's head was relatively large in caliber. Suddenly, he guessed the possibility that the wound was not caused by 1 shot, but by 2 or even more shots. And judging from the time between gunshots, Comrade Gao Weigua fired at extremely fast speeds. It can be seen from this that Comrade Gao Weigua's marksmanship is simply amazing. He can hit wherever he points. "Comrade Gao Weigua, your marksmanship is amazing." Chen Lin gave Gao Yan a thumbs up with admiration on his face. "Uncle Chen, thank you." Gao Yan smiled and then called Jia Shaodong and others to come over and move the wild boar. Chenjiagu is too far away from the capital. It also takes time to go back and forth, so Gao Yan decided to come again in 2 or 3 days. Therefore, we need to hunt more prey in 1 day. The steel rolling mill was very proud of the prey brought back by the hunting team. Workers have meat to eat, and leaders can open small canteens. Moreover, it also obtained a lot of orders with game meat, and also provided a certain amount of meat to the higher level departments. These 3 wild boars. Gao Yan asked the 5 villagers to take it back to Chenjiagu and dispose of it first. All the internal organs would belong to the villagers in Chenjiagu. Then, Gao Yan led everyone to continue hunting. When the 5 villagers returned, Gao Yan hunted 5 more adult wild boars. Considering it was already noon time, so Gao Yan asked the villagers to eat first and then take the wild boar back. The 4 hunting team members have long formed the habit of collecting firewood and processing ingredients. Because there were 12 people eating, Gao Yan directly roasted 12 hares and made 12 beggars' chickens. Eating meat is hard to come by. What's more, Gao Yan's roast rabbit and beggar's chicken were particularly delicious, so the smiles on everyone's faces never stopped during the meat eating process. After the meal, 5 villagers made tools from local materials and were responsible for transporting the 5 wild boars back to the village. Chen Lin was worried about danger along the way. After all, there were wolves in this mountain forest, so he asked his nephew Chen Chao to escort him. 4 p.m. Gao Yan and his party returned to Chenjiagu with 5 wild boars and hundreds of pheasants and hares. Today, a total of 13 wild boars were hunted. Gao Yan gave all the internal organs to Chenjiaguai, and also gave them an adult wild boar. As for pheasants and hares, 10 of them were given as gifts. Later, with the help of the villagers, the 12 treated wild boars were moved onto the large truck, and Gao Yan waved goodbye to the Chenjiagu villagers. It was almost 7 o'clock when the hunting party returned to the rolling mill. Everyone in the factory has also gone off work. But after learning that Gao Yan and his hunting team had obtained 12 adult wild boars, the director and deputy director hurried back to the factory. Weigua, you are the lucky star of our factory. You haven't eaten yet. I will arrange for the canteen to cook a meal for you. Director Lu's face almost turned into a chrysanthemum with laughter. Weigua, do your best, and neither Director Lu nor I will treat you badly. Deputy Director Song patted Gao Yan on the shoulder and said, Director Lu, Deputy Director Song, our hunting place this time has been changed to Chenjiagu. However, this place is a bit far from the capital. It is too hard to travel back and forth. Therefore, I suggest that we go hunting once every 2 days, but I can guarantee to kill at least 8 adult wild boars each time. At this time, Gao Yan spoke. Without the latter sentence, the 2 factory directors might have hesitated. But since Gao Yan could guarantee that he could hunt 8 heads each time, they were willing to sell Gao Yan a favor. After all, Gao Yan's hunting skills have been demonstrated this week. If they behave too much, if they offend Gao Yan and cause conflicts with Gao Yan's hunting skills, other factories may have to poach people. Therefore, the 2 factory directors said very generously that there was no problem at all, and took the initiative to reduce the number of wild boars from 8 to 5. Moreover, on the day when there is no hunting, their hunting team does not need to come to the factory to work. They only need to have a good rest at home, but their wages will still be paid. In this regard, they are not afraid of gossip from others in the factory. After all, the changes in the factory during this period were all brought about by the hunting team. If you have any objections, you can also go and get wild boars for the factory. You can also rest for a day and work for a day. After eating in the canteen, Gao Yan returned to the courtyard. His virtuous wife Li Mengyao had already prepared bath water for him. He took a comfortable bath. Gao Yan found that Li Mengyao's eyes were a little strange. What's wrong, wife? Gao Yan asked. Husband, I want to give you a baby. The 2 have been married for a while, but her belly has not moved, so Li Mengyao is a little anxious. Okay, then let's go and have a baby. Gao Yan directly picked up Li Mengyao by the waist and strode to the bedroom. The next day, Gao Yan and Li Mengyao slept until 8 o'clock before getting up. Because Gao Yan didn't have to go to work in the factory today, he took the 2 sisters to have breakfast outside, and then rode a bike with fishing gear to go fishing. Seeing Gao Yan coming, the anglers who had come in advance were all delighted and ran over to say, Hello, Comrade Gao, I haven't seen you fishing for a while. You are free today? Yes, the factory has been busy recently, so I don't have time to come. While Gao Yan was chatting and laughing with everyone, a thin middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a Zhongshan suit looked over here curiously and pricked up his ears. Although Gao Yan was talking to everyone, his hands were not slow. He had already put earthworms on the fishhook. So, I'll give each of you 2 earthworms. Gao Yan got some more earthworms this time, so he simply gave each of you 2 in advance. Immediately, he attracted praise from these anglers again. I have to say that the earthworms in my world are awesome. Soon, Gao Yan pulled up a carp weighing more than 3 pounds. Those anglers who used his earthworms also caught fish one after another. This made the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit jealous. He loves fishing and regards it as a way to relax. But he loves fishing, but he often comes up empty-handed. After seeing Gao Yan and other anglers constantly catching fish, the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit finally couldn't help but walk to Gao Yan. "Young comrade, what's special about your earthworms?" "Old comrade has good eyesight." Gao Yan smiled and said, "My earthworms are cultivated with special technology. I see that you haven't caught any fish after fishing for a long time. How about I give you two?" "Haha, then I won't be polite." "It's okay, just 2 earthworms, you can take 2 yourself." After thanking Gao Yan again, the other party picked 2 earthworms, then replaced them and threw them back into the water. In less than a minute, there was movement, and then he suddenly lifted the rod, and a crucian carp, weighing 7 or 8 taels, was pulled ashore. He came up empty-handed 9 times out of 10, and he couldn't help but be happy. He quickly took the crucian carp off and threw it into the bucket, and then cut off a piece of earthworm and put it on the hook and threw it into the water. In the next few dozen minutes, the other party used the earthworms given by Gao Yan to catch 6 fish, 3 crucian carps and 3 carps, which was his biggest harvest since fishing. He wanted to thank Gao Yan again and get to know him, but he turned around and saw that Gao Yan had already left with his men. For a moment, he felt quite regretful. He wanted to ask the guards to investigate Gao Yan, but after thinking about it, since Gao Yan was so familiar with those anglers, he should come to fish often, and it would not be too late to make friends with him next time he met him. The next morning, after Gao Yan reported to the steel rolling mill, he led the hunting team to Chenjiagu for hunting. But when on the road, Gao Yan found that Jia Shaodong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was frequently distracted and smiled silly from time to time. "Shaodong, are you talking about being friends?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. "He's a useless friend. This is unrequited love." Hu Xingli curled his lips and said, "Lao Hu, do you know what's going on?" Gao Yan asked again. Hu Xingli said, "Captain, you don't know something. A beautiful doctor named Jingyinan came to the infirmary of our factory. She was extremely beautiful." Jia Shaodong just glanced at him twice, and she smiled at him, and he was fascinated. "Lao Hu, don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Jia Shaodong said with a flushed face, but Dr. Zhang's charming smile towards him flashed through his mind. It's normal for a young man to mooch off someone. "Shaodong, if you like it, go for it. But before you pursue someone, you have to find out whether they are married or have a boyfriend," Gao Yan said with a smile. Out of curiosity, he opened his clairvoyance eyes and looked into the infirmary. Sure enough, I found a pretty young female doctor in her 20s. The detection function is on. The opponent's data also appeared in his eyes. 89 points for appearance, 96 points for figure, and 80 points for specialness. Putting away his insightful eyes, Gao Yan didn't say anything. "Wait until we get back to the factory to find out what's going on with Dr. Zheng." Chenjiagu was particularly enthusiastic about the arrival of the hunting team and even helped them prepare dry food for noon. After collecting the dry food, Gao Yan led everyone into the forest, but Chen Lin did not follow today. The day before yesterday, he followed Gao Yan into the mountains because he was worried about Gao Yan and others, but after seeing Gao Yan's miraculous marksmanship, he no longer worried. Gao Yan deliberately speeded up his hunting today. Every time he goes straight to the wild boar. So, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he hunted 11 wild boars. According to the old rules, the wild boars are left to the villagers, and then the internal organs and a wild boar belong to them. Brother Gao, how about we compare notes? Chen Chao said with eager eyes. Okay. Gao Yan did not refuse. Then the hunting team and some villagers came to watch the fun. Chen Chao, take action first. Gao Yan waved to Chen Chao. Then I won't be polite. Chen Chao was absolutely convinced by Gao Yan's marksmanship, but he was not convinced by his skill. Chen Chao was heard shouting loudly, and his body flew out. And Gao Yan also moved at this time. Bang! The two figures collided hard, and then Chen Chao flew backwards a few meters. He tried his best to maintain his body, but after staggering back 5 or 6 steps, he still fell to the ground. Saw this scene. The villagers all looked shocked. They all know how strong Chen Chao is. Unexpectedly, Chen Chao was defeated in one move by Captain Gao. Are you okay? Gao Yan stepped forward and pulled Chen Chao up. It's okay, I'm just a little weak all over. Chen Chao said with a wry smile. He wouldn't know until he competed. It was only after the competition that he realized the gap between himself and Gao Yan. It's okay. In fact, Gao Yan was very measured in his attacks, leaving Chen Chao powerless for more than 20 minutes at most, without hurting his body. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The hunting team returned to the factory. Soon, the news that the hunting team brought back 10 wild boars reached the infirmary. Listening to the discussion of another doctor and nurse, Jing Yinan's eyes flickered. Finally, she made an excuse to go to the bathroom and left the infirmary. Tuk-tuk. Gao Yan, who was sitting in the office drinking tea, looked up and found Jing Yinan standing at the door, pretty. Hello, Captain Gao, I am Jing Yinan, the new doctor in our factory's medical office. I come here to get to know you. Jing Yinan smiled charmingly. It turns out to be Dr. Jing, please take a seat. Respond politely and invite the other person to sit down. No need, Captain Gao. I just heard that the hunting team led by Captain Gao has made great contributions to our factory, so I came here to see you. I didn't expect that Captain Gao is not only an extremely skilled hunter, but also handsome. Dr. Jing has great vision. Gao Yan did not admit it humbly, but Jing Yinan was stunned, and then burst into laughter. As she laughed, her chest could not help but rise and fall. Jing Yinan didn't stay much longer, said a few words to Gao Yan and left. But Gao Yan could see that this Jing Yinan was a powerful character who knew how to understand men's psychology. At this time, Zhao Dong walked into the office. Weigua, that Jing Yinan just came to the office. Hold head high. This woman is not simple, don't fall into her trap. Zhao Dong lowered his voice and reminded. Brother Zhao, do you know her origin? Gao Yan asked, pretending to be curious. No. Zhao Dong's voice became lower and lower. Originally, this woman was an intern at the 3rd hospital. Later, she hooked up with the vice president and was soon promoted to a regular position. Just some time ago, someone reported them. Guess what happened? Gao Yan said, it should be the vice dean who is in bad luck, but she is fine. How do you know? Zhao Dong looked at Gao Yan in surprise. Isn't it obvious? If she has any problems, she can be transferred to our steel mill. Gao Yan explained with a smile. That's right. Zhao Dong nodded. I have to say, this woman is really resourceful. The deputy. Dean was directly demoted to a cleaner in the hospital. This woman has nothing to do, but her life is not easy, and then she was transferred to our factory. Is she married? Gao Yan asked. She is married, but after that incident, her husband divorced her. Zhao Dong said, Weigua, you have a bright future, but don't fall into her trap. How is it possible? My wife is much more beautiful than her. Gao Yan said proudly. After chatting with Zhao Dong for a while, it was time to get off work. Then he took the pork, pheasant and rabbit rewarded by the factory and went home. But when passing by the infirmary, he found that Jing Yinan was also holding a pheasant and a rabbit in his hand. Suddenly, Gao Yan had a guess in his mind. These pheasants and hares were probably obtained from Jia Xiaodong, that silly boy. He didn't say anything about this. Remind Jia Xiaodong tomorrow that if this silly boy gets involved with Jing Yinan, he will only be sucked dry. The next day was another day of rest. Gao Yan wanted to ask Li Mengyao to go fishing together, but she wanted to stay at home to make shoes. Li Mengyao planned to go with him, but was forcibly suppressed by Li Mengyao, who asked her to stay at home and learn to make shoes from her. So Gao Yan had to go alone. Little comrade, thanks to your earthworms, I was able to win back a game in front of my old friend. As soon as Gao Yan arrived, the skinny middle-aged man from last time took the initiative to come over and said, Hey, it's just 2 earthworms, you're polite. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. This skinny middle-aged man is not an ordinary person, because he has guards following him when he fishes, and he is obviously a big boss. However, he didn't mean to lick the other party. After all, with his ability, no matter how big the leader was, he was just like that. So, he treated the other party as an ordinary fisherman. The two were fishing and chatting. The skinny middle-aged man's surname was Su. His name was not mentioned. According to him, he worked in the metallurgical department. The metallurgical department is the superior department of the steel rolling mill. If Gao Yan guessed correctly, this boss was either a minister or a deputy minister. Certainly. He still had no intention of currying favor with the other party. However, with the exchange, the way Mr. Su looked at Gao Yan became different. Because no matter what topic he talks about, the other party can pick up the conversation. And he can also express his opinions in extremely concise words. For a moment, Boss Su couldn't help but ask, Comrade Xiao Gao, are you really a worker? Yes, I work in the security department of the steel rolling mill. If you don't believe it, go investigate on your own. Gao Yan responded in a calm tone. With your knowledge, it's a pity to be a worker. Do you have any thoughts of becoming a cadre? Boss Su asked. In no mood. Why? Boss Su was puzzled. In his opinion, Gao Yan could say so many interesting insights because he probably guessed his identity and showed it to him deliberately. Gao Yan smiled. I forgot, I used to be a worker, but now I am also a cadre. Upon hearing this, Boss Su smiled. So, are you still a cadre in the security department? Gao Yan nodded. That's right, deputy captain of the 3rd Brigade of the security department. I see, then do you want to change departments? Mr. Su asked again. In no mood. Why is this? Boss Su asked with interest. Gao Yan said, how comfortable I am now. I have a day of work, a day of rest, and endless meat. You had a day off last day, and there was still more meat to eat. Mr. Su looked surprised. What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Gao Yan explained casually, hey, there's nothing we can't say. Our factory has set up a temporary hunting team. I'm the captain. My hunting skills are quite good. I gain a lot every time I go hunting. As long as I hunt when we get a wild boar, the factory rewards us with 5 kilograms of wild boar meat. I can kill a lot of wild boars every time, so the reward is naturally more meat. It turns out that you are the captain of the hunting team. Your reputation has been quite famous these days. I just didn't expect the captain of the hunting team to be so young. A prize? A prize is not worth mentioning. Gao Yan waved his hand modestly, just in time to see the fish float sinking. He grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it up, and a carp was pulled ashore by him. I said, Lao Su, don't just chat with me. Didn't you see that there are fish biting the hook on your fishing rod? Gao Yan reminded him. Suddenly Boss Su looked at the water, and sure enough, his float had sunk into the water, so he also grabbed the fishing rod and soon pulled up a crucian carp weighing more than 1 kilogram. Next, the two continued chatting and fishing until the bucket was filled. Gao Yan planned to leave, but he still has more than 10 earthworms left. I took a few fish from Mr. Su and distributed the rest to other anglers. After Gao Yan left, although Mr. Su caught a few fish one after another, he felt a little uncomfortable, so he simply closed the stall and left. Inside the jeep going back, Boss Su asked the accompanying secretary, Xiao Chen, what do you think of Gao Weigua? Unlike ordinary people, he has rich knowledge and insight. Xiao Chen said. And I feel that he should have more or less guessed your identity, but he can treat you calmly. Isn't it? Boss Su smiled and said, with that kid's intelligence, he must have guessed my identity, but I can feel that he has no intention of currying favor with me, and only regards me as a fisherman chatting with him. However, he was very pleasant to chat with. Leader, do you need me to send someone to inquire about his situation? Xiao Chen asked. No. Boss Su subconsciously said, they have guessed my identity and have no intention of currying favor with me. Let's just get along as fishing friends. However, this guy is not only good at fishing, he is also good at hunting. During this time, there are many talents in our department. Autumn breeze in the rolling mill. 2. Xiao Chen smiled. This week, we also ate meat several times in the cafeteria of our department, and we have to thank the hunting team of the steel rolling mill. The next period of time, the hunting team did not disappoint the leaders of the steel rolling mill. Every time he hunts, Gao Yan can bring back more than 10 adult wild boars. In addition, there are also many game animals such as pheasants, rabbits, and roe deer. During this period, Gao Yan also went fishing several times. But I didn't meet Mr. Su again, probably because he was busy with work. Today, Gao Yan returned home with a full load again. What is different from usual is that not only 12 wild boars were killed today, but also more than 20 wild wolves. Good. They encountered a pack of wolves today. After Gao Yan killed the head wolf with one shot, the remaining wild wolves fled in all directions. Director, can you give me a few of these wolf skins? Gao Yan said directly to Director Liu. Okay, I'll give you 4. Director Liu said quite generously. Thanks. Gao Yan thanked him and said that now that the weather in the capital has begun to cool down, he planned to take some wolf skins back to make a set of wolf skin jackets for Sister Li Mengyao. As for himself, with his cultivation, he is not afraid of the cold at all. That's right, Xiao Gao. Suddenly, factory director Lu thought of something. Your hunting team will come to work in the factory as normal tomorrow. Why? There are leaders from above coming to inspect. The hunting team you led has greatly exposed our steel rolling mill. I will also arrange for you to show your face in front of the leaders. That's not necessary. Gao Yan hesitated. It's not necessary. I heard that meeting the big boss is called a positive thing, but you kid is actually unwilling. There's really no need for that. You must come, or your salary will be deducted. Gao Yan was speechless and could only agree. The next day, Gao Yan arrived at the steel rolling mill, not long after entering the office. Zhao Dong also came in a hurry and said mysteriously, Xiao Gao, if you invite me to drink, I will tell you a secret. You love to talk, but don't talk. Gao Yan said it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Zhao Dong was depressed and stopped trying to make excuses. Old Gua, the captain of the first team, is going to be transferred. As soon as he leaves, a captain's position will be vacated. Originally, your boy's qualifications are too junior, so it will definitely be his turn. Not to you. But you have led the hunting team and made great contributions to our factory during this period. If I were you, I would go and talk to the section chief. Now, our section chief also appreciates you quite a lot. If you are determined to compete for that position, maybe it can happen. Forget it, I'm not interested. Gao Yan said very calmly. You're stupid. Hearing that Gao Yan was not interested, Zhao Dong said angrily, the captain is a department-level cadre. If you can become a department-level cadre at such a young age, you will definitely have a bright future. Some time ago, Zhao Dong's wife gave birth to a child. Due to lack of nutrition, Gao Yan directly gave him 2 pheasants, 2 hares and 5 pounds of wild boar for him to take back to supplement his nutrition. Because of this, the relationship between the two is getting better and better. Captain, are you comfortable in my current position? Gao Yan asked with a smile. The hunting team is only for a short period of time. Your level up is for a lifetime. You have to take a long-term view. Zhao Dong advised earnestly. Just then, the clerk from Su Dali's office arrived. Let them go to the meeting quickly. Su Dali's expression was a little more serious than usual. As a result, the atmosphere in the office also became silent. We are now officially having a meeting. I just received a notice that at 9:00 in the morning, leaders from the metallurgical department will come to inspect our factory. Our security department must be responsible. Su Dali was born in the military, and his speech was very capable. He explained the matter clearly in a few words, and then started to assign work directly. Gao Yan was surprised to find that Su Dali didn't assign any tasks to him. Just when Gao Yan was about to follow the crowd and leave the office. But he was stopped by Su Dali. Section Chief, do you have anything else to do? Gao Yan asked. Su Dali said with envy in his voice, be prepared, the big leader of the metallurgical department will meet you alone. Remember, don't talk nonsense. After meeting. Section Chief, why are the leaders meeting me? Gao Yan asked in surprise, but the figure of Mr. Su flashed in his mind. Could it be that he was the leader of the inspection today? You ask me, who am I going to ask? Su Dali said angrily, and hurried back to prepare. If the chain drops, I will ask you. Okay, Section Chief, I will definitely not let my guard down. Gao Yan assured. Isn't it just to meet Mr. Su? It's not like I haven't met him alone. 9 o'clock above. Two jeeps drove towards the Zvezda Red Star rolling mill. Factory director Liu had already been waiting at the gate with a group of leaders. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan released his mental power and took a look, and found that the big leader surrounded by everyone was indeed Mr. Su, who had fished with him. Isn't this boss Su just showing off on purpose? Gao Yan couldn't help but think maliciously. Today's steel rolling mills are almost guaranteed to have a meal of meat every 3 days, and it's not all meaty meat like before. Therefore, today's workers are full of energy and happiness. What is happiness? I have meat to eat, but you have no meat to eat. This is called happiness. Therefore, after some inspection, Mr. Su was quite satisfied. Director Liu, I heard that your factory has a capable person? Boss Su suddenly changed the topic, but factory director Liu was a little confused. Boss, what are you referring to? Call the captain of your factory's hunting team and I'll have a chat with him. Leader, wait a minute. Director Liu suddenly woke up and winked at Su Dali. Su Dali ran back to the security department to call someone. Gao Weigua, come with me quickly, the big boss wants to see you. Coming. Soon, Gao Yan followed Su Dali to the big leader. Big leader, this is Comrade Gao Weigua. He is not only the deputy captain of the 3rd Brigade of our security department, but also the captain of the hunting team. Factory director Liu quickly introduced. Yes, he is a good comrade. Mr. Su praised, and his eyes were somewhat meaningful, as if he was asking Gao Yan whether he was surprised or not. Gao Yan curled his lips secretly. This boss Su was really here to show off. But his face straightened. Thank you for the compliment, leader. I also think I am a good comrade. Upon hearing this, Director Yang and others' faces darkened slightly. However, before they could speak, Mr. Su smiled and said, You little comrade. You are quite interesting. After discovering that Mr. Su was not angry, Director Liu and others breathed a sigh of relief. Su Dali glared at Gao Yan. Come, little comrade, let's talk alone. Gao Yan followed Mr. Su for a distance, and the other party slowly said, Shao. Gao, are you surprised? I said Lao Su, you didn't come to inspect the steel rolling mill, just to show off in front of me, right? Gao Yan said shockingly. Hearing Gao Yan's name, Mr. Su was a little bit dumbfounded. You know my identity, how dare you call me Lao Su? Hey, why don't you dare to do this? I don't ask for an official position from you, and I don't seek benefits from you. Why don't I dare to call you Lao Su? When I have no desires or requests. Haha, that makes sense. Mr. Su laughed happily. Old Su, are you okay? If you are okay, I will go back. Gao Yan said again. Can't you chat with me for a little longer? Boss Su pretended to be dissatisfied. If I chat with you for a little longer, I should be promoted in the factory. Isn't it good to be promoted? Hey, my current position is so good, why do I need to be promoted? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Okay, let's get down to business. What do you think there is room for improvement in your factory? Boss Su asked seriously. I'm just a security officer. You ask me and I don't understand. Gao Yan said, pretending to be stupid. No, I think you understand. I really don't understand. You don't ask so many leaders in the factory. Do you think it's appropriate to ask me, a person from the security department? Forget it, you cunning boy, I won't ask you any more questions. Boss Su said helplessly. Then big boss, I'm leaving. Seeing Gao Yan leaving quickly, Mr. Su shook his head depressedly. This kid is really. Mr. Su did not stay in the factory for long. After leaving, Gao Yan also planned to escape and go home. Unexpectedly, Su Dali called him to the office again. Comrade Gao Weigua, the organization is going to put some more responsibilities on you. Are you confident? No. Gao Yan said, reporting to the section chief, I am still young and lack experience. I am afraid I will live up to your expectations. Su Dali was stunned for a moment, then said silently, the factory plans to let you take over the position of Old Gua, the captain of the first team, so be prepared. Don't go. Gao Yan said decisively, how comfortable his life is now. Being the captain of a large team will definitely not be as comfortable as it is now. Su Dali was a little annoyed and couldn't help but said angrily, I want to know the reason. Gao Yan explained, section chief, I am the captain, what will happen to the hunting team? Don't say that without Butcher Wang, we can't eat pigs with hair. If I leave the hunting team and someone else joins, what will happen? We really can't hunt that many wild boars. If the workers in the factory start a riot, who will be responsible? Are you worried about this? Su Dali asked speechlessly. Right. Okay, the hunting team will still let you take on the concurrent role, there will be no changes. Then taking a day off won't change anything, right? It won't change. That's no problem, I can be the captain. Get lost. Yes, section chief. After returning to the office, Gao Yan called Hu Xingli and others over. The boy Jia Xiaodong came last, with a bit of a silly smile on his face. It was obvious that this guy came back from the infirmary. During this time, the silly boy Jia Xiaodong often ran to the infirmary where Jing Yinan was. And at the same time, he also gave away a lot of meat. Gao Yan reminded him twice. But this stupid boy turned his words on deaf ears. I have something to announce. Tomorrow Jia Xiaodong will no longer participate in the hunting team's operations and will stay in the factory to work normally. Upon hearing this, Jia Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Then he asked aggrievedly, Captain, why? It's nothing, I just think you're not suitable. Gao Yan said lightly, okay. That's it for today. Jia Xiaodong stays in the factory to work, and the others go back to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's hunting. Seeing Jia Xiaodong leaving in despair, Hu Xingli couldn't bear it, Captain. That guy Jia Xiaodong is pretty good. What's wrong with you? Gao Yan sneered, he is now obsessed with Dr. Jing in the infirmary. He doesn't take the meat back to his mother and younger brothers and sisters, but uses it all to please Jing Yinan. If Jing Yinan really wants to be friends with him, then it doesn't matter. The key point is that Jing Yinan will really be friends with him, just because he can get meat. If he doesn't have meat, you think the other party will still don't blame him. Why? Hu Xingli sighed and said nothing more. As the saying goes, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The news that Jia Xiaodong was expelled from the hunting team soon spread to the infirmary. Jing Yinan's face changed slightly when he heard the news. After a while, the nurse in the infirmary said, Dr. Jing, Jia Xiaodong is here to see you. Tell him that I am not free, let him go back. Jing Yinan said indifferently. A strange look flashed in the nurse's eyes, and she came to the door of the infirmary and said to Jia Xiaodong, Comrade Jia Xiaodong, Dr. Jing said that she is not free, let you go back. Upon hearing this, Jia Xiaodong's face became extremely ugly, and then he turned away in despair. Why, Jingyinan didn't see you? At this time, Hu Xingli came out and handed Jia Shaodong a cigarette. Old Hu, are you here to laugh at me? Jia Shaodong asked with some red eyes. Don't be a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Hu Xingli rolled his eyes and patted Jia Shaodong on the shoulder. Boy, brother Hu, I have eaten more salt than you. Have eaten rice. I don't believe you haven't heard of Jingyinan's reputation. She approached you because you had meat on your hand. Now you have no meat. Do you think she will still pay attention to you? I don't believe it. She is not such a person. Jia Shaodong said excitedly. Well, you kid won't cry until you see the coffin. Hu Xingli sneered, then we will wait and see. If Jingyinan still pays attention to you, I will call you brother. After discovering that Jia Shaodong still had expectations for Jingyinan, Hu Xingli didn't plan to say anything more. He originally thought that Jia Shaodong had recognized the reality and took him to Gao Yan to ask for mercy, so that he could return to the hunting team. Now I hope this kid wakes up soon, otherwise, it will be difficult to return to the hunting team. The position of the hunting team is a lucrative job. Who in the security department is not jealous? In just a short while, several people asked him about it. Gao Yan left the steel mill and did not go home. Instead, he rode his bike to Zhao Jingchu's place. When he knocked on the gate, Zhao Jingchu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Brother Gao, why are you here at this time? Why, can't I come at this time? Gao Yan asked jokingly. Of course not, but you always come at night in the past. Are you free? I happen to be off work today, so I'll take you out for a walk. Gao Yan asked with a smile. After a slight hesitation, Zhao Jingchu nodded and agreed, and then asked him to wait while she went back to change clothes. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Jingchu came out with a new set of clothes. Get in the car. After Zhao Jingchu got in the car, Gao Yan rode off on his bike, reminding her, hold my waist, there are some potholes on this road, be careful not to fall off. Zhao Jingchu did not respond, but still stretched out her hands to hold Gao Yan's waist. Suddenly, the bicycle shook, and Zhao Jingchu subconsciously hugged Gao Yan tightly, and her body pressed against Gao Yan's back. After a while, Zhao Jingchu was about to let go a little, but the bicycle began to shake again. For a moment, she dared not let go. But gradually, Zhao Jingchu also came to her senses. This brother Gao might have done it on purpose, just for. As she thought about it, her face turned red, but she also pressed her cheek against Gao Yan's back. And Gao Yan, who was riding a bicycle, had a meaningful smile on his face. Gao Yan first took Zhao Jingchu to the department store to buy her 2 sets of clothes. Then he took him to Donglashan to eat mutton. Then in the afternoon, he took her to see a movie. After the movie, he specially bought 2 roast ducks to pack, one for Zhao Jingchu to take back, and one for his wife and sister-in-law. Even when you are out and about, you can't forget your wife and sister-in-law. When leaving, Gao Yan felt the deep reluctance in Zhao Jingchu's eyes, so he smiled and said, come back soon, I'll take you out to play next time. Then ride slowly. Let's go. Waving to Zhao Jingchu, Gao Yan rode away. Zhao Jingchu didn't retract her gaze until his back disappeared and entered the yard. Zhao's mother, who was pasting matchboxes under the eaves, looked at her daughter and asked lightly, are you back? Mom, I brought you roast duck. Zhao Jingchu said happily. Did Gao Weigua buy it? Yes, brother Gao bought it for you. Zhao Jingchu said hurriedly. Alas, a grown-up girl is no longer under the control of her mother. Zhao's mother sighed. That night, Gao Yan received another trading signal from Zhao Yuzhong. Perhaps these two products are really popular abroad, so the transaction doubled again. Gao Yan earned 4.4 million yuan. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 10. World, Parallel World. Income, 6,224,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw x9. Looking at the income column, Gao Yan thought, the system has been upgraded. 10 levels in a row. Ding, upgrade starts, upgrade time is 6 hours. I didn't expect to upgrade 20 levels in the parallel world so quickly. Gao Yan was secretly happy. After upgrading 10 levels and transferring to the main interface, the system will reach level 100. I don't know what kind of surprises the system that reaches level 100 will give. The next morning, when Gao Yan woke up, the system was upgraded. There were 10 more top draws and 300 more free attribute points. There was nothing to hesitate. The free attribute points were added to the spirit, which made the spirit break through 600 points, and the mental power soared directly to 645 points. At the same time, the upgrade experience increased to 2 million. Gao Yan was still able to accept this. After all, he could get more than 4 million for each transaction now. If he traded a few more times, he could upgrade to level 10 again. After breakfast, Gao Yan came to the steel mill, but found 7 or 8 people from the security department standing at the door of the office. And after seeing him, everyone was very enthusiastic. How could Gao Yan not know their thoughts, all for joining the hunting team? He didn't waste time and directly selected a man named Lu Yang from them. The selected Lu Yang was so excited that he almost kowtowed to Gao Yan. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Gao Yan chose Lu Yang to replace him, Jia Shaodong's eyes flashed with a deep sense of loss, and there was a trace of regret in his heart. But when he thought of Jing Yinan's smile, his regret disappeared without a trace. That day, Jia Shaodong went to the infirmary to find Jing Yinan twice. Neither of them saw him. Then at noon, Jia Shaodong finally stopped Jing Yinan. But Jing Yinan told him ruthlessly not to harass her, otherwise he would report to the leader that he harassed female colleagues. If Gao Yan had not chosen someone else to replace Jia Shaodong, Jing Yinan would not have said such heartless words, but Gao Yan had already chosen Lu Yang to join the hunting team, which meant that Jia Shaodong had no chance to return to the hunting team. So instead of wasting time with Jia Shaodong, it would be better to look for a new blood-sucking target. Jia Shaodong was listless throughout the afternoon. The other security guards who saw him like this were all gloating. Before, Jia Shaodong was so glorious following Gao Yan. Now that he was kicked out of the hunting team, naturally no one would sympathize with him. After all, he had gained so many benefits by following Gao Yan, and people were jealous, so how could they sympathize with him? Besides, in their opinion, Jia Shaodong had brought it upon himself. Jing Yinan's story had long been spread in the factory. Jia Shaodong knew what kind of person Jing Yinan was, but he still tried to get close to him. Captain Gao had reminded him twice. He still refused to repent. Such a person does not deserve sympathy. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. That morning, as soon as Gao Yan arrived at the steel rolling mill, Jia Shaodong greeted him. I'm sorry, Captain, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? He also heard about the fact that Jia Shaodong went to Jing Yinan and was rejected coldly. It was clear that he saw that Jia Shaodong was of no use, so he no longer wanted to talk to him. Jia Shaodong, who recognized the reality, was naturally depressed. Gao Yan originally thought that he would be depressed for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would come out so quickly. Is Zhenji wrong? Gao Yan asked. Jia Shaodong nodded. That bitch only approached me because of the meat on my hands. Knowing that I couldn't get the meat, she immediately fell out with me. Then do you still want to return to the hunting team? Gao Yan asked. Think. Jia Shaodong nodded heavily, but there is no need for you to be embarrassed. Captain. Well, I'll go talk to Section Chief Su, it shouldn't be a big problem. Thank you, Captain. Hearing this, Jia Shaodong almost cried with joy. His family also knew about what happened between him and Jing Yinan. He originally thought that his mother and younger siblings would complain about him. Unexpectedly, after learning about this, they not only did not complain about him, but came to comfort him one after another. Only then did he realize what a family member was and what an outsider was. And he naturally felt infinite guilt towards his family members. If he hadn't been obsessed with trying to please Jing Yinan, how could he have been kicked out of the hunting team? Moreover, the captain reminded him twice in a row. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he secretly blamed Gao Yan for meddling in his own business. Only after he really suffered a loss did he understand who was really good to him. Wait for my news. Gao Yan patted Jia Shaodong on the shoulder and walked towards Su Dali's office. Through the human body's magnetic field, Gao Yan could sense that Jia Shaodong was indeed sincerely repentant, otherwise, he would not have been able to recall him to the hunting team. To put it bluntly, the hunting team was able to catch so many prey all because of him. The other teammates took advantage of him and gave him some advantages. Gao Yan had no problem with that. But if you follow me and get benefits, but don't take my words seriously, then don't blame him for being rude. Therefore, he decisively kicked Jia Shaodong out of the hunting team. However, he also gave Jia Shaodong time to reflect if he could realize his mistake. And if he comes to see him within a week, he will recall him to the hunting team. If he does not come for more than a week and complains about him, even if Jia Shaodong kneels down and kowtows to him, he will not let him return to the hunting team. When Gao Yan approached Su Dali and proposed adding one more person to the hunting team, the other party readily agreed. If the hunting team has just been established and Gao Yan proposes to add more people, it will definitely not work. But now, the hunting team provides a large amount of meat to the factory, so adding one person is naturally nothing. Besides, the rewards given by the factory are calculated based on prey, not per head. They are nothing more than a few dozen kilograms more food stamps. A steel rolling mill with tens of thousands of people can still afford this food stamp. Since Su Dali gives face like this, Gao Yan cannot disappoint the other party. Therefore, this afternoon, Gao Yan directly brought 14 adult wild boars, hundreds of pheasants and hares, in addition to 2 silly roe deer. Time passed in November and came to December in the blink of an eye. The weather in Beijing is getting colder and colder. During this period, Gao Yan had another transaction with Zhao Yuzhong. Gained another 4.4 million yuan. The total income reached more than 5.6 million, and a few 100,000. More would be enough to upgrade to 3 levels in a row. The Shircha Sea and the moat were all frozen, and if you wanted to fish, you had to break the ice. Therefore, Gao Yan hadn't gone fishing for a while. It is worth mentioning Lao Zheng of the first team of the security department has been transferred. And Gao Yan successfully took over as the captain of the first team. However, his main task is hunting. Apart from the salary increase, nothing else has changed. During this period, Gao Yan took Zhao Jingchu out to play again, and the relationship between the two became deeper and deeper. However, Gao Yan had always been more restrained and polite and did not do anything excessive. After all, he is married in this world. He may not care about reputation, but Zhao Jingchu and her mother do. Therefore, the best way is to raise the favorability level to 100 and make Zhao Jingchu completely devoted to him, so that she can become his little wife. As for getting married, it is relatively simple. Directly fictionalize a man who escaped from famine in a remote mountainous area and got married to Zhao Jingchu. When the time comes, just say that the man who came to escape ran away after getting married. These days, two people are not required to be present to obtain a marriage certificate, and there is no ID card or the internet. Is it possible for someone from the marriage registration office to go to a remote mountain village to investigate and collect evidence? Obviously, this is unrealistic. In the courtyard, the door to Gao Yan's house was closed. Different from the cold outside, the home is as warm as spring and filled with a strong spicy smell. At this moment, Gao Yan was eating hot pot with his wife and sister-in-law. The hot pot base was not made by him, but the life gift pack card opened it yesterday, and 2 large boxes were opened directly to him. So, Gao Yan simply made hot pot at home today. He did not use his mental power to block the fragrance. Not only did the news about the hunting team at the steel rolling mill spread throughout the capital, but at least the people around it and in the courtyard knew about it. I also know that Gao Yan is a good hunter and the factory rewards him with a lot of meat. Even if you eat meat every day, people get it through their own skills. No matter how jealous you are, you have to endure it. As for reporting it, what a joke. Gao Yan has been awarded a hero certificate. In addition, Gao Yan has donated meat to the street office several times. Moreover, a lot of meat has been exchanged with the courtyard. If you dare to report it, you will be stabbed in the back by the whole courtyard. Had lunch. Gao Yan stuffed 2 bags of hot pot base ingredients into the bag, put some meat into the bag, and said to Li Mengyao, daughter-in-law, I will send something to master's house. After joining the hunting team, Gao Yan couldn't finish the meat he brought back. Even if he donated or exchanged it, there was still a lot left, so he also gave a lot of it to his master Wang Jiangang. Therefore, many people in the factory complimented Wang Jiangang for having a good apprentice. Master, here I come. As soon as he entered the courtyard where Wang Jiangang lived, Gao Yan shouted loudly. For a moment, the neighbors in the yard stretched out their heads to watch, and felt envious when they noticed the bag in Gao Yan's hand. Some people even shouted directly, Old Wang, your apprentice is here to give you a gift again. Get in the house quickly. The mistress welcomed Gao Yan into the room with a smile on her face. Why did you bring something here again? Wang Jiangang said in a deep voice. Someone gave me some hot pot base ingredients. I'll send 2 bags over for you to taste, master. I also brought some meat with me. Gao Yan handed the bags to his wife. The wife took the bag, opened it and saw the beef, mutton and pork inside. The smile on her face was almost unbearable. At this time, the 3 junior sisters and junior brother Xiaobao, who were in the bedroom, heard Gao Yan's voice and ran out. Gao Yan took out 4 pieces of peach cake and 8 candies from his pocket. And gave them to them. Thank you, Brother Gao. The 4 little ones quickly thanked them. Weigua, don't bring these things with you in the future, so as not to feed their greed. Although Wang Jiangang was happy in his heart, he still said this. After staying at Wang Jianang's house for more than 2 hours, Gao Yan said goodbye and left. Unexpectedly, on the way back. But he saw Zhao Jingchu standing on the side of the road. Jingchu, why are you standing here? Are you waiting for me? Gao Yan asked. Brother Gao, my mother's old disease has relapsed and she urgently needs money for surgery. I don't know where your home is, and your factory is not working, so I have to wait for you here. Zhao Jingchu said with tears in her voice. Get in the car, which hospital are you at? Gao Yan's expression changed and he said in a deep voice. At the same time, he thought in his mind that it was not the same thing to not tell Zhao Jingchu his address. It seemed that he had to buy a house to hide his beauty in a golden house. Soon, Gao Yan rode his bike and took Zhao Jingchu to the second municipal hospital. Along the way, Gao Yan also learned about Zhao Jingchu's mother's condition. Zhao's mother had a heart disease. It was said that she went out yesterday and her face was not very good when she came back. Then she had a complete attack at night and fainted. Zhao Jingchu finally got her to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor said that the disease required surgery, otherwise the patient's life would be in danger. But the surgery and medicine costs together cost more than 200 yuan. Both mother and daughter made a living by pasting boxes for the match factory. So where could they get more than 200 yuan? Because of their family background, the neighbors around them were unwilling to contact them. As for the relatives and friends in the past, they were worried about being implicated and had cut off relations with them. In desperation, Zhao Jingchu had to go to the steel mill to find Gao Yan, but the steel mill was closed on Sunday. In the end, she couldn't find Gao Yan and had to wait on that road. Fortunately, Gao Yan went to his master's house today. Otherwise, if he stayed at home, Zhao Jingchu would not be able to see him even if he waited for a day and a night. Jingchu, go find the doctor who treats your mother first and ask them to prepare for the operation. I will go to pay the fee now. After arriving at the hospital, Gao Yan said to Zhao Jingchu. Brother Gao, thank you. Zhao Jingchu said with emotion, but Zhao's mother's situation would become more dangerous if she delayed for 1 more minute. She didn't care to say more and ran to find the doctor. Gao Yan had learned Zhao's mother's name and bed number from Zhao Jingchu in advance. He came to the place where he paid the fee and paid 500 yuan to her account. After paying the fee, Gao Yan followed him upstairs and met Zhao Jingchu. How is it? Zhao Jingchu said, Dr. Ma has asked someone to confirm. As long as the fee is paid, the operation will be arranged immediately. Let's go and see your mother. After a while, Gao Yan followed Zhao Jingchu to Zhao's mother's ward. At this moment, the other party has woken up, but looks weak. Mom, don't worry, Brother Gao has paid the surgery fee for us, and the hospital will arrange for you to have surgery soon. Zhao Jingchu grabbed Zhao's mother's hand and said happily. Xiao Gao, thank you. Although Zhao's mother was a little extreme, she was not someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She knew that she had spent a lot of money on the surgery. This time, Gao Yan was willing to spend so much money, which must be true too. His daughter. Auntie, it's okay. Gao Yan smiled at her. Girl, go out first, I have something to say to Xiao Gao alone. Suddenly, Zhao's mother said. Mom. Go out. After Zhao Jingchu went out, Zhao's mother continued, Xiao Gao, I only have this daughter. If auntie doesn't make it this time, can you help me take good care of her? Auntie, you think too much, your illness is not serious, as long as the surgery is done, you will be fine. Gao Yan comforted. I know my own body well. Xiao Gao, can you promise auntie? Okay, I promise you. Seeing Gao Yan agree, Zhao's mother also smiled. To be honest, Gao Yan could sense that Zhao's mother was in a very bad condition and surgery might not be able to save her, so he had an idea. Activating the human magnetic field in his body triggered the human magnetic field in Zhao's mother's body, thereby stimulating her own potential. The effect was obvious. Zhao's mother's spirit suddenly looked much better. Only by stimulating her potential could Zhao's mother survive the operation. At this time, the nurse pushed the door in and announced that the operation would be performed in an hour. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. Zhao's mother's operation was over. The operation was very successful, and the patient's condition was very stable, but it still needs to be observed for a few days. I heard the nurse's report in the operating room. Zhao Jingchu couldn't help crying with joy, and threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. Brother Gao, thank you, if it weren't for you, my mother would definitely be gone. Because he had money, Gao Yan asked the hospital to arrange Zhao's mother to a separate ward. At the same time, he once again activated her internal magnetic field to help her recover from the wound. Seeing that it was getting late, Gao Yan also said goodbye, but before leaving, he gave Zhao Jingchu 50 yuan. Jingchu, don't save this money, don't let your aunt recover and you fall ill. Gao Yan urged. I know, brother Gao. Zhao Jingchu nodded obediently. Okay, I'll leave first. I'll see you off. Zhao Jingchu kept sending Gao Yan out of the hospital, and Gao Yan used the inside eye again. Wow, he did it directly to 100. Now, he was relieved, Zhao Jingchu was so devoted to him. In view of Zhao's mother's help, Gao Yan decided to help her and planned to secretly use medicinal wine to make her recover faster. But before that, he had to consider the house. But these days, houses are not allowed to be bought and sold. But you have a plan, I have a ladder. Although it is not allowed to be bought and sold, it can be mortgaged. The next morning, Gao Yan went out after breakfast. But he did not go to the steel mill. Instead, he went to the second municipal hospital. When he approached the hospital, he had an iron lunchbox in his hand, which was filled with chicken and chicken soup. This was the old hen that he asked the villagers of Yuha village to help stew. In my world. He also added some medicinal wine. Brother Gao, you are here. Seeing Gao Yan coming, Zhao Jingchu's eyes and expression were full of joy and happiness. How is auntie recovering? Gao Yan asked. Zhao Jingchu said, the doctor just came to check and said that my mother's condition has recovered very well. Now she can eat some liquid food. I am planning to buy porridge for her. That's perfect. I stewed chicken soup. Gao Yan handed the lunch box in his hand to Zhao Jingchu. I added some nourishing herbs to this soup, which is also good for auntie's recovery, but she can't eat meat yet, so give auntie soup, and you can solve the meat yourself. Brother Gao, thank you for your trouble. Zhao Jingchu said with emotion. Okay, I won't say more to you. I still have to go to work in the factory. After leaving a word, Gao Yan hurriedly left the hospital and returned to the factory. And he set off to hunt in Chenjiago with several members of the hunting team. During this period, he asked the 5 team members to ask him to see whose house was going to be sold, preferably the one with a single door and a single family. Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to buy a house, Hu Xingli hurriedly said, "Captain, what a coincidence, I just know someone who wants to sell a house, and it is more in line with your requirements, but the old man is stubborn and asks for a higher price." "Tell me about the situation," Gao Yan said. So Hu Xingli briefly told the buyer's situation. The buyer was an old man in his 60s, his hometown was in the northeast. And he had a quadrangle with 2 entrances in Beijing. The old man had no children, and he contacted his nephew in the northeast some time ago, and said that he would take care of him in his old age. For this reason, the old man made a special trip to the northeast. He was also very satisfied with his nephew. So, he planned to deal with the house in Beijing and go to the northeast for retirement. The old man maintained the quadrangle well, with more than 10 rooms of various sizes. In addition, there are many old furniture in the house. He couldn't move, so he planned to sell it together, so the asking price was 6,000 yuan. These days, an 8th-level worker only earns more than 100 yuan a month. 6,000 yuan would take several years of saving without eating or drinking. So, how could ordinary people come up with so much money to buy his house? And rich people don't lack houses. So, even if the old man has lowered the price from 6,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan, no one is interested. Moreover, people these days have this idea that houses are allocated by the unit. Even if the unit does not allocate houses, the house belongs to you. After a certain number of years of renting, there is no need to buy a house outside. After listening to Hu Xingli's description, Gao Yan had an idea and asked him to take him to the old man's house after get off work. Because I was thinking about viewing the house. When hunting, Gao Yan didn't waste any time. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then he led the team out of the mountain. Then the villagers of Chenjiago took care of the wild boar and took everyone back to the steel rolling mill. Although I came back early today. But Gao Yan brought back 12 adult wild boars. Then he asked Hu Xingli to take him to see the house. "Who?" An old man's voice came from the yard. "Uncle Ge, it's me, Hu Xingli, I have something to do with you." Hu Xingli responded that he did not dare to publicize the matter of buying a house. Old man Ge opened the courtyard door and saw Gao Yan standing next to Hu Xingli. As an old man, he immediately guessed that the person brought by Hu Xingli wanted to buy his house. "Uncle Ge, my name is Gao Weigua. I heard that you plan to sell your house and return to the northeast to retire, so I came to take a look." Upon hearing this, old man Ji's heart sank. So he said calmly, "Come in." Afterwards, old man Ge took Gao Yan to visit the inside and outside. He is quite satisfied with this courtyard house. It is well taken care of and has not been damaged. Unlike the courtyard house where they live, it has been destroyed and is no different from a large courtyard. "Uncle Ge, I've fallen in love with this house. Can you give me a price?" Gao Yan said. Old man Ge gave a thumbs up. Hu Xingli, who was on the side, was not happy. "I say, Uncle Ge, you are not a kind person. You bid 5,000 yuan, but no one bought it. Now you are sitting on the floor and selling it at a starting price of 6,000 yuan. Isn't it obvious that you are bullying others?" But old man Ge is obviously a mature character, and he said without changing his expression, 5,000 means without the furniture in the house. If You don't want the furniture, 5,000 is fine. Captain, forget it, we don't want it anymore. This old man is too careless. He was kind enough to introduce a buyer to him, but he just tried to raise the price for me. Hu Xingli became angry and pulled Gao Yan away. Gao Yan did not resist. Seeing this, old man Ge did not panic. Instead, he picked up the tea and took a sip. He was an antique dealer before the founding of the People's Republic of China. He had long been used to this. He knew that Hu Xingli and Gao Yan is playing the trick of lowering prices. But this time, he guessed wrong. Because Gao Yan and Hu Xingli left the courtyard without any regret. Gao Yan also saw that this old guy was not kind. Although he wanted to buy a house, he was not in a hurry. How could he let the other party blackmail him? Besides, in such a big capital, is he the only house for sale? The worst thing is to change the company. It is simply impossible to get him to go up the pole and give money. Unlike some of the protagonists, when buying a house, they obviously can get it at a lower price, but they have to pay a high price. Although the price will increase in the future, the current market is like that. He had to increase the price and pretend to be sober afterwards, but he didn't know that in the eyes of others, he was just a victim. Old man Ge waited at home for a while. Seeing that neither Hu Xingli nor Gao Yan returned, I couldn't help but panic. He quickly put down the teacup in his hand and walked out of the yard to take a look. There were no traces of those two people anywhere. Oops, I'm out of luck. Old man Ge patted his thigh and said with a wry smile, these days, rich people dare not buy a house, and poor people cannot afford a house. Therefore, his courtyard house is really hard to sell. It's hard to find a buyer. He had to play the trick of selling for a price, but in the end, he got away with it. Now, old man Ge felt very annoyed. That night, after a meal, Gao Yan took advantage of his time to go out for a walk and came to the hospital again. Mother Zhao's condition improved a lot after drinking chicken soup, and she seemed to be quite energetic. Even the doctor was surprised. Auntie, what I said is right, you will be fine after the operation. As Gao Yan spoke, he took out another lunchbox. This lunchbox contains Crucian carp soup. The Crucian carp was made from fish from Minecraft, and Gao Yan also added a small amount of medicinal wine. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Gao Yan can spend 500 yuan to pay her fee, which means he is absolutely sincere to his daughter. After all, the mother and son spent about 10 yuan a month pasting matchboxes. And 500 yuan was enough for them to work for several years. Where can I find a son-in-law who treats his daughter well and is willing to spend money for her? Days passed by in a flash. Because Gao Yan delivered chicken soup and fish soup every morning and evening, Zhao's mother's wounds recovered quite well, and her spirit became better day by day. So, after 5 days in the hospital, she went home to recuperate. In the past few days, old man Ge has been looking for buyers everywhere. But as soon as he heard his quotation, he shook his head. Finally, he found Hu Xingli again. Hu Xingli was angry with him and didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. In the end, old man Ge came to the door with wine for nothing, and finally got Hu Xingli to agree to try Gao Yan again. After sending old man Ge away, Hu Xingli smiled. In the afternoon of the next day, Hu Xingli and Gao Yan came to old man Ji's home again. He also knew that he would not find a buyer in a short period of time, so he did not act evil. But Gao Yan didn't let him go, quoting 4,800 yuan, and put on a show of whether he wanted to sell or not. This made Old Man Go very angry. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. However, because they cannot buy a house now, they signed a mortgage agreement. Gao Yan lent Mr. Ge 3,000 yuan and mortgaged the house to Gao Yan. If the 3,000 yuan cannot be returned within half a year, the house belongs to Gao Yan. Of course, privately Gao Yan gave him 4,800 yuan. As for whether Old Man Go would deliberately pay back 3,000 yuan to get the house back afterwards, Gao Yan is not afraid if he really dares to do that. Gao Yan has plenty of ways to deal with him. Certainly. Although Old Man Go was cunning, he still couldn't do such a dishonorable thing. The day after he sold his house, he took a train to the northeast to retire. After getting the house, Gao Yan's worries were put to rest and he took out 50 yuan to thank Hu Xingli. Originally, Hu Xingli didn't want the money, but Gao Yan said that one code equals one code, and he had to let him take it, so Hu Xingli took it. At the same time, Gao Yan asked Hu Xingli to continue to inquire for him to see if there were any other yards for sale. Prepare for a rainy day. If he has another woman in the future, won't he have to find a house again? When trouble comes, return home in the evening. Gao Yan heard a piece of news from Li Mengyao. That is, the country has restored the supply of coarse grains. Originally, with a grain book, I could only buy 70% or even less. Now that it has recovered, you can buy it at 100%. Gao Yan estimated that the money earned from chainless bicycles and perpetual electronic watches should be used to buy food. As expected. When trading with Zhao Yuzhong that night, he asked and found out that the country did purchase a lot of corn from major grain-producing countries. Of course, supplying the whole country is definitely not enough. But there is still no problem in supplying the capital. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 20. World, Parallel World. Income, 1,002, 4,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw x19. The income has exceeded 10 million, and when it reaches 20 million, it can be upgraded to 10 levels in a row again. Gao Yan was looking forward to this. At the same time, Gao Yan was thinking about whether to sell nutritious flour to the country. Although he had shipped a certain amount, there were more than 1.7 million kilograms of nutritious flour stored in the Void Factory warehouse. 1 or 2 noodles can keep a person from being hungry all day long. 1.7 million kilograms of nutritious white noodles are enough to feed 17 million people for a day. In addition, nutritious beef and nutritious vegetables can also be processed. Let me mention it during the next transaction. Gao Yan secretly thought, then put away the system panel, hugged his wife and fell asleep soundly. The next afternoon, Gao Yan returns from hunting again. I'm drinking tea in my office. At this time, Jing Yinan appeared in front of the office door and raised his hand to knock twice on the door. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Some time ago, she got a lot of meat from Jia Shaodong, but it had bottomed out a few days ago. So, she wanted to use the same method to get meat from other hunting teams. If Gao Yan hadn't expelled Jia Shaodong from the hunting team, others might have taken advantage of the meat, but there was a precedent of Jia Shaodong being expelled from the hunting team. The other team members are very jealous of this woman Jing Yinan. They were worried that Gao Yan would find out that they were hooking up with Jing Yinan, and he might be expelled from the hunting team like Jia Shaodong, which would be a big loss. What's more, Jia Xiaodong is an unmarried young man. He and Jing Yinan are so close that they can be said to be pursuing each other. But they are all married people. Once there was news about breaking shoes with Jing Yinan, the consequences would be more than just being kicked out of the hunting team. Therefore, whether it was to stay in the hunting team or for their own reputation, they would not pay attention to Jing Yinan. They even stayed away from Jing Yinan before he even approached. He simply regarded her as the god of plague. Seeing that the people in the hunting team were not fooled, Jing Yinan had no choice but to turn her attention to the captain Gao Yan. You know, Gao Yan has obtained more meat than all the members of the hunting team combined. Taking down him is like taking down the entire hunting team. What's more, Captain Gao is young and handsome, and she is not at a disadvantage even as a divorced woman. Dr. Zheng, is there something wrong? Gao Yan raised his eyes at Jing Yinan and asked lightly. Captain Gao, I heard that your hunting ability is very good. Out of curiosity, I came to visit you to find out how you hunt. Jing Yinan said, with a sweet smile, with a hint of admiration in her tone. Why, Dr. Zheng also wants to go hunting? Gao Yan teased. Jing Yinan. Captain Gao really knows how to joke. Jing Yinan said with a smile. Dr. Zheng, I'm not Jia Xiaodong, and I won't follow your tricks. Come back. Gao Yan said bluntly, not bothering to argue with him. Upon hearing this, Jing Yinan's face became a little ugly, and then a hint of joking appeared on her face. Captain Gao, if I tear off my clothes now, and shout in decency, what do you think will happen? While she was speaking, she had already put her hands on her white coat, as if she was about to start a conversation if she disagreed. But Gao Yan curled his lips disapprovingly. Then do you know what the consequences of falsely accusing cadres will be? Even if I am not a cadre, as long as I can get so much meat for the factory will not punish me for your words. Besides, what kind of reputation do you have that you have no idea about? If you don't believe it, take off all your clothes right now, and start yelling again. Let's see if the factory punishes me for insulting women, or you for framing a cadre? Upon hearing this, Jing Yinan's face became even more ugly. But she was still a little smart, and she quickly smiled. Captain Gao, don't be so serious, I'm just joking with you. Go away. Gao Yan waved his hand disdainfully. I'll give you a piece of advice, don't try to trick anyone in my hunting team. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending people to keep an eye on you. You know, our security department has this right. You're cruel. A sinister look flashed in Jing Yinan's eyes, and she turned away. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled. He sensed that Jing Yinan did not take his warning seriously, and wanted to take revenge on him. That being the case, then don't blame him for attacking women. 3 days later, something big happened at the rolling mill. 5 workers' family members rushed into the infirmary in almost no particular order and gave Jing Yinan a severe beating. The reason is very simple. Jing Yinan hooked up with their husbands and wanted to have sex with them. Gao Yan was naturally behind all of this. Although he was not in the factory, he opened his insightful eyes and watched the excitement in the courtyard. The main reason is that this woman is evil-minded. He deliberately tried to hook up with the leaders in the factory, hoping to use them to deal with him. Although Gao Yan is not afraid, the leader may not dare to take action against him. But what if? What if the leader is carried away by beauty? Therefore, he simply took the initiative and dealt with Jing Yinan first. After 5 workers' families made such a fuss, Jing Yinan's reputation was completely ruined. She resigned before the factory could fire her. Even if Shi Wen left the steel rolling mill, he would be the focus of discussion among the workers in the steel rolling mill after dinner for a period of time. After solving the scourge of Shi Wen, Gao Yan's life returned to peace. This morning, he rode towards the steel rolling mill. Suddenly, he spotted Zhao Jingchu on the roadside. He quickly turned the car to the side of the road and asked, deliberately, "Jingchu, is there something wrong with Auntie's health again?" "Brother Gao, my mother's health is not fine," Zhao Jingchu said happily, then looked at Gao Yan and asked, "Brother Gao, why haven't you come to me during this time?" Hearing this, Gao Yan showed a look of embarrassment on his face. "Jingchu, let's not meet again in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Jingchu's face suddenly turned pale, and her heart was full of tension. She blurted out, "Why?" "Because I found that I like you," Gao Yan said with a painful expression. Hearing that Brother Gao actually likes her, Zhao Jingchu couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and a blush appeared on her face. "Brother Gao, I actually like you too. But we can't be together." Gao Yan was more and more painful. "Why?" "Because I'm married." "Ah." Hearing this result, Zhao Jingchu fell into a stagnation. "I'm sorry Jingchu, I just treated you as a sister at first, but I didn't expect that as I got to know you, I found that I was attracted to you. Since it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain, we won't meet in the future." "No, I don't agree," Zhao Jingchu cried. "Jingchu, please be rational, I'm married." Gao Yan reached out and grabbed Zhao Jingchu's hand. "I can give up my status." Zhao Jingchu made a difficult decision. "Brother Gao, please don't abandon me. Okay?" Seeing that he had cheated such a girl who loved him, Gao Yan couldn't bear it, but for the sake of the future, he still said according to the plan, "But I don't want you to be wronged." "It's okay, Brother Gao, I am willing, I just want to be with you forever." "Silly girl," Gao Yan said with a complicated expression. "Let's do this, Jingchu, I'll give you an address, you go back and think about it first. If you really want to be with me, go there and wait for me at 5 p.m, here is the key." "Brother Gao, I will definitely go." "Don't be impulsive, think it over first." Gao Yan said seriously. "Okay. Jingchu, I should go to work at the factory, otherwise I will be late." "Hey, I am guilty, I actually cheated a good girl who was devoted to me like this." Riding on the bicycle, Gao Yan said secretly in his heart. But he did not regret it. With the composition of the Zhao family, Zhao Jingchu would definitely not marry into a good family, and when the special period comes, she might even be liquidated. Good luck can save life, bad luck cannot save life. So, he seems to have deceived the little girl, but in fact, he saved the lives of mother and daughter. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan came to the courtyard from the factory. Some people want to say that if Gao Yan spent 4,800 yuan to buy a courtyard house, wouldn't someone come to check him? If you think too much, who will investigate you if no one reports it? Do you really think that the country is so rich that it comes to investigate you, a bunch of little bastards, every day? What's more, in that era, there was no internet and no surveillance. It was really difficult to investigate something. If the investigation was really that easy, there wouldn't be so many enemy agents lurking. Besides, although Gao Yan said he bought the house with 4,800 yuan of real money, he only signed a mortgage agreement with Mr. Ge, not a house purchase agreement. Secondly, the amount marked on the mortgage agreement is 3,000 yuan, which is consistent with Gao Weiguo's property income. After all, his deceased father left more than 3,000 yuan, and he also saved several hundred yuan at work. Therefore, even if it is investigated, it will be useless. If he had to go online, Gao Yan was not an ordinary person and he had plenty of means to tide over the difficulties. Besides, people who have no ability have to be careful. You have the ability, but you are still afraid of doing things, so what can you do with your ability? Although Gao Yan behaves in a low-key manner, it does not mean that he is incompetent. Zhao Jingchu hasn't come yet. Gao Yan is not in a hurry, he is quite confident in Zhao Jingchu. After buying this courtyard house, Gao Yan has also undergone certain transformations and converted one room into a bathroom and toilet. This way you don't have to go outside to use the public restroom. In addition, he also bought a lot of daily necessities. When the matter between him and Zhao Jingchu was settled, he would ask the Zhao families, mother and son, to move here. After all, if their composition is not good, someone will cause trouble. Moving away from the original place will also reduce a lot of trouble. He had secretly investigated and found out that Zhao's mother got sick this time because someone made her angry. The people who were angry with her were her husband's relatives, who called her a loser and a scumbag. It was she who killed her husband. Originally, Zhao's mother was very worried about her husband's death, but now, after hearing these words, she couldn't stand it anymore, and she was so angry that she relapsed. Sure enough, Zhao Jingchu did not disappoint Gao Yan. 4:40. Zhao Jingchu appeared outside the far door. Finding that the door was unlocked, she knew that brother Gao should have arrived first. So he opened the door and walked in. Seeing the layout inside the courtyard gate, she looked a little dazed. Before the house was ransacked, her small courtyard was quite good. Unfortunately, after being reported, the layout of her courtyard was smashed to pieces. Jingchu, you're here. Gao Yan walked out of the room and looked at her with a smile. Well, brother Gao, I'm here to keep your appointment. Zhao Jingchu said nervously. Come in. Gao Yan waved to her. Come to the room. Gao Yan poured a cup of hot tea for Zhao Jingchu. Jingchu, to be honest, I am very happy that you can come, but I also feel very guilty. Brother Gao, you don't have to blame yourself, I did it voluntarily. Zhao Jingchu took the initiative to grab Gao Yan's hand. Jingchu, you are so kind. Gao Yan said emotionally, his burning gaze fell on Zhao Jingchu's face, making her panic. The next moment, she felt that the distance between her and brother Gao was constantly shortening, and finally, two hot lips touched each other. For a moment, her body became stiff. But soon she began to respond awkwardly. After a while, their lips parted, and Zhao Jingchu returned from heaven to the earth, but her cheeks were blushing and her eyes were slightly blurred. Do you like it? Gao Yan whispered in her ear, and the hot air rushing into her ears made her feel itchy and ashamed, and she subconsciously threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. Brother Gao, you are evil. After some more timidity, he started talking about business. Jingchu, do you know what caused your mother's illness last time? Gao Yan suddenly asked. My mother didn't say anything. So, Gao Yan briefly told what happened, and anger suddenly appeared on Zhao Jingchu's face. Jingchu, the composition of your family will have a great impact on your family for a long time to come. Gao Yan said. Brother Gao, it's us who have dragged you down. Zhao Jingchu's mood suddenly became extremely low. Silly girl. Gao Yan touched her head, since you are willing to be my little wife, how can I dislike you? The reason why I say this is not to blame you, but to ask you and your aunt to move out of where you live now. But where can we move to? Zhao Jingchu looked embarrassed. Gao Yan said, just move here. I bought this courtyard house some time ago. You and your aunt will live in it from now on. After moving here, a lot of troubles will be reduced. Zhao Jingchu thought about it and agreed. One more thing. Gao Yan continued, although you followed me, you will always be criticized by others if you don't get married. So, I thought of a way. Let's make up a person who fled famine, and then you and the other person will get the certificate. As long as someone asks about it in the future, you can just say that the other person has gone out of town, and when the time is right, I will pretend to be the other person and we can have children normally. What do you think? Zhao Jingchu nodded. Brother Gao, I will listen to you. Okay, let's move on to the next thing now. Gao Yan took Zhao Jingchu's hand and stood up, and Zhao Jingchu seemed to have expected something, feeling shy and expectant in his heart. But soon she realized something was wrong. Because Gao Yan took her to a room that was transformed into a bathroom and toilet. Gao Yan took out a portion of the Constitution genetic medicine and said, Jingchu, I have a family medicine here. This medicine can improve your physique, but during the process of improvement, impurities from the body will be discharged. In order not to make you dirty clothes, so it's best to do it in the bathroom. Oh, I know, Brother Gao. Gao Yan gave Zhao Jingchu the primary Constitution gene solution, then introduced her how to use shampoo and shower gel, and then exited the bathroom. About half an hour passed. Zhao Jingchu, dressed neatly again, walked out of the bathroom. The whole person looked radiant. My appearance and figure have improved a lot, and my physique has also soared to 70 points. Jingchu, you are so beautiful now. Gao Yan said with appreciation in his eyes. Zhao Jingchu bowed her head shyly. Come into the house with me, and I'll help you dry your hair. Pulling Zhao Jingchu into the side room, Gao Yan took out the hairdryer and helped her dry her hair. He told her some more things. Just sent her home. At the same time, he also asked her to bring some food back. It's from Xiao Gao, right? Why didn't you let him come in for a drink of water? Seeing what her daughter was holding, Zhao's mother asked with a smile. She still agreed with Gao Yan very much. Brother Gao has something else to do, so he didn't come in. Zhao Jingchu said. Suddenly, Mother Zhao found that not only her daughter's appearance had changed a lot, but her spirit was also different. Suddenly, she felt a thump in her heart. Could it be? When she discovered that her daughter was walking normally, could she have guessed wrong? Feeling her mother's gaze, Zhao Jingchu said with a smile, Mom, Brother Gao gave me their family medicine. Look, have I changed a lot? By the way, brother Gao also asked me to give you brought back a bottle, but this potion. Gao Yan gave Zhao's mother the primary Constitution gene potion mainly because he was worried that she would be stimulated and leave after knowing that her daughter followed him without a name. In this way, even if Zhao Jingchu was 100% devoted to him, she would probably still have a knot in her heart because of her mother's affairs. Therefore, he simply solved this problem in advance to avoid Zhao's mother being really angry to death in the future. The next few days. Under Gao Yan's arrangement, Zhao Jingchu successfully obtained a marriage certificate with a man who was on the run. Then it was time for a showdown with Mother Zhao. Seeing Gao Yan walking into the courtyard side by side with her daughter, a smile appeared on Zhao's mother's face. Zhao's mother has used the primary constitution genetic medicine. She originally looked very haggard, but now she looks like she is in her early 30s, and her gray hair has returned to black and shiny. Gao Yan comes today, just to have a showdown with Mother Zhao. Xiao Gao, drink water. Zhao's mother gave Gao Yan a bowl of sugar water with sugar. In the real world, who would drink sugar water? But in this day and age, water with sugar is considered high-end hospitality. Mom, I lied about the evidence. Suddenly, Zhao Jingchu spoke. This news was a bit sudden for Zhao's mother, but it was not unacceptable. You stinky girl, why didn't you tell Mom about such a big thing? Mom, I'm not cheating on Brother Gao. Zhao Jingchu said in shock. For a moment, Zhao's mother was confused and puzzled. If she wasn't talking about Gao Yan, then who was she talking about? Auntie, this is what happened. At this time, Gao Yan spoke up and told the whole story. Hearing that Gao Yan was married, his daughter had an affair with an unfounded fugitive, but secretly she was Gao Yan's little wife. This made her so angry that she pointed at Gao Yan and said, "You are shameless." Auntie, I know you are angry, but please believe me, I will be good to your daughter for the rest of her life. Gao Yan affirmed. Get out of here, get out of our house now. Faced with such shameless Gao Yan, Zhao's mother was so angry that she stood up and pointed at the door, telling Gao Yan to get out of here. Mom. Zhao Jingchu hugged Mother Zhao's arm. Don't blame Brother Gao, okay? It's all done voluntarily by my daughter. Jingchu, you go out first, your mother and I will have a chat alone. At this time, Gao Yan said, he is not a pedantic person. If he can make sense with Zhao's mother, then he can be reasonable. If he can't make sense, then he can only use hypnosis. But Brother Gao. Zhao Jingchu looked worried. Rest assured. Gao Yan gave Zhao Jingchu a reassuring look. After she left, Gao Yan said to Zhao's mother, Auntie, please control your emotions, and let's have a good chat. Okay, I'd like to see what flowers you can name. Mother Zhao sneered. Zhao's mother is also a well-educated person. If she had been another middle-aged woman, she would have yelled at him long ago, and she might even have started directly. Gao Yan continued, Auntie, your family has suffered a lot over the years because of its composition. Why, my family's background is not good, so you should trick my daughter into becoming your concubine? Mother Zhao sneered. Auntie, don't misunderstand me. Gao Yan shook his head, just because of your family's background, it is impossible for Jingchu to find a formal job. Do you admit this? Mother Zhao could not deny this. Otherwise, Zhao Jingchu would not stay at home and paste the matchbox with her. Gao Yan continued, at the same time, because of her background, do you think Jingchu can marry into a good family? Even if she reluctantly marries, her husband's family will probably dislike her in various ways because of her background. But it is different when she follows me. At least in terms of food and clothing, I will not treat her badly. Moreover, my feelings for Jingchu are also sincere. Apart from not being able to give her a marriage certificate, I can assure you that I will not treat her badly. She will never treat my wife badly. Hearing this, Mother Zhao became a little silent. Seeing this, Gao Yan knew that his words had an effect, so he continued, and do you think that the matter in your family is over? No, in the next few years, the composition issue will become a big problem. If Jingchu marries into ordinary people, do you think they can save her and you? But I can. You can do it if you say you can. Mother Zhao said with a trembling tone. The scene of her husband being criticized and paraded through the streets flashed through her mind, and a deep fear arose in her heart. If this happened to her and her daughter, would she have the courage to continue living? Gao Yan felt Zhao's mother's concession, so he smiled and said, although I am just the captain of the security department of the steel rolling mill now, I still have some special abilities, such as this. As he spoke, a gold bar appeared out of thin air in Gao Yan's hand. Mother Zhao thought she was dazzled. The gold bar disappeared, and Gao Yan gained a piece of meat out of thin air. Just listen to Gao Yan continue, the medicine I gave Jingchu and you is a good thing that is hard to find with a lot of money. It can not only strengthen the body, but also cure diseases and extend life. You have already taken it, you should feel the effect. If I encounter a crisis in the future, and I use this potion to seek protection from a big leader, do you think the other party will agree? Mother Zhao was silent again. Of course, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. While speaking, Gao Yan stood up and then floated on the spot. I can use foreign objects to seek shelter from others, and at worst, I can use my own strength to protect you from persecution. This is what you are doing? Looking at Gao Yan, floating in the air, how could Zhao's mother not understand that the Gao Yan in front of her was the legendary stranger? Gao Yan landed again and sat down. Auntie, do you think it's better for Jingchu to live a miserable life, or to live a happy life with no worries about food and clothing? Forget it, I'm getting old, so I don't care about the affairs of you young people. But, Xiao Gao, I hope you remember what you said and don't wrong my daughter. Don't worry, Mom, I can wrong my own woman. A bright expression appeared on Gao Yan's face. Right. Gao Yan added, I bought a 2-story courtyard house for you to live in. If you continue to stay here, there will definitely be people coming to look for trouble in the future. After moving, it will also reduce a lot of trouble. Don't you think? Zhao's mother instinctively wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she felt that what Gao Yan said made sense. So I agreed. Gao Yan also struck while the iron was hot and asked Mother Zhao to move today. Are you too anxious? Don't worry, I'll be relieved if you settle in soon. So Gao Yan called Zhao Jingchu in, and then the mother and daughter started to clean up. At the same time, Zhao Jingchu was also very curious about how brother Gao persuaded her mother. You must know that in her impression, her mother was not so easy to persuade. There aren't many things at home. Therefore, it is very easy to pack up. More than an hour later, Gao Yan took his mother and daughter into the courtyard. Looking at the layout of the courtyard, memories flashed in Mother Zhao's eyes. Noon. Gao Yan even cooked himself and cooked a table of delicious dishes to celebrate. Xiao Gao, wouldn't it be too wasteful to cook so many dishes? Hey, what's a waste of this? I'm now the captain of the hunting team in the factory. Every time I hunt, the factory will reward me with dozens of kilograms of meat and a lot of game. Gao Yan showed off a little. After meal, Gao Yan took out 50 yuan and some bills in front of Zhao's mother and handed them to Zhao Jingchu. Jingchu, this is this month's living expenses, take it. Brother Gao, is this too much? Take it, I don't lack the money and tickets. I will give you 50 yuan every month from now on. At the same time, I will also send some things to your home. I will make sure to keep you fat and healthy. That night, in the wing room, there was a character pasted in the room, but the lights were not on, but 2 red candles were lit. Tonight was a great day for Gao Yan and Zhao Jingchu to enter the bridal chamber. Gao Yan had a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Feeling his gaze, Zhao Jingchu was also filled with happiness in her heart. "Wife, it's getting late, we should get down to business." "Yeah." The scene of bowing her head and being shy made Gao Yan very agitated. He reached out and pulled Zhao Jingchu into his arms, and then bowed his head and kissed her. The next morning, Gao Yan just woke up and found that Zhao Jingchu was no longer around him. After getting dressed and washing up, he went to the kitchen and found that the mother and daughter were making breakfast together. It must be said that women in this era are virtuous. After taking Zhao Jingchu into the canyon battlefield last night, Gao Yan asked her to drink a cup of medicinal wine, so when she woke up, her injuries had completely recovered. "Brother Gao, we can eat soon." "Okay, no hurry." After breakfast, Gao Yan had to go to work in the factory. Zhao Jingchu sent him to the door directly. "Brother Gao, be careful on the road." "Don't worry, go back, it's cold outside." Waving to Zhao Jingchu, Gao Yan rode his bike straight to the steel mill. After arriving at the steel mill, just as Gao Yan was about to leave, he was called to the office by Su Dali. "Section Chief, please tell me something." Su Dali said, "This year, our factories in Beijing are going to hold a joint celebration performance. The factory director asked our security department to submit a program. I thought about it. You are the youngest in our security department. Do you have any ideas?" "What ideas can I have?" Gao Yan said, "Section Chief, you should find someone else. I still have to go hunting. Other people can have a solution." "Why should I find you?" Su Dali said unhappily. "Okay, I'll think about it." Gao Yan thought about it and agreed. At most, he would copy a patriotic song to get the job done. "Then I'll wait for your good news." "Got it." After leaving the section chief's office, Gao Yan summoned the hunting team members and headed straight for Chenjiago. That night in the early morning, Gao Yan appeared in Zhao Yuzhong's study. Like last time, Zhao Yuzhong had already prepared 4.4 million. After the transaction was completed, Gao Yan said, "Old Zhao, ask the people above if they want nutritious flour and nutritious beef." "Mr. Gao, I have also heard of nutritious flour. I didn't expect it to be spread from you." Zhao Yuzhong admired, "But what about the nutritious beef?" So, Gao Yan briefly introduced the effect of nutritious beef. When he heard that 1 or 2 ounces of nutritious beef could meet the nutritional needs of ordinary people for 10 days, Zhao Yuzhong's eyes lit up. "What's the price?" Zhao Yuzhong asked. Gao Yan said, "Nutritious flour is 2 yuan per pound, and nutritious beef is 3 yuan. Zhao Yuzhong nodded, "Okay, I will talk to them when the people above come. Then I'll trouble you, Lao Zhao." Afterwards, Gao Yan left 10 kilograms of nutritious flour and 10 kilograms of nutritious beef to Zhao Yuzhong, asking him to give them to the superiors, to try. Back home, hugging his first wife Li Mengyao, Gao Yan called up the system's sub-interface. Host, Gao Yan. Level, 20. World, Parallel World. Income, 14,424,700 yuan. Number of draws, top draw X19. Soon, 2 more trades will upgrade. After closing the system interface, Gao Yan closed his eyes and fell asleep. 2 days later, Gao Yan came to the section chief's office and asked for a song and gave it to Sudali. Chief, this is the song I wrote. Just find someone to sing it. You can write songs? Sudali said in surprise, you are not fooling me, are you? Gao Yan said confidently, if it is a trick, you can find someone who knows it. And you will know. Okay, I will find someone to take a look. If it is not bad, you will complete the task. After Gao Yan left, Sudali picked up the phone and called his friend in the art troupe. It happened that his friend was a composer. Although Gao was young, he was quite reliable. So, he still believed in him. If it were someone else, he would definitely not ask his friends in the art troupe to help him, so as not to embarrass himself. Sudali's friend in the art troupe was called Tang Bing. When he received a call from Sudali saying that his men had written a song, he did not take it seriously at all. In his opinion, what good songs could those rough guys in the security department write? However, he had a good relationship with Sudali and agreed to help him take a look. Half an hour later, Sudali was led into his office. Old Tang, take a look. Don't worry, I'll make you a cup of tea. Tang Bing said calmly. No need, just take a look at this song and see if it works. Okay, I can help you take a look. Tang Bing smiled and his eyes fell on the paper. At first, Tang Bing's eyes were still a little careless, but gradually his expression was filled with surprise and shock. In the end, he couldn't help but hum it on the spot. Seeing this scene, Sudali didn't understand that this song caught old Tang's eye. What a good song, it's really a good song. After humming the entire song, Tang Bing couldn't help but praise him, and then looked at Sudali with suspicion. Old Su, is the lyricist and composer of this song really your bodyguard? Why, you don't look down on us as security guards? Sudali spoke with dissatisfaction. That's not what I meant. This song is really well written. By the way, have you found a singer? How about I recommend one for you? Go away, what are you thinking about? This song was prepared by our security department for the New Year's Day celebration performance. How can we let people from your art troupe sing it? Sudali directly took back the song. The people in your factory don't have the expertise of our art troupe. Tang Bing continued. Okay, I'll treat you to a drink another day. I'm going back to the factory. I have to report this to the factory director. Don't leave, let's talk again. Tang Bing shouted. How could Sudali not know that the other party was thinking about this song? Not only did he not stop, but he walked faster. Sudali returned to the factory and went straight to Director Lu's office. Director, our people from the security department wrote a song. I saw it with my friend who is a composer in the art troupe and he was full of praise for the song. Director Lu was also a little surprised when he heard Sudali's words. Seriously? Can I still lie to you? The song is here. Sudali handed the paper with the lyrics and music score to Director Lu. Although Director Lu doesn't understand the music score, he can read the lyrics. After reading the lyrics, Director Lu couldn't help but praise, this song is really well written. By the way, who wrote it? You guess? Sudali said proudly. After thinking for a moment, Director Lu guessed, is it that boy Gao Weigua? Haha, the director is Ing Ming, isn't he that boy? However, you have to thank me. If he hadn't put it on the shelves and asked him to put on a show, he wouldn't have been able to write this song. Hearing this, Director Lu rolled his eyes at Sudali and continued, I will submit this song later. If it passes the review, I will quickly find someone to rehearse it. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Su Dali called Gao Yan to the office again. The song your kid wrote has been approved and we are looking for someone to sing it. You are the author. Do you have any suggestions? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, it's best to find someone to sing this song. You can choose a few good singers from our security department to sing it.